Hello! Ah, what a beautiful night for a debate, right? Welcome to Normal American Show. I'm host Rob Noor. We got a debate lined up. I think it's supposed to start at 8:45, so you'll get me for some minutes beforehand. But weirdly enough, the process of this debate is going to be a little weird, so I'll explain it. Nothing too crazy, but behind the scenes shit. Um, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I love debating. I'm excited that I'm debating tonight. Tomorrow's no prep debate. I'm excited for that. Someone on my Discord wants to debate me about corruption next week. I'm excited about that. So good, 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 good. All good stuff. I've been very busy today. I actually, unfortunately, wanted to actually do a little more prep for this debate. Not much of it. It's most of it superfluous to what I really need. Just sort of past comments. That my opponents made and things like that. I didn't end up getting a lot of that, like going through past streams and other such things. It's not going to be important, I don't think. It was just more, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Mm, let's see. All right, let's slide that down. Where'd that go? Okay. Uh, it's funny too. I had a lot of people like even up here. Steele's like, you should watch Andrew's debate tonight. I'm debating. I can't watch Andrew's debate because I'm debating. Maybe later in a future date. Richard Spencer would be interesting. I've debated Richard Spencer in the past. I think it could be interesting. Um, and then I had someone else send me a link. It was like, this other dude's taking debates tonight. Good. I'm glad there's a lot of people taking debates. I'm busy though. So here we find ourselves on this fine day. The thing that's going to be a little so first off, bummer that it happened to coincide with the big debate that's going on in the Crucible. A bit of a bummer. I think we know what the result of that will be. There will be very few people watching me tonight because there's so much crossover between my audience and the Crucible's audience. That's completely reasonable. I don't mind at all. For me, I'm humbled that anyone watches me ever. So even if it's just one person watching, I'm still kind of like, wow. So I'm looking forward to it. I also am debating for an audience in perpetuity. So for people to watch it later. And I hope, as always, those that look at me as someone who you share some of your worldview with, I hope I do you proud in this debate and tomorrow night and all the other debates I do. So, but ultimately, my theory on debates is I enjoy taking them very much because it makes me better at arguing the issues that I'm arguing or helps me get to the truth. And it's just fucking fun. I like arguing. So, I always love this. I also it never bothers me to quote lose a debate, and I think so much of that comes from the fact that I got my ass kicked for 3 years in collegiate debate, like because I was always trying to debate the best people possible. So, what's the worst that could happen? It's like you lose, and it's like, uh, who crashed out? No way. Richard Spencer already did? Get out of town. Is that true? He couldn't control himself? No. That's terrible. That's horseshit. That's really shitty, man. It's one thing to go in and like quibble about what the topic was and shit. It's another thing to intentionally violate TOS. That's shit. Whatever. I don't think that you'll see any of that on tonight. I don't anticipate a TOS violation or anything. A reminder: the debate's supposed to start at 8:45, so I got 23 minutes before we get there. That's fucking terrible. That's fucking horrible. What a crock. Let's Blasterbot, thank you so much. $100 says Australia has some cool dinosaurs like Australotitan, Australovenator, Muttaburrasaurus, and Minmi an Ankylosaurus. It used to be connected to Antarctica, so likely had a lot of similar dinosaurs. Blasterbot, thank you as always, man. And a reminder, uh, the first ever Blasterbot Dino Battle Invitational will be not this Saturday, but next Saturday, I believe the 13th. Did Pisco already TOS me once? I don't remember that. He put me on notice once. So let me explain what I expect to happen in this debate tonight. First off, some ground rules. I will potentially look something up with a search engine or AI. I, however, do have a bunch of notes, so I probably will not be looking up much. And just because I know how people are bullshit, I'll be looking at, if you see me looking at my notes, it's probably on this cam over here. The shaky cam. Here we go. So here's, just so you can see, so people don't, it's not the biggest amount of research ever. Plus I have some sources pulled up. So you can see, and it keeps going. And then you can see I have some tabs up here, ready to go. But I know that if anyone from Destiny's audience watches, that'll be the, oh my gosh, it's using search engine, it's using AI. To be honest, there's not a lot of research necessary for this. So, in the types of arguments I'll be making, so that's to start with. Secondly, I will probably not be reading my chat, and I apologize for that. I promise to read all of your super chats after the debate. I will get to all of them, no matter how late the debate goes. But I know some streamers. Look, I don't even give a shit. That's the funny thing with all this fallout from Destiny. I don't give a fuck if Pisco's using AI, as long as it's bringing up a source that we could look at or whatever. Or if we accept, like, well, it's just what the AI is saying. You could use it for different things. Same with Wikipedia. Like, Wikipedia sucks as a source, but it depends on what you're looking at. If you're going to Wikipedia to get a list of who won the Super Bowl, it's probably correct. If you're going to it for, like, political opinions, probably biased. It's all kinds of shit like that. I don't even mind when I debate Destiny that I know he's looking at what the audience is telling him to say or people helping him shit. I don't care. You're right or you're wrong. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. That's my mentality in all of this. As long as I get a fair shake from the moderator and, an ability to advocate my positions and whatever, I'm perfectly fine with that. My theory is, my debate's happening at 8:45. My theory is I'm happy to debate someone. I'll debate a group of people at the same time as long as I get a fair chance to respond. I'll debate with the moderator of their choice. There's certain people I don't want to deal with. I don't want to deal with Wick anymore as a moderator, but I don't give a shit. Like, if Pisco wanted his buddy Josiah to moderate, it's fine by me. We have someone named Avi Bitterman that's moderating tonight. I know next to nothing about Avi, and the brief amount of exchanges I've had with him seems perfectly reasonable. So I expect no troubles whatsoever with the moderator. I assume it'll be fine. Fine by me. But I don't really give a shit about all that gamesmanship, like, are you using Google or using AI? Is someone helping you in the background? I don't much give a shit. I don't care. It's fine by me. There we go. Gemini Steelers win. We'll take it. Thanks, Frank Castle. 8:45 Eastern time. Yeah. And maybe Avi is, but I don't know if Avi's right wing, left wing. I don't know. Probably left wing. But I don't give a shit. That doesn't preclude you from being a reasonable moderator. So I don't anticipate any problems with it. A couple weird things, though, now that we got, like, sort of some of that stuff out of the way. We're all going to be using my StreamYard. I don't anticipate that'll do anything crazy, but Avi doesn't have a channel. He said he's just moderating, I guess. Because I was like, normally the moderator sends you a link. Like if you go to Modern Day Debate or Jake Rattlesnake, they'll say, sure, here's the link, everyone. But they were just like, he's like, no, I'm just moderating. I'm not. So I don't anticipate that would be a problem. I guess the only potential problem would be he might not be able to mute since it's running through my StreamYard. All I can say is I swear my absolute best to adhere to what the moderator says. And if I have complaints about the moderator, I'll save it until after the debate. So I'm not going to, if the moderator tells me to shut up, I'm going to shut up because he doesn't have a mute button that would normally be able to be utilized. So, since there was apparently a fight with intro times and all that good shit over on Andrew's debate, we have not discussed anything about openings, closings. There are 2 topics tonight. The first topic is, let me get the exact wording. Ryan Mullally did a bad job in the debate he had with Pisco. That's topic 1. Topic 2 is Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. Now, alls I requested, and Pisco agreed, and I don't think the moderator will have a problem, is that we do the topics in that order because it just doesn't make sense to do the same debate Ryan and Pisco did and then go back and talk about how well Ryan did against Pisco. Doesn't make sense. So we're going to do them in that order. And I want to have at least an hour on the second topic because I don't really give a shit about the first topic. If Ryan did well, happy to debate it, but to me it means less. And Pisco was like, yeah, sure. We have tentatively agreed to at least 2 hours, but both of us are open to going longer if the debate warrants it. I asked the moderator if he has a hard time frame. He said, nope. So this could be a debate that we're here until 1 or 2 in the morning, or it could end around 11. I guess we'll just see what's going on. Pisco gave me his syllogism that he'll be using for both debates. He's syllogism man now. So I didn't really outline in my entire strategy for the court packing debate, but he's no doubt could have seen what I basically just disagree with all the premises, and my overall strategy is to say that he's trying to micro focus in on minute issues one at a time. Like basically my strategy is going to be like this. Say a guy said to you like, hey, let's say I had a blade here. And someone's like, hey man, I just want to, one microscopic like millimeter, just push this blade towards you. You're like, man, it doesn't hurt that bad. See, no problem. And now another one. No problem. And another. No problem. And another. No problem. And eventually it's like, ow, you're stabbing me. When? You agreed with step 1. You agreed with step 2. You agreed with step 3. You agreed with step 4. You agreed with step 5. Yeah, but you're trying to stab me. That's sort of, I have a better analogy than that, but that's sort of, I'm going to have a similar strategy to Ryan in the overarching theme of this, which is remember the entire way through the debate, Pisco isn't someone that's arguing from a sense of justice or neutrality. Pisco is someone who's arguing because he wants his party to have more control, and they're incapable of winning elections in the way to go through the system we have now in order to get that control. So they want to change the rules in almost everything. He wants to court pack. He wants to give the legislator authority over courts as well. He wants to end the filibuster. He wants to add states. He overlooks left-wing insurrections that we see occurring on a daily basis. So those are, to me, constantly focusing on, he's going to say, no, just look this. Just look at this little thing. And so it is about the actual plan that he and Democrats are advocating for, which will cause irreparable harm to this country and basically make the Supreme Court just another branch of the legislative branch, which will all but ruin a separation of powers and lead to a constitutional crisis the likes of which this country hasn't seen since the Civil War. That's what his plan is. And I plan to remind you of that. And at the same time, given his criticism with Ryan Mullally, I also plan to go through his syllogism and argue exactly why it's incorrect. Oh, that Biggs recommended that. That's funny. Yeah. So that's my strategy. And so I think Pisco is fine with that. But I will say, just so you know, Pisco did outline what his syllogism would be. I think it's funny. You can tell he's talking to the Phil Bros, doing a lot of syllogism shit. But that'll be Pisco's strategy. Pisco's strategy is to hope you get lost in the weeds. And what he'll do is, and this is going to be my overarching point, what he does is when it's like, well, here's this thing that all of us look at and go, wow, we know that's bad. Hey, I'm stealing candy from a baby. Wow, that's bad. Wait. Let's hear my premises. Premise one, if you really need sugar, it's okay to get it where you need. Premise two, sugar's bad for babies. Premise three, it's okay in limited times if you're having an emergency to take a food item away from a baby that's bad for him. Premise four, in this case, it's entirely possible that this man may need sugar. You see what I mean? And you're like, all of this is little shit to get you to, but yeah, the overarching picture is you're stealing candy from a baby. Hey, Crucible people. I heard the debate didn't happen. It's a shame. Kool-Aid soaked pineapples are bad for you. That is a good premise one. So that's the gist of what to expect from Pisco here. And I plan on being able to illustrate. I am not a Phil bro. I'm the exact opposite of a Phil bro. I'm a fucking dumb redneck. I'm not very philosophical at all. I could argue it, but anyways, my debate's supposed to start at 8:45. You know? I heard Richard Spencer was breaking TOS. Now I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Pisco said he'll be on at 8:40. We should be starting the debate around 8:45. So, anything else I should say? No, I don't dislike Pisco as a person. That's the last thing I'll say before I go. But make no mistake about, he is the polite face being put on the extremism, the Democrats that want to usurp control of this country and radically change our structures to ensure that they have perpetual power. So I can be affable and polite and joke around and all that stuff, and I don't plan on spurging out or anything like that. However, make no mistake, constantly remind yourself every single time he talks about any of these premises of what's going on there. Hey, so I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back, and we're going to get started. All right. Now, as far as super chats and everything, I promise I will read all the super chats at the end of the debate. I don't know how long it'll go. So if you're pissed off, if you're the type of person that sends money and you want it read immediately, one of the things I try to do is give my attention to the people I'm debating. So I won't get to that super chat until the end, but I promise I will read it. It might be 2 a.m, but I will read your super chat, I promise. Anything else? Well, I'm very much looking forward to it. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun. Just getting my notes separated here. Oh, no. What did I do? Okay. Alrighty. All right. Now, we will put a poll up at the end, and by all means, I do ask this. One of the things I pride myself in my audience is biased. Every audience is. They're biased towards me. But I think my audience, more than others, will tell me when they think I'm wrong. So feel free, if you think I lost the debate when we put the poll up at the end, to say that. The last thing I'll say as we wait here is when I end my stream every night talking about remember how high the stakes are, Go Rams thinks I suck, fan of. Don't forget that the whole way through this debate. I'm not going to convince Pisco. I have two goals in this debate. I'll tell you right now. One, to set this as the framework for the election, both this midterm and going forward, of how extreme the Democrats are. And so normies and people that are on the fence see exactly what they're planning. That's number one. And number two, to the effect that there are people that won't care because they hate me and hate Republicans, etc., because they're diehard Democrats, at least trying to convince those diehard Democrats that this strategy of packing the court is grotesque. That's the two goals I have. And then I'm going to do it with style and kick ass the whole time anyways. Such is the plan. So we're supposed to start at 8:45. Pisco said he would be joining the stream here at 8:40. Oh, I hate getting old. Every fucking joint in my body cracks when I move now. I go like this, my neck's like, I stand up, my fucking knees and my back. Sucks. Any predictions, by the way? I think we'll get a bunch of, well, words don't have objective definitions and blah, blah, blah as we go through the syllogism. It's not age? What am I, dying? Oh, shit. Oh, Korik, thank you so much, man. What an absolute Chad. $100 or whatever those are. Korik, it's great to hear from you, man. Thank you so much. So support for the channel. Go get them, Rob. Of course. I'm going to do you all proud. I have the utmost confidence I'm going to do very well. I always do. I'm humbly arrogant. Lone Wolf and Cub, $2 says, that's funny when Pisco says he's a conservative. Words don't have meanings. What's it matter? Naughty Germ, $5 says, get the lawyer in quotes. Oh, shit. And then Searsight, $5 says, good evening, Rob. Good evening to you. I know some of you were disappointed because you wanted to see Andrew debate tonight. That sucks when the debate fell through. I planned on watching that in the future, but we're going to give you a good debate. We're going to do you proud. Pat Fricker, $10 says, words don't have objective definitions, but that doesn't mean your usage is not objective. They're trying to pretend the two are the same. It's postmodern garbage. That's right. Naughty term is on notice. Checking my notes here. Oh, yeah. One other thing. Fucking heartburn. But like I said, we don't have, in case anyone's curious, we did not discuss openings or closings or any of that shit. I hope we have an opening. I prefer that, and I prefer closing. Do I think Pisco's going to reference Destiny crashing and burning on your stream? Nope. No, I don't think so. As far as I know, he doesn't have any connections with Destiny at this point. But Gooberang, thanks for the 5, man. Says good him, Rob. Get him, Rob. You're damn right. And who said I'm not a redneck because I'm in Pennsylvania? Please. The number one Christmas gift around here growing up was either a new rifle, a 4-wheeler, or a snowmobile. I didn't eat dinner. That's why I have heartburn, because my energy drink without any dinner. Are PA gun laws draconian because of Philly? Yes and no. There's some bad things in PA about gun laws, but mostly where I'm at, no one doesn't come up. Kevin De La Riva, how you doing? It's been a while. Thanks for the 10. Says handle this shit, Rob. Of course! I'll do y'all proud. Now listen, understand this. This is their champion that they're throwing out for court packing. Their attorney. He's going to come out and he's going to be the face of acceptance and banality on this extreme position. And you'll hear him make like absurd claims. Like he's going to try to tell you in good faith, if Democrats add 4 seats, Republicans never would retaliate. They won't. And he's going to hinge on arguments like that. Because he knows if he loses that argument, he loses the debate, given his own syllogism. So he's going to want you to believe that. Oh no, he's going to want you to believe what happened to Bork in 87, that wasn't a norm violation. Because if it was, he loses the debate. He knows that. Oh no, it wasn't. He's going to want to define court packing in a way that almost no one else does. It doesn't mean adding or even removing seats. Oh, no. That's what he's going to rely on. His individual interpretation of shit that's laughable. And I hope to set the framework to show, one, this shows it's not about neutrality or justice. It's we want this partisan thing to get power that we are unable to get electorally. And because we couldn't get it, then we're going to radically change the rules of the game. Now, let's post hoc come up for a justification why we sound like good guys. Oh, it's about neutrality and justice. That's what it's about. It's sure, it benefits us partisanly, but that's not what it's about. So remember that. Again, every time he says this, I just want you to think, I'm not saying anything disingenuous. When he starts saying, no, let's not get to the 4 people yet. Let's not get to we're packing by 4 yet. Let's not do that. Let's hyper-focus on this one little thing right now. And he's going to want to talk about that one little thing for 30 or 40 or 50 minutes. And he wants you to forget what his overall strategy is. That's why he doesn't want to debate his overall strategy. He's like, let's just say hypothetically add 1 seat. That's all I'm talking about, even though that's not what I'm suggesting. All right. Last time, with super chats and stuff, I will be done reading any chats or anything like that until after the debate, but promise I'll read all the super chats afterwards.
How do I...
Oh, what's up, man? Everyone can hear you, so don't say anything too crazy. Yet.
Okay. Well, 1 second. Just give me a second to set up the stream so people can see it on my end.
Just give me...
right?
Yeah, oh, do you want me to put you in the back while you get it ready?
No. It's
Okay.
good for now.
Okay.
Do you know how to hide the chat on the side? Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, there should be a little arrow, like it says hide panel, that's like right on the border there.
Oh,
You see
hide
it?
panel right on the border. I don't see it.
Here, let me
just
show you. Maybe I'll figure this out.
This motherfucking StreamYard.
Oh, are you kidding me? I think StreamYard's way better. Here. All right. Look at this.
Oh, all right.
You see this little arrow right here?
Uh-huh. That arrow isn't there for me.
Oh, shit.
Hmm.
Um,
Let me try something else. I'm going to try something else. Let's see.
we could use Discord if it's too much of a...
No. I'll get it done. because I'm just that kind of guy. Do one of these. Okay, I think I'm gonna get it to work. I think this is gonna work.
Okay.
Let's just test it real quick. Avi's not here yet, is he?
He just came in, but it looks like he's trying to get his camera set up or something.
Okay. Let's see. How about this? Okay, folks, you can see Rob, yes? Folks in the chat? All right, awesome. Okay, we're good. Sorry for that.
Avi, can I bring you up, man? Okay. All right, good deal.
Yo, what up?
What's going on? Are you guys ready?
Yeah,
We got the whole squad.
Before we start, Avi, I've never met you. Thanks so much for doing this, man. Really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, my pleasure.
Yeah, so I think it'll be fun. We didn't discuss opening statements and shit. I bring this up because there was just a big crash out in the debate. You want to do just general 5 minutes for opening statements in each topic, and then 5 minutes closing on each, and then just the rest of the time, whatever? Is that fine with you, Pisco?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just. Yeah, that's fine with me.
I don't much give a shit. We could do no opening statements if that's I don't care.
I always like just getting into it. I don't know about you, Avi, what your preference is.
Let you guys at each other.
Yeah.
Are you using the right mic, Pisco?
Yeah, Oh, am I not?
You're traveling, so it
you
might
can't hear me?
No, I hear you. It just sounded a little blown out, just a little.
Yeah, I think that's just how it's going to be.
Okay, that's fine.
Unfortunately.
I don't mind. That's fine. All right.
Apologies.
So, just so the audience knows, we have 2 topics. I think I'll read the specific. It matters, given that we're doing a little meta conversation here, the exact wording of the topics. So the exact wording is, topic 1, Ryan Mullally did a bad job in the debate. We are talking about the specific debate that he had with youth court packing. That's going to be the first topic. The second topic is, quote, Democrats are justified in expanding the court. That'll be the second topic. We have agreed to at least do 1 hour on, we planned on at least 2 hours and at least have 1 hour for the second topic because I think we both think it's more interesting.
We care about that more, yeah.
But it makes sense to do it in this order, to start with the Ryan one. I think so, all right, man. I'm good when you are, whenever you want to go. You can start in the first topic.
Yeah, so I'm happy to go, and really, I'm just gonna read off of the argument that I provided you in DMs, because I really do think that the first topic is easy, and that it's pretty uncontroversial that Ryan did a bad job in the debate. And this is the argument that I gave to you. The first premise is, if Ryan failed to justify his position in the debate, and he failed to undermine his opponent's justification, i.e. me, then he did a bad job in the debate. I think that that's pretty uncontroversial. He might have had some other goals in mind when he came to the discussion, and he might have succeeded at those. But that's fine and good, and you can say that. But in terms of the debate, right? I think that if you don't justify your position or do something to undermine your opponent's justification in the debate, their position, what would it even mean to do bad in the debate? What kind of metric would exist to do bad in the debate if it didn't include, at a bare minimum, failing to justify your own position and failing to undermine your opponent's? So, I'm interested to see how one would contest that first premise. And then the second one, I think we'll get into the actual evidence there. Ryan didn't, by his own terms, just denied the proposition of the debate being relevant to him. He said he didn't care about it. He said, the hell with our agreement. He never proposed an affirmative argument for his position, right? His position is that it's not justified. It wasn't an agnostic position. And throughout, even while he was picking and prodding at times at some definitions or whatever, he didn't explain how, my definitions or how my arguments premises were made less likely or falsified or anything like that. And so just in general, I think that he did not address the proposition of the debate. He didn't offer any justification for his side. And when he was picking and prodding, he wasn't connecting. Even if you agree with maybe where he was going to go with that picking and prodding, he never went the full distance to say, and that's why your premises, the credence in them is lower. So that's basically my argument. If he failed to justify his position in the debate, and he failed to undermine my justification, then he did a bad job. He did fail to do those things, and therefore he did a bad job.
Okay. To start with, I reject the syllogism. I think that there are ways to do a good or bad job outside the scope of just what the syllogism entails. The first question that anyone should ask themselves when they engage in a debate is, what is their reasoning for engaging in the debate? Because people could have different reasons. Maybe your reason is because you want to look good to your viewers. Maybe your reason is because you want to win that exact prompt. Maybe your reason is because you hope to have some outside win that actually moves the country, culture, etc. in a direction that you like. All of these things are possible. Even within the meta-analysis of those things, there could be different win conditions that you would set for yourself. I remember watching a debate where people were debating Mormon theology, and the Mormon objectively lost on a lot of the historical points that they were talking about that justified the theology. However, the Mormon ended up getting a lot of fans because he was very affable, and he came to a presentation saying that even if logic doesn't matter, given that a strict adherence to logic wouldn't be as important as his faith, which came across as likable. So in a sense, his opponent did very good in the debate by pointing out theological inconsistencies. However, he ended up doing well by having people engage with him and actually attend his church. Both of those could have done good in that term. The condition that Ryan seemed to have laid out, which is one that I agree, is the individual prompts in these debates, although I agree they should be engaged with to a level, which I think Ryan accomplishes, I think they're less important than the reasons why we're debating. I'm sure if you ask Pisco, he would say that he does believe everything that he says when he's on his channel or when he's in these debates. And a lot of the reason that Pisco engages with this at the bottom line is he has a vision for the country and would like to see the country move in that direction. If he accomplished those goals but lost an individual debate, it would still be worth it to him. Ryan's point was the meta discussions that you engage with, Pisco, are designed to obfuscate the fact that you're an extremist that wants to take out core norms of this, or what he would call load-bearing norms, that would put this country into irreparable damage and on the grounds to a probable civil war, that would take away the separation of powers and lead to a consequences when you take the whole vision of what you're saying, so that it would be something that would be near unrecoverable without some sort of extreme action. He offered you an olive branch and said, just reject anything more than 2 justices. That would seem reciprocal or fair, but will you reject 4? And you said no. His argument fell within the lines of the topic, which was court packing. Yes, adding 4 still is court packing. So he falls within the bare minimum of discussing the topic, even if I think he makes a huge blunder in his hubris by just being like, I don't give a shit about the topic. He doesn't articulate it well, but people that were listening could understand what he was saying. He gives a shit less about it than the actual plan of court packing that you and the Democrats have. And so the fact that you were unwilling to engage in what your actual position or the Democrats' actual position is, and instead, in his mind, were designed to obfuscate, his goal was to show that extremism. I think he accomplished that goal very well. I think that it showed that the Democrats aren't messing around, that it's not just about court packing, it's about court packing and giving legislative permission over the courts from sort of the legislative branch, and ending the filibuster, and adding states, and keeping your opponents off the ballot, etc. And he was able to point that out. That's my goal here tonight as well, so that everyone could see that although you are a likable person and that you'll probably be someone who's not like freaking out or yelling, you are the polite face that's being put on of this extreme position, because you are people that are actual authoritarians that want to use any means necessary to defeat your opponents. That's why people that listen to you are out rioting, constantly engaged in what you called insurrections, and you almost never talk about it because you're actually okay with that extremism, because you in your heart of hearts think that Trump and his supporters are so evil that you're justified to go with all these things. Everything that you used to criticize, norms, etc., you're willing to go above and beyond and violate because you feel that you are morally superior. Ryan did an excellent job of that. Quickly, the other things was he did argue the topic. Everything he talked about was court packing. It just wasn't your specific, what you don't really believe, but what you were arguing at that point, court packing. And he wins the latter half of the debate and falls within your premise, because even though there was only a half hour to discuss it once you got there, you did a great job of poking holes in your premise, such as the fact that there were norm violations that occurred beforehand, and self-defense would mean that the Republicans should be able to pack the courts preemptively as self-defense, arguments I will be making in the second half of the debate myself here. And lastly, the audience study did well. Of course, your audience, you still had, I believe, 16 to 18% of the people in your own audience that thought that Ryan won the debate. Ryan's audience, overwhelmingly, I think over 90% thought he won. In modern day debate, which might not be the most unbiased thing, but they thought that he won. So I'm not saying that that's the objective end all be all, because of course, A lot of this is a popularity contest, but Ryan is a smaller streamer than you, has far less people normally, and those audiences thought he did very well. I know that your bubble thinks he did poorly. You're biased and you think he did poorly. I'm biased. He's my friend, and I happen to share his political opinions on this topic. But at the end of the day, I think he objectively did well for the goal that he set out, and I don't think you did particularly well in making your case.
Okay, well, I'm definitely going to treat that as opening statements because that was not a back and forth.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I thought
Okay.
that's
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So opening statements are done. Time for the back and forth. I guess what I think would be helpful is since I hear rejecting a syllogism, I'm not without pointing out that it would be either invalid or not sound. I'm not sure what that would mean. So presumably, I think it would mean that either it's not valid or there's a premise that's false. So I think it would be good if both of you could get into a back and forth about how any of the points that were made here, if they do reject any of the premises, or if they point out that the form is invalid, or if they don't.
Yeah, I think a lot of what Ryan said is getting at P1, which is about what, like, at least the minimum condition of doing bad in the debate, fulfilling two criteria. And the reason I think that is because Ryan is kind of saying, well, if he had other goals related to the, unrelated to what I'm saying, right, unrelated and uncaptured by P1, then he very much could have done well with respect to those goals, and therefore not having done bad. And so maybe we should explore P1.
Yeah, I'm fine. The syllogism format isn't one that I'm usually used to debating in a formal sense, but I don't mind that. I'm capable of thumbing my way through. So yes, exactly what my first argument there is that I reject premise one. And the reason I reject it is because it says, if he failed to justify his position or undermine yours, then he did a bad job in the debate. I don't think that the after the comma, that guarantees he did a bad job in the debate. I don't. I think there are ways that he could do good in the debate or not bad in the debate outside of what's outlined at the beginning of premise one.
Well, I just want to say that is not an exclusive for doing bad, but it is a minimum. So I think that you are rejecting it. It is your view that there are ways in which he could not do bad while still failing to justify his
correct
position
you
and
disagree?
failing to undermine my position. Yeah, I do. So I want to now poke
sure
some holes in it, if that's okay. So suppose that I go to a debate and I'm an OnlyFans model, and my goal is to get as many people as possible to join my OnlyFans page and to give me money. I show up to the debate, I literally say nothing, and I just shake my titties in front of the webcam and say, join my OnlyFans, and the result is more people join my OnlyFans. Did I win? Did I fail? Did I do bad in the debate?
I don't know. Define bad. Who gets to determine what's good or bad?
Sorry. Are you answering the question, or
yes, I am.
You really don't know?
I'm answering the question. No, you slip up immediately there because the first thing you say is changing the syllogism. By the way, just so everyone's clear, this is the prompt you picked, correct?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't say, did Ryan lose the debate? You said, did he do bad?
Bad?
Let me finish. You slipped up there and you caught yourself. You said, did she win the debate, or did she win? I mean, did she do bad? You could say that you lose the debate, but you could still do good, depending on what your goal is. Yes, it's entirely possible, and I have an analogy I'd like to go to later, but yes, that's my answer. She still could have done not bad because she accomplished a goal that was more important to her, so that's good.
Okay, let's say that my goal is to scream as loudly as possible into the mic and just make it as inaudible as possible. I show up to the debate and I literally just scream into the microphone because that's my goal. My goal is to come across as unhinged as possible, and that's all I do. And the other side is like giving a formal syllogism, giving good arguments. Did that person who just screamed, did they do bad in the debate?
I think what you're getting at is there's another part that needs to be added if I was making a syllogism counter to yours, which is whatever that goal is that was set forth has to be something that's objectively worth merit. So in that case, I would say no, because the goal that you were trying to accomplish was something that's not worth merit. However, if your goal was, I hope to raise money for this family who just had their child die in a car wreck, and you lose the debate on who's going to win the Super Bowl, but you were so likable and imparted that message so much that you raised $1 million, do you think you did good?
No, I don't think you did good.
I disagree.
Debate. In the debate, you didn't do good, right? Like you did good with
No,
that
sure
goal, right? You've done something virtuous with a goal, but that's consistent with you doing bad in the debate. You can show up to the debate, and all you do is be like, guys, I really want you to donate money to the starving children, and you do really good at that. But like but the debate proposition is like, who's the best basketball player? In what sense? How is it like you really think that person wouldn't have done bad in the debate? I mean, they did good in the sense of generally they helped the starving population, but they didn't do good in the debate.
No, I disagree. I think if their goal was one that was worth merit, and it wasn't it's something that they just like completely actually like that went off topic, that I think that it's still something that's you could say that they did good in the debate, right? Let me give you a counterexample, right? Did you happen to watch the Foreign Affairs Committee today?
No, I didn't. I wasn't there. I was in meetings.
By the way, what do you do in the state capitol? Encouraging fucking a tyrannical overthrow of our country. Is that what you're doing there?
Schmoozing, talking to politicians, all that good stuff.
Anyways, so okay, you didn't see, but they bring Rubio in, Secretary of State, and what do you think the premise was? Right, the premise in that meeting was to talk about foreign affairs, right? Like maybe the Iran war, etc. What do you think the Democrats did? You think they talked about the Iran war?
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know
now
what they did.
let's say hypothetically that one of the Democrats, instead of talking about foreign affairs, says, Rubio, we've uncovered that you were in a financial arrangement with Donald Trump, and right before your policies on NVIDIA stock, you and Donald Trump collectively purchased 1,000 shares. Then you each made $5 million, right? And let's say hypothetically that not only that's true, but it leads to an investigation of corruption that ends up convicting Trump and Rubio. Did they do good?
Okay. Yeah, they did good with respect to one goal, but not with the goal of the foreign, whatever the goal is of the meeting. Yeah, they didn't accomplish that. They just did something else, right? Like, and no, I think that's fair, right? Like,
it's not.
You can be good.
I disagree completely. I think that it is entirely reasonable to say that you could outline goals that help advance you in a greater thing that means that you did good. In the debate is what you're hinging on, right? You're saying, well, that could be good, but it's not good in the debate. However, I think that the phrase in the debate's of very little relevance to this in this concept. The actions that are taking in the debate, if they end up being good, could mean that you did good in the debate. It might be different if you worded it and said, did you win or lose the debate prompt? But that's not the prompt that you outlined here. You just said, did he do bad in the debate? I say no. He didn't, because his goal was to actually advance the needle politically by showing how extreme you and the other Democrats are and how slimy and obfuscating you are, which you exhibited was the case because you were unwilling to debate the actual positions that Democrats have outlined or your own actual position of what you believe. You're unwilling to do it, and so he was successful in accomplishing that goal. Furthermore, any criticism that you have... okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but all I'm trying to say is, like, he might have... I don't agree that he accomplished that goal, but, like, even assuming that he did, that's compatible with, like, with doing bad in the debate, right? You could achieve that goal and then just, like, fail to... No. Okay, so then, like, so I really want to give... I want to test that, right? Like, let's say that my goal was to make people laugh, right? That's generally a laudable goal, is to make people laugh, right? And I just show up to the debate, and there's a proposition that was agreed to, and the other side does their opening statement, they provide some support for their premises or whatever their argument is, and then you show up with the goal to make people laugh, and you just shit your pants on screen. Did you do bad in the debate? And then you don't say anything else, but you just shit your pants.
I don't think that that's a goal that we would necessarily say would be laudable in the sense that would be connected to at least tangentially what the topic would be. But this is certainly true. But listen, if you take it to a less extreme example, this happens all the time. You're on these panel debates, and oftentimes there'll be someone that the audience thinks did an amazing job, right? And maybe they only said 2 or 3 words, and maybe those words weren't even that germane to the topic, but it was someone just yelling like, "Fuck you, you pieces of shit, you're wrong, blah blah blah, you're such a bunch of hypocrites. You said exactly this 3 weeks ago on your show." Now, you, as objectively trying to analyze the debate, will say, like, even if that's a true statement, it has little to do with the prompt. That's one statement that you said. And yet people will say, I think that that was objectively good, that they did good in that debate in the role that they were there and what they were trying to accomplish. They discredited the person's credibility that was making these arguments. Furthermore, and Ryan's arguments are still within the bounds of the topic and are still making arguments against it. And the entire time, that first half of the debate's what you're talking about. The entire first half of the debate, you might say, Ryan, by exposing you, that you were unwilling to debate what truly is your beliefs, you might say, well, that wasn't the exact prompt, so he didn't do good. At the same time, you're not advancing your prompt in that first half hour. And when we get to the second half hour, I think to argue with also with syllogism one, I think he did advance his position within the scope of the exact plan that
no,
you.
No, but one is a conditional, right? So the one is the conditional, which is if he failed to do these two things, that is to justify his own belief or his position and to undermine my own.
I disagree. I think you.
But let's.
I think again.
I want to try. If you're contesting both premises, we should go linearly on them. We should.
Okay.
So
I'm going to disagree with that in the next prompt, by the way, but that's fine.
Okay. All right, that's fine. But for the first premise, I'm going to try one more time. So let's say that he showed up and did like slam poetry about Pisco. He's a bad person. He has these positions and he is hiding his true power level. And then he just starts like singing a song. And then that it's actually achieved. Like he really wants to convince people that I'm like a bad person. And he just does this artistic performance. And then he puts over his mouth a tape that says silence and then refuses to engage for the rest of the time period. You would say he didn't do bad in the debate.
I would say that there are people that could think that, and the interpretation of bad.
No, I'm asking you. Let me
finish. The interpretation is going to be subjective to individuals. I would say that that's probably not good, but because this not analogous to what we see. I think there has to be a component to the goal, has to be something that's objectively of merit, and it has to at least be connected to the theme of the debate, which certainly Ryan was. For example, let's go directly to your syllogism. You say if Ryan failed to justify, quote, his position. What was his position?
Yeah. It was the negative. It was the negative that,
and what was that?
Democratic court expansion is not justified.
Did he argue over and over that it's not justified, that the Democrat specific plan of a court expansion is not justified?
That's P2.
No. He did justify his position. That's P1.
That's P2. That's P2.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, nonetheless, like the idea of his position as being the negative, I think that even if you think that he failed, or he is also undermining your position in the second, which is going to be to P2. But my grievance with P1 is
why don't you just fight on P2 then?
I did. I've said what my point is, that you could do good and bad outside the scope of just justifying your position.
No, but I'm telling you what I mean by P1, and it's that it's indexed specifically to his performance with respect to the debate, right? And I'm granting that he could have done good in the world. He could have done good in like other pursuits, like the song parody, slam poetry thing. That could have been like a really good performance that even does better than whatever he did, right? Like, but I don't think you need to bite the bullet on P1, or to reject P1.
I make my point. You repeat yourself. I don't know that there's anything more that I can say. My position is quite clear, and I don't think you've refuted it.
Let me ask for both of you then. Are we taking doing bad in the debate to be synonymous with debating badly? So for example, let's say as an analogy, we had a chess game, and let's say there was a laudable goal, and let's give a non-controversial example of laudable goal. Someone goes to play chess against an opponent, and they realize, oh my gosh, I only have a certain amount of time left to not only play this game, but also to donate to charity before the charitable event closes. And so they're on their phone while they're playing chess, and they're distracted. And so because they're distracted, they're playing at a much lower ELO rating. They're at a very low ELO rating. And, you know, whether they end up winning or losing, whatever, but the ELO rating that they're playing at is very low. They're making all sorts of blunders. They lost their queen. They gave their queen away for nothing, etc. Mm-hmm. Would we say that, would either of you, this is for both of you, would you say that in that situation, because doing badly in the chess game is synonymous with playing chess poorly, that they played chess poorly, even though they did some other good goal like donating to charity? Or would you say, no, he actually did good in the chess game?
Yeah, no, I would say that he did badly in the chess game, and he did good separately with respect to whatever the charitable goal. And if you want to connect it to some chess-related good goal, you could grant that too, and add to the hypothetical. But yeah, whatever you mean by playing chess well, he didn't do that.
No, I disagree with the analogy, and here's why. Chess is a game with definitive objective win conditions, right? So a debate is not that. You could win a debate in a litany of ways. Debate and who wins it's subjective. Even when I did collegiate debate, right? Oftentimes what you'd find if you advance to the sort of the final day of debate, which is the top half of the teams, instead of having one judge in the back of the room, you may have 3 or 5 judges. And these are professional judges, some of the best in the country, brilliant people, and they could all come to different conclusions on who they thought won the debate and why they won the debate. Oftentimes they would make those decisions. Again, this is at the highest levels of scholastic debate, and many times they would end up voting for positions that weren't even relevant to the topic. That happened many times. For example, I was participating in a debate where someone used a homophobic slur, and even though the judge ruled that they won the positions within the debate, they found the violation of decorum to be so unsatisfactory that they ended up rejecting the team. The ballot was signed, and it was a definitive loss for the team that used that slur. So even in that world where you were judging debates and there's various ways you could do it, there's still a win-loss condition in that. What we do, including what we're doing right now and what you did with Ryan, is even more abstract because there is no objective win-loss condition. And so I think the chess analogy isn't as good as my analogy of the hearing. If, in this hearing today, Democrats did good by exposing corruption of Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, yet at the same time they didn't talk about foreign affairs, people would colloquially say, and with good merit, Democrats did great today. They did amazing in the hearing. That's what they would say. And would you not agree? That's what would be said. The Democrats did great in the hearing.
Maybe I could broaden the analogy then, because we could mean doing well in debate by multiple different metrics, whereas in chess there's only one, or either resignation or checkmate. But
draw
the question, or well, no, that's I'm talking about win condition
or draw.
Oh, okay, right. Decisive.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So maybe to broaden it, I can ask, well, do we think that it extends to any laudable goal? So does any laudable goal fall into the category of this ambiguous nature in which one can win a debate? So does charity, does being distracted on a debate while donating to charity, would that be doing well in a debate?
No, I will accept this, that the goal has to be something that's that's sort of at least tangentially connected to sort of the purpose of the debate. Let me just ask you, Pisco, why did you take this debate? Why did you take the debate with Ryan? What was your goal?
So I had a goal to win hearts and minds, to show my audience the correct arguments, and to see me, to increase exposure, maybe to make some money on the side, maybe to get other opportunities to debate it. All those goals were definitely in my mind when I accepted the debate.
Would you say your first and foremost goal, and maybe not, I'm not trying to judge you based on that. By the way, anyone who denies that part of the reason you do this is exposure, it's full of shit. So I'm glad you admit it. Same with me, right? But when you say that sort of your goal is insofar as you want the country to move in the right direction, is you were hoping to convince people of your position and your opponent's position being poor.
Yeah, but I also wanted to win. I also wanted to do good in the debate. I didn't want to do bad in the debate.
So, Avi, you see the point. Even here, we're having a concession. We're talking about a goal that is quite literally the meta goal that's set by both debaters, that they're trying to convince people. In fact, tonight, I'm going to make this argument in the second debate. In effect, seeing as how Pisco and me, as far as I know, Pisco, he's in D.C. Maybe I'm wrong. But as far as I know, neither of us really have access to levers of power. We're not going to get to vote in the Senate. We're not going to get to confirm a Supreme Court justice. So what we're really trying to do is convince an audience that our position's correct and hopefully motivate them to vote accordingly or to take actions in their life accordingly. You would agree with that, right, Pisco?
That we don't have as much power. We're not very powerful.
That our motivation here to vote is to debate is to change the hearts and minds of people to hopefully make them do real world actions like vote. Of course, but that's the message, right? We also want exposure and I prove I'm the best debater over and over again. Yeah, great. We agree with that. Granted, right? So, but that's the point I'm trying to make. So, Avi, what I'm saying is I don't have the exact threshold for what this goal needs to be one that could be considered if done good or not. But this is a goal that's almost ubiquitous to everyone who's debating politics or culture or philosophy in a serious way. You're trying to change hearts and minds to your side and that your opponent's side is wrong. That's exactly what Ryan was doing, and he accomplished it magnificently. And argued within the scope of the framework of the debate as well. So I reject that it is, quote, in the way that Pisco defines this in premise one, failed to justify his position or undermine opponent's position would then entail that you did bad in the debate. I disagree, because I think there's this goal that's reasonably connected to everyone in good faith that's debating, that they want to get people on their side, which Ryan accomplished.
So you would say that it's not just to justify your position or not or undermine the justification of someone else's position, but it's also to convince others of your position. If you convince others of your position, but you fail to justify your position and you fail to undermine your opponent's position, you would say they're still debating well.
Correct. That's a great way to put it. Thank you so much, Mike. If you convince people of your position, even if you weren't defending it, that in itself would be a win or a condition that you did well in the debate or that you did good. Now, maybe there's a little quibble about exactly what you mean there, but this sort of what I'm talking about. I don't think it's a difficult concept to understand. If my goal in this debate coming up with you, Pisco, is to get people to think that you're the banal face of extremism for a policy that's going to irreparably damage our country, and that we should be motivated to vote, which is exactly why I took this debate, because I want people to see how extreme you are, and so get out and vote, because this is an extreme, disastrous policy, and that works, then I've done well in the debate. I don't think that's controversial.
Here's what I'll take to be a reductio or like to absurdity. So if I come on stage to debate, let's say birthright citizenship or something, I'm just like, look at this dude. You believe anything this dude says? This guy's ugly. Look at his sports coat, bro. He came to the debate looking like that. I hope you fucking never show up looking as raggedy as you are right now. And then everyone starts laughing. At the end of the other guy's like, no, but the arguments matter. And he starts laying out everything, and he does a wonderful job by like our lights in terms of that. But at the end of it, it was just so like persuasive, so charismatic, so funny in all my insults. I'm like, yeah, your fucking mama's ass, like whatever I'm saying, it just gets everyone on my side. At the end, I have 99% of the votes. You would say that even though all I did was insult and make jokes and talk about the person's style, that I didn't do bad in the debate.
No, I think that this goes back to the type of goal has to have some threshold of being connected to the goal of the debate.
Yeah, whatever goal
you're doing.
To convince them on birthright citizenship.
Well, yes,
they join my side. Yeah.
I suppose if that person has that debate and you have that debate and that motivates literally the country, that's the decisive thing that motivated the country to vote in the way you wanted to then pack the court. Wouldn't you say that was good?
Well, with respect to that goal, right? But it's not good at debate, right? It's bad debating, right? It's bad debate. Wait, do you agree that it's bad debating to just like insult the other side and not say anything relevant, even if it accomplishes the goal of getting people on your side on the issue?
I think
it's a bad debating. You're not doing good debating.
I think it's bad debating because the tactic will ultimately fail far more often than not. And
assume it doesn't. Assume it doesn't fail.
But again, what I would say is I think you would acknowledge that's good. What we're talking about is if the goal is connected to what the central thesis of the point is. The argument was, should the Democrats, are they justified in packing the court? And would you acknowledge this? If his goal was to show, look how extreme they are, this is what they really want to do, pack 4 people, and you're like, nah, I'd refuse to talk about that. And he says, see, this is it. What he's saying when I don't care about the prompt is, the prompt, would you agree with this? The prompt is just a vehicle to sort of the position that you would want to occur in the world. It's one step in the direction that you want to go.
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean. It's a vehicle.
Right. The debate that you're having because you want to accomplish this greater goal. And we understand, now granted, you've outlined a bunch of goals, but when it comes to the actual position, you want to accomplish this goal of having people adapt what your ultimate plan would be.
No, but that's just, wait, Rob, that's just me though. Like someone could come to the debate and like be taking the devil's argument, or they just like the sport of debating, or they just like, these people who just love debating for the sake of it, right? Like, yeah, I have that goal, but not everybody.
But to the extent that anyone truly believes and is trying to advance the political positions they say, the ultimate goal would be to motivate people to go out and vote accordingly or act accordingly in a political sense to do that. That's exactly what Ryan's doing. So all of these analogies where he just comes on and farts, and that leads to more people going to the ballot box, it's not analogous in the way I'm talking about. Because the problem is the specific way that you word the premise. Because you're going to say, in order for him to justify his position, that's all that would be entailed, or to
wait, why wouldn't farting?
Position.
Wait. Why wouldn't farting be analogous? There you have 1-to-1 for the goal, right? So let's say you have that same laudable political goal connected to what's going on, and the best way to achieve that is not by arguing, but by farting. Why wouldn't that be not bad debating?
Possible. It is possible in a hypothetical world where farting is considered persuasive. If we accept this hypothetical world, then why wouldn't that be good?
Well, just to be clear, it's not whether it would be good or not. It's whether that would be debating well.
Good. Yeah.
Oh, debating bad or debating good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Debating not bad. So if everyone in the world says the most persuasive thing you could do in a debate is fart, and that really helps prove your point, that's what you're suggesting, that we have this world.
Convince people. Helps convince.
It convinces people. But it's.
Well,
who said
it?
May beg the question.
Why would that be if that's the condition? Again, like I think I've made my point here, in several ways. Okay. I have some other, I definitely like to get the premise too, and I'd also like to get to an overarching point in both the premises. Is would you agree that doing good or bad in the debate is subjective?
Doing good or bad in the debate is subjective, by which you mean stance dependent?
Well, I mean it's each individual will make their own determination whether or not they feel someone did good or bad.
So but I take good or bad to be related to like stances and people's views, and so if that's, I think I'm understanding it correctly, and so the answer I think is yes.
I don't understand what you mean by their stances or people's views. I don't understand what that. If I say that movie was good.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying is you think, right? You liked that movie. It's your preference there.
That's right.
It's indexed to you, yeah.
So it's subjective in that each individual could come to a different interpretation based on their own criteria, whether or not they think someone did good or bad in the debate.
But I don't know. But I don't know why that's relevant to this.
Because the point that I'm trying to make, the point that I'm trying to make is your individual position as to whether or not you think that this was justified, or he justified his position or undermined yours, or whether or not that's the only way to do good or not in a debate. It's just your opinion.
Well, I just take, so on justification, I take what it means to be justified is with respect to either some standard or some person, right? And for debate norms, I think that I'm kind of relying on a intersubjective or a kind of norm that a lot of people accept, which is that to debate well, you have to defend your justification and you have to attack the other person's justification. And that's what a debate is, right? It's almost like we're not debating, we're just farting, right?
I disagree. I
think who has the bigger fart? We both show up to the debate and we're both farting at each other. No one is like defending their position, and we're just like trying to convince people that's not a debate, Rob. That's just farting.
Again, what you're doing is ignoring the acted premises that I added on that said that it would have to be tangentially connected to some threshold. Please, let me finish. Let me finish. I said here patiently and let you talk. You can give me the same courtesy. So, for example, what you see in collegiate debates, a resolution that you debate in policy debates the same all year. So it might say something like this: Resolved, the United States federal government should substantially reduce subsidies in one of the following 5 areas: rice, sorghum, corn. You get it, right? Now, the way the game works is you as the affirmative have to defend that resolution, but not the entirety of it. You could narrowly defend it as much as you want. So you might say, I define the word substantial to mean at least 1%, and so we will reduce only rice subsidies by 1%, right? Now, in the game of the debate, the focus is supposed to then be on that plan, right? And so I, as the negative, I'm not going to stand up and go, ending corn subsidies would be terrible. That's what the resolution suggests. You would say, I'm not suggesting ending corn subsidies. I suggested rice. That's the game of debate as that specific game's played. But there's another way that you could evaluate it if it wasn't a game, which is the resolution true or not? You're individual, or is what the resolution's pointing to true or not, or what the prompt is pointing to, true or not. Your individual, I take my prompt to be the prompt, which is expansive, it could be bunch, but you're intentionally narrowly tailoring to meet that prompt in the smallest way possible. Him talking about the actual thrust of what the prompt's getting to and why that would be a disaster for the country is still him being persuasive, particularly when he's showing that you're individually narrowly tailoring so that you can get away from arguing the heart of the prompt, which is the practical application that people are suggesting, including yourself, of actually packing the court. So again, it's not this, you keep going to this ad absurdum, like, well, we'll just take it to this ridiculous point where he's just farting or something. That's not what was occurring. He was making arguments specifically to impugn your narrow tailor to show that the prompt itself and what it was speaking to was something that should be rejected.
No, but that's... No, but that's under premise two, and we haven't, finished on premise one. And eventually, I do want to get to premise two, 100%. But like, I think you have to accept that by your lights, and if Ryan just showed up with the goal of showing me to be this monster, and the best way to achieve that were to just fart as loudly as possible, you wouldn't say he did bad in the debate, correct?
No, I said I've already outlined. We're retreading our wills. I'll say it again and state my positions. No,
Wait,
that wouldn't be some goal.
Yeah,
no, I would not say he did correct if he just farted, because that's not a goal that's laudable. That's connected.
No.
No.
He farts and then he says, and that's why Pisco is a hack, or all the things that you said there. And this is how I'm exposing him, is by. And he just does that. And let's just say that it goes through. That factually it's true, that people are convinced by that. You would say he didn't do bad in the debate, even though all he did was fart, and then just say, and that's why I'm right.
I would say that it's a threshold, and seeing as how you've agreed that it's subjective to each person if they think it's good as bad, I would say I have a threshold for when I think arguments are germane. View. Let me finish. When I think arguments are germane, no, I would not be persuaded by someone saying, I farted, that's why you did good or bad. Again, you take this to absurdum. I've given a direct analogous example, which you're either being disingenuous or you're grotesquely misinformed about. If they had a hearing today on foreign affairs, and that was the topic, the Iran war, and in that, Democrats exclusively spent their time outing a corrupt measure of Marco Rubio not connected to foreign affairs, you would say they did well in the hearing. Almost every Democrat would say they did good in the hearing. I know that, you know that, the moderator knows that, everyone watching knows that. It is directly analogous to what we would say,
right, and
you
if Ryan
did good in the debate.
If Ryan convinced people with farting, would you say he did good with respect to the goal?
I subjectively do not think, and I think almost no one would subjectively would think that farting would. You have conceded that each individual subjectively determined whether or not someone did good in the debate. I am outlining to you an analogous situation, not a fart, which shows if someone proves a point that the position that the other people have are something to be rejected, and it's not just the narrowly tailored prompt, but it speaks to the greater value of what's going on in the prompt and what we want to see happen politically, that your premise one is not totally entailing what it could mean to do bad in a debate. Yes or no? Yes. Can I just get an answer to this? Are you truly telling me that you don't think the majority of people, if today in the Foreign Affairs Committee outed Marco Rubio and Donald Trump as being corrupt with some financial deal, do you think in your heart of hearts that the majority of Democrats, media, politicians, Democrat
they'd
voters,
say it's good.
They'd say they did good in the hearing?
Yeah, I think they'd say they did good in the hearing.
Then I'm correct. Thank you.
No, but like
that's it. That's all I have to say on premise one.
One, they could be wrong, right? And two, there could be multiple different. Well, surely you think that they could be wrong, right?
They could, but at the end of the day, it's going to be up to each person's subjective interpretation.
Yeah, I'm asking your view,
good or
right?
bad.
And I don't know if you're.
This isn't.
Wait.
I mean, this isn't like, I'm not even trying to be like, slippery, like with weird definitions of words and saying anything can mean anything. I'm saying quite literally, debate is the type of thing, or your performance in a hearing is the type of thing. It's like watching a dance routine or listening to a song. All sorts of people could come to different reasons if they think it were good or bad all the time. It's inherently subjective. And if you're acknowledging that the vast majority of people would have said in that example, he did good in the hearing, then your premise is rejected by the vast majority of people, as it should be.
Well, no, because the first premise about debating, right? There could be a different standard for hearings.
No, explain the difference. If there's a topic of the hearing that you're supposed to talk about, it's okay to go outside the topic of the hearing, but not okay to go outside the position of the debate?
Yeah, I just understand a debate to be... Okay, so then why did you not see a difference? Or sorry, why did you see a difference between chess and debate, right? You were willing to bite the bullet that in chess,
chess has a win condition. It's a game. But like
Yeah,
we
so-
went through that. I mean, that's clear.
So
So there's a category of things that which the rules are subjectively agreed upon, but once they're agreed upon, there's an objective matter of fact as to whether they were met or not met. So chess, the rules are subjectively agreed upon. There's nothing telling me where why I can't move one piece in another direction. But once they're all agreed that these are what limit it, there's the fact of the matter of whether chess was followed or not. The rules of chess.
Sure.
Similar with debate, similar with the hearing. Whatever is going to be, we're going to have some sort of subjective agreement on what constitutes the norms of debate. We're going to have some subjective agreement on what, hopefully agreement or maybe disagreement, what constitutes the norms of the hearing. Maybe it's to actually follow the topic of the hearing, or maybe it's not. Maybe the real purpose of the hearing is to just try to own, Marco Rubio here.
Yeah.
But the point is, like, if there is an agreement on the norms of something, then there is an objective fact of the matter whether they were followed or not. And in terms of what those norms are, there might be areas that we want and don't want. So I think.
Well, I don't think there's an agreement.
Well, on some things I think there might be.
Well, of course, there's an agreement that we.
Like the farting example, right? The farting example. It sounded like there's something there that you didn't really want to say yes. That even in a hypothetical where, if farting really, you knew beforehand, farting really would convince a whole bunch of people that you're right. It seemed like there was something. It wasn't just merely convincing people. First, it's like, okay, well, maybe it's convincing people, but then it's like, okay, well, maybe it's convincing people in the right sort of way. Maybe there are certain wrong sorts of way to convince people that I wouldn't say is doing good in debate, because it seemed like you didn't want to say that farting, if you knew that would convince people, would be doing good in a debate. Am I?
Yes, and again, I think I tried to address this point, which is it is going to be, one, it's subjective to each person what they think, and second, each person's going to have a threshold, right? So, for example, maybe someone would say it would be if, and we've all agreed, I didn't see if you agreed, Avi, but I'll ask you, right? Would you agree in the situation I outlined in the Foreign Affairs Committee, if that occurred, that the majority of Democrats, elected officials, et cetera, would say they did good in the hearing?
Yeah.
We all agreed to that, right?
So I agree. The reason I think that that they would is because I think at this point our politics are so partisan that people don't even see the point of the hearing as what was initially stated as the point of the hearing. They see the point of the hearing as how can I get this person?
It's theater.
But it doesn't. But again, well, then it's subjective as to how they see the point of the hearing.
Now, if that's the agreed upon norms of the hearing, they really did do well in the hearing.
But there's not, because Marco Rubio is continually saying, what the hell are we talking about? We're here to talk about foreign affairs. So he didn't agree. The other party didn't agree. And
so
yet the audience has accepted it.
Then I would say, then maybe there may just be no fact of the matter. Sorry, there may be just no agreed rules, agreed norms as to what constitutes following or not following. The question is,
like you go to play chess and then
the question
there is agreed upon.
Like you go to play. Yeah. So I think the example, if you go to chess now, imagine that you showed up to play chess, and one side thinks that moving the knight diagonally, that's how you move the knight, right? And the other side shows up, right? But like,
but that's not debate. That's not a hearing. That's not the way it's done.
Okay, so then maybe the difference here, and maybe we're not going to make any progress, is just on what the norms of the debate either are or ought to be.
I'll just repeat this. Like, Avi, what you say there, what we're getting to is a problem of subjectivity and thresholds. Each of us will make our own determination. For example, let's say that what the Democrats did, let's say I'm a Democrat voter, and I say, yes, in this example, I'm happy with what they did to Rubio because the agenda of exposing corruption being done in political ways by this administration is laudable, and that's exactly the side of oversight we want. Even if this Foreign Affairs Committee doesn't have oversight over financial disclosures, etc., that's still laudable and achieves the goal that sort of relatively serves the purpose of the general theme of what they're doing. I don't think, though, if they went on and said, Marco Rubio, isn't it true that you cheated on your first girlfriend and you're a shitty person? I, Mr. Democrat voter, might say, look, I think that it's perfectly reasonable to say Marco Rubio is a shitty person, but this is outside the scope of what I would accept as being effective in this performance or doing a good job. What I'm arguing is what Ryan did is almost directly analogous to what I'm saying that the Democrats would have done in that hearing. And we all accept, had the Democrats done that in hearing, we would say they did well in the debate. That's what everyone would have said. So we could keep going. What you're effectively doing, Avi, is saying, but isn't there a point where that threshold becomes so outside the scope of the original intent of the debate that we just on face say, I don't know that farting cuts it for me? Yes, and it's hard to know exactly where that threshold. Similarly, if you said, should you be allowed to drive 55 mile an hour? And I say, yeah, and you say, how about 56? How about 57? Once you get to like 83, I might say no, and you would say to me, well, what's the difference between 82 and 83? I might have a difficult time of articulating that, but I understand driving 83 is not acceptable and driving 65 is.
Just real quick, what I'm doing, I'm not doing authorities here where it's of the same kind, just a different scale. What I was getting at is there seems to be a qualitative sort of thing that is different in debate. So I think there's a reason why that's not just like a threshold thing, why you think farting, if it were to convince people, would not be good at debating, but rather if you were to make a good advance a sound argument, and that were to you would convince people that way, you probably would say, okay, well, that is a good way of debating. And I think it might have something to do with some sort of qualitative difference there, rather than, you know, how many farts did you do, or how much minutes did you spend farting versus how many minutes did you spend making sound arguments.
Well,
yes
and no.
The difference is justification.
Yes and no. I agree. It's not. There does seem to be a qualitative aspect to it. That I agree. But I think there's a threshold of when we accept that qualitative aspect is acceptable or not. That's what I'm saying about the threshold. And so all of us would agree that just farting in the debate would be something that for us subjectively and for the vast majority of people would not cut the mustard, so to speak.
Even if it did convince people, it would not cut the mustard.
Correct.
Even if it was effective at convincing people.
Okay. Correct. That's what we would all say, right? Okay. Would you say that, Pisco? Even if it convinced people, you'd say, I don't think he did good?
Yeah, because my what it means for me to do be good in the debate. No, because what I take to be good in the debate is providing either a sound argument for your position or undermining like your opponent's position through arguments, right?
That's your subjective premise, which I'm saying that the majority of people don't agree. They don't think that premise is fully entailing what it means to do good or bad in a debate. You've acknowledged it. You said yes. It would have been a rejection of your premise in that hearing for Democrats to do that, and yet still the majority of the people, including yourself, would say they did good in the hearing. So you acknowledge that your premise fails.
I just think that hearings are different than debates.
Give me the qualitative reason why.
Oh, just in terms of the nature of the relative norms, that in the hearings everyone understands, that to do well in a hearing is just to like bring up a fucking piece of construction paper with like an image and then just start virtue signaling.
No. Now you're talking. That's a completely different like area of what I'm talking about. What I'm saying, both of them have agreed. There is an advertised. This is the topic of discussion that will be focused on. A debate says, and in this topic, one side will be here and the other person here.
One will be arguing, the other will be arguing. They don't say farting, Rob.
Let me finish.
No one expects farting.
Let me finish. In a hearing, they say, here is the topic. It's just not that there's an affirmative and negative, but it's the exact same premise. You can't give a qualitative difference why it would be different, that it's okay to not address the topic in one and is in the other.
I think I just did, and I think that Avi did before as well. Yeah. So the nature of
Avi, explain it. If he did it, can you explain his argument, Avi? If he did that,
in terms of what? In terms of the why there's a qualitative difference in
the difference.
Why you could be good in a hearing without following the topic, but not good in a debate without following the topic.
Yeah. So what I would imagine
his argument, not yours.
What did you? My understanding was that the norms for debate are not the same as the norms for hearings, where the norms for hearings that people are accustomed to are not limited to discussing the topic. That's why, in fact, I did watch some of the hearing, by the way, and
you sort of see what I'm saying. That was the approach.
I heard all sorts of things outside of the topic that were mentioned, which might be consistent with the norms being seen as discussing things outside of the topic, but maybe the norms in the debate are more agreed upon to stay within the topic.
I don't think that's true at all.
Maybe it's not. I'm just telling you what my understanding of.
Fair enough. I don't think
the norms are different.
I don't think Pisco, he's just said they're different, but he hasn't articulated why. And I'll say in this situation, it's actually the inverse, because what we're doing here is very informal. Like even now, like, do you think this is a more informal appearance than what we have at these hearings where people have to gavel in, they have to swear in, there's specific time? There is far more rules-based order and normative order in those hearings than what we do here. So if anywhere you would be expected as the norm to follow more of the agreed upon topic, it would be in these hearings. But I could even go one step further and say, fine, then let's do apples to apples. Let's do a presidential debate.
Yeah,
Trump's debating Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah, so
and the moderator says, all
Yeah.
right, we have a question about the economy. And Kamala Harris says, wait a minute, I want to get to Donald Trump's son and his corruption. Did you know he took all this money, blah, blah, blah? Nothing to do with the question. But the audience goes, oh, my goodness, epic point. Did she do good in the debate?
Yeah. So I think that I think in the context of presidential debates specifically, that those are more like hearings. Those are more like congressional hearings. The norms of presidential debates.
Wait, but Pisco,
what's the laugh?
Pisco, would you say that with respect to debating, would you say that move of like, hey, let me talk about your son?
Yeah. No, so I would say that that's bad debating. It's good at the other purpose, right? So the reason I say that is, you're doing good at convincing the country that, and you, by the way, Rob, you've acknowledged this before, where candidates will just like not answer questions, but then they'll just say some random shit that makes the other side look bad. They're not doing a good job at debating, but they're doing a good job at the other goal, right? The other goal, which is to like convince the country.
First off, not the prompt and not the premise. It's not, are they doing a good job at debating? It is, are they doing a good or bad job in the debate? If that happened, let me finish. If that happened, right, and this point was made by Kamala Harris, and it ends up that 90% of the people thought that was the most important point, and even though she didn't address the topic, do you think those people would say she did good in the debate?
Yeah, they might say that she did good in the debate, but we're just talking about whether she did.
So you've conceded.
Wait, no. We're talking about debating well. No, we're talking about debating well. Wait, stop.
That's not what your prompt was. It doesn't say did well debating. It said did good in the debate or did bad in the debate.
Yeah. So we're talking about debating poorly, right? So
no, that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
The exact wording of the. Don't you agree? You should have to debate the exact wording of the topic.
100%, yeah.
Okay, what was the exact wording of the topic? It wasn't.
Did
they do well debating? It was did he do good or bad, or did he do bad job in the debate? In the debate.
So a bad job in the debate. A bad job in the debate. I take to be. I'm telling you what I understand that to be is bad at debating. That's what I'm understanding that what it means.
No. Then you would have to agree that if people in that situation that you just acknowledged that you and Democrats would say Kamala did good in the debate, even though she didn't address the topic, why would it be that in that situation you don't mean good at debating? Why is it different when you say the exact same phrase to Kamala Harris versus Ryan Maloney?
Yeah. So if pressed, I would be like, okay, yeah, she did a bad job at debating, but she did a good job in the debate with the purpose, the grander purpose. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it's inconsistent.
No. It's a direct
wrong. Wait. So wait. Let me respond fully. Can I respond fully or not?
Yeah.
Ryan. Okay. So if I said the same phrasing, it was a mistake. All I'm trying to say is that we're talking about the bad at debating. I don't remember exactly what phrasing I'm doing, but if pressed, I'd be like, Kamala Harris did a really good job. She seemed more dominant. She made Trump look bad. But then someone's like, but she didn't really answer any of the questions. I'd be like, okay, I'll concede. She did a bad job debating. She did a good job at this other thing.
I don't buy the correction of oops, I slipped up when I said that. And even if I accept it, which I don't, I think you're just post hoc changing because you realize you've conceded that your premise is wrong. But even if I accept it, right? So just to be clear, so the audience can see what just happened here. Pisco acknowledged
I don't remember the phrasing. Let
me finish, please. I'll let you go. Pisco acknowledged that in that situation, that if there was a debate, a presidential debate, and Kamala Harris went off topic and made a point that all of the Democrats thought was persuasive, even if she was never on point or on topic in that debate, people would say she did good in the debate. He said that as well. Then when I say, okay, that's directly analogous to did Ryan do good or bad in the debate, even if it wasn't specifically.
So I have responses.
Now, let me finish. Pisco then says, I misspoke.
No, I didn't say that.
When I say good in the debate, I don't mean good in the debate that his appearance was good. I mean good debating, which is sort of laughable that he's going to try to articulate that means.
Can we pause? Can we do one at a time?
No.
Can we do one at a time?
Finish my point. I generously let you finish your point. So the point is, he has acknowledged that both him and everyone else would say, even if Kamala was off the topic if she made a point that one heard the debate and thought that more people thought she did well, that she did good in the debate. All of this is just going to try to rewrite try to equivocate and change language to misdirect you from the fact that he's conceded that premise is not actual.
So I take that to be dishonest. I didn't concede at all. Avi, did you hear a concession?
It's an effective concession. The logical entailment of what you said is a concession.
No, so it's not, and let me explain exactly why. So the first thing I said was that the norms of I don't even accept that the norms of presidential debate are the same as debates where there's a singular proposition, as opposed to just like basically extended Q&As between different people. And so I view them as fundamentally different. That's the first thing I said. So even if I were to grant that the phrasing made the specific wording that I use in the context good in the debate, bad in the debate for presidential debates, I just think it's a different category than a debate in which there's one proposition that you're arguing, as opposed to like an extended Q&A where you're basically just doing either an interview and you're just like, tossing things at each other. So anything I said about presidential debates, I made it very clear that I don't apply to the kinds of debates where there's one singular proposition. So no concession whatsoever. And number two, even if I did use that phrasing there, I said if I did, I don't remember exactly what phrasing I used there. I think I made clear that I would see good at debate as different than good performance. I just view them as different kinds of goals, and it's perfectly consistent with how I would approach, the more structured debate where there's one premise. And so I don't think there's a concession at all.
All right. So this is his exact language was apples to apples. It did good in the debate. Now, to deal with the equivocations here, several things. One, he backtracks and says that they're somehow different. Now he wouldn't say she did good in the debate. He would say she did good at a goal, but not good in the debate. I don't believe that, but that's just my subjective interpretation. I'll leave you take that for granted. Even still, he acknowledges that the vast majority of other people would say she did good in the debate, which again would defeat his premise, because that shows that this premise isn't all entailing of what it would mean to do good or bad in the debate. Next, he says that hearings, you don't have to follow the topic. Debates online, you do. Now he says presidential debates, you don't have to follow the topics to do good. But it's just something specific. So just to be clear, here's Pisco's position of what's been outlined so far in regards to this premise. One, a hearing, you could do good in the hearing, even if you don't follow the topic.
Different norms, different norms.
Second,
different norms.
You could do good in a presidential debate, even if you don't follow the topic. Third, the only person that's talked about an actual debate outside the scope of what we do that's somehow unique, that talked about actual competitive debate where you have actual rules and judges was me. And what did I tell you? Many debates end in complete irrelevancy to what the original topic was. The entirety of the debate. In 2007, CETA Nationals, Fort Hays versus Towson University, the entire debate, which was supposed to be a topic, I believe, on tariffs, the entire debate ended up cruxing on the fact that Fort Hays got to strike a judge and they struck a black woman. The agreed about topic was tariffs, and what do you think Towson, a radical black activist team, did? They stood up and said the performative nature of their opponent striking the only black woman for the panel showed the sort of racism and hatred. Let me finish. Guess who won? Guess who professional debate judges said won? Towson, who did not debate the topic. And this happened dozens of times at every tournament I was in, that teams would win without debating the specific prompt or topic. The judges gave their cosign, professional judges. Yes, you did well. So I'm the only person making comparative. In the hearing, Pisco acknowledges you could do good without talking about the topic.
Why are you just filibustering and yapping?
I'm finishing my point. In the presidential debates, he says those aren't like debates, but you could do good without debating the topic. In collegiate debate, which is debate, you could do good without debating the topic. What's your argument? Give me an example.
This is what you do.
Why is what we do so different?
So I'm not saying that what we do with respect to only in the modern day debate context do these norms apply. I just think that presidential debates are different in kind to the kinds of debates that you will see when there's a singular topic being argued about. And the reason for that is that in the presidential debate, it's basically just a bunch of Q&As and back and forth. It's like a whole different thing than when there's a singular topic that we're all supposed to argue.
College policy debate.
Wait. So with respect to the what you're talking about in specific instances of college debate, presumably you think that that's very cringe when they you give wins to people who say irrelevant stuff, and when they say when they just do slam poetry, right? You think that that's wrong?
One, I didn't talk about.
Do you think that's wrong? Do you think it's wrong? Yes or no?
Let me explain, right? And I'll answer.
Can you answer the question, please?
Yes. You just pointed to them and said like slam poetry. Those two things aren't alike. So I want to.
No, no, no.
I want to. Wait, if you're asking me two separate questions, do I think what they did in the example you talked about was cringe, and do I think slam poetry is cringe? Are you asking me two separate questions, or are you likening those things to equivalent?
So I'm giving a couple of examples of kinds of things that you would do that are like artistic.
Would you like my answer to each example then?
So we'll do one at a time then, right?
Sure.
So if you were to just do irrelevant slam poetry and the debating board or whatever the judges were gave them the win, you would like say that that's stupid, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if
that's not the example I gave. Wasn't the same. However, I politely answered. Can I expound? That seems to be fair, right?
Yeah.
All right. It would be irrelevant. Because do you think that me protesting that would mean that they would reverse the decision? No. It is clear that in that case, seeing as how we're suggesting that good or bad is subjective to the individual, that the qualified person, that there was a norm to agree to determine who did good or bad in the debate, accepted that as doing good. I'm pissed off about it, but guess what was normative in the debate community? That shit won all the time. And so again, they would have to say either, you would have to argue what? That they're biased, they're corrupt, they're in...
No, but do you uphold those norms? I mean, these questions are in this to
do I uphold
whether you
the
think
norms?
those norms are true and like yeah. So you would say if someone's just doing irrelevant rambles, there's no way that you would say that they want to debate.
That might be
right?
true, but again, two things on
or
that.
Sorry. Wait. Let me correct. I did do wrong language there. They did well in a debate, right? They did bad on if they're doing irrelevant rambles, they're doing bad on your view, right?
In my view, but that's not a full case, and let me explain why. I would say they did good or bad based on if they got the victory. So I was a debate coach as well, right? And what we would do is look at the judge philosophy of the person we're debating. If the judge philosophy said, for example, as some did, I don't want to hear about the topic. I want to hear about organic intellectuals and your interactions with professionals in the minority community. You know what I would coach my team to do? Not argue the prompt, and instead look at the person who would be adjudicating the debate and argue in the style that they wanted. So in that, you might say, Rob, that's irrelevant to the agreed upon topic that the committee outlined at the beginning of the year. And I would say, yes, but I had more advanced knowledge of what this specific judge wanted to hear.
So why don't you
in that case, let me finish.
Let
me finish. Right? So in that condition, I would say you did well in the debate to adjust.
So bite the bullet on farting. Wait, so bite the bullet on farting.
Yes. If the judge philosophy said, in this debate, I will vote for the team that farts the best, I would say that whoever farted did good in that debate because they met the condition in order to win that debate. Yes, it is an absurd sort of beyond the pale equivocation, but nonetheless, tell me where I'm wrong.
And if the modern day debate and if the goal about convincing people, like you said, which is relevant to consider someone's performance, the laudable goal that has some amount of connection to the prompt, if that is best accomplished by farting in this context, you would say that wasn't doing bad in the debate. Fair?
No. What I'm saying is there's a difference between collegiate debate is there is a predefined win condition. Just like in chess. And so if you make the goal for that predefined win condition, college debate's a little different because it is a game with predefined rules where the rules are debatable because you have a human that is judging. Some humans don't think those rules matter. Let me give you just an example to illustrate this point that maybe seems like not as controversial. There are eligibility requirements to debate in college, right? Sure, like play football or whatever, right? There's eligibility. You have to attend the university, be in good standing, et cetera, et cetera. I debated a team that brought 2 illegal immigrants that weren't members of the college. The judge was okay with it. The rule was debatable. I could protest and say that's against the rules. Didn't matter. Judge was fine with it. So many people in the community weren't.
But on your view, if all Ryan did in that debate was like insult me and like attack my character, say that I'm a liar, and he was able to convince like decent amounts of people for the laudable goal of stopping tyranny or whatever you're saying, you would do. And even if he never touched the topics, you would think he did well on your view.
It depends. We're going to have a disagreement on what that looks like. Instead of talking about, we've already agreed that it's subjective and there's a threshold as to where we think that it could go beyond
on your view.
But I'm explaining to you then. And so if you're saying, if he got up and just farted and everyone voted for him, would I say he did good? No. If you're saying, because what you're trying to get is, if he just got up and insulted me, would you say he's good? No. If that's all he did, I wouldn't say he did good. That's not all he did.
No, I know that's not all he did. I'm saying if
We're
that,
still
that
on
all he
premise
did.
one of the least important part of this debate, which you've in effect
Okay,
shown
listen.
that's wrong over and over again. We're in the position now where you're arguing that debates aren't like college debate or aren't like presidential debates or aren't like hearings, and all those things you could do good without talking about the specific topic. I think I've sufficiently demolished premise one. I'm happy with it.
No. So by the way, I think it's everything that you said is absolutely insane regarding debate norms, in my view, on the vision that like you could that if we set up this, we spent all this time doing the modern day debate prompt, setting that prompt up, and that you could go into that debate on your own view in the context of modern day debate, not even take a single moment to address the prompt and to do things that are total derails, totally irrelevant, and there's still a chance that you would say the person who did that didn't do bad. I think that's a reductio. I think that's absurd, and I'm happy to move on to the next premise.
Already argued this. You tried to reframe it at the end. I already said that in order for that condition to be met, there would have to be some sort of tangential connection to the actual prompt. I think that what he was doing spoke to the greater purpose of the prompt and actually creating real world change, and just focusing on your disingenuous, narrowly tailoring instead of telling us your honest opinion of what you wanted to debate. In him pointing that out shows the extremism, which gets to the thrust of that topic. I've argued sufficiently over and over why the individual premise, what you keep doing is I've showed how your premise is incorrect and not totally encapsulating, and so you keep going reductive to, but what about this situation? Would you like to get to premise two, and we'll see if really he met those conditions anyways?
Yeah, 100%. I think that what you said is absurd, and happy to get on to premise two. Avi, do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I guess because debates are important to me, and I have a mini debate community. I guess one thing I'll say about debates, and we can go on. We can all agree that once a given set of subjective rules or norms are agreed upon, there's an objective matter of fact whether they're followed or not. But I think that we all have a notion of things that we don't want other people to have a norm or to spread a norm about debate. I think we could all agree that we don't want people to have norms about debates, at least within this group, that slam poetry is some sort of like proper or victorious style of debate, that or some sort of good way of debating. If it's completely tangential or to the debate proposition, it doesn't provide any justification. I think we can all agree, farting is another example of that. There are certain things, and so the question I guess the thing I would want people to think about is what are the things we want people to have as part of the debate norms to consider doing well in a debate, to consider debating well. And if it's not any of those things, if it's not, even if it convinces people, if it's not if it's not poetry, if it's not farting, if it's not things that are like, vaguely related, then what would it be? And, hopefully what I would like to see is people have some sort of answer to this and hopefully in some sort of linear way in which people argue for their position and justify it. That's at least
I don't think anything you said is mutually exclusive to what I've argued here. I think there is an individual preference and there's sort of a threshold. For example, right? Like, let's say throughout the course of this debate, right, it comes up that I make some argument about integrity. And Pisco says, Rob, remember that time I came to Word War and you told me you'd pick up dinner? And so I went and ordered something and then you laughed at me and left. And then I was left holding the bag, right? And I didn't have the money and I had to wash dishes, right? And then I'm like, fuck you. The reason for that was blah, blah, blah. And we get in this tangential argument. Sometimes organically, the way debates go, it is more interesting and more productive because there is going to a more important point. The question is, when do we accept that? I'm fully in agreement that if Ryan just stood up and said, Pisco, I want to talk about your previous working relationship with Destiny, and I think that makes you a piece of shit, I would say that's absurd. Even if I would believe that, which I don't, but that would be an absurd. But he was arguing there is a threshold where it's like when it is at least within the realm of the topic, and in this case, I think it was the topic anyways. The mere point I'm making on premise one is, Avi, at the end of the day, do you think it is a reasonable interpretation that premise one is not all encapsulating, because I've sufficiently demonstrated in many forms of debates and hearings that colloquially people will say people did good in a debate or in a hearing, even if they didn't exclusively talk about the topic. Do you acknowledge that?
Well, the proposition itself, as it reads, is exclusive to justification for your position and or undermining justification of the opponent's position. I think what you're trying to say is that you just reject that premise because you have some other thing in mind that is not inclusive of those things.
Correct. That would prove, if that was true, that would prove the premise to be inaccurate, correct?
If that was true, then premise one would be false. I think the question, I just want to see if I get a clear answer on the reductio question that was asked, because he asked the reductio question, and it sounds like you want to say no to that. You want to say no because it doesn't meet some threshold of relevance. Like it's not
Correct.
It's not merely, so you want to say it's not merely convincing other people. Not all forms of convincing other people
Correct.
Are legitimate.
Are legitimate.
Correct.
There's an additional restriction on that. And I think
Correct.
if you are to pick up premise one again, I think the pathway to test that is to hone in on that, on in and then say like, okay, well, if something is at a certain level of vague relevance, but somewhat relevance, and that convinces people, is that really the thing we want to say is...
But you would have to acknowledge, Navi, I don't know about you, but given Pisco said, and then he later had to backtrack, but at least what he admitted of others, the vast majority of people would say that certainly there is a point outside the scope of premise one where people would say people did good in a debate. We may disagree on the length of that, but all I have to do is prove that there's any example.
Yeah, but I would just say they're wrong. Yeah, I mean,
but
like,
Avi, you clearly showed that
they're wrong.
I clearly demonstrated that that's the case, as is acknowledged by the fact that that's what the overall majority of people, including yourself, would say.
Oh, I don't grant that.
Kamala did good in the debate. Yes, the team that won the championship that wasn't arguing the topic did good in the debate.
So people saying, I agree with that. I agree people would say it.
Yeah.
The question would be, would Pisco be one of those people?
That's irrelevant to whether or not the premise is true. The premise isn't just true for Pisco. The premise is something that we're asking, is it a truth for all of us?
Oh, you're saying it's are you saying it's like a majority? Is it like an empirical claim, like the majority of people?
Correct.
That is not what the proposition means.
Whoa. Well, if that's the case, then I'll just counter his premise with this. And my premise will say, if Ryan failed to justify his position in the debate and failed to undermine his opponent's justification, but made a broader point that was more, I think he did a good job. And all I have to say is, to me, that's true, Avi. It doesn't matter if you agree or anyone else in the world. You see the problem? When we're discussing premise...
Can we pause? Ryan.
Let me finish. I promise. I'll give you a large chunk of time. That can't be the case, Avi, that we're only arguing whether or not the premise is true to Pisco. That's absurd.
No. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just to be clear, I'm evaluating whether it's between you two right now. If the premise is not, if the truth of the premise is not hinging on like other people are not, and it's not an empirical premise about what other people would say, the premise's truth is going to be judged between it. If both parties to the debate, you and Pisco, agree on
the norm.
We disagree
on the norm. Okay, and if you disagree, then it's going to turn into a debate. And you can argue on that premise. That's fine. That's why I'm saying I was asking about if Pisco was one of those people. So in terms of, unless you're talking about something that's going to be an empirical premise where it's going to determine where the truth of that is actually just linked to other people, then I'll agree. Then it's okay. Well, that is trivially just linked.
If the terms good and bad are subjective, right, and the vast majority of people would agree with me that you could be good or bad outside the perspective of that, including you, Avi, which said yes, you would say people did good in that debate like Kamala Harris. Then why wouldn't that be a rejection of the premise?
No, hang on, because you don't agree that just because 51% of the voting people thought that someone did good in the debate, they did good in the debate. You don't agree with that, right? We both agree that we're not just appealing to a majority or to percentages.
It's not just an appeal to a majority. We're talking about an overwhelming majority. Even yourselves said that, so it's not just that this is some 51.
Stop.
You did.
Wait, pause. No, you just made a false claim. I didn't ever say any percentage of people who agree with given propositions. So right now I need you to retract that claim.
I didn't say that.
So you just said something like...
I said even you agreed that it was possible to do good in a debate.
You agree... you agree to the overwhelming majority agree a certain thing. And when you just said you agree that it's possible to do good in a debate, you know what you're referencing there is the presidential debate. And you know my response to that, right?
Not just presidential debate, the hearing, the collegiate debate. You've equivocated with difference. I guess I'll just ask. I guess seeing as how Avi's
wait, Rob. What's my response? Rob.
Go ahead.
No, what's my response to those? To you trying?
There is some
telling
difference.
you, right? And
there's some difference. Those forms of debate don't count
in the
as
norms. Debate. Wait, no. There's a difference in the norms.
Who decides the norms? Who decided that?
No. When you say who decided, what are you asking?
Who decided? Who decides those norms of
What are you
presidential
asking?
debates and hearings? Who decided the norms?
What are you asking when you say? Who
I'm
decided the
asking
norms?
you who gets to determine what the norms are.
Who
That's
gets
what
to
I'm
determine?
asking.
Like,
Yes.
so-
Who decides the norms?
yeah, so
yes.
So I understand norms to be like preferences linked to people's subjective desires, and if to the extent that there are norms, maybe there can be more empirical claims about a given discipline or the rules of chess or something that are written down someplace. But I think they're linked to either like hypothetical rule sets or standards that you can be in compliance with or not be in compliance with, which is either based in some sort of like hypothetical norm or standard or in some actual sets of preferences.
Okay, do you think the moderators of presidential debates set the norms, that the norm is they expect the person they're asking the question to answer the question? Is that a norm?
No. So those the
Is that a
norms
norm?
about being relevant. So no, it's not a norm.
That's not
to
a
be
norm.
So I don't think that being responsive to questions in the context of presidential debates are norms for presidential debates.
I disagree. I think that the moderator and the people watching expect that that's the normal case of things. You would expect
Okay,
that.
You don't agree with this, Rob. You don't agree with this.
Of course I do. That's the normal perspective.
You don't expect
that.
it.
That's your expectation.
Yeah, they say something like tangentially related to the question, right? So if the question is about why did you vote for this or that, right? Like they will say something on healthcare if they're asking something. Sometimes they'll even just start in like a stump speech kind of way. But what I'm just saying is that's very different when it's this like rapid fire set of questions. You have like a minute to respond, and it's constantly changing topics.
I guess
that's different. And
I guess I'll say
wait, stop. Would you agree? Wait, let me just ask you the question.
Okay.
Would you agree that wait, stop. Would you agree that the norms of presidential debates are different than the norms of structured debates with one proposition?
Do you agree the norms of modern day debates different than the norm
Yes
of
or
this
no,
debate,
Rob?
which is yes, all debates have different norms. Every single one and every single type. All things have different norms depending on the context. A debate you have with your friends at the bar versus a presidential debate versus a debate in modern day debate versus a debate on Wick's channel versus a debate on Dylan Burns' channel. All of those have slightly different norms. However, they are all debates, and in the context of whether or not someone did good in a debate, we would say within those, we would see that that's the case. What you're suggesting is there is something unique about specifically the type of debate you do that's different than every other hearing where you're allowed to not follow the topic, every other style of debate where you're not allowed to follow the topic. Just this style of debate, objectively, you have to argue exactly what you're saying when it comes to justifying your position in order to say you did good or bad. I disagree with that. I've provided many examples. We're 2 hours into premise one. I think I've beaten this dead horse.
We're not 2 hours into.
We're an hour and 40 minutes.
We're not 2 hours in. So I suspect that we actually share a lot of these norms, and that when you say things like, it's possible for you to do well by being, even though you're irrelevant in what you're saying, that I don't think that that's something you actually uphold, and that if someone started doing that to you, if someone started doing that to you and being like, yeah, I did well, even though all I did was, very loosely connected to the proposition. If you would be like, you didn't even address the thing we were here to address. And by the way, this is a norm that Andrew Wilson upholds, right? You know that Andrew Wilson upholds this norm. Or he tries to, at least he says he does.
Okay, when Andrew Wilson debated Destiny, and Destiny said, here's my definition of insurrection, and Andrew said, sure, whatever, I don't care, that's a terrible, that means that all this bad shit happens. Did Andrew win that debate? Did he do well in that debate?
I don't think Andrew Wilson did well in that debate.
Did he?
That's my view.
Well, that's your,
but
do you think Andrew thinks he did good?
Wait. That's tangential, right? You agree that Andrew, you're like someone that you interact with, someone that you think is a good debater, he upholds these norms, right? Or at least he tries to.
No,
he
I just gave an example why that's not the case.
Sorry, you think that if you were to ask,
did Andrew uphold that norm when he was based?
No,
sure, whatever.
No, I think he fails. I agree that he fails at.
Okay, stop. Now stop.
But he claims to.
Now stop. Do you think he thinks he did well in that debate?
I think that he thinks that he did well in the debate. Yeah.
Okay,
no, I think
how could that be?
I think he thinks he does well. But he upholds. He at least professes to uphold the norm of relevance, right? The norm of saying to the topic.
Again,
so do you agree? Do you agree with him?
No.
Do you? Wait. Can you answer the question, Rob?
Rob,
can you answer the question? Wait. Can you answer the question?
You said he at least. You didn't ask a question.
So I just asked you a question. I said, do you agree that Andrew Wilson at least professes to claim to stick to the norm, the debate norm of relevance?
No, I think that the norm of relevance, the way you're defining it, he would disagree. What the norm of relevance is exactly what I'm doing. He disagrees with your premise. Yes, he
you think that
agrees
would-
that he's saying relevant things to the debate, but it doesn't have to be justifying his position or undermining the other person's position. He thinks that there are things that could go outside the scope of that would still mean that he did well in the debate.
You think that he would say that there are ways to to not do bad, even though you failed to do those two conditions. That he thinks.
I think that
okay,
yes.
All right, I just
yes.
Maybe he
And
does.
again,
Maybe he does. If he is, that's in my view, that is insanely bad debate norms, and I think that's fucking crazy.
It is evident. It is evident by like the overwhelming examples I gave. That Pisco is saying that the style of debate that he does, or that happens on modern day debate, is so unique that we can't compare it to anything else. That he acknowledges that the vast majority, or he doesn't acknowledge, but the truth is the majority of people, even himself, in some cases, even Avi, would say that you could do good in that hearing or do good in that format of debate, even if you don't talk about the topic of it. He acknowledges that, and he's pissed because he understands that the premise there. So what he does is he tries to get into this minutia and keep going with absurd analogy, yes or no, yes or no. This is what he's going to do in every tactic.
It's true on your view, though.
I'm ready to go to premise 2. We're beating the dead horse. I'm ready to go to premise 2.
All right, so this is my final statement on premise 1. You keep trying to carve out things like farting, things like slam poetry as so patently absurd, but if they're increasing the pickup rate, the audience in terms of convincing them on a topic that is of some laudable goal for you, I don't think that there's a good reason for you to discount that. I guess what you said is like some proximity and relevance to the topic, but I just don't really have, and I do agree at some point if we ever go back to P1 that we should just further clarify what is this proximity that you're getting at that it gets you to discount things like farting, things like slam poetry, things that are like patently absurd.
Yes, I am well aware. I'm well aware of the threshold argument. Why is it okay to drive 67 mile an hour but not 66?
No,
I made the point.
I don't think it's a threshold argument. I think it's qualitative.
I was asking when you interrupted, like, I didn't expect Avi to get involved as much, but I don't mind that at all. And so I just
just to be clear, I'm not a modern day debater mod.
That's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind.
I guess to give a little bit I think the strongest case actually that Rob could probably make is that well, the debate norms are modern day debate are essentially no norms.
Correct.
Modern day debate. If you look at the mods in modern day debate, they're complete trash. In terms
of
hang on.
People that aren't here.
So,
my opinion.
The guy was sitting down and not saying anything when Ryan was saying like, I don't give a fuck about the prompt. I don't care about the prompt. I think a minimally relevant like debate norm is caring about the fucking prompt and not fucking tossing out the corner. And the mod was doing nothing.
I don't think you're being totally. I think the mod
Rob, you
probably should have
that
done
for your argument. By the way,
let me.
Don't fight it. Why are you fighting it?
No. Because I'm honest. I'm not here to hide what I believe, like some other people. Pisco. I'm actually debating what I really believe. So what I think happened is it was a little better than that, though. I think that there could have been more intervention. Didn't he specifically say, "Are you conceding? Wait. Are you conceding?" Didn't he do that? So he didn't just do nothing.
Only when I said, only when I said, I think I'll take this as a concession. I prompted that, and then he's like, I think we should talk about whether it's a concession in the debate. But I will note there that the fact that he took it that way, that derailing and not talking about the topic, that even the modern day debate people, which I do agree with Avi now that I see where he's going. I think maybe the best argument for you is that with respect to modern day debate, they just let anything fly. But even then, they recognize that just like not addressing the prompt is not within the norms of what should be expected.
I've said what I said. I'm not going to shit on modern day debate.
Okay, all right, I'll go too.
But I think I've made my point.
You guys want to be on modern day debate? It's fine.
Oh no, it's beyond the scope of that. Anyways, I think Mike was your moderator. Mike's new to the game, but I like Mike and James. I think they're fine, even if I never do their show. Nonetheless, I think I proved my point with premise 1. Ready to get on to premise 2 as I was an hour and 10 minutes ago. By the way, this is a topic neither of us gave a shit about. But here we go.
I can't.
If you guys do want to pick up premise 1, I would suggest narrowing down what that sort of vague thing is.
I'm just gonna
testing that.
I'm
going to be looking next time you say I did bad in a debate, Rob. I'm going to be looking at your reasoning really closely, and I'm going to make sure that you're not saying things like I didn't argue my position. But anyway, let's move to the P2.
Well, no, that's my subjective opinion based on thresholds of what I think at the time. Of course, again, my point is merely advocating. I'm not even advocating at this point whether or not Ryan did good or bad. I'm advocating that your premise isn't all encapsulating, and if there's something outside the premise, it proves that your premise is not true. That's the only thing that determines whether or not someone did good or bad. said. That's it. That's all. That's all we've talked about so far. And I think that I've sufficiently proved that in using analogies as best as possible that the majority of people would agree with that, including people in this conversation right now that acknowledge, yes, I would say they did good in that hearing. I would say they did
hearing
good
different, hearing different.
But you say it's different without any sort of merit as to why that difference matters. No two things are ever the same. So I'm ready to move on.
We do, P2. Ryan, in fact, did fail to justify his position and failed to undermine my position. I think that that's true. So Ryan, first of all, never provided, an argument for his position. Ryan also, okay, what was his argument?
He made all sorts of arguments in his opening statement and elsewhere that this would be devastating, that it would destroy norms, that it would have the power to ruin the judiciary forever, and it would lead to a cascading of horribles. All those are arguments to the negative, correct? You acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, no. So
did he make those arguments?
So I don't think he provided a valid inference. It's one that we would have to.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't think you provided
a
valid inference for the difference between a presidential debate and a hearing and the modern day debate. My opinion is you didn't provide a valid inference, but you wouldn't say you didn't make an argument.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can give it to you, and I'll take it that it's implicit, but that you can sort of assume, and it doesn't need to be in a logically valid form. But he seemed to just be saying, with respect to the court packing, that there's a broader agenda here. That there's other sort of factors at play that might lead to Democrats, completely blocking Republicans ever from holding power, and a set of policy arguments that aren't entailed by the policy proposal that was proposed. And I don't think that he made an argument that if you were to do X, that the other would necessarily follow. And so I don't really think that he was able to provide support, and especially during the debate when he didn't really elaborate that much on it.
Okay, now we went to he didn't do it, now to he didn't elaborate much. So you could already see sort of a bit of a backtrack. Let me ask you some questions without going off on too far of a tangent here, right? I know you're going to want to talk for 3 minutes at a jump like I do, right? We're both bad with this, so I'm going to ask you to try to limit it a bit here, right? When it comes to this style of debate, modern day debate, would you acknowledge there's a looseness to it more than a predefined scholastic debate or something like that has more predefined rules, time frames for talking?
I don't know what a scholastic debate.
Well, a collegiate debate.
I'm not
there's actual
debate.
times and things like that. We don't have that. It's usually just here's a topic, 5 minutes opening statement, we'll go an hour, 5 minutes close. It's pretty loose, right?
I would say the modern day debate standard is probably looser than a lot of the collegiate standards, but that's just going off of what you're telling me because you have experience there.
Okay, so all right, given that, now let's put that in our back pocket for a second. Do you think that the prompt, and the specific prompt was the same as the second prompt we'll be doing tonight, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
yep.
just make sure, because I don't have that video in front of me. But the prompt is, quote, Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. That was the prompt?
Yep, that's the prompt.
Would expanding by 4 people fall within that prompt?
No.
It wouldn't.
No.
Okay, Avi,
it's a subset.
You hear this?
So
if I stood up and I said the prompt is Democrats
it could be
are
true.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Then you could respond. So if I'm debating the prompt on Pisco's side, and I stand up and say, okay, the prompt is Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. I think that Democrats would be justified in expanding by 4 people. That's my. Pisco says that's not on topic.
I'll explain. So if you were to, in other words, if you can prove that it's not justified to do a 4-person expansion, the proposition could still be true.
That's not what you just said, though. You said it wouldn't be within the topic.
Well, so if
you
I
said
prove
no,
that
that's not within the topic.
Hang on. So maybe I should clarify. So if you prove that a 4-person pack.
But within the topic, is it? Do you mean a subset?
Yeah,
would be an example of it.
It's an example of something.
Then it would fall within the topic.
Correct.
What I meant to say is that disproving that it's justified or showing that it's not unjustified to do a 4-person expansion doesn't disprove or the overall proposition.
Because you can achieve. So you could say.
Yeah.
You could say
the reverse would be the reverse would be the case. If you show that it's justified to do 4, then the proposition is true.
Right. So the point is, though, this was in the scope of what's being done, of what the topic is, right? So you could say there could be infinite plans that you yourself would embrace that would fall within that topic. All that need to be to meet the threshold is expanding. Right. Technically infinite, right? And so All I'm trying to get to, and it's, look, I'm willing to accept this might be just a misunderstanding. That's fine. But this is sometimes what makes debating you a bit frustrating. Something that should be a simple concession. It's like, of course, that's within the topic. We have to go on a 5-minute tangent.
Well,
like,
Rob, I
everybody
clarified.
knows that's within the
Hang on a second.
topic.
Rob, I clarified. So what I'm saying is, yeah, it's relevant insofar as if you are able to prove that a 4-person court pack is justified, then the proposition is true, right? And then you're able to show that. But if the opposite isn't the case, that's all I mean. It's a subset of potential plans, but showing that it's not justified doesn't, defeat doesn't prove that it's false.
Now, Ryan's preparation, or your preparation for the debate was merely the agreed upon topic there, right? Ryan's not obligated to say what is your specific version of how to meet that. He's just, through norms, obligated to debate that specific topic, correct?
Well, I don't know if we agree on that, because I'm not sure that you agree with that.
Wait.
On norms. You just said, you just asked, for my norm, certainly, I think he's.
So, your norm, we're talking about your norm.
Not on your norm.
No.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. On my norm, yes, not yours. Not yours. Mine, not yours.
So when Ryan's arguments, almost the entirety of the debate, were about the damages of packing the actual plan that's being suggested of 4 people and how damaging that was that on topic?
I think the damage, like the potential consequences, are on topic for sure. But he's not showing why we should expect that those things are likely to occur. He's not increasing or decrease. He's not decreasing the credence level in one of my premises, right? I'm the one who's offering this argument, and he's just saying that he's claiming that these things will occur. All these negative consequences will occur, but he's not providing justification for that claim.
I totally disagree. I think that this is doing 2 things. I think the fact that he's exhibiting, showing negatives, are getting to justifying his position and showing how bad it will be, and showing your position is how bad. Both of that is justifying his negatives and his positives. So when we talk about, let me finish. Of course, just let me finish. In the first premise, when we were talking about farting, this, that, and the other, I'm arguing against that premise. But what I'm saying the whole time is, Ryan, although he may not have been addressing the specific plan that you were outlining, was addressing specific plans that are the most common, that are discussed, and what you really believe. And I think,
he could do that. He could be totally successful at that. And he could prove his case beautifully, and it wouldn't make it so that he's correct. Can
I finish? And I promise. Yeah. Remember when I said put that in your back pocket, right? That it's not that it's not as structured as other forms of debates. I think that it is entirely reasonable when debating a prompt to be debating the actual beliefs and practical application of the position in power that want to affect it and the person you're debating.
That's P1. That's P1. We're done with P1.
No. I think that that's entirely reasonable to do. I think that that is still on topic, that the topic could easily be read. And let me give you an example why. Let's say that me and you start arguing online. Right, and we're talking about the what the hell do you call it with Trump? The fund that he has. What's the word they're using?
The anti-weaponization.
Yeah, the anti-weaponization fund. And let's say I'm like, hey, Pisco, like this is a good thing. And you're like, this is fucking corrupt. It's ridiculous. You want to debate about it, Rob? I said, sure, let's debate. Here's the prompt: Trump should have a fund for anti-weaponization. You're like, sure, I agree with that prompt, right? And so you stand up and you're like, this fund is dog shit. It's corrupt. It's going to give billions of dollars. And I say, oh, no. The prompt just said Trump should have a fund. And my plan is just $1. Trump should have a fund for $1. Would you then have to say, well, we shouldn't talk about the actual plan or what Rob actually believes. Instead, let's just debate $1.
I can clarify that.
Rob, that's ridiculous. We should debate what you actually believe.
So there, right, the potential equivocation is on the meaning of the prompt, okay, is what the prompt means, right? So if you are referring to, the anti-weaponization fund, you're by definition not referring to the hypothetical non-existent 0.00001 whatever cent plan that you've just devised, right? So there it's just, the clarification is on what the prompt wait, hang on. There it's just like what's the best interpretation of this proposition, right? That's a semantic question, how to interpret the proposition.
Exactly. That's my argument. Is the fund in effect right now?
It's
not
proposed. Right now, no.
It's proposed, correct?
No, but it's a plan that was attempted to be implemented and that actually is referring to a specific thing. Yeah.
Right, just like Ro Khanna's plan, just like yours, to pack the court with four people. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Because
who's suggested?
no.
Who's outlined the plan to? Who in real world has outlined, and that's in political, has outlined the plan to pack with one? Who's done that?
Yes.
Show me the Democratic politician
I'm not sure if
that's
there's a
done
specific person. I'm not sure if there's a specific person who has done that, but there wouldn't need to be for that to be the best reading of the proposition.
Now
correct? Yes or no?
But again, see what we get is best
Wait, can you
reading.
answer the question, Rob?
I did. You
Is that true or not?
I'll answer, but like, can I say something you do? I don't hear when you say it because you're like, well, because blah blah blah. Is that true? Yes or no? And you like say it real fast, so I never hear.
Okay, Rob. Okay, so here's
the whole yes or no thing gets a bit ridiculous. But, okay.
There doesn't need to be a specific plan, right, for the best or a proposed plan for the best interpretation or a reasonable interpretation of a prompt to be X or Y. All right, so I wouldn't need to show you an actual Democratic politician who's proposed a certain thing for the semantic understanding of that proposition to be best read to be one thing, not the other.
When I read that, my interpretation of it is the actual practical plans that Democrats are going to be suggesting, or possibly the actual practical plan that's being suggested by the person in the debate. Both of those, I think that's the best. Let me finish. I think that's the best reading. Just like you would think so about Trump's weaponization fund, you think the exact same thing, right? The exact reason that you have that, yes, Rob, I would reject that the topic should be about your plan to just have a fund for $1 is the exact same reason that I think it's totally in bounds for Ryan to say the same about your plan. That's not what you really believe. And let me, real quick. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, at best you could have you just have a subjective disagreement on, quote, the best reading of the topic, but you've already conceded that Ryan's arguments are germane to the topic.
Yeah. So
now it's just, are they the best germane?
So no. Stop. Yes. There's been absolutely zero concession. So for him, right, if he's able to prove that a 4-person court pack is not justified, then he hasn't proven that the proposition is false, correct?
No, not if his reading of the proposition is, I believe that.
All right,
let me finish.
Let's get into that.
If his reading of the proposition is what you really believe and what Democrats really believe and are going to push for, then no, I think his reading of the proposition is and this is buttressed by the fact of your actual conversations before the debate with him.
So let's just try to stay focused, okay? So
I'm very focused.
Okay, so with respect to the best reading or a good reading or a reasonable reading of the debate proposition, okay, of Democratic court expansion.
You're falling out on us. Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's always him. He's always got his laptop. You're always in that
because I have
spot too, Avi.
No, I adjusted my position. Sorry. Here.
Yeah. So there you go. That's giving me. It's making me dizzy. It's making me fucking dizzy.
No.
So in terms of semantic reading of the proposition and what the actual the meaning of those terms are, we can quibble about that, and I want to quibble about that. But even if I thought that the best reading of the prompt were Ro Khanna's plan, he didn't justify that position either. Okay, and he didn't undermine my arguments with respect to a hypothetical prompt that wasn't actually the prompt. So even if it were the case that the best reading were a 13-person court expansion, I would not. He didn't argue that case either. He didn't provide justification for his views. But on the actual reading of it, no.
Can we stop there? Do you mind if we stop there and address that? Do you mind if I do that?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, the reason for that is because you spent half of the debate doing a meta conversation. He gave you every out. Now, I remind you, your conversation before the debate was originally you wanted the prompt to be they should add 1 seat. Ryan rejected that. And he said, you take the prompt as ever you want. That was a clear sign that Ryan wasn't taking this prompt to mean just 1 seat. Now, you might disagree with what he thought the best reading of the prompt was, but it's certainly germane, and all of the arguments he made would be encompassed by the prompt. They might not be totally defeating of what you think your plan is, which is encompassed by the prompt. And furthermore, when we look at that, we can see that because when he asked, hey, as long as you say, of course, we're not talking about Ro Khanna's plan, I will happily debate you on whether or not we should add 1 seat. You were unwilling to do that.
Yeah.
So that means that
I was.
Last point. That means that the reason that both of you did a poor job arguing your case was because you only had 30 minutes because you spent 30 minutes on the meta of what was the best reading of the prompt.
Just to be 100% clear, first let's talk about Ryan's mental state, okay? Ryan, if he really thought that the meaning of the proposition was the one that you're suggesting, he would have said, "This is the prompt." That's not what he said.
He did at one point
What he said,
later.
what he said was, "Fuck the proposition, fuck the prompt. I don't want to know about the prompt." Later on, by the way, in comments and in different replies, Ryan is saying, yeah, he specifically chose this prompt to hide behind it, even though he drafted the wording of the prompt. Just to be clear, he drafted the wording of the prompt, and he rejected going to the prompt. If he felt, like you said, that the best reading of the prompt were Ro Khanna's plan, he would have said so, and he didn't.
No, he did at one point later in the debate. But the point is, we can try to bring it up
No, he
to find the transcript. Nonetheless, the point is, I fully concede that it was stupid of Ryan and a bad debate strategy to say, I don't give a shit about the prompt, sure, whatever, I'll fucking concede. The point that he's trying to make isn't that what he's arguing isn't germane to the prompt. He's saying that there are more important things than your narrowly tailored, disingenuous attempt to get your foot in the door.
P1. That's P1. That's P1.
You might say it's P1, but that's his belief. And so what he's saying is, I want to talk
but
about.
Wait. It's just really important to pause. It's really important to pause because all that stuff isn't even related to his version of the fourth Ro Khanna plan, right? The stuff about my character, the stuff about that I want to, ensconce control or whatever he was saying about my other views on Puerto Rico. So even on the reading where you're the best interpretation of the prompt is the Ro Khanna plan, it's still not germane.
No, because he gets into the meta of the prompt that you refuse to engage in the prompt as he sees it. And so he's explaining why in that meta you're refusing to do that, because you have this other plan of obfuscation of actually what you really believe. And so the debate becomes the meta about the prompt because you won't argue what he thinks is the best reading of the prompt. In his frustration,
that's not what he said, Rob.
Let me finish. In his frustration, when he was saying he gives less a shit about the prompt than he does actually arguing good faith what people really believe in their plans, he says, I don't give a fuck about the prompt, sure, I'll concede, because what he's interested in doing is having a good faith conversation about what you two actually believe. Not just
why did he admit to lying, Rob?
Let me finish. Not just some gamesmanship. Oh, I'm going to argue something I don't really believe, so it's narrowly tailored as possible to win this one debate on modern day debate.
You understand in the debate, he admitted to luring me in there and lying about and skewing our agreement. Why would he make these concessions, these admissions that, yeah, I don't give a shit about our agreement, that I only brought you on here to expose you? Those are his statements. And you're here like preposterously arguing that this was just a good faith disagreement about the meaning of the prop. He's admitting to lying, Rob. No. He's admitting to luring me to expose me. How can you interpret it the way that you are?
It's not, again, I don't know that what the exact point of what he said he was lying. I think it's clear by the thrust of what he's showing is that he gave you the opportunity to have this good faith discussion. If it was really just, let me finish, if it was really just a plot to just lie and talk about nothing that was totally relevant, why did he give you the option to say, of course, let's do the 4-person pack? You don't think that I'm sorry. Of course, I concede that the 4-person pack is bad. Of course, I concede that. You don't think that he would have legitimately said, excellent, let's talk about the 1-person pack?
I mean, I'm not sure, but he knows that I support. Well, no, because he knows that I don't condemn that plan, right? Because I even typed it in response to the comment thread, right, where we're initially laying out the topics, which, by the way, those communications totally support me, and we can get into that. But like he even said, he knew what my position was, and so this is preposterous. But no, I'm telling you what he said, right? He said his whole goal was not to win the debate. His whole goal was to expose me and to bring me on under false pretenses. He admitted to doing that.
No. Like the false pretense, I'd like to see the exact quote. What I'm saying is that he knew that you wouldn't debate. The false pretense is this. It's self-defense. It's reciprocal. Maybe those are terms you know about, right? Because he knows that you're not going to actually argue the plan that you really believe. And so he's like, I want to argue what you really believe. So he set a prompt that technically meant that he would be justified. If the prompt was the original prompt, then all of his arguments would not have been germane. So he intentionally asked for a change of the prompt and told you take it how you want, knowing that he didn't give a fuck if you were going to argue only one person. He was going to argue against what you really believe. If you acknowledged, actually, I don't believe that, and I condemn it, then he would have argued your interpretation of the prompt. It sounds like
i.e.
sour
not the
grapes and a
prompts.
man who got
Wait,
beaten in a
no,
debate.
wait, no. I mean, no, that's not at all what's going on here. Are you acknowledging? Sorry, do you have a position on whether he was luring me onto the show under false pretenses or not?
No, I don't think he did lure you under false pretenses. And again, I think in the heat of the moment he said some dumb shit, but I don't think it's false pretenses.
If he did, would it change your mind? So
define the false pretense. It depends on what.
With dishonest intentions not to argue a specific proposition, which again would be so you're saying that he is interpreting the proposition one way. That's explaining why he's doing the things he's doing, and I'm saying that's not the best read on Ryan's point of view.
I disagree.
Because he's no, but I'm asking you if you were convinced that he was lying and that he was trying to lure me under false pretenses. Then would you be convinced actually that isn't explaining what's going on here, is a difference in the semantic interpretation, that he was that's not what's explaining what's going on. If I convinced you,
I'll answer this with caveats.
Yeah.
It would depend. I could think of hypothetical situations why that wouldn't be the case, but I would say overwhelmingly, normally that would be the case. However, I will disagree. Even if he said, I lied, it was false pretenses, or I don't give a shit about the prompt, I think you chalk this up, given the thrust of what he's arguing, and as we've all seen, it is within the thrust and encompassing in the debate, and he offered to debate your specific prompt if you rejected these things. I think that it is clearly not that it was false pretenses, that he showed you and flagged early and often that he was going to... Let me... I understand that you're saying if, and I answered that portion. I'm now making the argument. I don't think that he did lure you in under false pretenses. He was arguing the topic. The false pretense is, this is why I would say no to the if, right? Let's say that the topic is, let me just think of something hypothetical. The topic is, should we elect a Democrat as president, right? And yeah. you're like, I don't know, who do you like? Buttigieg? You're a Buttigieg man, aren't you? You're a booty man.
Yeah.
That's really? That's who you want?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Like, who do you want for president? Like,
I don't know. Chris Murphy. I like John Ossoff, AOC.
AOC, threw that in quick. Anyways, let's say AOC, right? Like, and okay. You're like, I want AOC, right? And I'm like, oh, AOC's the worst. She's the fucking worst. Yeah, I'll debate you on that. And you say, no, I don't want to debate that. But I'll debate, should we have a Democrat as president, right? And I'm like, okay, fine. And I stand up in that debate and say, AOC fucking sucks. We should never elect her. And that's who Pisco really wants. Yeah. And I say, I brought you in under false pretenses. Even if it's false pretense, my argument's still within the scope of the debate topic.
No. So sorry. I don't think you understand what I was asking. And maybe, Avi, it's better if you understand me. It's just to make sure that I'm getting through. I'm asking what it would take to convince you that the kinds of statements he was making in his performance in the debate isn't a result of a semantic difference of opinion on what the proposition means, but is instead a result of other stuff, right? So like, it's not that he that he has a different view of what the prompt means than I do, but in fact is other things that are explaining why this is being hung up on. But I answer that and say, there's certainly a possibility that you could convince me in this particular case that that's egregious or wrong, etc. But what I'm saying is I can envision possibilities where you could be lured in on false pretenses about the specific nature of a specific plan you had within the topic, but the person's still arguing the topic. And that wouldn't be egregious. They're still arguing the topic, but they were false pretenses on exactly what their argument was going to be. As long as it's still within the topic or tangential to the topic, I don't have a problem with it. Unless it's like really egregious, he's attacking your family.
So let me see if I understand this. So Pisco, what you want from Rob is you want some sort of goalpost that he could give you, so that if the universe were to present with some evidence, he would be convinced that it's not an issue of crosstalk about what the semantics of the debate topic are referring to.
Correct. Yeah.
It's not an issue of like, oh, by expand we mean by 4. It's not an issue of by expand we mean by 1 or 4 or any other number. You both were on the same page about what the semantics referred to in that debate topic. However, he, for whatever reason, maybe nefarious or otherwise, lured you in under a pretense that was false, that was not dependent on crosstalk, but actually he knew that there was a difference there, and that he intentionally brought you in with that difference.
Right. That it's not just this thing of like he has his own interpretation and that's fine. That there's another reason for it, which includes the one that.
So your question is then, what would change So the question:
What would it take your? Yeah.
What would change your mind on that? What would
I don't know, because what I'm explaining is there are situations where I can envision even there would be okay. I certainly can be convinced, but I can't tell you exactly what the threshold. Let me explain what I think Ryan's position was, and if I'm grotesquely wrong, feel free to say, Pisco. You tell me if you think this is what Ryan was
just
doing.
1 second, just before you do, like, not that it would be okay, that it would just be the case that it wasn't due to like a crosstalk between what the debate proposition meant, but that there was just an intent to lure Pisco in under false pretenses for whatever reason, not because of like not whether that's okay or not. It may be okay.
It's difficult to quantify, and maybe if I can explain what I think was going on, it'll help clarify my position, right? So let me clarify. I think Ryan thinks your position is hugely damaging to the country. Not just the packing the court, but also other things, the adding the states, the ending the filibuster. You would agree that's good faith that Ryan probably believes that, correct?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay,
yeah,
so I think Ryan wants to talk to you about those things. And once, particularly in the conversation of court packing, Ryan really wants to talk about what you really think about court packing and what Democrats really think. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and he could have proposed that as a debate topic, but yes.
Ryan then says, I don't want to debate one person. I want to debate whether or not they should pack the court. You say, yeah, but I'm going to say that means just one person. No, I'm wrong. Go ahead. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Go ahead.
So I never said I won't debate the Ro Khanna plan. I never said I won't debate whether I'm trying to bring about tyranny. I never made those kinds of conditions. I was just like, I thought you wanted to talk about court expansion, and so we can do any. I never. And if you actually go to the logs, I'm saying I didn't know that you wanted to debate the Ro Khanna plan. He could have just said yes, I want to debate that, or yes, I want to debate like your overall views will lead to the destruction of the country. But he didn't do that, and so let's focus in, right? Like the question is, what would it take for you to be convinced?
No, wait,
that
you're going up here. I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Was the original proposed topic that you either issued to Ryan or to other people add one seat?
Yeah, no, at least one seat. And then I said, so, and then he says, do you condemn the Ro Khanna plan? I say, no, I don't, but I thought you wanted to. So I say, no, I don't. But then I thought you wanted to debate core expansion, not one person's particular expansion plan. And then he says in response, then why don't we do Democrats are justified, right? And then that's his wording, his phrasing. And wait. I say underneath that, I just understand that proposition to be the equivalent to at least one justice or more. And
what's his response?
Take it however you want. And in response to that, I say, well, I think that we should like clarify our semantics early, because why not dial it in? He doesn't respond to that, and he just goes and does the same exact prompt. He knows how I understand the prompt, and so this is all evidence to suggest this is not a semantic mismatch.
That's exactly my point.
It's the exact opposite.
So you interrupted me when I'm actually saying that's exactly what happened. He wants to debate the Ro Khanna, which is why would he reject the initial prompt? What's the difference between the prompt that says add at least one or that takes that out? What's the difference?
Yeah. So I view them as equivalent. I don't know. So he did that.
So why do you think he would reject one if they're the same?
Why wouldn't he say? Why wouldn't he say Ro Khanna? Why don't we debate the Ro Khanna plan?
We'll get to that in a second. Let me finish. Why do you think he demanded a change in topic if he felt they were the exact same?
A power thing. He doesn't want me to control the wording.
No, I disagree. I think that it's obvious, as you've already admitted, that he doesn't like your plan and Ro Khanna's plan. When he said, let me finish. When he says you take it however you want, he's saying fuck that. This prompt means I'm going to argue the actual plan you have that falls within that, and the actual plan that Democrats have that fall within that. He couldn't have been holding a bigger sign when he said take it however you want, that he said that ain't how I'm going to take it.
So first of all, you would agree that that's not the ordinary usage of those terms, correct?
Of what terms?
Of the like, if I'm going to tell you the proposition is the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court, it doesn't mean add 4, right?
No. We already dealt with this. I already explained why. If I said Trump should create a fund, blah, 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 the ordinary condition, if I said just $1, would say the ordinary condition is not this specific fund. But that's a reasonable interpretation.
In this case, sorry. So if you were to be provided in this real world with a prompt about Democrats being justified in expanding, would you understand that? As being just Ro Khanna's plan, one Democratic member.
I would understand it. I would understand it as one of the two following things: either the person I'm debating what they really believe, because I assume good faith with almost everyone I debate, or I would assume it as the plan that's being suggested by the Democrats. I'm unaware of the plans that are being suggested by the Democrats that's just add one seat. So I would not interpret that as just add one seat, specifically when there was an ask and a change of the prompt that originally said one seat. I would say, but there was also a response. Is no longer that then.
Wait, why wouldn't he just say, I want to debate the Ro Khanna plan?
Because his point was that you're going to hide. What he's arguing is that
he didn't even offer that.
I don't know. It's clear. I think the point was I'm giving you an explanation that makes more sense than the explanation.
That might be consistent with leading under false pretenses, though. So let's say, he believes that. He say, okay, well, I believe that Pisco said talking about one person. I want to debate the actual plan unless Pisco disavows it. So I asked Pisco, do you disavow it? No. Okay. Well, no, then I'm going to change the debate prompt. You can take it however you want, but I'm going to take it however I want, and I want to debate the four. So
is that false pretense?
There's two hypotheses to take that. One of them is false pretense.
I don't think so.
Well, one of them could be false. There's two readings of that situation. So I'm just no. It's fine. There's two.
There's more than two theories, but go ahead.
Sure, yes. Well, I'll make them exclusive. I'll make them mutually exclusive, so there aren't. But on one of them, there is a false pretense. On other them, there's not a false pretense. Okay, mutually exclusive. Now, among the non-false pretense, there's all sorts of things you could say. Okay, well, I understood that. Pisco and myself, we both understood that, had the same understanding that Pisco is going to take it how he wants, and I'm going to take it how I want. And we're both understanding. That's not false pretense. That's correct. Him thinking that Pisco just interpreted the way he interpreted. There's another reading, which is false pretense, saying, so you can take it however you want. Pisco's thinking he's going to take it how he wants, but he doesn't know that I'm going to take it however I want, meaning focusing on 4 only. And
that's a false pretense. Why would that be false pretense? Because I don't understand why that's false pretense.
Because
Pisco's incorrect in assuming what my strategy will be. That still falls within the topic.
No, it's not false pretense. It's both of each other's understanding of what their understanding of the debate prompt is going to be.
No, I disagree. I'm
just talking about you could reject the reading. It's fine.
No. I disagree with this. I'm not saying whether I agree with this reading or not. I disagree that that's false pretense.
Well, okay. Well, let me just give you the scenario, and I want you to be clear if that you disagree with false pretense.
Okay.
So let's say I give someone a debate prompt, and we're not on the same page of what the debate prompt means, and I know that that person has an understanding of what my understanding of the debate prompt is that's false, and I go with it anyway. So I think this person isn't going to interpret the debate prompt in a way that's not true, but I'm fine with that because I want to debate it my way anyway.
That's not false pretense.
It's not false pretense?
No, let me explain why.
How is it not?
Let me explain why. Did you ever do these like mini debates where they'll just come up with a topic in the moment? You know what I mean? I do these all the time. You do these panels and they'll be like, should we have the death penalty or something like that? Oftentimes a strategy is to take the specific wording that your opponent made a mistake or misunderstood and apply how that specific wording means that actually your side of the debate is correct. I don't think that's false pretense to say, aha, I knew what you thought the prompt meant, but actually if you look at the specific wording, you're wrong. Would you say that's false pretense? I wouldn't. False pretense would be Ryan.
I'm sorry.
False pretense would be this. Ryan says, sure. You take it however you want. And then you go in and read your prompt and Ryan stands up and says, you're a shitty husband.
No,
and I really want to tell that's false pretense.
No. The false pretense would be going into debate knowing, right, that I have an idea about what Ryan means by the prompt, by what Ryan means by the proposition, and knowing what my understanding is. And notwithstanding that, right, continue to go forth with no intention to either clarify or actually debate that proposition as understood.
And knowing that it's false. If Ryan knew that Pisco's understanding of what the prompt was false, and he went into it anyway without any attempt to clarify it, with presumably having the presumed norm of clarifying what they're going to be debating about beforehand.
Yeah, and when he
would the question is not that that's what happened.
Would
if that did happen.
Yeah.
would it be false pretenses?
No, and let me answer why. One, I don't think that there's even a charitable reading that that's what happened. So I will argue. I understand.
If.
Pisco, please. I just want to let it know, because what happens is we deal in these hypotheticals enough, and then an audience that isn't paying attention accepts these things as true because they don't hear 40 minutes later when I get to and it didn't happen. So I want to clarify at the outset that I don't believe that's what happened. That's okay with everyone, right? Then I say, even if that is what happened, I again think that it's not false pretense. If Pisco has a fundamental misunderstanding, if the prompt says, the court should, if the prompt says something that Pisco has a fundamental misunderstanding, and it would be laughable, and we can all look and say, for example, if the prompt is, let me think of a country that's landlocked. Congo's landlocked, right?
I think so.
And if the prompt is, Congo should build a seaport on their coast, on their ocean coast, and Pisco says yes, and he gets up there, and then I stand up and say, you dumbass. They don't have an ocean coast. Was I obligated to tell him because I knew that he was mistaken and was misunderstanding? Was I obligated to tell him? It's slightly different, but it's the same idea of the gamesmanship of the debate. Let me finish. If Ryan's reading of the debate is one that is technically accurate by the words of the actual prompt, him knowing that you're like, oh, I interpret it as meaning this, and Ryan saying, I disagree, technically it's not false pretense for him to follow the technical wording of the prompt because you had a disagreement. That's not false pretense.
No. But Rob, that's about like facts in the debate or what's in dispute or something, and those are about like what it's not about the fundamental reason we're there in the first place, right? That's just about like what facts are available or what's obvious or not obvious. But let's say that you knew to a certainty, right, that I had a particular understanding of a given prompt that was false, and that, in other words, I'm preparing to debate something that isn't what we're there to debate about or something, and you know that in advance, and you have the opportunity to clarify that I'm preparing for a different debate, and I'm just wrong, let's say, in the hypothetical. You fail to clarify, even though you know that. Don't you think that's false pretenses?
Not if the position that he's taking of the reading is the accurate interpretation of what the prompt is. That is on you, that you have made a mistake and fundamentally misunderstood. Now, I've said all I can there. Now let's get to whether or not that's what actually happened. I think that clearly that's not the best faith interpretation of what happened. Certainly you can't prove. Certainly you can't.
Can I make my case? Can I make the case?
Yes, please.
Well, it's all circumstantial. So the reason why you knew that it's sandbagging and that was his intent is, number one, he admitted. All right, so we have an admission that he was trying to lure me in. He even said it was He said, "quote It was useful to get you here." When I was inquiring as to why you let this proposition hang, he said, it was useful to get you here. So admission, okay, direct admission that the reason the debate is framed the way it is, with the wording it is specifically to lure me. He disavowed the agreement that we had in the debate. So the fact that he's disavowing an agreement and saying, I don't give a shit about our agreement, that is implicitly acknowledging that there was an agreement that he's not keeping to, right? Otherwise, why would he say that? Why would he give an admission? I don't give a fuck about our agreement. If there actually was, as part of the agreement, an agreement to debate a proposition that he's right about what the meaning of that is. Number three, it's consistent.
Wait. I'm going to have difficulty.
I'm giving you a bunch of that. Yeah, okay.
Can I talk about that one real quick?
I'll summarize.
All right, just make sure you remember what you're saying.
Yeah, I do remember all of it. Okay,
that's fine. Okay, as long as you get signposted.
So number one are the admissions, all right? The admissions to luring specifically. Number two, it's the disavowal of agreements, okay? And these admissions on disavowals of agreements. Number three, it's his track record. It's discoursive conduct, right? He says prior to the debate, I don't want Pisco to know my arguments, whatever. And listen, that's circumstantial evidence, but it's showing that the way he likes to operate is by sandbagging and surprise. All of those factors, the blatant admissions, and also number four, are the best reading of the prompt. The best reading of the prompt and his knowing of the communications where I'm explaining what my understanding of the prompt is. All of that leads to, obviously, this was sandbagging. Obviously, this was false pretenses. He admits it.
All right, let's go to number one. What was it?
Admission of luring there. He said...
that was number two,
why is it? No. So two is the disavowal of our agreement.
Admission of luring, number one. Yeah, people lure people in debates all the time. It's not disingenuous or anything like that. Of course, there's nothing scummy about saying, "Hey, I wanted to bring you into this." Let me finish. I sit there and let you go on at great length, right?
No, you're not understanding that. I want to correct.
I do
you're
understand.
Not understanding
let me steal your
don't.
position. You tell me you don't understand. Okay, what you're saying is when he said lure, that means that he had false pretenses because instead of just saying, "Would you like to do a debate?" he made it seem like you were going to be debating something different. And when he says lure, that's so he could debate what he actually wanted, which is
I don't think it's quite right. No, it's the admission of like, why did you sign on to this proposition, this specific proposition?
No. That's a different point altogether. That's a different point altogether.
No,
so the idea of
it's an admission.
Yes or no? Is it bad faith automatically if someone says I lured you into this debate?
No, I don't think necessarily
okay,
it is.
So
No. Stop. No, that shows that you're not understanding my point.
I do understand the point.
No,
he wanted to debate you about what you really believe, but you wouldn't do it. You're scummy, and you're trying to.
That's false pretense. Stop. That's false. That's false pretense. What you're describing is false pretenses.
That is not false pretense.
What would it be? What would it be false pretenses on your view? What would it be? What would I have to show you for it to be false pretenses?
Well, I already argued about the hypothetical you showed wouldn't be false pretenses, even if everything you said, which isn't what occurred. I don't know if he said I wanted to debate you about court packing, and then he went on and started talking about your relationship with Destiny. I guess that would be false pretenses.
Why would that be false pretenses? Why would that be false pretenses?
He lied about the entire theme of the topic he wanted to talk about.
The theme? Just the theme?
Yes.
Yes
or no?
If it's that's insane.
I mean, did we not already clarify at the beginning of this that it was within the scope of the topic for Ryan to be talking about packing for justices? Yes. You even had to clarify
for the affirmative.
Let me finish.
For the affirmative.
Let me finish.
For the affirmative.
If you remember, we went through this whole rigmarole. You said no.
For the affirmative.
That's not germane to the topic.
Affirmative.
And then Avi had to step in and you were like,
for the affirmative.
What do you mean for the affirmative?
For the affirmative. It would be relevant for me to justify a 4-person court pack that would tend to show the truth of the proposition.
It is still I don't think you understand something. The topic is court packing. Should they pack the court? Ryan's welcome to say they shouldn't add 4 people to the court. That's still talking. Let me finish.
No, but
that is still within the scope of the topic. You could say, yes, but that's not sufficient to argue that they shouldn't pack it in the specific way I'm talking about. That is an argument to the effectiveness of Ryan's argument. That is not an argument as to whether or not he is outside the scope of the topic. There's a difference in those two things.
What do you take the topic to be?
Pisco, again, what you do is, by the way, we're approaching 2 hours and 20 minutes, 2 hours and 30 minutes on the topic that we both agreed we didn't really give a shit about. What you do is you keep getting meta and talking about the stuff. I've already answered this. We looped it. I said it is an entire reasonable interpretation to look at that topic and say that the reasonable interpretation is
a topic
let me finish,
on your view?
The real good faith plan that the actual people in power have, or the real good faith plan.
What is a topic? I'm asking you for a conceptual analysis.
Let me finish. I'm explaining. You're not listening because you're debate broing and doing the yes and no.
You're not explaining what a topic
is. I am explaining. The reasonable good faith topic or understanding of the topic would be what the actual party is advocating for or what the actual belief is of the person I'm debating.
I'm asking what a topic is.
What is a topic? That's what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah. How do we know if we're within a topic? What is a topic?
A topic is the agreed upon frame question that should be answered.
The proposition, right? That's the topic.
Right. I'm saying that his reading of the proposition.
The
Okay, what is it? So you've restated. Congratulations.
Let me finish.
The
point is, anything that's not the proposition isn't on topic.
It is his reading of the proposition. You've just defined the term proposition to obfuscate from me explaining to you his reading of the proposition was a good faith reading, that it should be your actual belief.
Ryan,
not
I don't think you understand the
dialectic.
dialectic.
Up to narrowly tailored.
I don't think you understand the dialectic and how we got here, right? The whole thing, the reason we're doing this, right, is to get you to explain what it would take for me to show that it's not a semantic mismatch and just like, oh, he understood it this way. What kind of evidence would I need to show? And you're saying even if he knew, right, that he was choosing the proposition, or one of the purposes was knowing that I have the wrong idea about what the topic is, assumedly wrong idea, but to lure me because it's useful to get me there, that even that wouldn't be under false pretenses. So we're trying to get a
I mean, I
condition under
guess
which
I don't know what to do because you keep looping, right? So I'm going to do this. I'm just going to give on your points 1 through 4 my overall objection to this because it's so the meta because you're being upset that you didn't perform well. Totally get it. Right now. So that's what this is all about. For 2 hours and 30 minutes, your feelings are hurt. Okay. What I'm saying is the idea of him luring, or what was point 2? Get to it real quick.
Yeah, so he's disclaiming our agreement on the actual proposition. He's disclaiming that our agreement matters to him. That's evidence that tends to show that the agreement was done under the knowingness that he's disclaiming it, that it's false, and that I have a different idea.
The reason that he says that, I think the best faith interpretation of looking at it is because he knew this would happen. That we would end up in a 2.5-hour conversation. When I said exactly this is exactly what I meant, and you knew what the interpretation. So he's saying, I don't give a fuck about that. I give a fuck about the actual wording of the proposition. I give a fuck about, even more importantly, in fact, no, you're right. That's not. Let me answer.
You just fucked up big time.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
He actually gives a shit about what his opponent, good faith, really believes. Not some
But
lie.
not the proposition. But not the proposition.
Yes,
he doesn't
he
care
does.
about the proposition. That's
He
what
does.
he said. He said, I don't care about the proposition.
You're
Rob.
blowing your
He
mic
said, I
out
don't give
because
a
you're
shit
screaming.
about it.
We can't
All right.
hear you.
He said, Rob, he said, I don't give a shit about the proposition. How can you maintain that he gave a shit about the
Again,
proposition?
we've already gone through this. What I'm saying is, what he's saying is he gives a shit less about the specific proposition and the specific wording than he does what your actual heartfelt beliefs are. It happens that everything he's arguing also falls within the proposition. He's just saying that specific proposition is
He
less
doesn't
important.
care about it.
That's right. He doesn't care about it when it comes to the context of talking about what we really believe. There is an agreement, a norm. Would you agree that there's a norm when two people are debating something that they're giving you their actual good faith belief of what they actually believe? That's a norm, right?
Yeah, unless they're doing like a devil's argument that they actually believe
That's
what
not
they're
what
saying.
you're doing,
yeah.
right? That's not what you were doing.
Of course it is. No, I believed everything
You were
I
giving
said.
a devil's advocate argument?
No. I didn't. I'm not saying I did a devil's advocate argument. I believed every single thing I said on that debate panel.
Right. So what Ryan's doing is his overall frustration was this. The reason he felt he had to lure you in was because instead of offering to debate everyone on what you really believe, you're instead offering to debate them on this narrowly tailored version so you could get some little hypothetical win to obfuscate what you actually believe. And so instead of pissing around and he assumed that you would be like, I don't want to take that debate, he made it clear as day, and you have no argument as to why this wouldn't be the case other than I don't know power. You literally said the prompt, add by 1. He said no. I want it to just be should they add? And you're like, that literally meant the same thing to Ryan. He just did it as a power control.
It's consistent.
It's clear that he saw it as a difference.
It's consistent. It's consistent with my whole notion that he's doing it under false pretenses. It could definitely be the true. Yes, because he's trying to, and this is why it's consistent, right? By introducing the argument. The reason I chose one, at least one, is because it's really, really clear. Okay. Now the Democrat, you would agree, it's more clear, it's less ambiguous. I would even grant that than the Democrat justification one, right? So that's the clear language. Now he moves to more unclear language, and I'm like, well, even though it's more unclear, I understand it. The exact same thing. To me, it's the exact same thing. And I say we should clarify our semantics, and he didn't do that. At no point did I say I'm unwilling to argue the Ro Khanna thing. I was totally willing to do that. But it's consistent with making language less clear, more ambiguous, for the purpose of doing exactly what he did, which is to lure me in.
It doesn't matter. His reading of the topic, as we've agreed, is within the scope of the topic. You could say that it's not the best reading of the topic, but it's not as if he led you in to talk about court packing and then talked about infidelity. He talked within the scope of the topic, and part of his strategy was to show how you want to advocate for lesser things that you really believe, because in reality, you are the banal face that they put on of extremism. That you don't just want to pack the court, you want to end it.
That's irrelevant.
It is
That's
not.
irrelevant.
It is not irrelevant to the overall.
Yes, it's irrelevant.
It is not irrelevant to his goal and what he's trying to do, and what you admitted one of your
That's
goals.
P1. That's P1.
What you admitted
P1.
that what again? You could say it's P1. I'm explaining what
You wanted to
admitted
move off of P1.
Let me finish. And what you explained was part of your goal, which is to motivate people to go out and vote. His argument is I am arguing within the scope, and part of arguing within that scope is to show the actual bad faith hiding what this guy really wants and the extremism that he's really advocating for. There is no reason that that's not germane.
Pause. So it could be true that I'm bad faith and everything, and the proposition can still be true, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So isn't that so? If it's the case that you grant, right, that I'm bad faith. You grant that I'm a liar. You grant that I'm hiding my power level. All these things are untrue, by the way, completely untrue. And I've been standing. So for example, the reason you know it's untrue is the minute he asked me about the Rokano thing, one time I said, I don't disavow it. That would be one plan I would support. So I'm not hiding my power level. And in fact, on the tweet where he was responding, he knew exactly that what my position is. So there's no hiding of anything.
If I may.
Even putting that aside, it could be true. All that stuff could be true, and it doesn't change whether the proposition is true or false. It doesn't lower or raise the credence at all.
Two things. One, I promise I'll never use your name and the word power level together in a sentence. But just a little joke there. Secondly,
okay.
We already went through this with the Trump funding plan. You would say, well, your reasonable interpretation would be the funding plan that already exists. Wouldn't I say, even if I'm being bad faith and all that, does that mean that the reading is technically true of the prompt? I could be bad faith. Yes, the answer would be yes. But that doesn't mean that you would be unjustified saying, this is fucking slimy. My reading of the prompt's probably a better reading than the technical, this is what it technically says reading. That was Ryan's argument.
He knew what
I'm ready to move on to the other debate.
Listen. I also want to do that. The reason why I brought up this prompt is because you said in your initial tweet, I want to talk about the previous debate and then also debate it. And so,
do you want me to talk about it 7 hours? We could do it another night.
No.
That's a damn good job. Closing statements.
I think you've done I think you've done a completely awful job. So yeah, I'm fine to do closing statements if you want on that.
You're not very bright. Right. Who wants to do the first closing statement? I don't care. I can go first if you want.
One question. One question on this, because I hear about who has the good reading, whose reading is more. Let's just say someone does have the better reading. Let's say Ryan did have the better reading.
Okay.
But let's say he also still knew that Pisco thought he was coming in to a different reading, to a debate about a different reading. Now Ryan said, "Well, my reading is better. I know if this happens. I'm not saying it did happen, but if it happens such that Ryan's reading was better, he says, well, since my reading is better, that's what I'm going to take it as. I know Pisco is thinking he's going to come into this with something else, that we're going to talk about something else. I'm not going to clarify that to him. I don't want to get into that with him. I have other reasons. I think he's being slimy or whatever. I'm not going to clarify it to him, but I know that he's thinking he's going to come in something else. But I'm just going to do my thing. I'm gonna knowing that I'm not going to clarify. I'm going to let him come in thinking he's going to do that. But so even if his reading is better, would you say that that's misleading on any level, or if that's false pretenses or something in between?
No, not as long as he's debating what. And okay. Go ahead. I could prove it to you, Avi. You ready? Pisco, you would say that the Senate refusing to give advice and consent under Merrick Garland was, in your definition, court packing, correct?
As I use the term, yeah.
Okay. Let's say the topic was the Supreme Court, or the Democrats would be justified in packing the court. Okay. Fair?
Okay.
Let's say that's the topic. All right, you follow me?
Wait, the topic. Yeah, Democrats.
All right, you follow me, Avi?
One, right?
Now, let's say that Pisco he knows that when Ryan hears the term court packing, he's thinking, oh, Pisco's going to come in and say, we should have 10 justices or 11. But Pisco's like, secretly, my plan is going to be, no, we're not adding to the justices. I define court packing as what happened to Merrick Garland, and that's what I'm suggesting doing. Was Pisco bad faith? Avi, I'm asking you.
So
not you.
I'll answer the question. Yeah, if Pisco knew that the term court packing, in Ryan's view, not just in Ryan's view, meant something else, but Ryan came in thinking that it was going. He knew that Ryan came in thinking that this is what Pisco is going to mean by court packing. So if Pisco knew that Ryan thought that Pisco meant court packing only refers to expansion and doesn't refer to the Garland situation, and yet he didn't clarify that, and he could have clarified that, then I would say yes.
That's absurd. That's common debate strategy. I think that's an absurd reading. That's not bad faith on Pisco's part. I would say absolutely not. I could say that term's shitty, et cetera, that you're incorrect in your definition, but why wouldn't Pisco be allowed to say, if he proves that that's an accurate definition of court packing, why that would be somehow shitty or unethical on his part? I completely disagree.
He can do it. It's not the problem. The problem isn't of whether he can make a case for his definition or not, or make a case that it's a good reading. It's not an issue of good reading or not. It's an issue of this is it's an issue of knowing that the other person is not aware or has.
You don't have to give your
not
argument.
even aware. No. Okay, I understand. You don't have to give. If that was in the debate.
By the way, I did though. But by the way, I did. I gave him 8 days in advance. But
sure.
It's
So then,
irrelevant.
if that was in the debate proposition, if someone said like this is an example of court packing, and by court packing, you could have a different reading of court packing, but whether it's going to be true or not in the proposition is just going to be dependent on what that's defined as, of what goes into court packing.
There's nothing unethical if Pisco would not give his strategy out there. Nothing.
And
if he said,
strategy.
what's that?
It's not an issue about strategy.
Yes, it is.
The question I'm just asking is one person getting another person to, under the pretense that they're going to talk about something they're not. That's
not. If you're. Again, this is absurd. If you know that your opponent is misinformed, you're saying you have to say, just so you know, before we do the debate, you're misinformed. Here's my interpretation. That's absurd. It's an absurd.
I'm not. No, I agree that wouldn't be No, I agree with you there.
Okay, then Pisco wouldn't be unethical in the hypothetical.
Okay, but I think there's a whether it comes on to one side of this sort of case or the other sort of case, you can debate. But I think there's a difference between saying, here's the debate proposition. You think we're going to be debating this proposition, but I have some by this term I'm going to fill in the blank with something else that you're just completely thinking something else, and that's how I'm going to pounce on you. Versus, there's some fact about the world about this that makes this debate proposition true or not, and you're just ill-informed, so I'm going to stomp you on that. I think those two things are very different. In one case, you're misleading the person about what you're even coming in to talk about. In the other case, you're both on the same page, or at least you're not trying to mislead the other person about what you're coming in to talk about. You're just not giving away your debate strategy about what arguments you're going to deploy or what facts you're going to correct them.
I gave the exact scenario with Pisco. I don't know what to say other than agree to disagree, and I think the majority of people that have done debate, whether it be professional, at a collegiate level, etc., would totally agree with my interpretation. This is commonplace in debate all the time, that you don't give away your strategy, and that if someone misreads and you could prove that they misread the words in a debate, that's on them, as long as you could prove that you're arguing within the scope of the actual topic. There is nothing erroneous about that or nothing unethical. But that's Pisco's plan. What I just said in this hypothetical, that's exactly what I'm outlining. And you're like, no, that would be unethical in some way.
So you're saying Pisco had a plan going into the debate. Let me see if
the topic is, I'm advocating the Democrats should pack the court.
Okay.
Ryan interprets that as, Pisco's going to say add numbers to the court. Pisco stands up and said, no, I reject that. My form of court packing is this other thing, and they should do it.
Okay, let me just say.
The proposition was about court expansion.
That's not the hypothetical.
Okay.
So let me just make sure I understand. So the hypothetical you're proposing is, Pisco, debate proposition in Pisco versus Ryan is court has the term court packing in it.
Correct.
Court packing.
And then Pisco says, okay, he says to himself, all right, I know that Ryan's understanding of what court packing is, like the Democrats justifying court packing, that's the debate proposition. What court packing means, well, really, there's a difference in terms of how I'm going to take it. I'm going to take court packing however I want.
Correct.
And I mean not just blocking is court packing.
Correct.
Now, I know that Ryan, he's
not ready for that.
That's not his read. And we're having a conversation, we're trying to clarify what we mean, but I'm just going to say, I take it, I'm going to take it, you could take it however you want. Ryan says, I take that to mean just expansion. I just take that to mean expansion. And Pisco says, well, you could take it however you want. And then he says, then Ryan says, well, we should clear up our semantics. Pisco doesn't reply.
Which I did. That's absolutely happened.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Wait, no. Of course it is. It's sandbagging. And the truth of the fact, yes, it is. Yes, and the truth of the matter is,
but there's nothing wrong with sandbagging.
It's under false pretenses. It's misleading. Yes, 100% it is.
I disagree.
And okay. Disagree, but I just want to clarify what's going on here in terms of the actual use of the term court packing. Ryan knows what I mean by court packing because he's watching all the debates I'm having. I'm giving him my argument ahead of time. I'm saying let's clarify our terms beforehand. I'm being as good faith as possible, and he but when he does it, right? When he does it, he knows he's trying to increase ambiguity He's trying not to clarify semantics of the proposition, and he's disavowing the proposition in the first place. What is more likely, that there was an honest disagreement about what the proposition meant, or that he was trying to lure me under false pretenses, which of course he admitted to?
You escape from the hypothetical by now going back to the specific, right? What I'm saying is, in that hypothetical situation, there is
That would
nothing.
be bad. That would be misleading.
Let me finish. I disagree. I don't think it would be misleading or bad. I think it's perfectly, as long as you win, that you are following the technical prompt. There's no problem with that. Ryan's arguments followed the technical prompt, as we've shown, right? It just didn't follow your specific narrow tailor of what you wanted to do within that specific prompt, right? What I'm arguing is Ryan wanted to talk about the things that matter, which is what you really believe and what Democrats really believe. He suspected that you weren't doing that, which is why you suggested a plan that you aren't really for, which is just add one. And so he specifically signposted that he disagreed. He found a way that you could talk about what you wanted, and he was going to talk about what he wanted.
So
it was within the scope of the topic. No problem.
So just to be clear, I would support a one court expansion. I would support a 2 court expansion. These are things that I would support. But putting it aside, I think on your view, there would be nothing I could do that would be deceptive on that view. I mean, like other than, I guess you said, if the interpretation is so ridiculous, right? Like if I interpret
it's
court
not
packing,
vaguely related to the topic, it seems.
And it's not even vaguely related.
Yeah,
In this case, it's specifically germane to the topic. It literally falls within the scope of the topic.
Okay.
All of Ryan's arguments.
I want to go to court packing, so I mean,
let's go.
Let's go.
Do you want to do closing statements, or do you want to just move on?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do closing statements.
I
like
have
to
to
do
go to the
that.
restroom. Can I go before closing statements?
Yeah.
I'll just be 30 seconds. All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, if you guys have,
Avi, man, I can't see my super chats because I'm not at my usual setup, but these are like insane reductios on my view about I can't believe he's biting them, and that's crazy.
I think the if you were to pick this up, I think there's a common theme for both of the premises, and those both the theme to push, I think, to continue on would be the vague relation sort of condition.
Yeah.
There's
exactly.
this in both of these premises. There seems to be this. Okay, well, this is okay. Still, it's not okay if there's no vague relation. It's okay if there is this vague relation on top of it, and push on where exactly that, or not exactly, but vaguely, even vague.
Yeah.
But see where this goes.
I can start, Rob, if you want, or you
I come first. I don't mind.
Okay.
All right, I won't be too lengthy here, so I'll just say this. I think you can see it's sort of this meta conversation. It's fun to do, don't get me wrong, but to me it sounds like sour grapes. I think Pisco was mad that an audience that wasn't him or Ryan, and Pisco, who has generally a larger audience than Ryan, overwhelmingly thought Ryan did better. I think that he knows that court packing is a tough sale, and it's seen as extreme, and he didn't like the fact that extremeness was pointed out. I think that a lot of this is just sour grapes. You can see as we went through the premises, there's a lot of, well, I just think there's a difference, that style debate doesn't count when it comes to premise one, and well, I think that Ryan was, all of this is just like, you would have believed by listening to him that Ryan was talking about something completely irrelevant to what the topic was, and that's just not the case. I think all of us expect to actually be talking about the positions that our opponents actually believe when it comes to political discussions, and it's a bit frustrating that Pisco, even in that debate, was sort of unwilling to do that, to talk about the full scope of what he believes is germane to the plan. Instead, he wants to narrowly tailor because, as we'll get to in the second debate, what he's trying to do is hide his extremism. And you can see the tactic throughout here. You just hyper-focus on one little thing, and you just beat the dead horse over and over and over again. That way, you ignore the forest for the trees. And so what happens is you're just looking, well, technically, there's some minute difference. Everything's the same. So a presidential debate's not really a debate in the same style. And a hearing's not really the collegiate debate, it's not really the same, and let's spend 45 minutes talking about that, when in reality, almost everyone watching is like, yeah, I guess you're right. People would say he did good in that debate, even if there were things that were somewhat off topic. In addition to that, you can see that Ryan's things weren't even off topic. To the extent that the first half of the debate regrettably was meta, Pisco wasn't making arguments advancing his affirmative, nor was Ryan making that many arguments advancing his negative. Ryan had a goal in the debate, which he accomplished. We've argued, I've showed that Premise 1 shows that you could do good in a debate by accomplishing this meaningful real-world goal, and he successfully showed the extremism of the Democrats and of Pisco's position. In the second half of the debate, Ryan did a phenomenal job of articulating individual problems, as you'll see more of those, with the actual plan that Pisco was outlining. So in everything Ryan said was germane to the topic. The only thing Ryan did bad was out of his frustration for what he was seeing is Pisco unwilling to argue the actual plan that he wants, or at least the full extent of the plan of packing 4, that he said, I don't really give a shit about the topic. I don't give a fuck. I just said what I had to say to get you in here to talk about what you really believe. Oh, by the way, it's still germane to the topic, and it's still within the scope of the topic. So this is all sour grapes. Ryan wasn't there talking about like Pisco's personal life, infidelity or shit. All of it was relevant to court packing and the idea of the Democrats changing the rules to get power. Pisco didn't like being exposed. He likes to focus on minute little details so that you ignore the grand thing. And I too will be exposing Pisco and the Democrats for their extremist point of views in a holistic way, as Pisco will try to obfuscate in the second portion of this debate, thus fulfilling the prophecy and the entire rationale for Ryan exposing it in the first debate.
Yeah, so I think that these are all dog shit debate norms that Rob doesn't actually hold to. He would never accept this amount of misconduct and deception if it were someone that, you know, was against him. And if this were like a Democrat going against him and it was like, oh yeah, you know, I know we're here to debate whether or not we should elect Trump or Kamala, but like I want to talk about JD Vance, and JD Vance is like Trump's vice president, I guess, so it's close enough. It's not tangential enough, and he's like biting these insane reductios. Like, yeah, you could be totally irrelevant to the proposition, and just like in a congressional hearing where the norms are completely different, you could still do good even if you never ever justify your position and never undermine the other person's position. I mean, he bought that bullet, and you know, of course, that all the examples he's providing from collegiate experience and stuff is stuff that Rob thinks is cringe. He fucking cringes when these people have their slam poetry or are irrelevant or whatever, and he doesn't hold that they did a good job there. At the end of the day, he's not going to be able to like really justify where this kind of like qualitative and obvious, or not noticing the qualitative difference in the kind of domain of regular debate where there's one proposition and the domain of like congressional hearings where it's generally understood that there's like just nothing topical happening and that people are just going after for dunks on each other. This is different. We had one agreed upon topic. We understood what was going on there, and you should have to, if you're going to do a good job, justify your position or undermine the other person's position. But he wouldn't even buy that. On P2, we spent most of the time talking about whether or not he brought me here under false pretenses, because I guess that's relevant to whether or not he justified his position. And it's obvious that he did, right? He admits that he was just trying to lure me. He admits he doesn't give a shit about our agreement. I was the one trying to clarify or semantically what was going on, and he knew what I understood from the prompt, and notwithstanding that, he didn't clarify. He didn't want, because he wanted ambiguity, right? What's more likely, that this was an honest disagreement about what the prompt meant, or the person who said I don't give a shit about the prompt, the person who said I disavow our agreement, the person who said I do take it however you want it, and I'm like, why don't we clarify? Refuse to clarify. The one who said, I don't mind surprising you with evidence. I don't want him to see these debates. What's more likely, that this is an honest disagreement about the prompt and its meaning, or that he actually came in here with under false pretenses? And he won't even bite the bullet that even if Ryan knew that I had a particular idea about what the debate is and had the opportunity to clarify what the semantics were and what the meaning was, and refused to do so and insisted on going through with it, that wouldn't be false pretenses. Of course it would be. And that's exactly what the fuck happened. And you watched it as Ryan exploded and shot his whole credibility by admitting to lies, admitting to deceptive conduct. He said himself, quote, my personal credibility, right, matters to less to me than my country. Obvious implication there. I know I lied to you. He said my goal here was to expose you, not to debate the topic. I didn't care about winning the debate. So, I mean, he's just trying to give any kind of credence to that shambolic debate by Ryan. It was a pathetic excuse for a performance, and to say that that is consistent with not doing bad, I mean, you really just are not upholding any debate norms that we ought to care about. Happy to move on to the core packing.
Where do we go? 2 hours, 45 minutes on a topic I could give a shit less about?
Stop. First of all,
it's
fun.
Right,
if you're going to bring this, wait, hang on a second. If you're going to bring this up, I'm actually going to go to our exchange and I'll tell you exactly why I propose this topic. All right, so we're going to do that because you've now invoked that twice now. So let's go Yeah. So this is what you said in response to the debate. You said, quote, I would be happy to discuss this debate, meaning the one with Rob, and your prompt here next week if you would be down. We can do it with any mod you like. So you said both, that you wanted to discuss this debate, correct? Yes or no, Rob?
Yes.
Okay, and I proposed in response to that a prompt that said Ryan Mullally did bad job at the debate. Isn't that talking about the debate? Isn't that me responding to what you said you wanted to talk about? So why are you complaining about it now?
Well, two things. One, I didn't give a shit about it that much. It could be something I wanted to talk about. I didn't give a shit. Second, I don't think any reasonable interpretation of that would be 2 hours and 45 minutes. It was that important. But as long as you're reading things, do you mind if I read some DMs?
Yeah.
Relevant to
DMs
this.
on what?
Was it vaguely?
Yeah, okay.
Wait.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
But
Is
2
it
hours
vague-
45 is vaguely related.
Let's see. 8:45, we said. How long do you want to go? 2 hours? You said, yeah, let's do 8:45. Sorry if I'm a little late. No problem, right? And then I was like, oh,
Yeah.
good. I said, I just wanted to know because if it's only an hour debate, it affects your strategy. By the way, nothing's wrong with reading these DMs, right? It's just nothing.
Yeah, no.
You're
I
cool
mean,
with
mine was a public exchange, and I don't have a problem with this.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Before I get to what I'm getting to, this is all benign
Sure.
shit, right? Okay. It's just from that thread. So there's nothing here that's like personal embarrassing, I don't think.
Sure.
I said, can we agree on the following two things? One, we will spend at least an hour on topic 2, barring any emergencies, etc.
Yeah.
I find this topic more interesting and don't want to run out of time and miss it. And then we do the topics in order. You said, sure. I would hope the first topic doesn't last that long. So when I
that was my
criticize
hope.
it, now let me finish. So when I criticize, say, well, shit, we spent 2 hours and 45 minutes on the topic that I didn't really care about. You yourself in the DMs were like, I know, I care more about the other topic. I hope this one doesn't last that
do.
long. That's why I made that comment, Pisco. Not some nefarious
but
conspiracy
you're implying
that I'm hiding what
but
I
you're
really
no,
said. Got it?
no, but you know, tell me if I'm wrong about your interpretation. You're implying that I'm trying to like wait out the clock on the second topic and trying to like do
No,
a
that's
filibuster.
not what
Isn't
I'm
that what you're
implying
implying?
at all. I'm
Okay.
implying that we spent
All right,
way
so-
more fucking time on a topic that both of
Yeah,
us claimed wasn't that important.
Me too. I don't.
Okay,
no,
that's
but
all
I'm
I'm
on equal
saying.
ground with you. I'm on. No, you weren't implying that it's my
No!
fault. This is my fault. Okay. All right. Hey.
Wait, no, I'm implying
I'll
it's
accept-
your fault, but I'm not implying that
Wait,
it's
why-
run
why-
out the clock
why-
on the second debate.
Okay. So why is it my fault and not your fault too?
Well, I definitely have a hand in it, but it's clear that you were the one that constantly I was saying like 20 minutes into the premise 1, like, okay, ready to move on to premise 2, and you kept dragging it back in, and I was, okay, then I'm going to defend myself.
All right, that's just stupid. Let's just get to the second topic.
All
I
right.
think there's no nefarious intent here. I think we can agree on that, and we both of us.
No,
we
I
would
don't
do
think
this,
you
right?
were nefarious. I thought it was just...
Okay.
I don't think you're running from this. And I will say this. Let's say, heaven forbid, something happens. I would truly believe it's because like an emergency came up and you're like, oh shit, I got to run. The fire alarm just blew. So I'm not suggesting that at all.
Okay. All right.
You know what? I'm also ready to stay for the second debate.
Let's do it. Let's
I'm
get to
also
the more
ready to
important
do it.
shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was also more interested in the second debate too, by the way.
Here we go. Maybe it'll be 5 hours. We'll see. All right. Well, court packing.
Oh, do you wanna
Topic,
go?
specific topic. Unless you need a break or something. Specific topic.
No.
Okay. The specific wording.
Oh wait,
which
is
obviously,
the real content plan? Wait, how do you understand the fucking proposition?
Let me finish. Right. Given the first debate, I think it's important that the audience hears the specific wording. You don't disagree, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can interpret it however you want. The specific wording is Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
All right. You, as the affirmative, would you like to speak first and give an opening statement?
Sure. I'm just gonna read out my argument.
You have a syllogism that.
Yeah.
Correct.
If there was injurious partisan Supreme Court packing and there's no effective way to reverse it without court packing, and the proposed reciprocal packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence, and there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade, then the injured party is justified in reciprocal expansion of the Supreme Court. I think that this is tracking a lot of our normative intuitions, regardless of like what specific ethical background you're coming from. I would think that most people, including myself, and this is, I share this intuition, in other words, that injuries, to the extent that you're not doing like insane stuff to surrounding consequences, to the extent that it's not like grossly disproportionate, most people believe that wrongful injuries ought to be healed to the extent possible. Again, barring those other things. And I think most normative theories of wrongness would account for that kind of stuff. I don't think it buys you into one certain thing. So this is only for the cases in which you're not like destroying the country, or you're not doing some kind of severe consequence to the structure of the country, that kind of stuff. And so I think that P1 ought to be pretty uncontroversial. P2 is that there was, in fact, injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. And this is indexed to what happened to Merrick Garland in the what happened with Mitch McConnell. And there, the injury is specifically to the Democratic Party. Court packing here, if it's going to be a hang-up, I can just change the terminology to mean court schmacking. So why don't I do that so we can avoid all of this like right definition, wrong definition talk. So I'm going to just on the fly say, I mean here court schmacking. And by court schmacking, I just mean adjustments to the partisan composition of the court through norm violation and in a way that is actively driven. All right, and that irregular and actively driven, irregular being the norm violation aspect to it. And that's what I mean. And there was, and I think that that's what's happened with Merrick Garland. And the norm violation there, if we're trading off of them, I think is worse than proposed legislative norm violations. So there's a way we can get into that as well. P3 is there's no effective way to reverse it without court packing. I think that's true on any notion of effectiveness. Like constitutional amendment propositions, if we had another side that was willing to work with us in good faith to do a kind of neutral reform, I think perhaps there would be. I think if the Republicans were willing to like, hey, you guys can nominate a seat. If Trump was like, if there's a vacancy, he's like, okay, in recognition for what happened to Merrick Garland, let's nominate someone the Democrats like. I think that would be a way to reverse it without court pack. And there are ways to do it, but most of them either require a Republican Party that we don't have, or thresholds of votes that aren't feasible, really. And so I don't think it's effective to reverse it without court packing, although it does presuppose that it would in fact reverse it, and I do think that it would reverse it. P4 is that the proposed reciprocal packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. I think that some proposed packing does overshoot, so I think a 100-person overshoot, it does go way beyond mild deterrence. And yeah, so that's P4. We can get into what exactly that is, but I think that you should at least think that a one-person court pack doesn't overshoot. I think that really the injury was 2, and so it should be 2 is the real direct injury. So I think if you grant the 2 isn't overshooting, then I think that you're in favor of court expansion by definition. And then P5 is where a lot of the debate is. That's about the severe consequence cascade. I'm not convinced at all. There's a reason to believe that the major consequence cascade will happen, the different things that are cited. And then P6 is the injured party are the Democrats. So that's my argument.
Okay. You good? You mind if I go?
Yep.
Thank you so much. All right. Interesting. This is very interesting. I'm sort of glad we did the first topic first for a reason you'll get to.
Yeah.
My first point is this, and I have a little bit of a lengthy opening statement, so if you'll forgive me. I think it's important to keep in context throughout this debate, and every single time we go through every single premise, just like in the first debate, and I will go through his premises, I have no problem with that, right? That the goal here is to obfuscate by making the unreasonable and tyrannical sound when you look at each little step like it's something that would be okay. This is something that we've seen authoritarian governments or authoritarian cultures do in the past. Each little step, step by step by step by step, until you overwalk into tyranny. And what the people that want to do that do is say, but let's just look at each little step. Little step 1 was okay, right? Now how about little step 2? So I think it's important to understand. My theory is that Pisco is not advocating this out of some sense of neutrality or justice. Pisco is advocating this because he does not like the fact that the way that his party has accomplished their goals has been unsuccessful to the extent that he wants. They have lost court cases in a legitimate court. They have lost elections in legitimate elections, and he's pissed. This is why Pisco formerly in the past, such as 5 years ago, acknowledged that there are a lot of hypothetical problems with court packing and he's not necessarily for it in a conversation with Destiny. What's changed? Why all of a sudden is different? All the facts on the ground are the same, with the exception of there are court cases that have been lost. Pisco is mad because his side lost, and so now he's pissed off and wants to radically change the rules of the game. And that radical change isn't limited to just packing the court. What they've done is said, let's give ourselves an excuse to radically change the rules of the game in an attempt to ensure that we're in power for the foreseeable future, and then we'll have a post hoc justification of, oh, but trust me, bro, it's not for partisanship, it's because justice and neutrality, etc. So let's go through some of the things that Pisco's for. In addition to packing the court, he's also said he's for ending the filibuster. That means that they would be able to pack the court with just 50 senators as long as they had the presidency and the vice president. He also says that we should vote blue no matter who. Formerly, he talked about people's character, but now he's defending people like Graham Plattner with Nazi tattoos. None of it matters. We have to vote blue no matter who. It does not matter the character flaws or how shitty people are, or even if they are honest to goodness, proud Nazi iconography wearers. He says that there should be some sort of legislative branch rules over the court. This would effectively eliminate the separation of powers because, as we see with other Democrats suggesting this, they would be able to say, we think this person lied in their confirmation, and therefore we should be allowed to punish them, effectively meaning that the court is subservient to the legislation, which would mean that they could pass whatever they wanted, because if the court deigned to go against them, they'd just add more seats with the filibuster being nuked and punish the justices that voted against them through some sort of hypothetical, trust me, bro, you lied. He talks about how there should be statehood for DC and Puerto Rico. Insurrections, which were something that he was really big in talking about. January 6th is something incredibly important. Nary a peep out of him now as we see insurrections on almost a weekly basis occurring by the people that he agrees with. He just says, oh, I'm not relevant, I don't know about the details, etc., etc. His definition, as I argued for years, was so expansive that predictably Democrats would do this all the time. All of a sudden, insurrections, not that important to Pisco. I challenge you, find the last time that he was vocal against the near nightly abuses that we see in Newark, for example, or that we saw in Chicago, we saw in Minneapolis, or that we saw in LA, but I repeat myself in all of these states. Show me his vigorous condemnation of these attacks and insurrections occurring against law enforcement. Almost monthly we see these occurring. Not there. The truth is, he is the sort of soft face, and he is a likable fucker, I'll give him that, right? But he is the soft face of this tyranny. The goal is to not do one of these things, but to do them all together. So when you hear these premises and him saying, oh, it's just for justice, it's for neutrality, don't forget what the intent is. It would be like this. Say that a guy announces, I'm going to steal your car, Avi, right? And then he says, well, let's debate this. Is it okay for me to stand near your car? That's okay, right? It's okay for me to be near your car. And you're like, I guess. And it's okay for me to put my hand on the handle of the car, right? Sure, I guess. And it's okay for me to get into it in certain circumstances. Yeah, but dude, you said you're going to steal the fucking car. But he's hoping if he spends 40 minutes on each of these little points that you'll overlook the fact that this is in totality what he and yes, what Democrats believe. That's why my purpose of this debate is twofold, and I'll be upfront with it. One, to convince everyone who isn't a radical left-wing Democrat that will vote Democrat no matter what, that these are the stakes. This opinion is going to get more and more common. It's being shared by people from Kamala Harris to Ro Khanna to James Carville and many more. And so you must reject this, because this radical shakeup of doing all these things at once will destroy this country and lead inevitably to a form of civil war. That's number one. Number two, if you're a Democrat, you should reject, even if I can't convince you to vote Republican or not vote, you should reject plans to do this. You know that this is extreme, just like I heard people argue like Destiny against Pisco all those years ago, that this is extreme. They all know that it's extreme. Now, if I could go to a couple more points here. Pisco should have to argue his premises that he's outlined and the syllogisms that he's outlined. Already he's done something that, if you listen to the first part of the debate, is fucking laughably egregious. Part of his defense with why he was so good faith and Ryan was bad faith was, I told him exactly what my plan would be. That should be the exact focus. Now the guy has the balls to stand here and change the actual argument and syllogism and the premises that he outlined as what he was going to do. That's because he knows one of the weakest arguments that he has is premise two, that what happened to Merrick Garland was court packing. So now, on the fly, after he's debated this over and over, after he gave me this syllogism, after he kicked his feet and said, no, I gave the argument beforehand, that's clearly what I was going to be arguing, he changes the syllogism at the last minute. And he did it for a reason. He's going to act like, oh, I just changed it for no reason. He did it because he knows. The same reason that he originally included the word court packing in premise two is the reason that he's changing it now, because he's obfuscating what he's really trying to tell you. And now he's saying, oh, it could be court packing or it could be not. He'll be fluid with language and have sort of his own or very minority definitions for all sorts of words throughout this debate. Now remember, as you look at every premise, understand this. He is advocating for all the radical shit that I said above. So when we look at each premise and you see this little, well, yeah, I'll change that definition a little. No big deal. Well, I'll change that definition. Remember, that's the strategy to obfuscate, to do these things little by little. Seeing as how he should have to defend his syllogism, as with all syllogisms, if I could argue even one of the premises fall, then it would mean that his conclusion would have to fall. I will argue that all of the premises should fall, and all I have to do is prove even one of them. So if you're watching and think that I've done even one, Pisco would have to acknowledge that that would mean that you reject the conclusion, and therefore I would win the debate. I think that there are a couple of the best arguments that I'll make is on premise 2, the idea of court packing. He has this argument of self-defense and that you shouldn't retaliate if someone gets justice and you injured them first and they get justice back. That doesn't justify you going at them again. Given as much, if I could argue that there was injurious court packing first against Republicans, that means what happened to Merrick Garland was justified, which means that his plan to pack the court is now not just. And I will argue that's exactly what happened with Bork, that was a violation of norms and, in effect, court packing based on the definition that Pisco gives. So he's in a double bind. Either it's not court packing what happened to Merrick Garland, which means it's not reciprocal to do court packing as a return or in an attempt at justice, or it was court packing, which means it was court packing against Bork, which means Republicans were justified to get retribution and justice by doing it to Merrick Garland. The other big argument I'll be making is he laughably tries to tell you there won't be a severe cascade of consequences, which is laughable. Of course, Republicans are going to retaliate if they get the chance. They're going to add seats. They're going to do other things. The same people that told you when Harry Reid ended the filibuster, trust me, bro, there won't be consequences, then yelled and screamed and said, I can't believe that Mitch McConnell ended the filibuster for Supreme Court justices. They told you, though, there won't be consequences, then immediately bitched about the consequences and how severe they were. If you believe there will be severe consequences, if you believe Republicans would pack courts if they get a chance and that's a severe consequence, then I win the debate because that premise falls apart. Lastly, both of us are trying to get voters on our side. That's the point of this entire debate. In addition, Pisco wants clout and all that shit from going against this titan, but he's just going to lose, so it doesn't matter. But that's generally the point where you are the judge. Right? We don't have a specific judge. The voting populace is the judge. Just because Pisco has his own definition of what is a norm or what is court packing or what is a severe consequence, ask yourself, do you agree with that definition? If not, then you reject it. Pisco will be able to tell you through twisting words and wait, yes, no. What about if people fart? He'll be able to use all of these analogies to try to confuse you and justify how his sort of proprietary or minority definitions are what you should be accepting. But also you should ask yourself every single premise is this, is that how you define those words? Is that how most people define those words? And most importantly, is Pisco advocating this for neutrality, or is he doing so because he wants to do all of these partisan things that were listed above and he's trying to post hoc justify it? That's my opening statement.
All right, why don't we get going? I think that we should start by like table setting why I don't want to get into like a semantic debate. So the reason I on the fly changed the label from court packing to court schmacking is it's not important to me what term we use there. Like we can use court schmacking. I'm just trying to capture a concept, and I don't want to get like bogged down in like definitions, whose definition is correct or not. You understand?
I find that to be absurd, Avi, given your seeming beliefs on the first topic, which that there should be a reasonable understanding of what the topic was, and it would be sandbagging to change. This dude put this out for weeks that this was his exact syllogism, and only in his debate with me does he change it at the last minute. How isn't that being disingenuous and sandbagging? Whatever his reason for it is.
Well, on my view of what is disingenuous and sandbagging is if he knew that you had a different impression.
I had the impression that that premise 2 was what he always said it was. That premise 2 was, as was outlined specifically to me, as was outlined on social media, as was outlined in every debate he had on this, that premise 2 was, quote, there was injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. Now he's saying, nah, we don't have to say it was packing. We can say it was schmacking. That is fundamentally changing what my understanding and everyone else that saw him say publicly, this is my argument. He has changed his argument at the last minute. How is that not sandbagging?
Let me just ask. Do you think that in his mind, it could be yes, could be no. In his mind, a serious question. In his mind, could be yes, could be no. In his mind, he thought that you had the understanding that court packing only means expansion. It does not mean blocking.
Yes, he knows that that's my belief.
No. And he knows that that's not, and he thinks that you also know that, or also believe that Pisco is is not going to have come in with a different view.
I believe Pisco is going to argue that what happened to Merrick Garland was court packing. I believe Pisco, let me finish. I believe that Pisco knows that one of the weakest parts of his argument is the fact that that's not court packing and I'm going to attack it. So I believe Pisco knows reasonably that that's what someone like me would prepare for, and then he changes it at the last minute to try to get out of that debate. That's what I believe.
Okay, so just be clear. So you think you think Pisco thinks Pisco thinks that robnoerr does not only has a different view of what court backing is, but he doesn't even know that Pisco has a different view of what court
No, I know he has a different view. And I know he
Right.
No.
I don't see how this is difficult.
I'm trying to gauge. It's one thing if you both come in with two different views of a.
He said, "This is what I'm doing." He changed it.
Wait a second. It's one thing if you both have an understanding that you both have a different interpretation of a word, and for the sake of ease, he's just putting a prime on there, like x and x prime, just so we don't have to have a debate over the.
No, I totally disagree.
I'm just
that's what I'm doing.
Well, but it's a different. I'm saying it's different if Pisco were to come in. Well, hold on. If Pisco were to come in and to say, okay, you not only have a difference of a reading on this word, but you don't even know that I have a difference of a reading on this word. I'm trying to lure you in to think you have to think you're going to be talking about a given reading on the word, when in fact I'm going to be tricking you and thinking you're going to be talking about that reading, but really I'm not. Really, I'm just going to talk about a different reading.
I guess
those two things are different things.
No, I guess I'll say this for the sake of moving this on. I regret asking you this, Avi. You were involved enough in the first topic. I just got to be honest. I think it's been a fun debate, and I think you've been great. But
he's a Trump voter. He's a Trump voter.
I think your bias is speaking through here. Given
he's a Trump voter. He's against my view.
May I finish my point? And then you can say what you need. I think the bias is evident to the majority of people watching that you were heavily leaning towards, well, let's give excuses when it came to Pisco's side of the argument in the first time, and now, when there is a clear-cut example of him literally, because he knew I spent time investing in using this as the two most central points in my argument. You even heard it in my pre-written opening statement. Premise 2 is the weak one, because he says it's court packing, and based on that definition, that's what happened to Bork. He knows that was Ryan's big argument, and so he changed the syllogism at the last minute. I don't see how it could be.
Let me just respond because to that accusation. Hold
Sure.
On. So no, I'm not so regardless. So first of all, no, I think I've moderated very fairly. I think whether if there's an issue, like moderating fairly to me doesn't mean it's with respect to my norms of moderation. It's just
I'm not attacking that. I said it seemed that you're on his side on it. That's all.
No, I'm not. And to be clear, I don't even think I am on his side on this. I vote just to be. I mean, he mentioned it to you, but actually, I did vote for Trump. I'm not on.
So you're not totally brain dead. I'm just.
He's not a Democrat.
I'm not a Democrat. And I did vote for Trump, but just to be clear, I think I've been completely consistent in whether I consider something misleading or not. It's the same criteria I've mentioned beforehand. The question is, would this meet that criteria? And in this case, it's not clear to me it would, unless you can show me that it would. This is something I do all the time. I say, okay, look, when I come into a debate and I understand that I have a difference of a reading on a term and you have a difference of reading on a term, okay. One way of getting around that is saying, okay, look, I understand we have different interpretations of the term. So to clear it up, let's put a prime on it. Let's say x and x prime. If we were talking about x prime, would you agree to this? If you're talking about x, okay, maybe you'd agree to something different. That's a normal move in debate.
Now, wait a minute. But if that's the case, it's not like throughout the course of the debate on this, he was like, whoa, how about this? He literally, in his opening statement before I said, so how's that not sandbagging when he had every opportunity in the world to make that change before the debate?
I'm just changing the label because Rob, I have the sense that what we're going to do is we're going to get hung up on what the term court packing really means. Right?
I agree.
That's not relevant to the debate, right? That's a semantic issue.
Of course it's relevant. Your opinion is it's not. I think it's very relevant. I think in
Well,
deciding whether or not the Democrats should pack the court, knowing what court packing is very important.
No. The proposition is on expansion. I don't think there's a difference in agreement about what expansion means there. And one of the premises, I'm using the same definition for a different labeled term, right? So if I do court schmacking as opposed to court packing, I just don't want us to get hung up on the real definitions are.
There's a reason. There's a reason you chose the term court packing in premise 2 originally, and the reason is this: what you're trying to do is give this veneer of justice. And one of the ideas of justice people has, and you even alluded to this in your opening statement, is sort of an eye for an eye, tit for tat. One side does something, you reciprocate by doing the same thing back to recover your injury. That's central to your argument. So you understand that it is an uphill battle to argue, well, something bad happened, and so now we're justified in doing something completely different, packing the court. So you said, I know what I'll do. I'll cleverly say that, let me finish. I'll cleverly say that thing that happened to the Democrats was court packing, and expansion is also court packing, therefore tit for tat. Now, when you realize the weakness of that argument and that I'm going to exploit it, as you've heard other people do, you at the very last minute change and say, actually, it doesn't matter if it's court packing or not. It is a change.
The label doesn't matter, right?
Knowing that was one of the central arguments that I was going to have. So you're trying to get out of that by sandbagging and changing this argument. Now, I'm willing to move on from it. I just wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine with the whole Ryan sandbagging shit.
Rob, it's irrelevant, right? Because number one, so let me explain. On the line front, I know and you know and we all know, right, that our notions of those terms are different, right? And so it's not like I'm trying to bring you on here with a different expectation, right? It is that case. What I'm seeing is I'm actually being good faith. I'm noticing that there's a terminology issue here. But let me finish. There's a terminology issue here in terms of what people mean by court packing. I don't want us to get hung up on that. The concept is the same, right? I said irregular, actively driven, affecting of the composition of the court. That the concept is completely stable. I just don't want to get us hung up on this, like, what is the true definition of court packing? That's tangential, right? This argument goes through whether or not you call it court packing or whether or not you call it court schmacking.
I disagree. I think the idea, when your argument is you're arguing what's good for the goose is good for the gander, correctly defining what goose and gander is or what that thing is important. And the fact that, let me finish, and the fact that you acknowledge that, which is why you put the word court packing originally in premise 2, because you want to say these two things are the same. Court packing is in what happened to Merrick Garland. Court packing is in adding seats. That's why you used it, so it would help make that argument of tit for tat. Now, once you realize the weakness of that argument, because you know you're going to get blown out on it, you're like, I'll pull back. It doesn't matter what term. I'm willing to move on. I'm ready to go. We'll be here all night on this.
Here's one thing I will say this. So this is something I did pick up, because when I watched the debate the first time, I didn't know that any of the sides had an idea that court packing can mean anything other than expanded. My understanding, I didn't know that there was even a minority interpretation that it means blocking. So I thought, I thought maybe there was some part in history where there was some expansion that happened that I missed. So then I realized in the debate, like Pisco is including this event of blocking into the term court packing, and then I didn't know that, and then I realized, okay, well, that may be a way to attack the argument by disambiguating the semantics and then seeing if there's a premise you could reject from that. That is fine. That's fine. That's very different than clarifying the semantics by disambiguating them for you versus actually lying about what or misleading you about what he means by it.
I disagree. If there was no perceived advantage or sandbagging, he would have made this distinction before the debate.
We can use the same term.
Let me finish. I could accept if this happened after we had a back and forth when he said, okay, fine. But he didn't. He did it in his opening statement before I said a word on the topic, which proves that he was intentionally sandbagging.
Oh my God.
I think that is the best. I'm ready to move on. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna whine about it. Let's go.
Rob. It's totally different. Avi just explained the difference, but even we can use the term court packing if you want. But we can use the term court packing if you want. I just don't want us to get hung up on terminology.
We're going to
court packing. Okay. So, yeah, perfect. No, I just don't want us to, if we're going to argue about what the correct definition is, that's going to be a derail.
No, it's not. That's germane to my argument. You don't get to decide what's germane to my argument and what's derail.
I'm not understanding how it's relevant. What term I use?
I would like to start in premise 2. Would you like to start there?
Why don't we start with premise 1?
Well, because I knew you'd say that. You're going to try to do something clever with premise 1. I'm fine. I actually told myself I wasn't going to start with premise one. But what you're going to do is premise one has a bunch of terms in it that's going to need defined. And you're going to say, well, don't worry about it now. Just premise one, premise one, premise one. And then 6 hours from now, when we're talking about minutia of like some other shit in premise three or something, you're going to keep hitting back and try to signal to the audience that I've conceded something with premise one, i.e. the definitions, terms, or shit like that.
So why don't we just clarify terminology?
So why don't we just do premise two first? Why don't we do the actual... Let me finish. Why don't we clarify the terminology in the premises that matter, and let's start in premise two. What's the problem?
I guess I'm willing to do that, but I just want to. I want to signal, right? Like, no. I just want to signal, right? Like, I want to clarify what I mean by these terms. I'm not opposed to that, and if that's a hang up, I'd rather. I don't want to debate like what the correct definition is. All right, you understand that? That's like a silly.
No. I understand.
Argument.
I understand that you don't want to do that. That's what we're going to do, though.
Well, okay,
why do you get to tell me what I'm allowed to make as an argument? I don't understand.
Because the debate isn't about what the right semantics are.
I disagree.
You understand
I think
that?
the semantics matter. I think defining terms greatly matters. When
you're
suggesting violating a norm in this significant a way, I think it's very important that we define our terms.
No, the
fact that you're poisoning the well by being like, hey, whatever, if you ask to define terms, I don't think that's important. It's a derail. I disagree. Let's decide on each term if it's a derail or not.
No, I understand that it's important to define terms and to convey meaning. That's really, really important. But what I don't want us to get hung up on is a conversation that like your definition is superior.
Yes, that's what we're going
that's
to do.
Just a derail.
I'm going to say my definition is superior, which is why you should prefer it, and that speaks to why we ought reject your plan.
No, but that's just an equivocation on my argument.
Again, the meta of you trying to poison the well that, well, when Rob defines terms and wins that his definition's better, don't think that matters is bullshit. We'll see if it matters or not when we get there. Premise two, let's go.
Okay, but I'm just signaling that's going to be a hang up. Anytime you try to be like, it's a superior definition, my response to that is going to be like, who cares? It's my argument isn't the labels of it don't matter. It's the concepts, right? It's not the labeling.
And so, as I said in the first speech, remember, he's going to have these sort of unique or minority definitions and want to hyper-focus on things and sort of, it's a red herring, it's this, it's a deflection, blah, 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 because he wants to obfuscate the fact that he wants to pack the court, that he wants to end the filibuster, that he wants to do all the shit that I said. So every premise, remember, all of you listening, that's Pisco's plan. He's trying to put banality. He's trying to be like, oh, no, it's just this real simple thing. That's all it is. That's what he actually wants. And he's hoping you get lost with all of this mush mouth, the definition, why does it matter? That's what he's doing. Premise two, let's go.
All right, P2. All right, okay. You have an issue with P2?
Yes, I do have an issue with P2.
Okay.
You say that there was injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. If I win, there wasn't injurious partisan Supreme Court packing, do I win the debate?
Yeah, I think that if you show that the premise is false, that it doesn't go through, so the argument fails.
Okay, well, in order to determine whether
it's not a sound argument if it's failed.
In order to determine whether the premise is true or false, we would look at the exact words and have a mutual understanding of what those words were and determine whether or not it is true or false.
Yeah. So on what I mean, right? On what I mean.
So just
on what I mean.
Not in what you mean, on the actual definitions of the words.
Again, this argument is indexed to what I'm trying to convey to you, right? It doesn't matter.
And absolutely outrageous. Because if that was the case, you could make any syllogism in the world be logical by saying, I have proprietary definitions for every word within. So when you entered this debate thinking, wait a minute, this makes no sense, I say, oh, that's because you misunderstood what my definition of man is. By man, I mean a dog. And therefore, doesn't it make sense?
Well, no, that would be. So let me explain it, right? So imagine the following argument: Socrates, all dogs are mortal. Socrates is a dog, therefore Socrates is mortal, right? Imagine that sort of scenario.
Okay.
And you're like, wait, that argument is not sound because Socrates is not a dog. And then someone says to you, well, all I mean by dog, when I say the word dog, the utterance, I'm just using it to refer to the concept of man. I just am like very weird like that. But given what I mean by the term dog, wouldn't it be true, the syllogism, wouldn't the argument be sound? And the answer to that would be yes, right?
No, and here's why we should reject this, right? Instead of taking individual proprietary definitions, right? Because what would happen if I say, oh, okay, then it'll be sound. Then you take that and you take it to other people that obviously have a misunderstanding of your unique definition of dog that think man means dog and say, oh, look, he got people to agree that this is sound. That's ridiculous. Why would you intentionally choose the word dog to mean man instead of just saying man? Sounds like you're obfuscating. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, no. So the soundness of the argument, right, is going to be related to like what the meaning of the terms are, right? The meaning of the terms as they're trying to be conveyed.
Correct. The term
right?
Supreme
and
Court packing.
Yeah. So if someone is trying to convey to you, it doesn't really matter. Like the utterances are just they're arbitrary utterances that we have an intersubjective agreed meaning on some terms. But if someone explicitly like just goes and clarifies, well, when I say this is all I mean by that, then you're doing the job of conveying your meaning, right? The utterances, it's just noises, right? And so when we're putting meaning into them, you understand?
So when we talk about norm violations and things like that, or whether or not a norm violation occurred with Ryan in that debate, what do you think is a greater norm violation? Someone who is following the technical meaning of words and debating within the scope of the topic, but he should have informed Pisco that he had a different interpretation of it? Or of a person admitting to you, look, I'm just going to selectively say all of these words are just utterances that I'm able to say that they mean whatever I want by explaining to you these concepts when we get there. And one of the norms we have in debate is that we have a mutual understanding of what words mean. And if something means something completely different, then we don't use those words. Pisco's well aware that he has a definition of Supreme Court back, and as even Avi said, no one follows this. There's a handful of people. No one's like even Avi said, I didn't even know. He's intentionally using a word.
Even Avi says it like I'm on his side.
No. I'm saying even Avi. You're right. That's unfair. I didn't mean it that way. What I'm saying is, of the people here, we even have someone in this actual debate, is what I mean by that. So I'm sorry if I impugned you. I swear I didn't mean it that way, right? But I'm saying even someone in this very panel admits that. So the idea, I mean, think of how ridiculous this guy's arguing right now. I want to pack the court. I want to end the filibuster. I want to do all this shit. And part of my strategy to do so is, as I'm saying, he's going to obfuscate, say, well, all words are socially constructed and just utterances. And so don't worry about what the actual words of my syllogism are. Imagine, what if Ryan said that? Wait.
Bob, can you chill?
Let me reverse just real quick. You see, when Ryan was saying things, right, that you had umbrage with, those were just utterances. He's explaining what he means, et cetera, right? Just utterances. So why could you get upset at him? He could mean whatever he wants by those words.
Because there's not a reasonable basis to assume that he was deviating from ordinary usage of terms, but sometimes in arguments we use either specialized vocabularies. I mean, that happens, and the definition that I'm going with court packing isn't not in the literature. I mean, it's a minority view, I'll grant it, but there are specialized vocabularies. I'm not trying to use completely made up definitions or whatever, but even if I was, that doesn't affect the soundness of the argument if you understand what I'm saying. And I could just replace that with X. And in fact, it's doubly unfair because when I specifically tried to avoid this by using just whatever label you want to, you take umbrage with that, or if we use the same term. I mean, you can't have I'm trying to relay a concept to you. I don't care what the term is. The term could be court packing. It could be court schmacking.
That's unbelievable, right? That you put that on me. You're like, well, the fact that I incorrectly used the term and you were going to criticize it, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, because I incorrectly used that term instead of a term that actually articulates in sort of a more objective understanding of language. And so now I have to either correct what was erroneous in the first place, or you make me stick with what my original erroneous argument
was. I want to convey a concept to you. I want to convey a concept to you.
Let me finish this real quick. But I'll tell you what. Put a little pin in this, and I'll show you just how bad this is. I want these unique definitions, and they're all just utterances. Watch, I'll show you. Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. We're at minute. I'm at midnight exactly.
Bro,
so remember, right
you're crashing out. You're crashing out. So
utterance. How do you know?
So when I use a term,
how do you know what these utterances are?
Chill. So I'm just trying to convey a concept to you. All right, and I want to convey that concept, right? In however method it gets you to understand what I'm saying. Now, I can explain what I mean by those terms, and you can either say, yes, I understand what you're saying, or you could say, no, I don't understand what you're saying. But the soundness of the argument doesn't depend on like the specific usage of terminology in a given way. As long as you understand the meaning of what I'm trying to say here, I don't think it bears on the specific terms used.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so we put a pin on that. So define court packing. Premise 2 says there was injurious partisan Supreme Court packing.
I did at the start, and I'll do it again now. All I mean by court packing there is affecting the composition of the Supreme Court through actions that are irregular, and actively driven.
Define composition.
The composition is the makeup.
Just makeup. That's the definition of composition.
Yeah, the makeup. Yep.
Gotcha. You said composition irregular. Can you define irregular?
In violation, not in conformity with established constitutional norm.
Not norm. Okay. And what was the other? Can you reread it one more time?
Actively driven.
Actively driven. Define actively driven.
Yeah, it's done deliberately and consciously, and not as a result of like randomness.
Unconsciously.
It's an act of an agent.
So
in other
the
words,
concept
it's not just
So the concept you're trying to impart to me is that when you say Supreme Court packing, forget about that word specifically. Just know that you're conveying the idea from these utterances, which I hope I'm getting these utterances correct, right? But you're conveying the idea that it affected the composition of the court, which by composition you mean makeup, and an irregular, which you mean violating norms, right? Yep. Actively driven, which means was purposely done. That's your argument.
Purposely done, not the result of like random chance. That it was an action.
I'm not going to quibble on actively driven. I'm going to quibble on some other words, but not that one. Fine. Yeah, of course. Sure. You're saying not random chance. Okay. Now we've got court packing. Next, I want you to define the words injuriously partisan.
Yeah. So I take injurious to be like a injurious partisan supreme. So that is modifying Supreme Court packing there, and it's meant to convey the following concepts. Injury here meaning harm. I think that's like a pretty standard use of injury.
Just harm. Gotcha.
Harm as a result of, and here we could broaden it out if there's a notion of or a concept. Like it could be the case that this applies more broadly, but at a minimum condition, injury here meaning harm as a result of a wrongful act of another.
So injurious, harm of wrongful act. Got it?
Yeah, related to harm. And again, I
got that utterance. We're good.
This entire
partisan.
Argument, So I just want to let you guys know that there could be other situations and other kind of injuries that we care about. I'm just sort of describing a minimal set here, and perhaps there's other injuries that that would qualify here. But I think we can agree at a base that injury relates to harm done by wrongful acts of others.
Okay.
And then
partisan.
It's indexed to injuries to parties. That is to say, injuries done to political interest. In other words, those are the ones that are harmed.
Party or political interest? Which one are you going with?
Yeah. So I think that it would apply to political parties, partisan.
Okay. So just to be clear, because there could be political factions within parties. You acknowledge that?
True. Yeah.
Could someone partisanly attack Bernie Sanders from the Democrat side because he's a socialist?
Yeah, no, I don't think that I would call that necessarily a partisan attack. It depends on how you're using the term, really. It really depends on the context.
Okay, but then why use the specific term partisan? All you mean, really, the real harm of a partisan injurious attack is that it was targeted for political reasons, correct?
Political reasons in the relationship of parties. That's what.
But why is parties uniquely true? Why wouldn't this be true? For example,
it could be.
Like, for example, let's say hypothetically Bernie Sanders has a deal with whoever AOC or let's say it's, God forbid, Hillary comes out of the Hunter Biden's running, right? And Hunter Biden, Bernie's like, look, I'm not going to support you. We're going to do our own thing unless you agree if you get to appoint a Supreme Court justice, you're going to appoint someone from this list. And,
yeah, no, it could apply to them. This is just at least something I care about. So it could be broader. Yeah.
So then it could be broader. The word partisan, the real harm you're getting to, forget the word partisan. The real harm is that it's negatively affected a political faction.
No. So the answer is no. I'm not necessarily convinced that it would apply more broadly. I'm just saying I'm open to it. We can talk about it for sure.
I want to know why it wouldn't.
Yeah. So I just know that that the kind of injuries that this is tailored to, that at least that I care about, is rectifying injuries in relationships of the parties. Now, there's also
you care about. If this is a universal principle of something that's just, why is it only what you care about?
No, but I think we share that, right? Because in your I think, let me explain. I think we share that, right? So you often say it's all fair play. Republicans should hold Democrats to their standard, and we should apply what's done to Republicans should be done to Democrats. Like a common intuition. We might care about things that are more broad than that, but at a bare minimum, we do care about injuries done to the political parties, right? So I think you care about that. I care about it, and we might care more, but we at least care about it. We both agree.
The same principle would logically apply to political factions within the parties. For example, I would say what's good for the MAGA people to go after them would be good for the rhinos or the establishment. Why wouldn't that same premise? Of course it would. I don't know why you're fighting this.
It might. No.
What do you mean it might? We're trying to get to. No. Don't give me it
Yeah.
might. What? Because you're admitting
It might.
that these. Let me finish. You're admitting that the terms themselves, like the term court packing, doesn't matter. What matters is the concept behind them. So I'm asking you, what is the uniqueness about one party to the other as opposed to one political faction to another? What is the unique that makes one something that justifies the premise, but the other doesn't? That's the question I'm asking.
I'm going to repeat again. And I just want to make sure, maybe I have to commit to Avi and Avi commit to you, that
Why
I'm not
can't you
saying
just say, yeah, I
don't
agree,
care
that
about
looks
political.
like it would apply?
Wait, no. So I just want to convey my answer, right? I want to convey my answer. So, and maybe you'll understand it. I'm not saying that I don't care about other kinds of political injuries other than partisan injuries. It's possible that I care and that you care and that we all care about those as well. I'm just saying this is a limiting sense that a set that you and I both agree on this. You and I both agree and recognize. So we agree on that.
Would you agree that the reason your justification for outlining this syllogism, with the exception of when we get to the part P6, which is the injured party as Democrats, premise 1 through 5 is trying to advocate something that's not partisan, that should be a universal syllogism that applies, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, so you're gonna have to.
I mean, if premise 1 through 5 are true and the victim was a Democrat, the syllogism should work with the conclusion. If the victim was Republican, the syllogism should work.
Yeah,
if
neutral.
the victim was a
neutral,
libertarian, the syllogism should work. If the victim is a socialist, the syllogism should work, correct? It's not just for my side.
Assuming they suffered injurious
premise 1 through 5 are accurate. It would apply to every group, correct?
It applies so long as the conditions are met, yes.
So then what I don't want is for you to not define the actual concept. So if I start talking
you
about,
understand it.
So let me finish. 7 years down the road, I say, man, they really fucked over the Green Party here. You say, oh, no, my syllogism was just for the Democrats, or it was just for party to party. I don't want that. I want to say, here is what we're accepting. The audience is deciding whether or not this syllogism is something they should embrace or not. And so we have a right to know exactly who it should apply to.
So it's not limited to one political party. It's a neutral argument, and I'm willing to work with you in terms of other injuries that maybe would be justified under this argument.
I gave you an exact example.
So if the Green Party suffered a injurious partisan
the
war
Bernie
package,
socialists within the Democrats.
Yeah, I'm not convinced necessarily that subgroups within the parties are injuries that I'm not saying that I don't. I'm just saying I at a bare minimum recognize the injury done to a party, and that's a kind of, I think, a norm and intuition that you share with me, that we recognize that there are party interests that should be respected and that justify actions. So for example, can we just get you to agree with this? Do you agree or not that conduct done by Democrats that prejudices the interest in a wrongful way of Republicans can justify Republicans striking back to Democrats? This is something that you share with me.
Of course. What I'm saying, though, is if we're outlining the principles and we're even going so far as to saying the actual words don't matter, it's utterances and it's the concept behind the words.
Hey, Avi,
I don't know
on.
what. Let me finish. I'm not saying anything bad. I don't understand why we wouldn't say, let's take those concepts and see how they apply elsewhere as well. But that's fine.
It's not
We're
relevant to the argument, right? It's not relevant to the argument.
It'll be relevant to my argument here in a minute. You'll see. All right. Now, one last term I'd like you to affirm. When you said it's affecting the composition in irregular, actively driven ways, you said irregular meant norm. Can you it's not a norm. Can you define norm?
Yeah, the standard of conduct of with respect to a constitutional duty.
Standard of conduct with constitutional duty. If a norm is violated, is it still a norm?
So it really does depend on the extent of violation, and I'm not going to get into Sorty's paradox with you about when exactly the norm just stops losing meaning, or when the norm ceases to exist or whatever. But I think the answer is it depends on how it's violated and how often it's violated. So I don't think I can give you
forget the abstract. Let's talk a specific situation. Democrats win the midterms. Let's say hypothetically win the House and the Senate, right? Clarence Thomas retires. Trump appoints, and Democrats laugh their ass off again. Hey, remember that guy Mitch McConnell? Yeah, we're not going to give advice and consent, right? We're not going to have hearings.
Yeah.
Is that violating a norm?
Yeah, so I think given the breakage of that norm by Mitch McConnell, and how public it was, that I think that there's probably no longer a norm, or to the extent that there's a norm violation there, the self-defense argument will cover like whatever the potential wrongful conduct is, just like in the conduct of self-defense, right? Usually it's a norm violation or like a law violation, whatever, to hit someone in the face with a bat. But in a given situation, in self-defense, it's not a norm violation if it's done pursuant to it. So I think it's overdetermined. Perhaps there's no longer norm, or perhaps it should be thought of as rectifying an injury done by a previous norm violation.
No, those are two different.
But either way, I think it's justified.
I need you to come. It doesn't matter. You could say it's a norm that's being broke, but it's justified. I need to know whether or not it's a norm being broken. No, that's important.
Yeah. So I don't know why, because regardless of whether it's just like the norm no longer exists by virtue of the initial act, or whether or not the action is superseding any kind of normal violation, so we wouldn't consider any kind of like correcting, healing action or repairing of injury a norm violation in and of itself. The result is the same, right? That like it's just
no, that's not true at all. Because if I'm determining whether an action in the future is affecting the composition in irregular, actively driven ways, I need to know what a norm is. Right, and so then I can determine whether or not
understood what I said, right?
No. What you're saying is, in this specific situation, the norm has been violated, so it's self-defense to go against it. But this syllogism, as we agreed, would apply universally. It should apply all the time. So I need to know in the future. I need to know
if that would apply, because I wanted to get a clear answer on that. So Pisco, let's say the progressives in the Democrat Party. I think this is what Rob was asking.
Yep.
Let's say a progressive Democrat Party, they have a judge that's like really super progressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they want that judge, and the rest of the Democrat Party, they're like, I don't know about this one. They seem a little bit too far to the left. Let's rein that in.
So
and
let's not give them a hearing.
So my intuition, right? I'll tell you, my intuition is that it would apply. I'm just not necessarily totally convinced of that to political subgroups within parties, and we can go broader. The problem is, the more specific the subgroup is, the less likely that you're going to see one of these norm violations with respect to it, in my view. Because if people, get rejected in the ordinary course because they're too extreme or whatever, in a given context, there are legitimate non-norm violative ways to achieve those ends. So my intuitive answer, though, I'm unsure.
Say they pulled a Mitch McConnell for the progressive judge.
Yeah, so my intuition would be that it would extend as far as political subgroups, and we would care about that injury as well. But again, that is indexed to an injury. Okay. Again, I'm not 100%. Buying into that. That's just my intuition about where I would lie. But here's and Avi, I think you understand that, right? Like we at least agree on the bottom set, right? We at least agree that with respect to political parties at that level of generality, that these are partisan interests that justify and potentially motivate a retributive and action to correct things.
Once you get to like the far, the Tea Party versus General
Correct.
Republican.
Yes.
But it would.
So we might disagree exactly. Yeah. So I just want to make this clear for the audience, right? We might disagree. Do we get to the level of the individual senator or whatever? At what point we stop caring about it, right? About the injury in those terms. But we all agree at the bottom set. We all agree that the partisan injuries at the level of the party, we care about that. That's the only reason that I'm saying that I'm not 100% sure on commitment, because I don't know that I'm going to grant it for the individual member. I'm not sure if I'm going to grant it for the individual whatever, right? I don't know if I care about the injury in those partisan political terms when it comes to individual members. But when it comes to the party level, I think that's something that we can all agree about.
Okay, so by the way, audience, did you get what I said about the micro-focus, the obfuscation? Don't forget, Pisco wants to pack the court.
Come on, let's stay relevant.
I'm allowed to frame how I want, right? Now,
let's get to
now I got another question for you, right? In your syllogism here, forget premise 2, just as a whole, if a group commits injurious behavior, right, against another, Republicans do it against Democrats, and Democrats then even the scale, so to speak, by returning. Do Republicans, are they then justified to say, we were just injured? Does that still count as injurious behavior?
Yeah, no, I don't think that my immediate response is that if you're not entitled to take the reciprocal action as against a justified self-defense there. So the answer, I think, is that either I'm not sure exactly which premise it would be. Probably that P2 and perhaps P4, but in general, I think that no, it wouldn't justify if there's a justified self-defense, then it's not justified to do it in response.
Okay. The last question. Define reciprocal.
Reciprocal meaning that it's indicating that the action is done as that there was a trigger for it. In other words, that there was a court packing to correct the injury. It's just kind of reasserting that.
Okay, let's say that would this be reciprocal? You intentionally, like, you give me a wet willy, so I stab you. Is that a reciprocal action?
It would be reciprocal, but just not proportional.
It's okay, but it is reciprocal. It's just there was a triggering event.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And so when you use the word reciprocal in saying, and the proposed reciprocal packing, that just means there was an event that triggered from the other party.
Yeah, so that's the P4's overall proportionality, right? So here when we're talking
I'm
about
just
reciprocal
using
packing,
P1 the way you use reciprocal in P1. That's all I'm asking.
No. So I thought you wanted not to go to P1. You wanted to go to the individual one. So
I see you use the term.
Yeah.
It was just the one that was. I just want to. You're using reciprocal to mean the same thing in both, right?
Yeah. So
Okay,
I'm not
good.
equivocating on that. So all I'm trying to say there is that it was triggered by an initial wrongful act. P4 generally is about proportionality, though. So any kind of like this is disproportionate would probably fall under P4. So your intuition, I think, is correct. Wait, can I finish? Mm-hmm. Your intuition is probably correct that any kind of like stabbing in response to wet willy, those kinds of situations would fit under P4.
Okay. Very last point, right? If I win, that there was injurious behavior of this sense, that there was injurious behavior affecting the composition in a regular way that was actively driven against Republicans first, that means what happened to Merrick Garland is not injurious behavior, it's self-defense, correct?
It would depend on
No. Why would it depend on the chronology?
Because if there was a triggering event before the whatever, if it was a reciprocal in response to something before, you'd have to go back to the cause of the
whatever
chain of
the
cause,
first group was that was injured, they're justified. If Republicans were injured first, then it would not be court packing or what the utterance that you're trying to convey what court packing means. It would not be if they were injured first.
So if they were injured first and so there's a certain part, yes, correct. Like usually in general, the reason why I caveat is there are some ways in which this won't work. For example, think about I know this is a different context, but the American Indians and their land claims, right? There's a certain point at which, the times are so different or the situation is so different that like there's not actually even an injured party, right? Like, let's say the Whigs were a victim of injurious court packing back in the 1830s. And they're not here to press their claims against the Democrats, right? If the Whigs aren't actually here to press their claims, and there is no actual injury to rectify, then you could say that it wouldn't apply. You would stop the chain at whatever the injured party is. But in general, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, and so I agree. You're saying there's some sort of threshold. 150 years ago is different than saying
right, we're not going to give the American Indians back their land now, and also that would also fit under P5 in terms of consequence cascade if we're rectifying injuries from like the 1600s,
Okay, but I just want to be clear because you're rectifying something from 11 years ago now?
From 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, to 10 or so years ago, yeah.
Okay, so like with 20 years, could you rectify from 20 years?
No, there's no exact year, dude.
Right, but I'm just saying you wouldn't say that's outlandish.
It's presupposing an injured party that currently exists to press the claim. But yes, in general, I'm not giving a specific time period.
Republicans and
on when that
Democrat Party
ends.
both exist right now, right?
Yeah. So the Democratic Party, Republican Party both exist.
All right. Premise 2. All I have to do is win.
Wait. Nothing I'm doing is being bad faith. I'm just
no.
I
say. All right.
I think you agree. I think you agree.
I totally agree that we shouldn't be looking at like. Washington wasn't in a party, right? But let's say he was. He was in the Wood.
He was
Tea
independent.
Party.
Yeah, he was independent.
We wouldn't say they were negatively affected in 1793.
Yeah.
I get it.
But for example, like 10 years ago, you have the FISA warrant stuff. If there's injuries there that haven't been rectified that should be, and there's no consequence cascade, I think these are intuitions that you probably share, Rob. Oftentimes you're speaking in these terms.
I mean, we'll get to it. I know it's going to be a long debate. That's why I wanted to get here. All right. If I win one premise, if I win one of these premises is untrue.
Why do you keep repeating yes?
Because
It wouldn't be sound if one of the premises is untrue.
All right. Bork, what happened to Bork was an injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. Therefore, it was self-defense to what happened to Merrick Garland.
Yeah, so if that's true, I think that what you're saying is it lowers the credence of P1, right? So your job right now is to make one of the premises false, and just saying that the P2 that Bork was borked doesn't make P2 not true.
No,
right?
no. It means P6 is not true. It means that the injured party was Republicans. And therefore, they were justified in what they did to Merrick Garland, which means that you are intentionally causing more injury against Republicans because they received justice.
Oh, so do you accept P1 then?
I've taken no stance on the accepting of P1. I'm saying if all other
can I ask you
premises,
that, though?
if all these premises are true, then P2 actually shows that the real injured party was the Republicans.
Wait,
I don't have to
so
concede.
So yeah, but like, so you're not taking a view on P1, and
Correct.
you want to attack who the injured party is, right?
Correct.
Okay,
P2,
all right. So
based on your
let's
explanation
do
of
Bork.
P2, it's
All
Bork.
right. Okay, no, I disagree.
Why?
And so my explanation for that is, number one, there was no Supreme Court packing. Number two,
That term doesn't matter. It's the utterance of what it means that matters, and there was with those utterances.
Yeah, no. What I mean, yes, that's what I'm referring to when I use the court packing. I'm just referring to the concept of the irregular, active driven changing the composition of the court. There wasn't
Well,
that.
let's go step by step.
Because there was no norm. So I want to lay it out. So and so that Avi understand the structure of it. So there's a rejection that there was in fact a norm violation. So it's not irregular, therefore it's not a court pack. There's a rejection that it caused a partisan injury, and there's a rejection that that there would be that packing in response would be proportional under P4. So those are the three responses to the Bork situation.
Okay, number one, when you say, here's what we had, court packing, you said composition. I asked you to define it. You said makeup. Did rejecting Bork affect the makeup of the court?
It affected who the personnel is. So yes, answer is yes.
Okay, so we could that meets your definition. It affected the makeup. Great.
Yeah,
was it
that's
actively
on
driven?
whether it's a norm violation.
Was what happened to Bork actively driven?
Actively driven.
Okay, so we can see that. So now we just have, was it a norm violation and was it injurious? You acknowledge it was partisan.
Wait a second. Do I acknowledge it was partisan?
Yes.
What aspect was partisan?
That Democrats
partisan?
were specifically attacking Republicans to keep one of their people off the court. That's
Yeah,
partisan.
so there was partisan motivation behind some of the Democrats' conduct. Yes.
No, forget the entire act was quote partisan, correct?
What do you take to be the act?
The act of borking, the act of what they did to avoid his confirmation. That was partisan.
You mean voting him down?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, so I agree that a lot of the motivations.
Forget that. Was it partisan or not? Why are you parsing words?
So I just want to be clear about what I'm saying. Can I be given the space to answer?
Sure.
Okay, so I agree that a lot of the Democrats' motivation for denying him was partisan, although I will note 6 Republicans also joined the Democrats to vote down Bork. But the answer to your question is, on the voting, yes, there was partisan motivation.
Hey, it's great. I don't know why we had to go into all the detail. Now the only question is, was it injurious? Let's start there.
Wait, stop. Then there's an equivocation, right? Because the action being partisan doesn't mean that it results in partisan injury.
Yes, well, it was partisan. The question is, was it an injury now?
Wait, no, stop. Partisan is indexed to injury.
Right.
Avi,
So
do you
it was
understand that?
partisan.
There's
Now we're
equivocation.
debating whether or not it was an injury. If it was an injury, then yes, it was partisan injury.
So what you're saying, you could injure someone for partisan reasons without being a partisan injury, and you
Correct. Yes.
So
Okay,
partisan
define
injury
how that
means
is.
something else then. Okay.
What's partisan
Yeah,
injury
so-
mean?
So partisan injury is an actual harm, right, as a result of wrongful act, indexed to partisan interest.
Indexed to
right?
party. That's what you
what's
said.
going
This is
on.
indexed to party.
Yeah.
The Democrats, a concerted
But the mo-
effort.
but the
Why are we
motivation behind
arguing?
the-
If it's an injury, it's a partisan injury. Yes?
Yeah,
this
so it
example.
needs to be partisan injury. Yeah, it needs to be partisan injury. But just because an action is motivated by partisanship doesn't mean that there's a resulting partisan injury. You understand
If
that?
this is an injury in this situation, not some other hypothetical, if I win that it is an injury, would you have to concede that it is in fact a partisan injury then?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay, give me an example where that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah. So if you injured, if you do the court pack and you cause like down the line, let's say Bork's daughter killed herself, right? You've caused an injury, right? Your actions did in fact cause Bork's daughter to like commit suicide. Let's say she's so upset, but it wouldn't be a partisan injury, and it was motivated for partisan reasons, but it results in a non-partisan injury.
But we're not talking about some injury that has nothing to do
Wait,
with
do you
that's an
acknowledge that-
unintended.
wait.
No. Like what I'm talking about is we're talking in the specific case, right? That this affected the composition of the court. Right? It was done by Democrats that were intentionally, for partisan motivations, you said, trying to keep him off. You just don't think it's an injury. If it was an injury, it would be partisan. Let me pause real quick.
No,
and say
wait,
this.
let me give you another example.
I
Wait, let me give you another
promise,
example.
let me finish. and I want to frame this to the audience. Do you see what I'm talking about? Now we're quibbling over whether or not this would be a
no
partisan.
meta, no
It's
meta,
pathetic.
no meta,
It's
please.
pathetic.
No meta. No. You understand it or you don't, right? So I'll give you another example since you didn't like the suicide hypothetical. Let me give you another example.
Why not just talk about this example?
Stop. So you asked me. So just to be clear, you asked me what's an example of an injury that's not partisan resulting from partisan action in this context, right? You did ask that, didn't you? I'm trying to fulfill what you're asking me.
I thought your examples would be in the realm of what we're talking about.
So, okay,
well, what if his daughter overdosed 50 years later?
So let me give you another one then, since you didn't like that one. I can give you more, right? I'm willing to work with you. Don't get so exasperated, you fuck. All right, I'm gonna hold myself. All right? I'm gonna hold myself. But just work with me here. I'm not trying to fuck with you. Just work with me. All right. We're trying to find out if there's a difference in concept here, and I think that there is, right? So I'll give you another example within the realm of what's expected. Okay. Let's say the Democrats do oh my god, noise. Do you guys hear that? What the fuck is that? Is that your sound effects? What the fuck was that? That's scary. Okay. Let's just okay, you didn't hear it. Maybe it's on my end. I don't know if it's on my OBS. That was scary. Okay. Let's say that the
sound of me crushing you. Be scared.
They vote down Bork. They vote down Bork, right? And what happens as a result of that is the court loses. All right, stop. I can't do this. Wait. 1 second. Where's this sound coming from? 1 second. I need to find it. What are you guys doing? You guys are so annoying. Why are you doing this?
Who? Us? Me and Avi? I don't think either of us.
No.
Oh.
The people who are like donating and stuff.
Chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was gonna say I don't hear anything.
That is so fucking annoying. All right, sorry.
They're trying to get you out of the debate. They see what's happening.
Okay, okay. Please don't do any Twitch alert. Please, I'm serious. You will be banned if you do it in Twitch. 100%. You will be banned if you do this. My Twitch mods, please ban. If anyone does a Twitch alert, ban them. It's so loud. All right. Imagine they do the voting down of Bork, and what happens is the court's image is reduced. The public's perception of the court is reduced, and you've caused a legitimacy injury to the Supreme Court. All right? That would be an example of a non-partisan injury as a result of partisan conduct. You would agree with that, yes or no?
No. I don't think. I still think it would be a partisan injury because the motivations were partisan, which caused the injury.
No. But
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant anyways because.
Wait. No. Avi, I want to resolve this. Can we please resolve this?
So
let's do
it. So I think there's another term usage difference here. So Pisco, when you say partisan injury, you mean something other than partisan motivations that of a act that resulted in an injury.
What your definition? Correct me if I'm wrong. This is what you said. In partisan injury or you said it was harm or wrongful harm indexed to party. That was your definition.
Yeah.
Okay. How would what you just said not be harm of wrongful? We'll acknowledge we're saying it was a harm and it was wrongful and it was indexed to party. It was indexed to the Democrats. Why is that not a partisan injury?
The harm is indexed specifically to part. So injurious partisan it's reflecting that the injury that's being by the argument is to partisan interests. The courts don't have partisan interests, and therefore there's no partisan injury to courts. It's other kinds of injuries to courts, and those injuries include perceived legitimacy. Perhaps you have a bad personnel as a result of this conduct, and so those aren't partisan injuries. Partisan conduct, yes, but the argument is specific, and I'm clarifying for you to partisan injuries.
Now, this is exactly what I said would happen. We have all these. Well, let me finish. The terms
You're
are
asking, right?
Let me finish. The terms are what I say, and they're different utterances when we mean these things. And the goal for this, the reason for this is every time we pinpoint, okay, this situation happened. Well, there's a slight nuance different, and it's not partisan. We're now arguing that what happened to Bork wasn't a partisan injury to him. That's how far we've fallen. We haven't even got to whether or not it's a norm violation. Now maybe it's not a partisan. We don't. That's the problem when you allow people.
Rob, please stop with the meta. Wait, I don't want the meta. Let's
I know you don't. It's proving you wrong.
Yeah. No. So you're asking me, would it necessarily be the case that something motivated by partisanship effectuates a partisan injury? I'm telling you no. The reason we're here is because you're asking the question. I know what my argument is, and I know what it's not, and I know that it's not
an injury. Was it a partisan injury?
Not necessarily. I just answered that, right? We just went through it.
This is the first. I guess I leave the appeal to the audience to know that he's going to have his own. Let me finish. He's going to have his own definitions for everything, and he'll talk endlessly about, well, it could be this, it could be this, and he's going to have court packing can mean whatever he wants. It's utterancing. Partisan injury can mean whatever it wants. It's just it's arbitrary. It's
stop with the meta. Stop with the meta.
It's absolutely nonsensical.
Stop with the meta. Let's agree on this, right? Because you recognize so you agree that there's such a thing as a partisan injury, correct?
The concept of an injury that's done for partisan political reasons, yes.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not that there's an injury that's done as a result of partisan motivation, but there's an injury to a partisan interest. Do you understand that difference?
I guess I can understand hypothetically what you're saying, okay. Though I don't see the distinction really. But sure, for the sake of moving this bullshit on.
Stop. No, I don't want to say.
I'm just making utterances here.
You either understand the distinction between a partisan injury, that is to say, an injury to partisan interest. Wait. I want you to understand it, Rob.
No, it is not. It will be impossible for me because then we'll get to define these exact terms over and over because it's clear that you're using proprietary definitions. No, that's what you want to do. So I'm going to go through with my point. Okay, I'm going to assume I think it was an injury. I'm just going to move on. I'm going to say what happened to Bork. I'm going to say what happened to Bork was an injury. I'm going to say what happened to Bork was an injury. You disagree?
So I disagree that it was a partisan injury.
Do you think it was an injury?
I think that there were injuries as a result of it. Yes.
Okay. Why wasn't it? Why was it? Now you said before you weren't sure if it was partisan. Now you are sure it's not a partisan injury. You just said 2 minutes ago, I'm not sure. Now you're saying you're sure it wasn't.
Stop. So this is a mischaracterization. I said at the beginning 3 things, right? I said it's not a norm violation. It didn't result in partisan injury, and it's even if it were those things, any kind of proposed action on the Merrick Garland front wouldn't be proportional to the action. So I've never changed, even though you just said that I changed my mind. I never changed on that front. Bork's nomination. His failure did not cause a partisan injury. I've not changed on that. I never said I don't know. What I said in response to you was that it is possible for someone to be motivated by partisanship, and I agree that it was. That doesn't cause partisan injury. That's what I'm saying. There were injuries done by that action. Those, wrongful. Actually, I'm not even sure about that because I don't even take the action to be wrongful. But if there were injuries, the injuries weren't of a partisan nature.
Okay, so you see the sleight of hand that just happened here. He says, I originally said that it wasn't a partisan injury, and then when I got into it and said, okay, if
Stop
it wasn't...
Stop with the meta.
I'm allowed to... You've done this the whole debate. You said, how did we get here? Now when I start doing it, you're like, this is meta. Don't do that. You tell me not to define words. I'm not supposed to do that.
Let's just focus.
Talking about how we got here, you say that's meta. I shouldn't do it. How about you stop being meta about what you're calling meta and let me make my argument?
Let's
focus.
What
he said was, and there's a reason he's interrupting because he knows he's caught red-handed. What he said was, oh, I don't think it's partisan injury. And I said, do you think it was partisan? You're like, the motivations were partisan. I said, if it was an injury, would it be a partisan injury?
No.
His argument was, I don't know. I'm not sure.
No, answer no.
Let me finish.
Answer no. Answer no.
That's what he said. Now he's saying, when I say, okay, well, if it was an injury, so he goes, oh, no. Because when he originally said, I don't think it was a partisan injury, a reasonable person could intuit.
Let me
finish. A reasonable person could intuit that might mean he's saying it's not a partisan injury because it's not an injury. So then I specifically go further and I say, okay, was it partisan? And we have to go through that for 10 minutes. Well, the motivations were partisan. I said, let me finish. I said, if it was an injury, was it a partisan injury?
He says, no. Let me
finish. Your answer was, I don't know.
Okay, the answer. No. What I said I don't know about was if there are injuries.
I said this.
All right, as a result of it.
Was it a partisan injury? You said I don't know.
So let's clarify. So Rob, let's So there's a concept of injury. You understand that? And there's a concept of partisan injury. Agreed?
Sure.
Why is this difficult?
Okay. It's difficult because you continue to change your words and you change. No,
I'm not changing anything.
Yes, you did.
I'm not changing anything. Okay, so let's just clarify right now. Finally, so Avi, I'm communicating to you what I mean. I don't think that there was a partisan injury done to the Republican Party as a result of what happened with Bork. That's consistent. Now, if there were injuries as a result of the partisanly motivated actions by the Democrats, I'm saying that they were not partisan. I don't think that there's a contradiction there.
You're saying they were not partisan injuries. It was a partisan action. if you're not sure if they caused injuries. However, if they did cause injuries, you would not classify them as partisan injuries. You classify them as some sort of nonpartisan injury. It's like a sort of injury that might affect both the Republicans and the Democrats. Like
correct, maybe institutional injuries. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, I think two things on this. One, I don't think what happened to Merrick Garland was a partisan injury. I don't think it was a norm violation because of what I mean by those.
Let me finish. Are we getting off Bork?
No, I'm just clarifying for that. Based on the utterances of what I intuit norm means by that utterance and what I intuit partisan injury means, I don't believe that what happened to Garland was those. Now, on Bork specifically, I will articulate to you why it was a partisan injury, because it kept Bork, an originalist, off that was the first choice that would have been the best choice for the Republicans that year on the court. And it actually resulted in Republicans losing Supreme Court cases that they otherwise would have won, such as I can never pronounce the word, Obergefell for gay marriage, because we appointed a milquetoast sort of libertarian type guy who was the only one that could get through Kennedy. So this was an actual partisan injury, and now we could get to norm violation.
No. So we're not done on partisan injury, right? Because I want to respond to what you said. Is that okay?
I'm not like you saying you can't respond. You can't. That's you that does that. Go ahead.
No, but I want to respond substantively. So the reason why I don't classify that as a partisan injury is because with respect to given opinions, right, you're not entitled to opinions to come out a certain way. I don't classify that as a partisan injury. What I kind of view as a partisan injury is the kind of ex ante percentage change, or what the normal expectations are of justices. For instance, Republicans nominated Justice Souter, right, and Justice Justice Stevens, and those Republican nominees, notwithstanding that, turned out to be part of the liberal justices because they nominated them. Now, those weren't injuries; they weren't the result of wrongful action done to them, and those were, you couldn't classify that as partisan injury having been done. The partisan injury is at the time the wrongful act takes place. Have you actually done that? And the reason why I say no is because number one, the Republicans still got a nominee through. So in terms of the overall composition of the court, they had a member on there, and that was voted through with Democrats. Number two, they had the capacity, if they wanted to nominate an originalist justice. They did so with Clarence Thomas when a few years later, when Democrats were still in control. And so if they wanted an originalist justice, they could have got them through. The proof is in Clarence Thomas. Even with all the scandal of what happened in the nomination of Clarence Thomas, he got through. And Democrats voted for Clarence Thomas, an originalist, through. And so this was a tactical decision by Republicans to nominate Anthony Kennedy, and they got it. And so what was the injury done? Certainly it wasn't. And this is just classifying whether it's an injury. We haven't even gotten to whether or not it was a wrongful action, which of course I think that it wasn't a wrongful action. It wasn't a norm violation under the regular prong. So that's my response to that.
Okay, so after that filibuster, watch Pisco interrupt me as soon as I go, wait, no. Take a step. No, that's not fair. You're not allowed to talk about that. Just to prime the pump here for what's about to happen. First, he already conceded, most likely, though. Well, he didn't really concede because Pisco never concedes. He has to nitpick and fight about every little thing. I remind you again to set the framing of this. This is a guy who's justifying all of these things for a power grab. Packing the court, ending the filibuster. That's what he's doing. And he knows the more you get lost in the minutia and refusing to articulate what partisan is, and refusing to articulate what injury is. See how he interrupts?
Wait, stop.
See how he goes? See how he goes?
Moderator. He's accusing me of not clarifying what I mean by terminology. I definitively did clarify what I meant by terminology when prompted and asked by Rob. How can this happen? How can you accuse me of that?
Okay, I'm going to proceed after that rude interruption that he again did after his long filibuster prior to that, where I let him talk unfettered. So I'm going to get to my point. Now, he doesn't concede anything. He has to quibble on every little point because he wants you to get lost in the minutia to forget what the extremist position that he's actually advocating. Remember when I set out this by saying, well, wait a minute, why does partisan matter? Wouldn't it be that you could affect like the socialists? Remember, Avi asked that question to Pisco as well. The reason for that is this, because we were affected by having an originalist that ended up having to be replaced by more of a libertarian left-leaning justice. And so there's no argument. He couldn't give you an effect on why it has to be partisan. Remember, he said, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't just have to be partisan. Now he's hanging on his hat on what's not partisan injurious. But he already admitted that it might not necessarily be partisan. It might not necessarily have to be between political parties, that the concept still could apply. That's why it was important to try to get those definitions back then, which of course he squibbled and quabbled about. Now you'll see, all of a sudden he'll be like, no, definitively it doesn't matter here, right?
No, I'm not saying that.
Please be quiet, right? Secondly, he then brings up people like Souter. Yes, that's exactly part of the partisan injury. What happened was this completely changed the makeup of how Republicans tried to get their justices put through, because they saw what happened and then what the attempt was, again, with Clarence Thomas. He says the fact that Republicans eventually put Clarence Thomas and went through that shit show and that norm violation where we had to talk about potential pubic hairs on cans of Coke. See, that proves there was an injury, because
Can we stay focused,
let me
Rob?
finish, because they could
You're
do
just gish
Would you
galloping.
be quiet, please? Why do I sit there and let you talk and you constantly interrupt?
I want no.
Please,
We want to be
give me
responsive to the
courtesy.
points.
I just let you make like 7 points.
No,
I'm
let's
responding
stay
to those
focused.
7 points. You're upset because I'm dismantling the points that you made
No, you're
one by
not.
one, and you keep interrupting to hope that it gets off my focus. This is a
You're
tactic that you
gish-galloping.
do. Now, that's what you did. I literally went through the points you're making. Were you gish galloping?
No, I wasn't gish galloping.
Okay, now
All of
be
my-
quiet and let
yeah.
me keep going then.
Wait.
Right.
You
So
are
we
gish
could-
galloping.
I am not gish galloping. So what happened was, he says because Clarence Thomas was nominated, yes, I suppose we could have went through hell and making people's lives hell and fought tooth and nail for every single nomination because of the norm violation and the injurious partisan behavior that occurred through the Democrats, but they didn't. They gave up and said, we lost fight one, so we're not going to fight it again. That directly led, and now he makes this time frame argument. He's like, well, the injury needs to happen immediately. It can't happen 5 years down
No,
the road.
I
when
didn't say that.
You
Wait,
said
no,
time.
you're lying.
You
Why
made
are
a
you
time
lying?
frame
Why are you
argument.
lying?
You made
Wait, stop.
You made a time frame argument.
Wait,
You said it needs to happen now.
Avi, you heard Avi.
Yeah, he said that it's time dependent, but he didn't say it needs to happen immediately.
Okay,
he
but
didn't
the
say the
point
threshold
is-
is immediate.
Okay, I misspeak. He didn't say immediate. There's some sort of time dependency that he adds to the definition right now that he never made anywhere else. Where did you make that argument? Where did you make that argument?
I'll explain.
Previous? Show me. Point it to me. Where you made that argument previous?
Yes, I'm about to do it. Chill
I'm
the
going to give
fuck
you the
out.
same
I'm
courtesy
willing
of
to answer
interrupting you the whole time. Like you did. As you gish galloping here. Please,
listen,
stop deflecting.
No, you asked me. Rob, you asked me a direct question. Under which premise are you saying that there could potentially be an implication of time? Right, and what I'm about to tell you is, under P6, time could bear on whether or not there in fact is an injured party to press, claims, because the claims are stale because there's no injured party.
You never
agreed
made
with
that
me on
argument
that,
previously.
and now
You never made
no,
that argument
I did.
previously.
No,
we even
talked about the
specifically
name.
said
No,
Republicans
no,
exist
we,
now. Democrats exist now.
No,
yes, they do. You said.
So Rob. So I'm not quibbling about you. That potentially
now he's gish galloping.
I'm not.
Meta.
No, I'm trying to respond directly to what you just said, right? The timeliness of it, I invoked that under P6 to stress
you didn't, the time was different. We went through it. You said there were Republicans and Democrats. Sucks, doesn't it, to keep getting interrupted like that? Kind of shitty, isn't it? Now, I'll sit back and be polite like I had been, but just so you know, that's how it feels.
Dude, I'm
sort of shitty, isn't it?
Dude, no. The reason I stop you is because you're going on tangents that aren't relevant to the point. But here, I'm directly answering your question.
I think they are relevant.
I'm directly answering your question. You're asked, where did time come out of it? What I'm saying, where time might be relevant is under P6, directly answering your question, because it might bear on whether in fact there is an injured party who is able to justifiably do self-defense. That's where it's relevant. But I didn't say that there's time relevance with respect to the Bork situation. In fact, if this went through, I think that and if all the arguments were the same, we have the same kind of modern parties now, and I wouldn't quibble about that. And so that's not true what you said.
So just so we get, we went through all of this when we talked about the time frame. He said, of course, we're not talking about the Whigs. We're not talking about George Washington's party, but Republicans and Democrats exist now. Yes. Then he is the person who just added this time component right there while we were talking.
No.
Avi, did he add a time component right there? Did he bring up a time component? A simple yes or no, Avi, will suffice.
So he did add a time component.
So when he said no there,
no,
he's
no.
He's disputing that, though.
Yes, he just said, no, I didn't do that.
No, you're No, I'm saying you're mischaracterizing the nature of the time component.
Yes or no?
No.
Did you add a time component? Yes or no?
No. So no, when you say add, no.
Yes or no? Did you add a time component?
This is wait, stop. So
guys, hold on. I can explain what I think is going. So he's adding. He's saying that okay, there is a time component because I want to avoid prophylactically avoid certain reductios. I don't want to get myself in a position where if George Washington had a party and something injurious was done to him, like in 17 whatever, then I have to okay, well then that forever counts over my head. Just like the Native American, just like
I disagree, Avi.
No.
Go ahead, leave Pisco filibuster here, and then I'll get to why I disagree.
I'm
with
just
Avi.
talking
Go
about
ahead.
what he means.
No, you're wrong about what he means. I'll prove it.
So the reason why I quibble with the term "add" is because what Rob is baking into "add" is like you're adding something new. The whole notion is under P6 there needs to be an injured party to press a claim to actually to do the self-defense. It's not transferable as easily that everyone's able to transfer injuries just based on certain chronologies, and so time might bear on whether there in fact exists a party to press the injury. That's all I'm saying. I think that's. But when he says "add," it sounds like what I'm doing is like changing my argument fundamentally.
No, he is changing his argument. We already talked about this time component. Avi, you're like he just wants to get out superfluous arguments like what happened in the Whigs or George Washington. Yes, we already dealt with that, Avi.
Do you think he's going to use time for Bork?
If you let me finish,
I'm not going to use time for Bork.
I don't know what to say. Now I have the mod interrupting me and the fucking opponent. Can I get my point out? Is it possible?
Hold on. I've been interrupted. So okay, I'm pretty sure I've been interrupting in everyone's been interrupting everyone here, quite frankly. Yes, you have. Yeah, you've also been interrupting me, Rob. Okay, so I'm just my goal is to try to get clarity and try to understand what all you guys are saying and to try to advance the conversation. Now, I'm hearing this thing about time. I
may have an answer to all this. You won't let me give my position.
No, I am going to let you
pontificate on what it might be.
Okay, I mean, look,
why won't you just let me say why I think he's wrong before you interject to say you think?
I don't even know what you're saying he's wrong about.
Right. So let me explain.
What do you think he's wrong about?
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Everybody good? Okay. We originally talked about the time component. Your argument is, well, the reason he brought up time component right there in that point when you were talking about Bork, the reason he brought that up there is because he wanted to get out of superfluous arguments like what could happen to the Whigs. We already had that conversation. That means that the reason he brought up the time component there was for something different. The reason he brought it up was because I made the argument this led to a cascade that eventually led to gay marriage being instated and led to people like Souter, which led to more liberal justices for years to come. He brings up the time component because he's trying to slip in there, oh, well, that doesn't really count under my interpretation of partisan injurious behavior because it needs to be sort of a more in the moment thing than something that happened 7 years down the road.
No,
that's why he brought up time.
You're not understanding.
You're not. You think that Pisco's bringing up the time component to as a way to
discount Bork.
To discount the effects after Bork.
Yes, what happened to Bork and the effects after. Okay,
Pisco, is that why you're bringing up the time component?
Not at all. Not at all.
Do you think the time component discounts the effects after Bork?
No.
Okay. So it sounds like.
Okay, so just to be clear, Pisco randomly, after we settled the argument and even laughed, let me finish. We settled the argument and even laughed about, we're not talking about the Whigs. Your argument here, Avi, what you're believing Pisco's saying here, correct me if I'm wrong, is let me finish. He randomly just brought that up again in the middle of this argument right at that moment. Oh, just to remind you, not the Whigs.
Rob, chill out.
That's Avi's argument.
So you're not understanding. You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I didn't give an argument. I gave
your
an
opinion.
Impression of why Pisco might have said it, and I can ask him. Okay, and I did ask him.
Yeah.
I took what your. It matters to the argument. Okay, yes, it matters to the argument as to whether the time component will cut Bork off or its effects. I take it that you interpret it that way. I'm asking. Okay, that's an interpretation. I'm asking Pisco if that's how he's going to use it, and if that's what you meant. That's all.
No.
I'm just asking, and the answer I'm getting is no. Now, is Pisco lying? I mean,
yes.
Maybe, okay. Maybe.
Okay, so let me explain. So do you want to hear the explanation or not? Okay, so this is the explanation on when and how chronology matters, right? So with respect to P6, it's relevant insofar as we already talked about. With respect to all the after effects, right? What I'm telling you is that partisan injury, you don't calculate just everything that causally happens as a response to you putting a particular person in charge gets funneled under a partisan injury. In other words, what I'm trying to say is you're not entitled to, as a partisan injury, a particular outcome in a case. You're not entitled to in advance, the injury caused by later down decisions, for example, of Souter that the Republicans picked, right? They had the opportunity to strategically pick a given person, and just because later down the line they're disappointed in it, doesn't mean that that's a partisan injury. Do you understand that?
No, I disagree with you fundamentally. Now I'm going to get back to the
Okay.
point that we had here. Pisco's now explanation is this. Avi, tell me if you disagree with this. His explanation now is, oh, no. I brought up the time frame thing in order to bring up premise 6, which is the injured party is Democrats.
No.
And they... What do you mean, no?
No,
Why do you
that's-
interrupt
no,
and
no,
say that?
no,
What do you,
no, no,
okay,
no,
tell me
'cause
more.
it's not
Let's
true.
go
Yes.
painstakingly through this.
You-
We're going to
you're-
spend
you're-
4 hours on this point. Now, here's what I said. You
You're
tell me what I'm
wrong.
wrong. You tell me where.
Yeah.
This is what I just said. I said he says he brings it up in reference to premise 6, the injured parties.
Yes, you're wrong.
Your argument
You're
is
wrong.
no.
You're
Okay,
wrong.
that's
You're
not
wrong.
why
Yes,
you
yes,
brought
you're
it
right. So let me explain it. So let me explain. So what you confused when I said, yeah, the knock-on effects because of the mistaken strategic choice in Anthony Kennedy don't count as an injury. That's not a chronological thing I'm bringing up. I'm saying that it's not because of time that it doesn't matter. It's because you have unclean hands. You took the strategic risk to take that justice on. You don't get to claim partisan injury for everything that comes out of a risk that you took, that Republicans took, and they had the decision to go otherwise in another direction. That's not me saying that it's a time discount. It's saying as a category, you don't get to claim injuries as a result of partisan decisions that you yourself make, and when you have control to go in another direction. That's what I'm saying. It's not a time thing there.
Now, Pisco filibusters and says something that's completely irrelevant to the point I make. We're not talking about the argument you just made there. We're asking why you brought up the time component. You said the reason you brought up the time component was premise 6, right?
No. So in the context
Please re-explain again. Go ahead. We'll stand it all night. That's fine. Just so you can all see who this is. Do you see what's going on here? Go ahead. Why did you bring up the time component? Under what premise were you bringing up the time component?
So when you heard me discount injuries as a result of Obergefell, all that stuff, that's what you misinterpreted as bringing up time. You right? So you misinterpreted that as me saying that time was relevant there. That time was it relates to a time when it's cut off on the injury. Wait, let me. Why can't I finish?
Here's what I think would be. Okay, I actually do because I don't know. So what, Pisco? What would you say is the reason that time matters? Like, do you think it does matter? Or
can I say something real quick before you ask about just one sentence? Avi, did you hear him bring up time?
Yes, I've heard him bring up.
Oh, so he brought it up in that instance. My question is, why did he bring it up there? Now
that's what I'm asking. I'm asking why he brought up.
He's saying he didn't bring it up.
No. You misunderstand that when I'm trying to tell you that not everything that happens as a result of a given decision from a Republican is categorized in a partisan injury, that is a time argument. That is to say that, well, because of time, we should not consider the things further down the chain.
Is that under?
That's no. It's your mistaken assumption. That's P2 under injury. So that's P2. So that's P2. That's P2. That's about no.
The injured party.
Stop. So there's. Avi, let me explain, okay? So there's one area where I do think time is relevant as to whether under P6. That's where I think time could be relevant. So no, stop, please. So you're trying to claim you're okay. Do you want to get clarity on the view or not? I know exactly what I mean.
Go ahead. Then I'm going to go right back to it. Go ahead.
Okay. So when we were talking about the Bork after-on effects, where you're trying to put in there Obergefell and all these different decisions, okay, and all these different bad things that result to the Republican Party, you're discounting that because of time. No, that's not a time argument I'm raising. I'm saying that was the result of strategic decisions by Republicans with the Anthony Kennedy nomination. That's why I discount them. And you're misinterpreting that as me saying there's a cutoff on time. Do you understand that? And then when you bring up time, when you do that misinterpretation and bring up time, I'm saying time is only relevant insofar as the argument is concerned as to P6. That's the explanation. Avi, did you understand that?
Explain that though. How is the argument? How is the time relevant as to P6? I want to understand.
Yeah. So wait. So
this is amazing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What's amazing about it?
I mean, I'll let you two go back and forth, then I'll explain what's amazing about it. Go ahead.
Wait, is there something wrong with what I asked?
What's amazing?
It is nothing wrong with what you ask. It's that he makes a point, and I'm ready to contradict it, and now I have to wait another 15 minutes.
You want me out? Okay, before you don't want me to get clarity.
Before I point. All right. So when you said time, you're saying it was for P6. You immediately say, no. That's not what I said. Then we go 15 minutes only to get to, yes, when I say time, it's relevant to P6.
You're misunderstanding. No.
Go ahead, explain again.
You asked, why did you raise time in response to Bork? My response to that is, I didn't raise time in response to Bork.
Did he do that, Avi?
No, I did not.
Yes.
You might have misinterpreted it as time.
In terms to Bork, I know he raised time, but I'm not clear if he's So it's not clear to me that he raised time as a way of countering any of the after effects.
Forget about what his intent
Correct.
was. Did he not, while we were talking about it in this section, specifically in Bork, raise time?
Did he mention time?
Yes.
I mentioned I grant that I mentioned I grant that I mentioned time. No, but we're talking about
why did you mention time there? That's the question.
In response to your misapprehension that my discounting of the after effects of Bork as a result of strategic decisions by Republicans, that was a time argument.
No,
that's what I'm responding to you misunderstanding.
No, that's exactly opposite. I didn't bring up time until you did. Then I said, oh, he's making this time argument that's new.
No.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
That's not what happened, but I'm happy. Why don't we just clarify the view? Let's clarify the view and move on.
Would it be helpful to not trying to interrupt anyone, but would it be helpful to clarify what role time plays as to P6? Because I think we have at least some clarity that it relates to P6. So what is this time element and how does it relate to P6?
Yeah. So I take relevance to be, anything that would have any tendency to raise or decrease credence. All right, that's what I mean by relevance. Okay, the farther away a period of time is, the less likely that you're going to find an injured party. Right, the less likely that you in fact have an injured party, on my view, to press a claim. I think it lowers the credence. The farther away in time, if it's the Whigs or if it's some form of the Republican Party that's just like for example, I'm not going to hold it against Rob if the last court pack was like the Republican Party's under Lincoln. It's kind of like a different party back then. There's some amount of attenuation there. I'm not sure exactly when, if there's no specific cutoff, but it's relevant in terms of the credence of the existence of an injured party. Does that make sense?
If I will sum this up and I'll move on. The reason that it's important to do this is because what Pisco wants to do is get lost in minutia and make you forget the extreme position that he actually has. And so what he does is he throws all this shit at the wall and hopes that you miss it so they could later exploit it. He brought up time then, and that is what happened. He brought it up unique there because he sought to make a different argument. And when I called it out, his explanation was this originally. He was like, no, I'm saying it's relevant to P6 and because there are time frame issues. All of that was discussed previously. Then he literally says in his explanation of this, he says, but yeah, I ultimately agree because the Republicans exist, the Democrats exist now, so the time wouldn't matter. So he brought it all up out of nowhere. Now he does this constantly. No. It's important to point out the meta of how he debates because he says now he brought it up for a point that he's actually, anyways, I agree anyways. And he does the same. He uses the word composition. He says because they got to appoint Kennedy, he makes a composition argument when we already went through. No. The composition is just changing the makeup. So he's using these terms here to try to add arguments in that we've already got past. And then when he gets called out, he acts like, no, I didn't try to do that.
Rob, that's objectively not what happened. At the start, I laid out my 3 objections to the Bork example, and those haven't changed at all. I have not added any additional objection. Wait, let me finish. I haven't added any. It was 1, not a norm violation. 2, did not cause a partisan injury. And 3, proportionality doesn't go through. Those are the 3 things I said. I haven't added a composition argument. I immediately granted composition. I said yes. And so you're just wrong. I'm not. The 3 have remained the same, are the same. Nothing has been extended or added to.
That's not true. He talked about things like competition to time frame. He did add those. Furthermore, let's go on with this. He says that it wasn't a harm because they put Kennedy. They could have put someone else. They put Souter. They could have put someone else. Okay, Obama could have nominated a right-wing justice.
No, he was first of all, no, he couldn't have.
You don't think McConnell would have said, "Fuck yeah, we'll take Scalia Jr."
So first of all,
could he have done that? Yes or no?
No, he could have appointed a Republican justice.
Then no harm.
No, but no. Stop. So no, that doesn't follow whatsoever. There in fact was a partisan injury here. So and it's not as a result of strategic decisions outside of his control. Mitch McConnell said no, Obama does not get a say whatsoever in justices. Right? So he said. No.
That's not the case.
That is the case. That absolutely is the case.
That's not how that practically would have played out.
No. Stop. Yes. So they promised the American people need to have a say in the nominee in the next nomination.
Pause.
That is irrespective of who Obama puts in place.
Pause. Do you think that if Obama would have said, "I'm nominating Neil Gorsuch," then McConnell would have said, "Nope," knowing that they could lose the election?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm
not sure about that hypothetical. No.
You know the answer.
I'm not sure about that hypothetical. I'm not sure about that hypothetical. But even putting that aside, even putting that aside,
why can't you just be honest? You know the answer. If they're like McConnell, who do you want? That guy, I'll nominate him. You're still saying that McConnell would have said no hearing?
even putting that aside,
But before we put that aside, can you answer
yeah.
that? Before we put that aside, can you answer that?
The truth is, I'm not sure what Mitch
That's
McConnell would have said
lie.
after.
You are sure. You
hang on a
are
second.
sure.
So, no,
You
stop.
are
It's not
sure.
a lie. No. The answer is I'm not sure. My answer is I'm not sure because Mitch McConnell said categorically that we're not going to do that. We're not going to accept anyone else. Now, maybe I would say.
Why do you think McConnell did that?
Wait. Let me respond. Maybe I would say that he would reconsider after you put like the most conservative justice or something like that, and that he would return to it. But that is still a partisan injury that doesn't relate to the after-on effects, right? So this is what I'm trying to say is that there's a difference between the partisan injury with respect to the composition of the court and as a result of a strategic choice of someone that you nominate, right? Those later on effects, you have unclean hands, right? They're a result of your strategic decision making, and the partisan injury with respect to the composition of the court. I think that that's understandable to people.
No, I think
you can't be heard to cry. You can't be heard to cry if, as a result of your own strategic decision in an area in which you have like done something within your power, when you have a full autonomy, like you did with Anthony Kennedy, that the later on effects you're able to categorize that as a partisan injury.
This mush-mouth rambling means nothing. You can see the disingenuous here. Why do you think? Can you answer
God.
within
Meta.
2 sentences? Can you answer with 2 sentences? You ready? All right. Why do you think McConnell did this? What do you think was his agenda?
Yeah, I think his agenda was to have the Republican win the election and to have him nominate justices.
Oh, so
and to
okay.
Keep it from there.
Do you think McConnell knew there was a chance?
Yeah, he might reconsider. He might reconsider as well. Neil Gorsuch. I said I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it for the first time, and I think that on likelihood he probably would reconsider and go back on his statement. I'm just not sure. It's a counter hypothetical. I guess they might reconsider, but it's not relevant. It doesn't undermine any of the premises here.
It is relevant, and the problem is what you constantly do is you have your partisan objective. You say this is the truth. And then anytime someone brings arguments up in each individual plank to be like, wait a minute, here's problems with this, you're like, it's irrelevant anyways, it's irrelevant.
Wait, what's inconsistent?
Why can't you just answer truthfully like I do about
what's inconsistent?
I will explain. When you talk about, well, they could have chose to put another Bork, they could have chose to put Clarence Thomas after Bork got thrown out, but they didn't, so it's on them. The same concept would apply. Obama could have chose to appoint someone that he originally didn't want that would make his opponents more happy, and there's a solid chance that they would have said yes. That means that the choice was on Obama. He had a choice, and he chose not to. You're interrupting, and but you're going to say, but there's slight differences to that, and it's not
there
the
is
same, just like you've done the whole time.
There's
and
a
what I'll say
huge
is
difference.
I will give you the same courtesy of interrupting you as you come in next to give your point. So just remember when I'm interrupting that you did it again here. And what you can see is, once more, all of these is change words, utterances. There's slight differences to all this stuff. When injury happened to your side, it's not really injury, or it's not really partisan. And just because you had to appoint someone that was more liberal, well, that's okay. That was your choice. But when you asked us to do the same, that wasn't our choice, etc., etc.
Wait a second. You just said it, right? You could have not. We had to go with someone more liberal or whatever. You didn't. You could have picked an originalist. And you could have gotten them through.
So could have Obama. He could have put in originalists and got them through.
No.
Yes, he could have.
Stop.
You just acknowledged.
No, but that doesn't. That's not the scope of the injury here, right? So
yes, it is.
So it wasn't available. It wasn't available for Obama to have a nominee that he truly picked. It was available for the Republicans.
Yes, he
to have one of the same. To have one. No, please let me finish. Please let me finish. It was available to
interrupt me. I'm making the point. Yes, you acknowledge if you would have picked one the Republicans. Let me finish.
Rob, let me finish. You could have picked someone with the idea. So Republicans had available to them after Bork. It is the case.
When that happens, right? When someone does that shit. Go ahead.
You're a child, dude. You're a fucking child. So
I'm having a good time.
It is possible. It was possible, and it was within the realm of action that Republicans could have taken to pick someone with the same judicial philosophy as Bork. And the proof of that is Clarence Thomas got through with Democrat votes. It was available to Republicans.
You acknowledge that it's most likely that had Obama picked someone that Republicans wanted, that they would have accepted and gave advice and consent. Yes or no?
Yeah. It's most probable.
So he had that choice. He chose not to. No injury.
No. He didn't. No, you still have an injury there. You still have an injury there because injury to the Democrats' partisan interest. Right, because they don't have
like the Republicans' partisan interest was injured by having to go with Kennedy and Souter.
Wait, Avi. So I'll talk to Avi to see if you understand. There's a symmetry breaker here, right? There's a symmetry breaker. That is to say, in the context of the Republicans, I'm claiming that they had available to them to pick from a range of judicial philosophies, incling the very same
did Obama.
Bork's nature.
Yep.
And but the truth is, Obama
When you
didn't
say-
have
when you
the
say
same.
when you say, do you mean like a plausible chance of successful nomination? Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So in the
And that
side, there's a
that's
plausible chance of nomination of
so any
the Republican person.
right. So any realm of workability in a range of action that you actually is available to you, and you choose to go otherwise, then right you can't really be held to complain about it. But Obama didn't have the same range of action with respect to
Yes,
his
he
nominee,
did.
and so things that
So-
no.
Did he? Yes or no?
Avi, do you understand what I'm saying?
So just
No.
so
I understand
He
what
could have,
you're.
yes.
Yeah, Avi, let me explain what he's saying. When our side does it, it's okay. When your side does it, it's bad. That's his option. He's saying, no, there's minute differences. My entire argument is, if you're forced because of this injurious behavior and this norm breaking in order to pick someone that you didn't want, then ends up resulting in things that are favorable to your opposition party, that proves the injury. He's like, no, because you chose. You could have chose to pick who you want. It's your fault that you didn't. Then he says that there was an injury to Democrats and Obama because they weren't allowed to have a pick. My argument's the same. They had the choice of picking someone that was against their interest that Republicans would have accepted, but he knows intuitively, but that would be bad because why should Democrats have to appoint someone that's going to rule against them? But he's saying it was okay and not an injury when Republicans had to do that.
Wait. Let me try to make it more clear, Avi, and you can see if we repeat it. The injury is in terms of the range of action, right? The range of action is the injury. So
if I could summarize and put it back. So, and correct me if I'm misrepresenting anything.
Yeah.
So, what you seem to be saying is like, okay, there's a symmetry breaker here. The symmetry breaker is at least what you're claiming. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But you seem to be claiming that in the case of Bork, the Republicans not only could have nominated someone, they would have also had a plausible chance of getting that person elected with their ideological interests, and they chose to do otherwise. Whereas in the case of Obama could have elected someone with his ideological interests, but it wouldn't have been a plausible chance of getting a nomination.
Correct.
And so that's the difference. That conjunction is not the same.
It is the same that there were options. It's just a threat. It's just, again, what you see is just, now the difference is not that there wasn't options. The difference is, and I'm quoting, the range of options is now the thing. Now, all of this, it sounds ridiculous, but let me clarify why it does. Because for this dude to be arguing that it's not an injury, the fact that what happened to Bork, what happened to Clarence Thomas, led to situations where Republicans had to pick milquetoast people that he even brags. They ended up being liberal because of these actions, saying, no, they could have fought tooth and nail, ruined people's lives like they did to Clarence Thomas, like they did to Bork. They could have kept fighting that every time due to these violations. That's on them that they chose not to have that
There's
fight.
a symmetry breaker
I find
here,
that
Rob.
to be ridiculous.
Wait, no,
the term
there's a symmetry breaker.
Doesn't matter. Symmetry breaker counterblock.
There's a symmetry.
Yeah, counterblock.
Wait, no.
So
We're trying to get you to respond to it, right? So
counter.
in one,
Symmetry breaker counter.
you're like a child. So you ask, what's the difference?
Time. I have the whimsy of a child and the intelligence of a wise old man. You just have the tantrums of a toddler. Go for it.
You asked what's the difference between the range of options available to Obama and the range of options available to the Republicans, and why does that mean?
I didn't ask what the difference in range was.
So you're asking why is it an injury, a partisan injury with respect to Obama's if he could have just picked someone to go through?
Correct.
And it is exactly right. So and what I'm telling you is. The injury is on his range of action there and what's available for him to pick. And in the case of Bork, now you can challenge whether this is true, although I note that you're not doing that. They could have. They didn't affect the range of action in terms of who they could have nominated there. That they could have get someone with the judicial philosophy and ideology of Bork. Could
they nominate a Bork again? Would he have got through?
No, Bork would not have gone through.
Why not?
Yeah, for reasons related to Bork in the nomination fight that occurred there.
So someone that had the same judicial philosophy as Bork, would he have been nominated?
Yeah. So the more narrow you make it, you're going to lose on proportionality and all the other premises. But to answer your question, they could have picked someone with a very similar ideology and a very similar judicial philosophy.
Could they have picked someone with the same ideology?
Yeah, what do you take to be the same ideology? Originalism, right?
The literal gave the same answers as Bork.
the literal same answers to every
Correct.
single question?
Did they
I'm
ask
not
the
sure.
same question? He gives us. You
Yeah,
don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that question.
All right,
If you gave
so
the literal same answers.
we're spending a lot of time,
Wait.
as would be predicted, but Pisco's hoping to
Wait,
get lost in the minutia. I'll just say this, because we could sit here for the next 6 hours and he could say, well, it's partisan, but it's not partisan injury. It's not an injury. They could have picked someone. They could have done all this. It was an injury. Most reasonable people could see that. It was also a norm violation. I could read some from it of legal scholars that talk about it. So we have the verb bork because it was a norm violation. If you think this was an injury and a norm violation, that means that you have to reject this premise, and it means the Republicans were justifying what they did.
Why are you grandstanding? Can we?
It's not because we're going to talk for 7 hours on this premise because you're going to keep doing this.
Yeah, that's your fault.
It's not my fault. It's
that's
you.
Your fault. So here's the basic truth of it. Republicans chose, right, to pick Anthony Kennedy. And they
repeating yourself's irrelevant. I don't give a shit. Yes, we've heard this.
They could have picked someone like Clarence Thomas, and they did. And Democrats voted Clarence Thomas in. Clarence Thomas now is, by all accounts, the most conservative justice on the Supreme Court, and arguably one of the most conservative jurists we've ever seen.
And they violated norms trying to get him out.
No. But he got through, and he could have gotten through. And the evidence for that is he did get through, right? So you could have gotten someone of that ilk through, and you didn't. And so you can't be now asked, to complain about the fact that Anthony Kennedy, who's not a liberal, who I characterize as liberal, were Souter and Justice Stevens. You can't complain about your strategic decision making gone wrong within a range of action that you actually had.
Democrats.
Do you understand that point? I mean,
I understand. I understand what you're trying to.
I do have a question about it. I understand. Yeah. The question is a bit of a question that one might throw back. Do you think that? So, okay, here's a question. Do you think that they would have reasonably known that they could have, like, let's say we just take it to be true that it is the fact that they could have they could have nominated someone with a plausible chance of a successful nomination.
Yeah.
That matched their ideological interest. Do you think because of what happened to Bork, in light of that they would have reasonably known that, or would they have been the other?
Yeah, I think the truth is, right, that as we're defining, I think the answer there is yes, right, because they had just at the time. Yes, because they had just successfully nominated Antonin Scalia a couple years before that. With Reagan had nominated successfully Antonin Scalia. So if Scalia got through, Scalia, who was like the biggest inspiration to the originalist movement, if they were able to get Scalia through, and that was at a time, yes, there was a different composition of the Senate at the time, but the Democrats voted for Scalia. There's no reason to expect that Reagan wouldn't have known that he couldn't pick another originalist judge. And they got Clarence Thomas through after. The truth is, right, this kind of originalism distinction mattered less to the Republican Party back then. Right, George Bush gets the presidency, and he's not nominating originalists. It's a more modern. It's an anachronistic phenomenon to put it back. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying to that. Your answer is no. Your answer is like no. What happened with Bork?
So let me respond to this. Like, this is all bullshit. And I know this will get us down another. This is from Marquette Law Review, and it's talking about how a man who's still around today, Lawrence Tribe. This was his plan for what they did to Bork. By the way, Bork, it was so unique and a norm violation. For the first time, we had like 150 to 300 activist groups that were involved in this. It was televised. There were ads ran about it all the time. It was the first time that really it wasn't a person's character or competency, but it was actually their judicial philosophy that was used as a major of this. All of these norm violations. Here's what the Marquette Law Review says about his point that they could have said Scalia. So he talks about Lawrence Tribe here, this article. It says, the influence of direct appeals to the Senate is difficult to ignore. For example, Tribe, after his book was published, was asked to discuss his views with Democratic senators. He went out with Senator Kennedy, Biden, Metzenbaum, and carefully forwarded his argument. In many aspects, Bronner notes, Tribe became the intellectual architect of opposition. In 86, when Justice Berger retired from the court, Reagan nominated Justice Rehnquist to fill the vacancy. And when he nominated Rehnquist, Reagan selected an appeals court judge, Scalia, with impressive credentials as a conservative jurist to fill Rehnquist's seat in the bench. For many reasons, however, those opposed to Reagan's judicial strategy did not wish to pull all the stops to defeat Rehnquist and Scalia. That decision does not mean Reagan's opponents were unsuccessful in testing the strategy. Although Scalia was easily and unanimously confirmed, the Senate forcibly questioned Justice Rehnquist. Rehnquist faced strict scrutiny from the Judiciary Committee and received more negative votes than any sitting justice in court's history. Bronner argues that Kennedy, Biden, Metzenbaum, and others were masterful politicians who realized, despite their opposition, Rehnquist was likely to be confirmed. Therefore, they waited patiently for a fight they could win. Their optimism was bolstered by 3 consequential skirmishes with the president: the opposition they garnered against Rehnquist's elevation to Chief Justice, the near defeat of David Mannion to the Seventh Circuit Court, and the defeat of William Bradford Reynolds as the Attorney General. Rehnquist, Mannion, and Reynolds battles proved meaningful dress rehearsals. When Lewis Powell stepped down in '87, President Reagan nominated Judge Robert Bork to replace him. Bork's nomination was a battle that the opposition not only felt they could win, but argues Bruce Ackerman, they believed they had to win. Ackerman maintains that more than any other nominee, including O'Connor, Rehnquist, and Scalia, Bork was the one jurist who could fully complete Reagan's transformation process. In other words, the Democrats believed that this would cause grave injury to stopping the plans Reagan had, and they selectively attacked him, which they selectively did. Tell me how that's not injurious, partisanly.
Yeah. So what you just said proves the point, right? Scalia got through. I'll show you on my side. Scalia got through unanimously. Other conservative jurists got through with resounding approval, including Clarence Thomas afterwards. What is the problem with Bork?
No,
Bork
Thomas was 52-48, not unanimous.
No, I said Scalia.
You just said others afterwards got through with unanimous support, like. No. With support by Democrats. I didn't mean, and if you understood that, and if my phrasing got there, I didn't mean to imply that. Okay, what I'm telling you is Scalia got through unanimously, and other conservative jurists got through with Democratic support at the time. The reason Bork was problematic were for factors, specific to him, including the fact that he was part of the Saturday Night Massacre, that he was more flamboyant, really, in many ways, in terms of his interpersonally more challenging, so he was involved in that chronology with Nixon. He had that stain on him, and the Democrats felt that they could win that fight. But it doesn't mean, right, that Reagan couldn't have appointed similarly ideologically inclined justice. Okay,
and
so
he did with Thomas.
Okay, so what this proves is his
it.
argument that there were previous nominations that proved that they would be able to do this. I specifically read to you is how Democrats, for partisan reasons to injure the Republican Party, decided that they would buy their time and take a key aspect of the person they thought was most important to harming the Democratic agenda. They identified that person as Bork. So they could have done it to Scalia as well, so therefore it's not injurious, is thrown out the window.
Have done it to Scalia.
The Democrats' belief was that Bork was unique in instituting Reagan's vision, which the Democrats were opposed. So the Democrats believed they were causing injurious behavior for a partisan reason. That's what they believed.
Why did they vote for Thomas?
In addition, we're going to keep moving on. They say.
So why did they vote for Thomas?
I'll get to that. I don't accept your interruption right now. I'll get to it when I do.
Okay.
Furthermore, the Judiciary Committee members opposed Bork's confirmation focused extensively upon his constitutional philosophy. Stephen Van Beek and Darrell Landy note that for several senators actually changed their method of scrutiny. For example, during the O'Connor hearings, Democrat Senators Biden and Kennedy insisted they would focus upon whether or not the nominee was good moral character, free of conflict of interest, and would faithfully uphold the Constitution. Senator Kennedy commended the nomination and chided interest groups who opposed the nomination over single issues like abortion. Biden proclaimed that while O'Connor would be examined in order to discover a judicial philosophy, no litmus test would be given. However, during the Bork hearings, Biden insisted that, let me finish, in passing on this nomination to the Supreme Court, we must also pass judgment on whether or not your particular philosophy is an appropriate one at this time. Van Beek and Landy argued that Senator Kennedy opposed the nomination precisely because of Bork's position on a number of controversial issues, seeming to do what he had criticized the O'Connor opposition from doing. Now, what this is saying is, no, despite the consternations that it's because of the Saturday Night Massacre, Democrats truly believed that they were opposing him for partisan reasons because Bork was key to stopping their agenda. You saying, well, just because Democrats identified him as the key person that would have stopped their agenda, they could have found someone else that was less good that Democrats didn't view as more of a threat, and maybe Democrats would have accepted them, thus proving the partisan injurious behavior, at least on the intent of the Democrats. Game over.
Yeah, so why did it was wait, no game over, bro. You just read a passage. It doesn't prove what you think it proves.
Of course it does.
And no, it doesn't. And anyway, even by the way, if this is one person's opinion, but putting that aside, the important aspect of the focus here on is if it's the case that Democrats were all gung-ho to go against this originalist Reaganite vision and to go against on ideological or judicially interpretive terms, why let Clarence Thomas get through?
Because he's black. How about that?
Is that actually?
Is that not a possible explanation? Because he was a minority and thought that they would be attacked, and because the attacks on him. Let me finish. Because the attacks on him were so egregious, and Clarence Thomas actually said that this was a modern day lynching of a black man. Did he not say that?
I think he did, yeah, but
yes.
who cares?
So and so
Why?
this isn't the proof that you think he does. Well, they narrowly got through. Very narrowly on an even more egregious process where they basically were rejecting him because there was a pubic hair on a can. So their opposition to Clarence Thomas wasn't, they thought they had him in another way. Pubic hair on a can, so it wasn't the judicial philosophy. When that fell apart because the American people saw what a fucking joke it was, they were like, okay, we're going to let this one through. Nonetheless, it's clear that Democrats intended for partisan reasons to take out Bork because they thought that he would be key to instituting Reagan. They violated norms and needed to do that, and you're not
Thomas
arguing.
because of DEI, and not Clarence Thomas because of DEI.
That could be a possible explanation.
Right. Well, then why was it so narrow in the chamber?
What? So now it was, well, if they appointed him, it proves it wouldn't happen. And now but it was very narrow. And the Republicans should have known that they would have got it passed.
That's the problem.
But it would have been very narrow. You see how it works here?
No. Yeah. That's
a nice Goldilocks argument.
That's a problem for you. You who are claiming that they couldn't have got. You who are claiming they couldn't have got an originalist on the court. The problem for you is two of the most famous and important and influential originalists are on both sides of the Bork nomination. So you're fucked. That's why the problem.
It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with the day in the future. Do you believe the Democrats thought that Bork was key in harming their agenda?
I have no idea. They definitely were. So if you mean uniquely key or key,
either.
Yeah, they definitely didn't thought that Bork was going to be a vote to overturn Roe v. Wade. They definitely thought Bork was going to be a vote to do bad political stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
I granted they had. I granted they had political motivations for sure.
Okay. So if they believe that, it doesn't matter if he actually was or not. That's what they believed. The idea that there was further people that could have been nominated in the future doesn't prove that it wasn't injurious. And the only question then to determine whether or not it was injurious, because we see that they saw themselves as having strategic advantage in harming the Republicans, which, by the way, we see it did by the nomination of Kennedy. The only question then becomes, was it a violation of norms? Clearly it was.
Yeah. So the answer is no, it wasn't. I mean, we're still stuck on whether there was a.
No, I'm ready to move on to the norms. I made my point.
Okay. So they got through there. Let me conclude on this one point about partisan injury, and we can move on. Is that okay? Why are you laughing? Is that okay?
Go. I mean, I'm not allowed to make facial expressions and laugh at the ridiculous guy that's jumping through hoops to say our side good, your side bad. We should be allowed to pack the court and the filibuster, all this shit.
He's claiming there's a partisan injury, even though the Republicans had at their disposal, a choice to pick someone who was conservative and originalist. And the proof of that is, and the proof that they would know that is, before Scalia, the forerunner of originalism, was unanimously confirmed.
By the way, why
just a
didn't
couple
they
years
then?
before, and then afterwards, a strategic choice. They make it.
Right.
Yeah. So I'll tell you why. Right. So wait. Wait. Why are you laughing? I have an explanation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's hear this.
Yeah. So for them, let's just be clear about something. This originalism dichotomy, it's anachronistic to apply back then and to be like this was the all-encompassing thing. They had other partisan interests for sure.
It was Reagan specifically wanted this.
No. What I'm saying is that it's an all-encompassing thing.
This was a big
it's
Reagan
like
agenda. Even the Democrats thought that. Yeah.
Listen,
so don't say, originalism wasn't that important, anachronistic.
No.
Irrelevant.
You're claiming that like the originalism was an end-all, be-all for all these people. And
I never said that. I said this is the
Yeah,
specific guy they wanted, and the specific guy the Democrats targeted as being a threat. I never said originalism and all be
that's
all.
true. That's true by definition. They got their nominee through. They could have gotten someone who was more conservative. They would have known that Reagan, later on nominated, the Republicans later on nominated Clarence Thomas. They got him through, and I think the evidence suggests that there wasn't any partisan injury. And to the extent that there was, if we're only talking about the ideology, we're going to run into problems in the proportionality prong, that premise. But first, I guess we can go to norm violation if you want.
It doesn't matter if we get to proportionality because all we need to do is defeat one premise. And again, that response was nonsensical. All that matter, the idea of saying that, maybe it was an injury, but possibly there was another solution. You could have appointed someone. He gives the game away. He says it was a strategic choice. Right. They were defeated. They realized that someone with that sort of judicial philosophy wouldn't make it. They didn't want the time to run out and an election to happen and they would lose their pick, so they were forced to go with someone. The fact that maybe they then decided with the next time, well, fuck it. We don't want another justice like Kennedy that's just going to vote with the Democrats, so we're going to try Clarence Thomas.
God.
And then they violated norms again, going after Clarence Thomas, which led to Souter, who Pisco brags was actually like a liberal. So it's clear that there was injurious behavior. He's just okay with it. He's okay with it because it resulted in something he wanted. So he's making post hoc justifications for there's other remedies they could have taken.
Nothing post hoc about it. You got a conservative core. Anthony Kennedy, he became a swing vote of the Supreme Court, but so did other of your nominees who were a result of the Republicans picking. And yeah, that's just.
He also conceded again. Now he does act like it's.
Let's go to the norm violation.
Real quick, remember when we addressed this? Like, well, can you have injury within your own party? Does it have to be partisan? And he's like, yeah, that'd probably be something I'd still be against. Now it's definitively no. Well, the originalists lose and the libertarian faction wins. But
stop.
Whatever.
No, that's that. So we're dealing with the arguments notion. And there might be some notion of an argument that's broader than that I would accept. But we're dealing, I thought, with the argument's premises.
Yes, and that's part of the premise of the argument, that there was injurious behavior to people of this ideological bent.
Partisan. I already explained what that is.
Let me finish. You already conceded early in this debate. You said, well, it's probably true that injurious that's not partisan would still be bad, and it would still justify the premise. Now you're just out of hand dismissing.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm not out of hand dismissing it. No, I'm not. I'm saying whatever that is, right? You could call that ideological injurious court packing or something, or you could call that like internal party injurious court packing, but it's just not indexed to the argument. And maybe there's some version of that I would accept. But
so you're not out of hand dismissing it now?
No, it's not a partisan injury. Do you understand the words?
Let me say, do you understand what I'm saying? You're saying I'm making an argument that premise 2 actually goes the other way, and it shows that there was Republicans that were the victim of injurious Supreme Court packing. Now, there's a question. Let me finish. No, the injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. There was injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. I'm saying, yes, there was against Republicans. So I'm arguing
That's P6. P6 right. is the identity. Yeah.
No, P6 is there was an injured party that are Democrats. So what I'm doing is explaining the injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. That's what I'm doing. I'm explaining.
Yeah, that occurs.
So don't say okay. Yeah. That's what I'm explaining.
No, but I'm going to say the identity of the injured party is P6.
Finish, right? Now, when we're talking about partisan, does it have to be partisan? We went through this whole thing, and you're like, probably not. It would probably apply. And I said, it's very important because I knew what you would do. You would later say, well, even though it crushed the ideology of a core portion of this faction, it doesn't matter because it only matters if it's across party lines. I got you to at least go this far. You said probably the same premise would apply from like socialists to like liberals.
So let me
finish. You were like, probably that would apply. Now I am understanding. I'm understanding fact. Now when I say, now you're dismissing it out of hand. When you're like, but it wasn't a partisan injury, so I don't care. You are saying that, and you're saying, I'm not dismissing it out of hand. So if that's the case, would you admit that the same argument applies to Bork now, that, well, because he wasn't put there, and we ended up going with someone more liberal, that falls into the category of what you said earlier, of like a socialist being screwed over, so it still probably triggers the premise.
So the answer is, it's not, whatever it is, whatever kind of injury it is, it might be an injury that I care about, but it's not a partisan injury. That's what I'm explaining. You understand that?
Right. So then when you say, fair enough. Even I disagree. I think it's a partisan injury, but even still, even if it's not a partisan injury, as you said earlier, probably a good chance you still care about that injury.
Yeah, to the extent that it's a norm violation,
excellent.
It's potential that I still care about it. It's just
so
not
now all we need to decide if it's a norm violation. Sounds good. So we just spent 2 hours arguing for nothing. Great. Norm violation.
No, because it's not contained in the premise of the argument. It's not in the argument.
But the argument's just a set of utterances that have principles behind them. So the word partisan actually means
you're a child. You're a child.
What are you talking about? I specifically said the importance of this. If you're going to say the specific words don't matter of court packing, why would the specific word of partisan? What matters is what that utterance entails as the policy. And I got you to admit that utterance entails.
No, partisan is indifferent.
Let me finish. No. I got you to admit that what that entails probably applies in nonpartisan ways anyways, what the sort of theory behind these utterances are.
The injury hasn't, the notion of partisanship hasn't changed at all, hasn't been altered.
It's irrelevant to what I'm saying.
Oh, wait, can you answer, Rob, answer the question. Has my notion of partisan injury changed? No, right?
Let me think. I can't think of an example specifically now, so no. Okay.
All right.
What's that have anything to do?
It's not contained within the argument.
You argued
it's not part of the argument.
What does partisan mean?
I told you at the start of it.
Let's start all over again. You said, I thought you said this.
Why?
I thought you said this. Yes or no? Did you say this? Yes or no? Yes or no? That the specific definition doesn't matter. What matters is that these are utterances, and we're talking about the principles behind them. Yes or no? Did you say that?
No.
You're lying.
No, the meaning of the word matters.
It's just an utterance. That's what you said.
No, yeah.
That the
No,
specific, you said, like, court packing, it doesn't matter if we call it court packing. What matters is the theory behind it, the concept behind it. I said, wouldn't the same be true? I said, wouldn't the same be true of partisan? You said, yes, it would still be true of partisan. So I said, therefore, partisan. You keep saying meaning. Yes, we all understand you're saying meaning.
I haven't changed the meaning of those terms.
It doesn't matter if you changed. You said that the meaning behind why partisan would probably apply to non-partisan injurious attacks as well. That's what you said.
But it would be non-partisan injury.
Right,
it would be some other kind of injury.
Premise two, in your words, quote, would probably still apply.
Yeah. I mean, okay. So my intuitions about whether or not we should care and have some sort of reciprocal action for injuries that are non-partisan in nature. That's my intuition. I just haven't thought about it a ton in terms of like where the cutoff points are, where I would consider the cutoff points.
Whether or not you think this should trigger other premises is irrelevant because we're just talking about premise two. So if it should probably still apply, all of this argument, just so you know, everyone, that's what he says. It should probably still apply even if it's not partisan. Now, let's get to whether or not it's a norm.
Wait, I just want to make sure that are we following each other, right? Like,
yes.
Maybe I'm not conveying this right. Avi, do you understand what I'm saying when I'm trying to index the argument to partisan injuries? And I'm not necessarily committed to every single ideological difference. Caring about those injuries. My intuition is at some amount of discreteness and compactness and identifiableness of ideological camps. Maybe I would care about that, but I haven't like fully fleshed that out. Do you understand that, Avi?
I understand that, for example, you might not care about progressive versus communist injuries.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Care has nothing to do with it.
But you'll care about progressive versus liberal injuries.
Liberal or centrist, perhaps, yeah. Or, except for Republicans, maybe there's like a notion of a traditional Republican and a notion of a MAGA Republican. Frankly, I think that there's, that's all been kind of destroyed now. But maybe those are ideological camps that are significantly distinct enough that I would care about their separate interests within their.
So just to be clear, you just acknowledged you would care about an injury between socialist and what was the word you used, or progressive, what was the word you used, Avi? You would care about an injury between progressives.
You would care about an injury between progressive and center left.
Okay, why would you care about that injury?
Yeah, because I think that wrongs of groups that like sufficiently compact groups, that their injuries ought to be treated as injuries that we care about generally. Now, there are also individual interests that I care about, but in terms of rectifying group-related interests, I don't think that the same arguments for rectification apply. Association.
Why wouldn't it
let me finish my fucking thought,
I mean, you just ramble on. You just ramble on about nothing. No. I asked a specific question, and now you're like, here's my answer, and let me give you 7 things as to go on beyond that. Real simple. You said, yes, you care about the injury
you agree with this intuition
and progressives. Why wouldn't you care about originalists and libertarians on the right then?
Yeah, I'm not saying necessarily that I wouldn't. I haven't thought about it a lot in terms of the ideological the groupings there and whether or not they are actually sufficiently like compact and distinct enough such that they make sense to apply in the era of Bork. But they're not partisan injuries. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't
matter if they're partisan if we care about the injury, which is all that would be needed to trigger the premise.
No, that's the case that you're going to have to make to me, that these groups are of the kind of like group-related interests that I care about.
No, I think that you have to make the argument that they should be distinct. And if you're acknowledging that you should care about what you just said, you probably would care about it. The onus is on you as the person who's the affirmative that's offering this premise. You're admitting that these specific words, we don't take them at face value, that what matters is, quote, the meaning behind them, like the philosophy for why this matters behind them. And so if we should care about groups that are ideologically injured by groups that are different than them that causes them injury, then that's something that you said, yes, we probably would accept that as well. So, given this,
Rob, wait, can we pause? You agree with me that we should care about partisan interests. So there might be some other sets of interests that we care about, but you certainly agree with me on.
You keep repeating yourself. What is the point of repeating that? Explain what the point of repeating that is.
Because it's like you're claiming that in order to care about partisan injuries, I have to show that there are the full scope of other injuries that we also want to consider as part of this
You're like,
argument.
If you're like, the premise is we should care about innocent children being murdered. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, why? And you're like, well, because they've done no wrong and they're innocent, and it's unjust to kill innocent people.
These
and
are
I
the
say,
vegan arguments.
Let me finish.
Wait,
And
these are the
let
vegan
me
arguments.
finish. And I say, should we also care, with the same premise behind this, also mean we should care about innocent women being killed? And you would say, yeah, that'd probably be the case, right? That's what you would say. Same thing. You haven't given an argument why partisan's important. You're acknowledging that there was injurious behavior
No,
between
you agree
groups.
with me.
You say that probably is something that you would say meets this premise, and yet you're quibbling because you know that means you lose.
No,
Yes.
not at all. Avi, maybe you'll appreciate this in the context of like vegan
Please
debates.
keep that. Maybe it'll help you out. Go for it. Why do you keep that? Let's just go. Like, what the fuck? Let's just go. Make your argument.
Don't you want to understand each other? Do you
Yes,
care
that's
what
why I
say?
use the definition of words as they are actually defined,
No,
as
but
opposed to utterances that mean my own. I agree. I do want to understand each other. That's why I use the definition of words.
It doesn't seem like you're intent on trying to understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're doing. You're trying to say it's different when we do it. That's all this is.
No. To the extent that you're levying questions, I'm trying to answer them as fully and completely as I can be. And the reason why I'm trying to get Avi in here isn't because I'm like scared of your questions. It's to try to convey what I mean to you. Because sometimes when I talk, it seems like you're not listening.
We have a bunch of other premises to get to. I think it was clearly a norm violation, as I already outlined. 300 something groups that went with it. It was the first time. Yeah, I mean, I know this is what you want to do. You can't defend any of these, so you constantly obfuscate, get into the weeds. I define things different. They're utterances, when really you're trying to obfuscate from the fact that you want to massively inflate the court with 4. You want to end the filibuster. You want to add states. You want to give the legislator power over the courts. You want to ignore insurrections that are occurring. It is all relevant, and that's because it's the meta of understanding exactly why you do all this shit. Why you say things and then backtrack, and I got to define everything in unique ways. That's what's going on. Would you like to get to the next premise? It's clearly a norm violation.
I mean, we can. I mean, I don't understand what the norm violation is on your account.
It's a norm violation because it was before this, there was a history that they actually looked at whether or not they were fit. As I just read you the words that Joe Biden himself said. He said that when they tried, Democrats, a few of them suggested doing this at O'Connor, that it was wrong. Instead of asking about their judicial philosophy as a reason to accept or reject them, what they did was they said, are they fit for the office? Do they have the proper credentials, the mentality, etc.? But they did not evaluate, in Biden's own words, the judicial philosophy. Then they did a complete 180 when it came to... So Biden never said this? Can we look up the quote?
No, I'm not saying Biden never said that. Biden says a lot of stupid things that aren't true.
Did he have to mention
Do you deny that
as well?
Wait. Do you deny that sentient Joe Biden said stupid things that aren't true or are wrong?
So he's lying.
I'm not saying he's lying. He could just not know. I'm not saying that he's lying. I'm saying he might not know. Biden says some things that are wrong. You understand that?
Oh,
you agree with that?
I suppose Biden could say things are wrong.
Why are you acting befuddled?
Okay, give me the example of the justice.
I'm about to give you examples. Yeah. So,
okay.
so let's just make sure we understand what's on the merits. Is a norm violation, and make sure everyone understands it, right? The proposed norm violation is consideration of things other than fitness for office, by which we mean what?
Consideration of judicial philosophy was something that was never regularly considered.
Okay, but you're saying what they did consider was fitness. By fitness meaning what?
Fitness, they were talking about like sort of, are you a molester? Do you have a degree? Are there allegations that in your courts at lower courts you're like being an asshole? Not judicial philosophy.
Okay, so nothing about judicial philosophy, certainly nothing about results in particular cases is what you're suggesting, okay? All right, that's just not true, right? Nixon had nominations that were rejected because of their judicial philosophy, right?
Which one?
You understand that? So in the 1970s, this was, let's see. So this was... had this pulled up before. Harold Carswell, for his history in supporting segregation, opposing women's rights. That's what was cited.
I don't think that's judicial philosophy, segregation.
No, but also in terms of what they were likely to vote on.
No. Saying he was a segregationist is a different thing than saying whether or not he's a constitutional, an originalist is. That's completely different.
Wait, no. In terms of how you vote on civil rights, that's relevant to how you're going to rule in a particular case.
It is a completely different thing. It is a completely
Why?
different thing to say segregation, something that was roundly rejected. And it would be like saying if he was someone who was a Klansman and voted, that would be something that would come as part of that.
No. In terms of his judicial record and his opposition on women's rights, these are things related to what he's going to rule on ideologically.
He made it for segregationist statements, not for his judicial philosophy. It's completely different.
No. Also, his casework, and also
for
in
his
terms of how he rules,
his segregationist statements is what it was. That's different. There was no segregationist statements from Bork. Nothing of the context whatsoever.
Wait a second. No, but it was
judicial philosophy.
His political views, both of those.
Judicial philosophy.
Yes.
Let me go.
Segregation.
His segregationist policy. So there's several things on this. One, you already acknowledged that just because a norm is violated once doesn't mean that it's not a norm. If you're able to find two people in the most tangential connection ever, right? By the way, what was the name of that guy? Carswell?
So there was Clement Hainsworth and Harold Carswell.
Why don't we have a verb, Carswelling?
I don't know.
But we do with Bork. Why is that?
Because someone in the 90s, when Clarence Thomas came up, said they wanted to reject a nominee, and they said Borking.
Well,
whether or not it's a verb or not, I don't think it's super relevant. Like, who cares? It's a verb. Yeah, all right.
While previous unsuccessful nominees generated their fair share of political controversy, concerns over ethics or qualifications played the significant role in their rejections. Bork's failed appointment departed from that trend and marked the first time in nearly a century in which the Senate rejected a nominee on the basis of ideology. Indeed, Bork was Let me finish. Bork was the first truly modern Supreme Court confirmation, a full-blown electoral fight with interest group involvement. Let me finish. Interest group involvement, lobbying, manipulation of media coverage.
What are you reading from?
This is from UC Santa Barbara from Calvin Chu. How to lose a Supreme Court nominee in 150 days.
Were you just using AI?
No.
Okay.
Did you just accuse me of that?
Sure.
No.
I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you the question. I'm asking the question.
All right. So
I'm asking the question.
Here's one. Here's the article that I'm reading from that you're accusing me of using AI. Secondly,
no, I'm asking you.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Here's the actual stuff I have from my notes. See that? Fuckface?
Yeah, I'm asking you what you're reading from. So it's not true. And just because someone, whatever you're saying is like unprecedented or whatever, it's not true. They considered judicial philosophy before.
That's not true.
Lyndon B. Johnson.
I'll accept
yes,
legal theories. I'll accept the actual judicial scholars that talk about what a key moment that was. And there is circumstantial evidence that's the case because we actually use the term borking to understand that. In addition to that, you can see.
Wow.
You can see since then. You can see if like I could try to share this, I guess. Right, you can see what it's looked like post Bork, what the nominees have looked like.
I don't understand what you mean by because of stuff post Bork that establishes a norm pre Bork. Why is that the case?
Right, because what happened was a norm was broken under Bork. Then now all this stuff became political. That we started doing politics and interest groups involved and talking about judicial philosophy. See that? You see where it starts to go uptick there? That's what happened. It was a norm change. That's how we got to Clarence Thomas. Another norm violation. That's how we got there.
So just to be clear, just because there was more partisan contention afterwards, something that I don't at all refute or anything, doesn't mean that it was a norm at the time of the Bork's nomination. I'm giving you at least 3 cases where, and there's more too, by the way. And if you want to talk about presidential nominations, of course, partisanship is always considered in the minds of the nominations itself. But I mean, in terms of the consideration, Lyndon B. Johnson's appointment for Chief Justice, in terms of his rulings with respect to Miranda, previous decisions by him were also influential in the Senate, rejecting Lyndon B. Johnson's nomination, and so there just wasn't a norm of not considering partisan outcomes from the Senate.
Again, judicial scholars talk about this, right? It is something that is well known. Joe Biden there was saying we need to change the way we do it. Lawrence Tribe, who was talking to them, was trying to explain to them in the book, look, from time to time, we have in the past mentioned judicial philosophy here and there, but now we need to radically change how we do this. Pisco's admitted just because a, quote, norm has been violated in the past doesn't mean that it's not still a norm. Everybody knows that there was a sea change in the norms. Can you show me any sort of nomination in the past that had 150 to 300 interest groups, one that was televised, right, because it was a norm. We didn't do that. It wasn't a big political spectacle.
That's not
right.
No,
that's
no,
a norm.
And you kind of fucked yourself there, because you're saying that judicial philosophy was not to be taken into consideration, but that is also what you're citing as a partisan injury. So which is it?
No,
were they considering judicial philosophy, or were they not? You just fucked yourself, right? You just fucked yourself, didn't you? Because if you're saying they didn't consider judicial philosophy, then how can you claim an injury for something they didn't consider?
Wait, what?
Why would it be a partisan injury for the Republicans if they aren't considering judicial philosophy? You understand that?
They consider judicial philosophy with the nominees. They don't consider whether or not to advise and consent and allow them based on judicial philosophy.
Okay, so let's pause right now. So you would grant that the presidential nominations are partisanly motivated?
Correct.
Okay, and in terms of the Senate, with you saying that they're not partisan motivated in terms of the
right. It was not the norms. The norm was. The regular way of things was just to look and say, are there any like grotesque scandals or anything like that? And are they fit for the court? As I've read to you,
Saturday Night Massacre?
Let me finish. As I read to you actual quotes from Democratic senators at the time, like Joe Biden, said, we don't do that. We don't look at judicial philosophy like that. And then months later, when they targeted Bork as the key person they needed to stop, they changed their mind and said, yes, we do that.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing to you where they considered politics. Abe Fortas, that's Lyndon Baines Johnson's nominee. Richard Nixon's nominee, Clement Haynsworth, with respect to their rulings on civil rights and also what they're likely to do on women's rights. Those were considering politics. Obviously, they are. With Harold Carswell, the same thing. Segregation. I mean, they were considering partisan outcomes there. That was the Senate, and they were voted down. And so there wasn't a norm. And also, it's just
the defeat
of
Robert Bork's. We could do this all day. The defeat of Robert Bork's 1987 Supreme Court nomination was a watershed event that unleashed what Stephen Carter has called the confirmation mess. There was no question that Bork was a highly qualified nominee. He was rejected not because of any lack of qualification or impropriety, but because of his stated judicial philosophy, how he would vote as a judge. That was from John Maltese, who is a university professor and associate dean of the School of Public and International Affairs at the University of Georgia. He holds the Albert Berry Say Professorship American in Government and Constitutional Law. Over and over, I could say judicial scholars are like, this was a watershed moment. It changed. It was complete change of norms, a change of how these shit happened. All of the things, all of the partisan groups that were involved, all of the money that was spent to do this, all of the meetings from people like Lawrence Tribe and these people that were trying to convince Democrats, the Democrats biding their time and saying, this is the one guy we need to do this to. All of it points to a norm violation.
So first of all, what I'm presenting to you, just because the reaction to Bork was significant, and I agree the reaction to Bork was significant, doesn't mean, right, that's consistent with there being a norm and not being a norm. Okay? It's consistent with both. And I'm pointing you to cases in which they absolutely consider partisan interest, because of course they did, Rob. Of course they did.
A small consideration of partisan interest is not the same as rejecting someone exclusively for their judicial philosophy.
It wasn't
I'm reading
exclusive
to you
for that reason.
I'm reading to you scholars after scholar that are saying, and the circumstantial evidence shows that that's likely the case, because even as you're admitting, after that, things radically changed, which seems to suggest something happened there that was different.
Partisanship increased, but that's not a result of Bork.
Of course it was a result. It just was coincidental. It happened right then in the graph that I showed you.
No. The partisanship increased for sure, and I'm just saying in general, partisanship increased, and I'm not attributing that to Bork for sure. But
okay,
I do think
the rest of the premises.
Wait. So wait. Let's focus on this, right? Because you said exclusively because of judicial philosophy, but that's not true, right? Bork loomed large. One of the big attacks on him was his role in taking over the Department of Justice after the Saturday Night Massacre. Do you understand that?
It's not true. As I cited from people like Biden, etc., and people that were talking about the reason they cited him not for the Saturday Night Massacre, but actually because of his judicial philosophy was the key reason that they went after this. It was not a norm to go after someone just almost as the most important reason for their judicial philosophy. I've read scholar after scholar to show that. The circumstantial evidence points to that being the fact that we have a verb borking, the fact that the partisanship increased, as I showed with that graph that you see. By the way, what that graph is showing, if you don't know, is the percent of dissents afterwards. Even with Nixon and the one I looked up that did with him, that was like the first judge in like 50 years that had been rejected, right? So that itself shows that it was outside of the norm then. Again, I'll finish with this. If I win, I ask you, Pisco has these proprietary
Why do you keep
definitions. Let me finish. Pisco has these proprietary definitions and utterances that mean specific things to him. Under those utterances that mean things to him, this maybe wasn't a partisan injury. It maybe wasn't a violation of norms. Ask yourself that's listening, because ultimately the arbiter of this will be you, the voter. Do you think this is a violation of norms? Pisco, yes or no? If they think that this was, quote, affecting the composition of the court in an irregular way that was actively driven, that was injurious partisan packing, does that mean that they should reject your plan?
No.
Why? That would mean that they believe that premise 2 is inaccurate. Or rather, that premise 2 proves that it's actually premise 6 is that Republicans were the injured party, not Democrats.
Yeah, so it'd be on Bork, but Bork could fail for other parts because now you're running a Bork analysis, right? And so so now it's you need to succeed on Bork on all the other premises.
No, I don't need to. All I need to do is I could agree with every other premise, right? Every other one. If I win premise 2, that Bork, hypothetically, if I win that Bork qualifies as premise 2, right?
Yeah, you don't win.
Okay,
that
means that premise 6, let me finish. That means that premise 6, the injured party is the Republicans. Other than that, the entire syllogism stays the same.
No, because you have to contend with the proportionality prong. That's one of the
premises.
What is
that? Why would I need to do that?
Because you're running an analysis that would have to prove that what they did with Merrick Garland was justified, and it's only justified even assuming the truth of the premises with respect to Bork if you succeed on proportionality.
Okay, so we'll get to it. Like I don't know. Do you
understand what I just said?
Let me finish. Do you have like 5 more hours?
No, we should bring Ask Yourself on if he's in your chat right now, and we should put a pin in it and come back to it, Rob.
No. I'm gonna keep getting to what I want.
I thought you mentioned Ask Yourself. You said he's in your chat.
Who?
I thought you said Ask Yourself is in your chat.
I don't even know who the fuck Ask Yourself is. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yourself's in your chat. I could be wrong about that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I thought you were calling to you. Ask Yourself, baby. I don't know that there's a person Ask Yourself.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm gonna get.
Ask Yourself as a person who
and he DM'd me saying
who would want to.
Just to be clear, Rob, this is why I got confused. Yeah, so the reason I say that is because Ask Yourself DM'd me, like, if you guys are having call-ons, you want to come on, and when you said Ask Yourself, I assume that's who you were talking about. But I'm happy to put a pin in it and come back exactly where we left off.
I don't want to put a pin. I want to get to the other stuff here.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
All right, great. Now let's just jump to some. Let's go to premise 5.
I just want to acknowledge. Do you guys not want to understand why do you want to get clarity on why whether it goes through on the proportionality premise or whether it would go through on his argument?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we have Andrew Wilson moderate the next debate and keep making points? Is that something that we could do? Is that fair? All right, let's do it. Okay, now we go to the proportionality. Does anyone not see that there's a concept? Let's go to Pisco's argument and help it out. I don't give a shit.
This is your argument.
For fuck's sake.
Rob, it's your argument. This was your argument. This is the Bork argument.
For fuck's sakes, let's go to the proportionality. I think the fact that the proportionality argument shows that you're suggesting something that's disproportional, in this case, adding as many as 4 justices, proves that you're doing something that's above disproportionality. This means that we should reject it on premise 4, and to the extent that it's not, it proves that stopping Bork from being put there, which materially led to gay marriage getting put in because we had liberal Kennedy, means that it would be proportional to stop a liberal justice from being put in. That's my argument with proportionality.
I don't agree, because I think that affecting the decision of who gets to place a nominee, that is just way and above different than a modification, even if I granted that it was a qualifying partisan injury, of just changing the ideology of it significantly or even subtly.
I disagree, and I can prove that you don't believe it.
Let me respond, please. Let me respond, okay? So Merrick Garland was considered a centrist pick already, right? So even if I agreed it was a norm violation, and even if I agreed that there was a partisan injury, I don't think it would justify you to totally prevent Barack Obama from picking anyone from like a centrist to like an ultra left wing person. I think that going beyond into essentially what your hypothetical about nominating Neil Gorsuch, that would be like way disproportionate, and certainly just rejecting doing a 2-seat effect would be disproportionate to just like an adjustment of the ideology.
And here we have again Pisco's proprietary definitions and utterances that mean things that he wants and don't actually mean the words. What this always gets to is there's this ambiguous threshold thing. So now what he says is the reason that it's different, right? The reason that they should be allowed to add as many as 4 justices, but that's not disproportional. But it would be disproportional to just stop Merrick Garland, which, by the way, if Democrats win that next election, it doesn't affect them in any negative way whatsoever. They then get to appoint a Democrat. So they at least had a chance, unlike adding 4 justices, which would have no chance for any reciprocity. The reason he says that adding 4 justices is something that's proportional, but the Merrick Garland thing wouldn't be if Bork was an injurious behavior is because at least it's the act of picking that matters. If you were forced to pick someone that had outcomes that were antithetical to sort of your agenda, that doesn't matter. What really mattered was you got to pick. Then he goes, except with Obama. Because Obama could have also picked, but the magic range of who he could have picked from was somehow different. Now, this is absurd.
Yeah, but Anthony Kennedy was conservative.
This is absurd for 2 reasons. Anyone in their right mind would say it is disproportional with what happened to Merrick Garland to suggest packing 4 seats, or to even packing 1, by the way, but to suggest packing 4 seats. It is clearly above and beyond the pale that that's disproportional, and we'll get to reasons why. But it also is more of a gap of disproportionality between what happened to Merrick Garland and adding 4 seats to the court versus what happened to Bork and then stopping Merrick Garland. That amount of disproportion is much smaller than adding 4 fucking seats because of what happened to Merrick Garland.
Let me explain. What happened to Merrick Garland, I think, is rightfully calculated as the equivalent of 2 seats. 2 seats in with respect to nomination terms. And in terms of ideology, I mean, we're talking hardcore conservatives in the form of Neil
they could have won the election.
Neil Gorsuch and Neil Gorsuch versus
won the election.
Okay, that's not what we're arguing, though, right?
Sure, there was a remedy.
Okay. Yeah, no, but it's indexed to what's available now, right? We're talking about what's justified now, not what was justified at the time or whatever, right?
Okay, well, the Bork thing, it was indexed what was justified at the time of Garland that they got. Yeah. Okay, so therefore it was still good.
I'm trying to wait. I'm trying to address your points, right? You raised points, and I haven't even started really addressing them until, and you still want to go to the next one. Let's just address what you just said, right? So we have 2 and 2 pretty conservative justices, in terms of the composition of the court with what happened with Trump and with Merrick Garland's seat. And in the case of Bork versus Anthony Kennedy, Anthony Kennedy was a deciding vote on Citizens United. Anthony Kennedy was more conservative than he is liberal. He really was, in my opinion, conservative. On 2 key culture issues, he went with the Democrats. That's on Obergefell. And the gay rights stuff, and then on abortion, upholding it slightly in Casey versus Roe. But in general, I think that is not the same kind of magnitude as what was entailed by the Merrick Garland thing. And maybe it would justify reducing the leftiness of Obama's, if all the other things went through, Obama's justice from like ultra Sonia Sotomayor to someone like Merrick Garland. But that's not what happened with respect to Merrick Garland.
Okay, so I just want to let you know what Pisco, that mush mouth, just rambling on thing, what he wants you to believe is, that's his explanation why adding 4 seats isn't disproportional to Merrick Garland, but Merrick Garland, what happened to him is disproportional for Bork.
No.
That's rambling bullshit.
No,
that's what he wants you to believe.
So I'm comparing.
Remember, now let me finish. Let me finish, and then remember what I said.
Wait, you're wrong.
I don't care. You'll have
you're mischaracterizing me.
You'll have your chance to argue I'm wrong after I finish the point. Now, remember what I said is he's going to change definitions of words and these utterances and get lost in the minutia to make you believe something that's laughable on its face. Ask yourself this. Ask yourself this. Do you think it's disproportional? It's more disproportional to add 4 fucking seats because what happened to Merrick Garland as opposed to stop Merrick Garland and give Democrats a chance to win an election because of what happened to Bork?
Yeah, so
no matter
I was
what
comparing,
he says, that's what he wants you to believe.
So you're mischaracterizing me. I was comparing the proportionality as to what happened to Merrick Garland to assumedly norm-violated Bork and versus Kennedy. And I was saying that I think that Merrick Garland versus Bork, the Merrick Garland response would be disproportionate. Now you're kind of pushing about, well, what about what the proportionality with respect to Merrick Garland and then to the proposed court back of Ro Khanna, right?
Yeah,
I can address that next if you'd like.
One,
but you
yes, that was
mischaracterized
my
me.
original argument, which you disputed, that the disproportionality
Nope.
in proportion was smaller when it came to Bork versus Kennedy than when it came to Kennedy versus Packing 4 times. Now, also I'll address this, right? The fact that the outcomes you're arguing previously don't matter. It's not that the outcomes matter. That's what you said. It doesn't matter. Hey, Republicans ended up pointing to Democrats, whatever. That doesn't matter. That's what you made there. Now what you're trying to do is say, well, Kennedy to Bork, that outcome wasn't so bad that Garland to whoever. It doesn't matter. Both were norms violations that prevented getting in, or allegedly were norm violations that were injurious, that prevented the person that one side really wanted and the other side really disliked. Both times, apples to apples.
Yeah. So
now explain why
addressed the
packing
first part of
4
the
seats is
Wait.
not more disproportionate.
I'm addressing what you said. You mischaracterized me. And what I was responding to initially was the proportionality as between Bork and Merrick Garland. So I made that clear. So now you're asking, well, if that's disproportionate, how can it be proportionate to have a 2 additional with respect to the proposal by Ro Khanna? I think the answer is simple, that in the range of probable outcomes, given the ideological, the partisan affiliation of the nominated person, that just has a tendency to affect outcomes way, way, way more than differences within a conservative jurist. And so obviously, I'm just like way more sensitive to those kinds of those injuries, the magnitude of those injuries by virtue of who the nominating party is. And with respect to the 4, this is why I think it's proportional. I think you're able to, so I'll explain why. I think you're able to increment to the next feasible step, and the next. Why are you? Wait, I'm trying to explain.
Okay, I'm allowed to laugh at your ridiculous
what's
argument. What's the problem? Just go.
Wait. What's
Your argument's
ridiculousness of it?
ridiculous.
What's
Keep
the argument
going.
that's ridiculous? In virtue of what is it ridiculous?
It is ridiculous to say that you get to add 4 seats because you're upset with Merrick Garland.
Why?
And that's
I'm
completely
asking why.
justified because it is clearly disproportional. At the best, you could
That's
say
just
that Merrick
repeating the
Garland
claim.
was a 2-person swing.
That's just repeating the claim.
At best, you could say that Merrick Garland was a 2-person swing because it was a net 1 for Republicans instead of net 1 for Democrats. You're suggesting adding 4. That is a 4-person swing. That's bigger than 2, hence disproportional.
Yeah, so it's disproportional beyond mild deterrence. Do you understand that?
No, we're not getting to mild deterrence yet. Your whole argument with what we were saying with Bork
Wait.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So
yes, Bork, what happened to Garland was mild deterrence. To the effect that it was disproportional was mild deterrence. Yep.
No, it was greater than that. No, it was.
Define mild deterrence.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is bad faith. I think you and I have a notion of
what is mild deterrence?
Why are you putting your hands in there? Yeah. So I understand mild deterrence to be a kind of signal to disincentivize, further action in this realm, or at least to make it known, right? To make it known that if you are going to act in a given way, there will be a response by the other party. So it's either one of those things, either to that it would actually effectively deter you from doing something, or at least give them the signal that if you take an action, we'll respond in kind, and it will make it hurt even more. So it effectuates in both those kinds of ways. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, so first off, now you're agreeing that it is disproportional.
Wait,
a yes or no
not
will
proportional.
suffice. Is it is adding 4 seats disproportional? Yes or no?
It's
just answer.
Yeah, it's disproportional.
Thank you.
It's disproportional because it's not 2.
Now
it's disproportional not 2, but it's.
Now
wait, let me.
I don't need your explanation. You just gave a big explanation.
Let me fully respond. Let me fully respond.
You acknowledge it's disproportional.
Let me fully respond.
You're just saying that it's justified because it's mild deterrence.
No, you're equivocating.
You want to repeat the scream that you just said.
You're equivocating. So you're equivocating. So when you take the disproportionate, you're going to take that as overall it's disproportionate. It's not 2, and therefore by definition it's not 100% proportional, but it's proportional with respect to additional to mild deterrence. That's what I'm saying.
So again, what he did was just repeated what he said, but he's trying to reference it in a slightly different way.
You're bad faith.
He acknowledges, no, what you are is bad faith. This is what's so slimy. Why can't he just say, yeah, it's disproportional, but it's justified? He can't say that. He can't say, well, it's a disproportional. I don't know. Let me explain. Wait. It's
no, because
wait,
you're gonna.
Let me justify. You've been trying to say it's disproportional because it's mild deterrence.
This is why.
So
Rob, this is why. Rob, this is why. This is why. Because you're going to try to take that package disproportionate and have it imply that it's failing on proportionality, the premise of proportionality, and that's something I'm not going to let you do, Rob, because you're bad faith and a hack.
So again, proportionality, disproportional now no longer means what it does, because disproportionality.
See, you just did it.
Right,
you just
right.
did it.
So
you fucking hack.
So here we go. So here's Pisco's this big thing. I'm advocating something that's disproportional, but I think I should be allowed. And my hack opponent's going to point out that it's disproportional. Aha, see, I prevented the argument by saying that he was a hack.
You're equivocating on proportionality.
So,
you're equivocating on proportionality.
So,
you're wait, Avi, do you understand?
Do you understand? Say what you need to say. I'm going to go to the restroom. Keep rambling on.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
Do you understand my objection?
So
the objection is,
yeah, my understanding is the proportionality premise doesn't just say merely proportional. It says proportional beyond mild deterrence. So
correct.
Whether something succeeds or not in the proportionality premise is going to succeed or not in virtue of its proportional beyond mild deterrence, not merely whether it's proportional or not.
Correct. And so that's what I'm trying to prevent that being the impression that what I'm suggesting is that I'm failing on my proportionality premise. I'm not failing on my proportionality premise on my view. I'm succeeding on my proportionality premise. But he might take the fact that I said it's disproportionate to mean that I'm failing on the proportionality premise. That's why I think it's bad faith equivocation.
I understand.
My headphones are dying, and so just give me a quick second to change them real quick.
Sure.
And let Rob know that I'm doing that, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I will. So Pisco is changing his headphones right now.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Avi, if I may, I
go ahead.
feel you.
I don't think you're characterizing it fairly, but go ahead.
I disagree, and now for what it's worth, my entire audience almost unanimously agrees.
I bet they do. I bet they do. They're wrong.
Why do you think that is?
Because there's polarization. I'm sure if you looked at okay.
Do you think Pisco's audience is feeling you've done the same?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe to some degree, but I
bet they don't.
What I expect that's happening. I expect I am a. What is happening here is not an alignment on politics. What's happening here is a closer alignment on debate norms and what you might call like logic bro stuff. So my type of preference is to have a very linear debate, and to, if there's a premise that something hinges on, and when I just said, okay, wait a minute, it seems like you guys, like, this is a relevant thing that you should argue for me to bring that up instead of just skipping over. People on your side might just say, oh, well, Rob kind of wanted to skip over it, and so because Avi is asking, don't you guys want to stay linear, that might indicate bias. But really, that seems
even like the framing of this indicates bias, in my opinion.
Okay, well,
in my opinion, I'm not pissed or anything. I'm just giving my opinion.
If it's a bias, it's a bias not in terms of ideology. It's a bias in terms of a certain type of debate norm and structure. It's you might call it more of a debate bro, logic bro sort of thing, but that's where it's coming from. It's not coming from like I agree with Pisco's side of the debate here.
I disagree with your characterization there as well. I don't think that that's where it's coming from. I think it's from every time you've interjected on that, a reasonable person would say, to the extent that it's been nonlinear, both of us would have had sort of an equal way. And yet every time we go to it, what happens is you're always sort of leaning towards the siding of Pisco. Every time.
So I'm not sure about that, Rob. I'm not sure about every time it's been on nonlinear, or if there's been a tracking issue, or there's been an interruption, not that it was not on my norm to be a justified interruption. It was equal. I'll be honest. I'm not convinced of that. But here's what I can assure you of: when there was a issue where I detected that Pisco made a mistake, or something that was misleading, I did interject. I did say, well, actually, it does fall under it. When he misspoke, I did come. I guess
it's my preference that the moderator not be involved as much.
Oh, then I can leave. That's fine.
No. The moderator is sort of that's normally. I don't care. Once it was obvious you're going to be involved, I was like, well, we'll make you part of the debate.
No, the reason I got Avi, and listen, I
don't really care about this matter. We have limited time. I was just talking to him because you were gone for a second. I'm happy to get back to the debate. I'll talk to Avi about it later. I'm not mad. I'm just saying that's the perception. That's all.
Look, that my goal here is, and if I'm failing in this goal, that's fine. My goal here is to advance the conversation and to force linearity and to stop that's my main goals here. Now, if you guys think that it would be better for you to understand each other and to have a linear debate without me trying to understand or confirming that things are being understood, then I can drop. that's totally fine.
I don't think that that's the case.
I'd like
it's
to
not
get
because
on.
I'm like
I'm not that upset. I just made a point of
Okay.
contention while Pisco is gone. All right, next. What he was saying was that I'm, quote, equivocating about disproportionality. Now, as he's about to rage, because he knows this is such a weak point. Again, always remember what his goal is here. It's not about justice, it's about partisan power, and then he's trying to post hoc justify. If this was just about justice, eye for an eye, proportionality matters. But it's not. He advocates beyond it. And the reason he advocates beyond it is because it's not about a concept of neutrality or justice, it's about a concept of power for his side. That's why he's advocating at the same time of this a bunch of stuff that goes beyond this idea of self-defense, such as adding states, such as giving legislative control over justices, rules that they can force on them, such as ending the filibuster, etc. He advocates for all of this at the same time, not because this is about justice or neutrality. If it was really about justice, and this is the point Ryan was getting to him, then he would at best say that we would pack twice. One, packing the court and adding seats is actually worse than just refusing to give advice and consent. That is obviously worse, right? There were remedies that Democrats could have had. They could have won the next election, which would have been a remedy. They could still have a remedy in that they could do the exact same reciprocal when they get their chance and they have the House and the Senate. So that follows that premise that said that this was the only thing. However, the proportionality portion of it shows that he wants an excuse to say we should be allowed to do more than what anyone reasonably would consider equality and justice and getting back. And so he's like, with Bork, he says, no, it's disproportional from what happened to Bork to Garland. I'll say two things then. One, sure, maybe I don't think it's disproportional, but to the effect it is, it's only, quote, mild deterrence. That's number one. And secondly, I think that what he's suggesting is laughable, that there is some reason that mild deterrence is something that should factor in to the concept of neutrality or justice. Furthermore, it's not mild deterrence. If I prove it's not mild deterrence, would that mean that the premise thing goes away? Because you've already acknowledged it's disproportional.
Are you asking me a question?
Yes,
there's a lot
that's the
there I
question.
want to respond to.
Yes,
so the first
that's
is
the question I just asked. I asked you a question. Can you respond?
Yeah. So
Yes
if
or
it's
no?
it's
Yes or no?
disproportionate, I need to understand what you're asking. Are you asking if it fails the premise? Does the argument is the argument unsound? Is that what you're asking?
If it overshoots in a way that's not mild deterrence.
Yeah, the argument's unsound.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I prove that adding 4 seats is beyond mild deterrence, that would prove that the premise is unsound.
The argument, yeah, for specifically for the 4, yeah.
Can you
or
define
greater,
what deterrence or mild deterrence is?
Yeah, so I understand deterrence to be some kind of indication that bad outcomes will happen, and to induce others to, to understand that and to refrain from doing it, perhaps, or at least to understand that there will be a response.
Deterrence.
Like that.
Well, wouldn't you say that a key part of deterrence is making it less likely that the other side does something? So if I put a sign up that says trespassers will be shot, it's deterrence because it makes it less likely that there's trespassers. That's the key part of deterrence. Makes it less likely that the outcome that you're pointing to happens. That's deterrence, correct?
No, so I think that's one notion of deterrence, is to try to induce something, to happen less, for sure. But there's also, I think, a kind of longer form version of deterrence that isn't just like specifically deterring, but like system-wide deterrence, or like an understanding beyond specific deterrence to understand the costs of actions.
How about this definition? I know that we like utterances and we make some.
I'm telling you what I mean.
But we should have an objective understanding of these terms.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Do you disagree with this definition? You tell me if you disagree. Deterrence. Why don't you let me read the definition, and then maybe you'll say, yes, I agree with that.
It's a derail.
It is not a derail.
Why are we entertaining this?
It is not a derail.
If
we're trying to figure out exactly what you mean, how is me defining the term and then you agreeing or disagreeing with the definition of derail?
Because it's better for me to just say it.
No, I disagree, because I wouldn't give the definition. You tell me if you think this is incorrect.
Why is that going to elucidate what I mean?
Why are you so against defining terms? Why are you so against actual ways that we look to define terms?
No,
by the way, if a judge is deciding, just to be clear, so let's say there's something in a law, right? Let's say the term insurrection. Is a judge, when he decides this case, say, it's just whatever I feel insurrection means?
Yeah,
or do they have clear definitions that they use precedents and what other people in the courts have said? Which way do they do it?
This is yeah. So that's an equivocation in terms of the means and methods and what's.
You keep using that term. I don't think
okay,
you know what it
listen,
means. Is that another
no, I think
utterance? You don't know what it means?
So
why
no,
can't I give
so,
the definition of deterrence and you tell me if you agree or not?
No, I think that you don't understand because what I mean by deterrence is likely, it's not necessarily the same as what you're reading from. So to understand my meaning,
definition, this is how you define things. This is how you define deterrence. Is kind of like, sometimes that you do something and and times it's been that something that would dissuade, but it's
you're
not
so bad faith, bro.
Always the case. Blah, blah, blah.
You're
You
so
give a
fucking
definition
bad
that's
faith.
mealy mouthed in like 40 words. I'm trying to give a concise definition. You tell me if you agree or disagree. Ready?
Yeah.
Deterrence. You ready?
Yeah. So no, I'm not gonna entertain this.
You're not going to allow me to read a definition of deterrence.
No. So I think it's better. I think it's better.
That's the
I think it's better. I think it's better if I explain what I mean by the term. Right? What's wrong with that?
I want you to write down the definition, then share the screen so
I
can move off.
Well,
do it. Write it down.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. So I'll write it in a group.
Write it down. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll write it in a group chat.
Stop talking. Right.
And I have no problem.
Please pause. Everyone mute until you write it.
I have no problem writing down what I mean by the term deterrence.
Write it down.
But I just want
to Talking,
So,
write
hang
it
on
down.
here.
But
So I'm just gonna.
need to
So I'm just
understand
gonna.
the terms
So I'm just
before we
gonna.
move
So
on.
so
Write down the
100%.
definition of the word deterrence.
100%.
Write it down.
Yeah.
I'm not listening. Write down the definition.
Yeah. So I'm gonna finish my sentence. I'm gonna finish my sentence. I'm gonna finish my sentence. If you don't let me finish the sentence, I'm going to finish my sentence, right? So I'm going to finish my sentence. So just so the audience understands what I'm saying, that the appeal to the dictionary, the move that he just did, is completely irrelevant to what I mean. And so even though I have no problem writing down and fixing...
Wow, quite the sentence you got going here. Write the fucking definition
though I have no
down.
Even though I have no problem, and I have written down and fixed my meanings and haven't deviated from them, and to the extent that I am, I'm open-minded about the whole process.
The longest fucking run-on I've ever heard. Write the definition.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to diffuse the bad faith shit that you just did. So I'm trying to diffuse that because you are a bad faith hack.
Because I'm asking for a concise definition, as opposed to your bullshit that you keep sliding the definition the whole time. Write the definition down, Pisco. Pisco, just write. Does everyone see this? He won't accept the definition. He won't write down the definition. He won't. He has to ramble on. Write the definition, and we'll see if it's a good definition.
So Rob, what I'm doing is diffusing the bad faith bullshit that you just did. I'm happy to fix my meanings and to keep them consistent. But what is bad faith is to suggest that I have to pick whatever your notion of the objectively true, correct definition is. That's what the bad faith move is. So I'm going to start writing what I mean by deterrence in this context.
Write down. As you write it, I'll read the definition of deterrence. Quote, the act or process of discouraging actions or preventing occurrences by instilling fear or doubt or anxiety. As Pisco writes, let me explain what he's doing. He constantly wants these words. Again, his whole thing was we have to have a meaning. Right? Avi was all in this, listening to the first time. He was explaining it, right? The whole first topic about Ryan, it's to be good faith, we have to have a mutual understanding of what we're talking about. Literally, every term that matters in this, he's like, I have my own definition. These are just utterances that I have proprietary definitions of that I'll make up. Most of the time, he gives the definition and then he's sliding it back and forth in strategic ways. All of it's designed to say, all of these words and the way to define them, it's going to be that only in this exact position with the Democrats are they justified in adding 4 seats. Now we see that it's not just tit for tat, it's not eye for eye. He acknowledges, yes, it is disproportional, but now it's disproportional because of mild deterrence. Now he knows damn well that the conventional definition of deterrence is actions that are designed to try to prevent these bad actions from happening in the future. He knows that he's going to lose on that debate. So he's like, uh-oh, I now have to pretend deterrence means something completely different. That way when Rob points out, actually this isn't deterrence, it's incentivizing the behavior, which is the opposite of deterrence, he'll say, no, that's not what I meant by deterrence. I didn't mean the definition that everyone else accepts. That's an appeal to a dictionary.
Okay.
Can I ask what we mean by deterrence, or will that make a biased
So
moderator?
I'm right. Yeah, so I'm just telling you what I mean by deterrence.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so here I just wrote it down, and this is generally what I mean, capturing what I mean. Deterrence using the argument is the concept of inducing the mind of a set of actors knowledge that would tend in a reasonable person to lower the tendency to partake in a given action or at least put them on notice of a given consequence.
Okay, so here's his have you ever heard a word defined like this? If someone said to you, hey, Pisco, define deterrence. Here's this definition. You ready? Deterrence, quote, as used in the argument, is the concept of inducing in the mind of a set of actors knowledge that would tend in a reasonable person to lower the tendency to partake in a given action. Or, then he goes further, then it's or at least put them on notice of a given consequence. That is the most laughable fucking thing I have ever seen. That's laughable.
Richard, what is it laughable?
Because it's a mealy mouth. It has nothing to do. It's only a definition given in the context of this exact situation.
No response.
Let me. I'm literally giving the response.
You're befuddled. You're befuddled.
I'm literally giving the response as you're yelling. He has no response. It is a definition that is proprietary and not just your own, but exclusive to just this situation. So it is a definition from a word that only fits in this unique situation. Then it is multi-part. First, it's super mealy-mouthed, and it's the concept of inducing in the mind of a state of actors' knowledge that would lead to a reasonable person to lower the tendency or partake in a given action. I can even accept partially that definition. That's basically what deterrence means. You're doing something to make it less likely that other people do an action that you're trying to deter them from taking. But then that's not enough, because he realizes, oh shit, that's not what this is. So then he goes, or, and adds a total another part to it. Deterrence is also, at least it puts them on notice of a given consequence.
Here's what I'm trying to capture, right? So what I'm trying to capture is the notion that you might do you might do a deterrent thing, to try to induce a reasonable response in the other party. But the other party, like just because they're fucking unhinged and unreasonable, they might take it upon them to did you ever have a situation where you're trying to deter an individual, but your act of deterrence actually fuels them further, right? Because they're unreasonable and they're not.
What do you mean deter? What does that mean?
You're trying to induce in them a lower tendency to do the thing. Right?
Oh, that's what deter means? Interesting.
Okay, so you're trying to do that, and what I'm trying to capture is that just because the fact is that you induce in a greater in a particular a greater response, that is to say, they do the thing more as a result of what would be reasonable to expect, doesn't mean that it isn't deterrent on this view. Do you understand what I'm getting at? That
No, I
might be
understand.
irrational.
I understand what you're trying to do. What you just said, you even slip up there. He uses the word deterrence in the conventional sense. He goes, haven't you had it where you try to deter someone, but they do it anyways? Deter mean take an action to try to prevent them or disincentivize them to take it. He uses the word deterrence correctly there. Then when he catches his mistake, he's like, oh, wait, because that's what deterrence means, as he knows. Yes, you could say that someone could see an act of deterrence and then actually it could incentivize them to do more. The way we would decide whether or not something is a deterrence is by seeing whether or not it incentivizes the behavior to slow down or it doesn't do that. Yes, that's absolutely true. So something is not. Let me respond. Something is not deterrence if it makes the action you're trying to deter from more likely. It is by definition then not deterrence.
Here's what I'm trying to capture, all right? And I think that you understand it because you have raised before that in the long run, the Democrats will only learn if they get pain imposed upon them. And so over the long run, you need to be strong on reacting in kind and doing things that are provocative for the purpose of getting long-term conformity, even if their initial reaction is to sort of increase whatever they're doing, right? Do you understand that? You've said stuff like this before.
No, that's not what what your argument now is. There's short-term incentive which will lead to long-term deterrence. That's the argument you're making now.
Maybe that's the best way to put it. What I'm trying to capture though is that just because of a given result doesn't have the desired effect of lowering the incidence doesn't mean that it's not there for a deterrent effect. That's what I'm trying to capture. Maybe I don't do it in the best words, but that's what I'm trying to capture.
No. But my point is, you could say I'm trying to do this for deterrence, but if it actually incentivizes the behavior, it wasn't a deterrence. So the question isn't what you feel if it would be a deterrence. No, the question is it a deterrence? Your premise says, and I quote, your premise says it's disproportional. You agreed with that, but it doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. Not only is it not deterrence, it's the opposite. Right now, for example, Republicans aren't packing the court. If you do this, the very next time that Republicans get a chance, they're going to pack the court. You have incentivized. Avi, let me just ask you, do you think Do you think that if Democrats add 4 seats when Republicans get back in, they will be more incentivized or less incentivized to pack the court themselves?
My intuition is they will be more incentivized to pack the court.
No, but
Hence, it's not a deterrence.
No, listen,
You lose.
listen.
Wait, I thought I was a biased moderator. Why shouldn't I?
The point was so obvious. Can
I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond?
By the way, I really enjoy you, even if I do.
Wait, can I respond? Can I respond?
Yes,
is that all right?
Lost the debate, but we love it. Go for it.
No, I didn't lose it all. You're getting crushed. So here's the response. What I'm trying to capture is in the context of partisan gerrymandering, right? In partisan gerrymandering, the response by the Democrats is, listen, we're going to respond to what you did in Texas with what happened in California, and the idea is, you're gonna know that if you're going to do a tit, we're going to do a tat. And so, and that causes, by the way, the Republicans to respond in like Indiana and all these different places. But the overall idea to explain why the Democrats are doing this is to get to a point of getting rid of partisan gerrymandering in total by increasing the relative costs on the other side. Maybe in the short term, you induce some amount of increased partisan gerrymandering in that context, but with a goal to eventually get to a point in which there's a recognition that things have gone too far and that you need to fix it. That's that's the idea I'm trying to capture. I hope I'm not sure if that's coming across in what I'm saying. But
okay, let me just a couple questions, real quick answers if you don't mind. One, doesn't matter if you think it's. Let me finish.
No. You have to respond to what I just said. I'm not gonna derail.
I am responding by making.
Respond to what I just said.
I am responding. Yes, that's not deterrence, and I'll prove why that what you're suggesting right now wasn't deterrence. One, don't tell me if it's good or bad. Before this administration, had Democrats gerrymandered?
Democrats had gerrymandered before.
Okay. You would acknowledge Republicans had as well, right? But Democrats had gerrymandered. That's what's important for this argument.
Yeah, Second, respond to what I just said.
I am. Second, when Texas decided to gerrymander, did that cause Democrats to gerrymander more?
Yeah, I'm not going to entertain the derail.
Then it wasn't a deterrence. It caused them.
Wait,
did that then cause Republicans to say, we're going to gerrymander in other states more?
So moderator, I want a response. I just said something, and I want him to repeat back what I said and explain. Ask him if he understands what I just said.
I understand what you said. You said it's a deterrence because even if it incentivizes behavior in the short term, ultimately the goal is to make sure this ends in the future. Right?
Yeah, that's what the concept is trying to capture.
But it's not deterrence. In the real world action, it's not deterrence. It's actually increasing. Okay, fine. I can see the argument. What Bork was doing was mild deterrence with
wait a second.
Debate over.
Wait.
It was just mild deterrence with Merrick Garland. That's all it was.
So
the disproportionality was just mild deterrence. It was designed to, it was causing pain on Democrats because we saw Clarence Thomas, we saw everything they did. So the goal that Republicans had, let me finish. The goal that Republicans had was they were like, wow, shit's getting so partisan right now. I know what we'll do. We'll do something hyper-partisan, which will in the future disincentivize any of this partisan shit happening. Why can't I make that argument with the same veracity? Why does that argument not apply? That's the question. Why does that argument not apply with the same veracity?
So I'm not responding to what you just said. So
of
first of all, we're going to get clarity on this.
Can I get a response?
So we're going to talk about the concept of deterrence as used in the argument, and that concept is trying to capture the fact that in the short term, right, like it might induce further action, just like gerrymandering, but that doesn't mean that, as used in the argument, that we're not trying to have sort of a larger systematic deterrent effect. And really, we're never going to get to the point, for example, of banning partisan gerrymandering wholesale unless the other side at one point starts to realize, hey, this is out of control. We need to do something. We need to get together because whatever this is, it's not good. That's what the argument is trying to capture. I want to make sure that you hear that and you understand that, Rob.
I understand the argument, and I reject it wholesale because it's not deterrent, saying that it obviously causes an immediate incentive to increase the bad behavior, but our hope is eventually. But now, let's go through this line by line. Wait.
Why don't we get clarity on it?
I'm going to go through a line of questioning. So your argument.
No. We have to finish on this point.
That's exactly what I was trying to do, to go through this line of questioning. You're right.
You're asking questions about factual questions. You're asking questions of facts.
What are you talking about? Say what you need to say, and then I'll get to my point.
So you're asking questions about like what in fact happened with gerrymandering. You're asking questions about like historical facts, and we need to get clarity on whether or not you understand what the argument is saying.
My God, I said it 4 times. The argument is this. I'm going to steel man the argument. Yes.
Okay, go. It's an argument. It's not an argument. It's a meaning of a term.
The meaning of the term deterrence is this: an action that could be taken to disincentivize something that may lead to the incentivization of it in the short term, but eventually could possibly lead to the disincentive of it. Deterrence. That's your definition.
No. That it includes a concept of a broader.
It does not. It does not. I fundamentally reject that.
Yeah.
Show me any definition of deterrence that randomly speaks to that.
Other
than your own claims here.
I'm just saying, as using the argument, the notion of deterrence here is not just indexed to short-term deterrence. That's also indexed to broader systematic deterrence. And
okay, let's test this
to get to a point.
So your argument is. Your argument is you think the disproportionality of this is actually a good thing. Because even though I may win, in the short term, this will cause Republicans to pack the court, and then Democrats again, and then Republicans.
Yeah,
inevitably,
obviously.
down the future, this could be the catalyst for stopping.
Yes, because your side only understands one thing. Your side only understands pain. You only understand it when it affects you. And that's why the only way for you guys to internalize all the fuckery that you've done with our courts and you've done our system is to make it hurt, unfortunately.
Okay. So then the idea is this is key to doing it. In fact, you said at one point the radical thing's to not pack the court, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. My argument is
100%.
follows. My argument is follows then. You ready? Actually, this is bad because what happened with Bork justified for self-defense Republican being disproportional in a way that would lead to deterrence.
I don't understand what you're getting at.
Do you think what happened with Merrick Garland was a good thing?
Of course not, no.
Why not? It led to this moment, which is now leading to ultimate deterrence.
I don't. There's many other things that you need to substantiate before we get to that point.
Right, like you need to substantiate that this will eventually, 30 years down the road, lead to deterrence.
No.
You're just asserting.
No. The initial norm violation. You need to establish all the other premises of the argument. You didn't.
We did all of that. We did, like, the idea. I just want people to encapsulate.
You failed completely.
Remember when I said what Pisco's going to do? Now what this guy wants you to believe is this. Actually,
you failed.
Instead of eye for an eye, I'll just keep repeating myself. Instead of eye for an eye, we should actually be allowed to pack 4 seats, which is that's disproportional. However, you might think, wait a minute, that's more than eye for eye. That's actually because of deterrence. Of course, yes. Let me finish. Of course, yes, it's the opposite of deterrence. It'll incentivize it. But maybe hypothetically, 40 years down the road, this will lead to a deterrence. After we have an incentive to keep it up and do a lot more.
So let me give you. This is capturing. This notion of deterrence is capturing a lot of our intuitions, and I'll tell you why. So let's just say law, for example. There is a notion of punitive damages, right? And punitive damages go beyond the initial injury, right? Those are incentivized to deter. Now, if you happen to have individuals, for example, like Alex Jones and other of these insane people, who the imposition of punitive damages or insane costs is actually a motivating factor. Like for Trump, for instance, you might argue, right? The fact that they went after him, the fact that they charged him or something, incentivized him to do more bad stuff and to go back after his own enemies. And so, charging people with crime, that's supposed to have a deterrent effect, isn't it? But the truth is, it is in our intuitions that in self-defense context, you're not just allowed to hit back with the same exact force as what was done to you. You're allowed to go a little bit further, right? If someone comes at you to hit you with a punch, our normal moral intuitions is you're not just allowed to punch them back. You're allowed to do a little bit more. Maybe you can tackle them. Maybe that you can hit them with a fucking bat. And that would be proportional in that context. And so I think that this notion of deterrence, which is indexed to not just any individual, but instead indexed to reasonable people, and then also that there are long-term systemic interests, is tracking aspects of our society and our moral intuitions about self-defense.
Okay, it's not reasonable, right? Because a reasonable person would say, "Oh, you packed the court and added 4 seats, then we're going to do the same." That's what a reasonable person. And I would say that despite my procrastinations of our great moderator Avi here and how things have went, Avi seems like an eminently reasonable guy, and his immediate intuition was like, of course this is going to incentivize the Republicans to do the same.
No, but he understands what I'm saying.
I would say that he might understand what you're saying, but he's literally saying the opposite. Actually, this wouldn't be a deterrence, it would incentivize. Now, you get around this by saying, but hypothetically, it could say, this notion of deterrence could literally justify doing anything. You could say, I could say, what would be deterrence? If we completely end making stealing illegal. If we end it, That would be deterrence. You want to know why? Because it'll incentivize everyone to steal for like the next 30 to 40 years. But then maybe 40 years from now, people will be so fed up with it that they'll decide that they'll get even harsher against stealing.
Can I address that example? Is that okay?
Yes.
Wait, yeah. So there, right, indexed to a reasonable person, we don't think that that's what's likely to have an effect in the long run,
a reasonable
right?
person, like Avi just told you, the effect is it'll lead to Republicans backing.
No. But like, so it disproves your argument that this notion of deterrence would allow for anything to be considered deterrence, right? Like if you gave people, for example, let's give you an example. We're rewarding people. We're giving them money in exchange for them doing theft. No reasonable person is going to say that's deterrent. On
no
this
reasonable
view.
person
would
say
you say it would.
That is exactly my point.
Stop.
That is exactly my point. You don't think a reasonable person could say, you don't think a reasonable person could believe this. Hypothetically, if thefts go up 500%, we might get harsher on thefts. Could a reasonable person say that? Yes or no?
And all else equal, a reasonable person, if you increase costs, if you increase punishment, will be deterred, right?
That's not the question I asked. I said, would a reasonable person come to this conclusion? If thefts go up 500% in the next 5 years, it might cause us to crack down harder on theft, which would lower it from status quo levels. Could a reasonable person come to that conclusion?
That people might crack down more on theft. Yeah, they might.
Okay. Well, then, if you accept that yes, people might say if we go up 500%, it could cause us to crack down, which would be more of a deterrence. And then the next step is once you accept, yes, they might do that. Okay, then if we stop prosecuting crime right now, it'll lead to 500% increase. Therefore, it's a deterrent.
I'm not so sure that follows on my.
Why doesn't it? Logically, it
you're gonna have
follows
to connect
exactly.
it again. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. No,
You're
it does not.
acknowledging if
So
crime
in general,
goes up,
the intuition is clear.
Could say that could lead to crushing crime, and so therefore, if we incentivize crime now, that could lead to crime going up, which will lead to deterring it more in the future.
This intuition should be one that you share, which is in general, increasing costs in response to an action deters that action, all else equal. Right?
It's not
you agree
true.
with that intuition?
That is not true. What you're saying, because the analogy is so ridiculous. Okay, all right. If that's what we're gonna like, you can see the ridiculous.
I didn't hear you. What did you just say?
You can say that it's not true. That's not how we
I
go.
lost audio for a second. What did you say?
I'm saying that no, that's not true. It is clear that this would be a direct incentive to Republicans. This isn't like saying, hey, if you do this, we'll lock you up. This is saying we're doing something that's legal that you also will able to legally do. However, when we're doing it for partisan reasons, but you won't do it because why wouldn't Republicans do it? Because they're afraid that Democrats will do what they've already done?
Yeah, so I think that when Republicans start to learn that Democrats are willing to give it back and that they're willing to fight on all these grounds,
and Clarence Thomas and Kavanaugh, we saw what Democrats did.
Let me respond to what you're saying. That when Democrats start to give it back and play by their rules and do the things that they are doing to us, that maybe they'll think twice. This is, by the way, so maybe they'll think twice the next time they try to do some more fuckery.
Okay, play by their rules. Play by their rules. When did they add 4 seats?
Wait. Pause. And this is something that you believe too, because I've heard you say this. I've heard you say this.
That's not true.
I've heard.
Go ahead. Show me saying.
Yes,
show me saying.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Show me what
no,
say.
The concept.
No. What did you just say? I've said before. Quote it. Go ahead.
No,
and then show me the video.
I'm not quoting you. I'm not quoting you directly in terms of the terminology. This argument that you've levied is the Democrats will only understand what they did was wrong and politicizing the DOJ when it's done to them too. That's what you said.
The exact same standard.
Yeah. No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Show me ever suggesting
you go beyond that too. But first of all, let's just grant it for now. Let's just grant it for now. Let's say exact same for now. Wait. You're fucked. All right. Let's just say for now, right? Do you think? Wait. Let's talk about it, right? Let's say that we were to do a 2-court pack, not 4, 2. Would Republicans be incentivized to do it on your view?
Yes.
Back.
Yes.
Okay. And you would argue in favor of them doing back, right?
Correct.
Exact same, right? Okay.
Correct.
So now let's go.
If they added 4, add 4. That's what not 6, not 12, 4. Yes. Reciprocal.
Do you know what Ryan Mullally says to you in response when you say we need to go after the Democrats the way they came after us? Correct. Ryan says if you do that, they're going to come back harder against you.
Correct.
And you believe him, don't you? But do you know what you say in response? No.
I say that the status quo is this is what I say. That I'm arguing from a stance of neutrality, that the same treatment should be proffered to them that's proffered to us. Not that excess treatment should be. Never.
No.
Show me once ever saying excess.
Wait.
For deterrence, show me ever saying that.
Let's first deal with the situation in which there's actual equal, okay? Then we can go to the one beyond. You have granted that even though in the short term, perhaps it might increase the Democrats' tendency to do political prosecutions, on your view, against Republicans, that you still think that it's justified to do the same standard because you think they'll only learn if the pain is actually brought to them. You said that, haven't you?
The difference is, right? The difference is, what are you laughing about?
It's different.
Where's my syllogism that says that where's my syllogism that says we could be disproportional because of mild deterrence? Where's the syllogism of that? So it doesn't matter if I think it's a deterrence or not. It doesn't matter.
So your notion of deterrence is the exact same as mine on that ground.
No, that's not true.
So you just fucked up. You just fucked up big time, right?
What
because you said the exact same thing.
I mean, I don't.
So I'll explain again. Maybe I'll explain to Avi.
I say equal treatment.
Maybe I'll explain to Avi.
You're like, aha! That proves that you're
let's see if Avi understands. Let's see. So I'll explain to Avi and let's see if he can reproduce it. So I will say, on Rob's view, he has argued before that deterrence can be achieved through reciprocal action against the Democrats by Republicans. Reciprocal action against the Democrats, and even if it induces in the short term Democrats to act crazy, in the long term the Democrats only understand pain and only understand power, and that they'll only learn when it's applied to them. And so he understands that this notion of like short to long term concurrence, and so on his view, it's not this crazy notion of deterrence that's beyond any reasonability. Do you understand that, Avi?
My understanding correct. So you're saying that, okay, well, Rob also has this notion of the same shared notion of deterrence that you do. The reason he has a shared notion of deterrence that you do is because he also believes that if the other party were treated this way, if they were treated reciprocally, that eventually they might get the lesson, and they might. Now, what I anticipate a response might be from Rob is that, well, that's with mere reciprocity. That's not with
I understand, but no. I have a response to that, but let's first grant that notion that just because no, but I was very clear that that's what I was doing, Avi, right? So I'm happy to go to the escalation, but first, this notion of like short-term inducement but long-term deterrence is one that he shares in the abstract. You understand that, right?
Okay.
Well, yes.
So my understanding is okay. So there's at least some shared notion in some conditions that there's like this reasonable notion that, okay, well, if we could argue about if it's only with mere reciprocity or if that breaks down beyond mere reciprocity, but at least there's some notion of eventually it reaches some stable point where there's like, okay,
correct,
we're not going to.
And he shares that notion. It's not a ridiculous notion. It's one that we both share.
Do you share that notion, Rob?
Here's what I share. I share that theoretically makes sense, but it's completely irrelevant to this for two reasons. One, because it's irrelevant to whether or not something is just or neutral. He is arguing that we go beyond just or neutrality, and you heard him say, because in his opinion, the only thing Republicans understand is pain. That's why we need to do it, and it's okay for Democrats to go further and be more than reciprocal. It's okay, because in his belief, the only thing Republicans understand is pain. I don't need to, under premise 4, under my theory, have the idea of overshooting beyond mild deterrence, because I've never suggested the overshoot. Therefore, the mild deterrence portion of it's irrelevant. Second, the reason that this doesn't make sense. Pisco, when's the last time the Republicans packed the Supreme Court?
On whose notion of packing?
Yours.
With Merrick Garland.
Okay, how about before that?
With Ulysses S. Grant.
When was that, roughly?
1869.
Okay, so they've done it twice in like 150 years. And you're saying because of that, we need to add 4 seats to stop them doing it. It sounds like they're not doing it. It sounds like it's an aberration. It happened twice in 150 years. So you have no evidence that this is something that's going to keep happening in perpetuity. The only chance that it happens is if you incentivize it. Conversely, the things I'm talking about, for example, Democrats rioting and engaging, those are occurring on a daily basis. Lawfare of going after Trump and people connected to him, that's occurring on a daily basis. Constant impeachments, those are occurring. The actions I'm talking about are occurring over and over. And so it's like, it's not going to stop until they face
I'll respond
treatment.
to that.
You're talking about deterring something that doesn't occur, that's occurred twice in 150 years by your own definition.
So I'm happy to respond to that. So just because they haven't done it since Merrick Garland doesn't mean they wouldn't do it if similar conditions prevailed afterwards. And so that's what we're concerned about.
Why isn't Trump doing it now?
Yeah, because they already have a conservative stacked court.
But wait a minute. Whoa. That makes no sense.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does make sense. So let me respond fully to what you're saying, right? Are you okay, Avi? You're okay, right?
I'm okay.
Come on, take
it. We'll keep going. Okay. I'm trying
to keep it. All right, go ahead.
The next time the Democrats take a majority on the Supreme Court, if they try to, Republicans, on our view, are going to pull out all the stops to try to undo that majority court. And we need to establish the norm right now and the precedent right now that they better not try to do that, because we'll respond in kind. That's the response to that. That the condition which would require them to, they've already succeeded, in other words, in capturing the court on that view.
Okay, so what you're saying is, yeah, it's an aberration. It's happened 2 times in 150 years. But you just know, given the chance that they might do this, therefore you need to preemptively do it. That's your argument. And that justifies it.
That they've shown them.
Where? Show me.
In this modern
era
them
of saying that we're going to pack the court.
So they've shown themselves as willing to do this in the modern era. And if the Democrats, it's our belief. Now you can say that belief's unreasonable, and we just disagree on the reasonability of it. Wait, do you disagree that if the Democrats win the next presidential elections and all of a sudden naturally the court starts to skew to the left, that a Republican Party wouldn't try to undo that?
No, I think they would go within the system that's been given. And I can prove it. I can prove it. I don't need a hypothetical. We have the status quo.
You're a hack.
Your argument is, do you think Trump's really pissed off that his signature economic legislation of tariffs was revoked?
Yeah, he's
do you think he was pissed off that the case went against him on the National Guard?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he pack the court?
Yeah, but he doesn't have the power to right at this moment.
What do you mean he doesn't? Why aren't they even suggesting it?
Yeah, because it doesn't inure to the Republicans' benefit at the moment to fuck with the court even more.
Why doesn't it? Why wouldn't it benefit them to get what they want?
So that will categorize. So right now there's a fight in the Democratic Party about what we're talking about, and the Republicans doing even further court fuckery is that will actually rattle the nest for Democrats. 100% it would. And number two, the Republicans in the Senate and Congress, they're not always 100% perfectly aligned with Trump on everything. You agree with this, Rob? That's your belief as well.
Correct.
Right?
So the idea that in the future they obviously would be to pack the court is nonsensical.
But they would team up with Trump to turn a liberal court into a conservative court, and they've done it before.
It's pure speculation.
They did it in Georgia. With the state Supreme Court there.
That's not the Supreme Court.
I know it's not, but it's about what they're willing to do.
Listen,
the Republicans are totally willing to do that.
Now, a couple things on this. One, then by the same justification, they were justified in doing it with Merrick Garland because Biden, who then became vice president and then president, said that's exactly what Democrats would do. They just hadn't had their chance yet. So Republicans were just preemptively. Secondly, I think Republicans. Let me finish.
Many times, it's crazy.
Let me finish. Second, I think Republicans who are not currently packing the Supreme Court, who you have no proof that they would in the future, but you're like, well, maybe they would. That's my belief. I think the same is true of Democrats because Democrats are actually announcing it. And so in order to deter that, I think Republicans should pack the court now. That would deter it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be justified in doing it.
Why not?
Because you don't have a justification for it.
One, I think that court packing is horrible. Do you agree? Premise one.
Unless it's a justified court packing.
Court packing in general is terrible.
All else equal, I agree it's bad.
Okay. Number two, it would be a huge positive thing that we should try to achieve to end all court packing.
Yeah, I think it would be hugely positive to end it.
Number three, Republicans packing the court now will lead to deterrence.
I don't necessarily agree with that now.
Why not? By the same rationale that Democrats packing the court will lead to deterrence, Republicans packing the court will lead to deterrence.
Well, I suppose to the extent that it's inducing the Democrats to do this, great big struggle for the Supreme Court, perhaps. But in general, it wouldn't be justified for the other reasons, right?
It doesn't matter. We're not talking about your syllogism. We're talking about mine. We're talking about mine. You've already accepted premise one. You accepted premise two. Premise three, you have to admit, yes, it would deter court packing. Four, therefore, Republicans should pack the court.
No, that doesn't follow.
Why not? You agreed to the syllogism. Valid. You just agreed.
It's not valid.
Why not? Premise one, court packing bad. That we should reject it, right?
So all else equal, as amended, right? All else equal, court packing bad.
Okay, premise 2. If Republicans pack the court now, it would deter court packing in the future and have a chance to end it.
In the way that we're describing, I might even grant that.
Okay, premise 3. It is a noble goal and something we should do to end court packing.
All else equal, again, in general, yes.
And therefore, conclusion: Republicans should pack the court.
It's invalid.
Why is it invalid?
I don't want to tell you.
Why is it invalid? Tell me.
Because the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises.
Why doesn't it? It absolutely. Avi, does the conclusion follow from the premises?
In a formal system, it would take the form of P, Q, R, therefore S.
You agree?
What you would want to do is you want to. So it might be you might be able to formalize it in a way that it is valid, as that specific literal form is technically not a valid form in formal logic. What you would want to do is you would want to structure it such that if the premises are true, the conclusion needs to follow in a formal system. So you can use certain inference rules like modus ponens or modus tollens. You can say if
dumb it down for us regnecks if you can.
So you
aren't you debate coach?
Yeah, we don't do not everything's philosophy and syllogisms like this.
So
I'm intuitively correct, as Avi knows.
So when we speak of when we're talking about a valid argument, we're talking about an argument that there really is no way the premises can be true and the conclusion can be false, and that's structured. That can be shown in a formal system.
Okay, so if I did it in a way, it would hypothetically, given what Pisco's just conceded to, would still, if I just formed it in a different way, would be valid.
You might be able to.
I mean, it's intuitively. He can't give a reason why it's not the case. If it is a goal, something we should shoot for to deter court packing, and if Republicans packing the court now leads to ultimate deterrence, right? Therefore, Republicans should pack the court to lead to ultimate deterrence.
Yeah, but I'm just not gonna bite on some of the premises that are missing there, and
like
some
what?
of the
Go
notions
ahead, give me an example.
Required.
Give me an example.
Yeah. So one is an effective remedy that it might be done in such a way, and Republicans being as they are, that Democrats won't get the opportunity to respond in kind. And I do think that Republicans are capable of doing that.
So same argument could be made about your syllogism.
Yeah,
so
no,
wait. I promise I'll shut up then. Every argument Pisco's about to make would be a defeater to his syllogism as well. Democrats could set it up in a way that Republicans would never get power. Why can Republicans do it but not Democrats? Go ahead, explain why.
Well, hang on a second. That's nowhere in my argument or in your hypothetical argument.
You just said that a defeater to my syllogism.
You should prepare. So, Rob, this is what you should do. Okay, this is what you should do. All right, you should take some time. You should take some time. You should take some time and think about it, and then write it out.
I am thinking about it. Very simple. Two premises, conclusion. Your argument to those premises of one, we should do everything we can, or it is a noble goal to try to end court picking. Why? Give me your reasons. Let's go through them one by one. Go ahead. Argument one. Go ahead.
Avi just told you the form of the argument is invalid.
It doesn't matter. Tell me why this is incorrect.
It matters. So I don't have to.
How is it? Without Avi, you tell me why it's invalid.
Because the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow from the.
Why
premises.
doesn't it?
By definition.
Okay, you're acknowledging that we should try to
the truth table. There's at least one case where you could come up with a hypothetical case where all the premises are true and the conclusion doesn't follow.
Give me an example if you can come up with one.
It's invalid, Rob. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait. You just said you could come up with one example. Give it.
No. If you were to construct a truth table, you could do so.
Okay, give it to me.
So for example, the conclusion is something about they should do it, right? That's nowhere in one of the premises. That
sure,
term,
we
that they
should try to deter and end court packing. Yes, that's one of the premises.
Where?
Premise one.
Wait, no, we should deter, but it doesn't mean that Republicans should court pack. Do you understand that?
We should deter.
Different.
Do you accept the premise we should deter court packing?
In general, yes.
Do you accept the premise if Republicans pack the court, it will deter future court packing?
Yeah, all else, again, that is going to be context dependent. I mean,
therefore, conclusion, Republicans should pack the court to deter court packing. Explain to me why that's not the case. Go ahead, explain it to me, Pisco. You don't like it when people play the syllogism game with you.
No, it's invalid, Rob. Rob, it's invalid.
Tell me why.
Because the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow even if the premises are true.
Give me an example. You said you'd give an example. Give one.
Yes. So it could be the case that in general it's okay. It's important to, or they should deter court packing. It could be the truth that that maybe the case that you present it would deter court packing in the long run. And notwithstanding that that Republicans shouldn't court pack. For example, there could be a consequence cascade argument that is different run here as opposed to somewhere else. Okay, there could be other reasons that make it different.
Okay, I'll add another premise. There is
no
no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. That's given
it's
in
still
by
invalid.
the way.
It's invalid. It's invalid.
By the way, that's intuited by the fact that you're acknowledging that it would be deterrence. Deterrence means there's no knowledge to expect a severe consequence cascade because it's deterring.
Yeah, so I don't know.
So give me the reason it's invalid.
I don't know what to, because the conclusion doesn't fall.
Of course
from
it
the
does.
premises. That's why it's invalid.
Here's something we agree is good. We should do. Here's an action that does that. Therefore, we should do it.
Yeah,
that's valid.
I don't know what to tell you. The
You
form
don't.
of the argument is invalid.
Well, let's do another syllogism while we're on it. Wow, this is great. I have a syllogism for you. You ready? Now listen carefully. Premise 1. If there was an injurious partisan FISA warrant abuse, and there's no effective way to reverse it without FISA warrant abuse.
All right, Rob.
Let me finish. The proposed.
By the way, there was a meme about when you would bring up FISA, just so you know.
Okay, great.
So whoever was making that bet, congratulations.
Well, Rob's got good arguments, and he'll make them great. And the proposed reciprocal abuse doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence, and there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. Then the injured party is justified in reciprocal FISA warrant abuse. Premise 2, there was injurious partisan FISA warrant abuse. Premise 3, there's no effective way to reverse it without FISA warrant abuse. Number 4, the proposed reciprocal abuse doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. Number 5, there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. Number 6, the injured party is the Trump administration. Number 7, therefore conclusion, the Trump administration is justified in utilizing FISA abuse.
Yeah, if you're just imposing the FISA stuff there for all the where it's relevant, I think it'll be valid, but it's just unsound.
Why? Why is it unsound?
But I don't want to get into it. Yeah, we can have a debate about that. We can schedule.
No. Why don't you tell me why?
Yeah,
because listen, what's happening is
we're not derailing the FISA, Rob. Well, we can't do the FISA debate again right now, but I can tell you which premise I disagree with if you want.
No, wait. Because right now there's a lot of people.
I'm not doing that. I refuse.
Let me. I know you refuse.
I refuse to do FISA warrant.
Then I'll
no, we can schedule it. We can schedule it. We can schedule it. We can schedule the FISA one.
Can I ask you a question, Avi?
You've been asking me questions.
Thank you. Would you acknowledge that I seem somewhat of someone who's maybe not the proficient in syllogisms and like sort of the formal rules of logic? Would you? That seems fair to say. I don't take it as an insult. I'm like Pisco here.
Yes.
Okay. Do you also acknowledge that probably a good, healthy proportion of the audience also is in the same boat?
Sure.
So wouldn't it help to have some here's one example. Now let's give an almost completely analogous example on the other side. Now, Pisco, who clearly, as he just exhibited with the syllogism on Republicans back in court, clearly he understands logic. So if Pisco could explain why my syllogism is, quote, valid but not sound, maybe that will help the rest of us understand his syllogism. So Pisco, can you tell me why it's not sound?
I think he said it was not valid.
Because some of the premises are false.
No, he said it's valid but not sound.
No. Yeah, so if he just substitutes for the relevant things, like the FISA abuse stuff, I think it'll be valid.
I see the mirror argument with FISA. Then it would be valid. Yeah.
Okay, so it's valid. What's not sound mean? Explain that to me.
That one of the premises is false.
Which one?
Or the form is off, but like
is the form
valid
off?
one.
Well, let's take it a step at a time. First, is
no,
the form
I'm not. So no, I don't think the form is off.
Okay, so which premise is unsound?
The notion of the consequence cascade.
There won't be a consequence. Why would there be a consequence cascade? This is deterrence.
Yeah. Wait, no. I'm just telling you which premises are false. And,
why is that?
I'm not going to get into FISA.
Let's do one-on-one. One-to-one. Why weren't you? Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid? Because you know it is an exact apples to apples
I'm not afraid. I'm not
afraid.
We can schedule that. Yeah. So I would disagree with the fact that there was injurious partisan FISA warrant process. None of our official investigations figured that out. That wasn't, but that doesn't mean it was injurious partisan.
Of course it does.
In terms of rule breaking and law breaking, certainly you think that it's self-evident that abuse of the FISA process leads to a consequence cascade, and so you
That's
and I
not
probably
true.
agree.
I think it'll ultimately lead to a deterrence.
Wait, this has been your entire cause, Rob.
I'm accepting your framework.
No, but this is disingenuous because you don't believe it. You think the FISA warrant process was an insane situation.
Wait. Why does what I really believe matter? We're just talking about the syllogism here. What I really believe is irrelevant. That's what you said to Ryan.
No, but it's
we're just talking about the syllogism. Why is that wrong?
No,
you explain to me in your words why it won't lead to a cascade of consequences.
No, I'm saying you agree with me on that proposition. That's relevant.
No. It doesn't matter what I believe.
That's
irrelevant.
Sorry, sir.
I'm asking you. You tell me what matters is if you think the premise is valid, or if you think the premise is valid.
Yeah.
Do you think it would lead to a severe consequence cascade?
I of course think that.
Why? Explain how that would work.
I'm doing it right now. Yeah. So I think the consistent and persistent knowing violation of rights indexed to for partisan reasons is one of the most dangerous things in the world. I mean, that's why I'm so against what the Trump administration is doing is the political prosecution. It's different.
Why? Explain the difference.
Yeah. So with respect to the partisan influences by the political branches of government in areas in which that's an expectation, which there's no constitutional violation or illegality entailed. That's different than the exercise of partisan judgment when it comes to prosecutions in criminal law, where there is illegality. It's repugnant to the Constitution to do partisan prosecution. That's illegal. I take it to be illegal.
Oh, well, wait a minute. So then what happened to the Trump team was repugnant and illegal?
With respect to the FISA warrant process? So one of the
point I'm trying to get, the legality of it
would
be irrelevant to the. You said that there won't be a severe consequence cascade. I'm asking, how do you know that?
No,
I'm asking just on that premise. We're taking it one at a time. No. Tell me, you said there won't be a severe consequence cascade. Explain.
Yeah,
why wouldn't that occur?
Yeah.
Or there would be one. Explain.
There would be. Yeah, there would be. So there would be because as you're seeing, with rampant political abuses and rampant political exercises of criminal investigatory power, it leads to massive decrease in loss in faith in the rule of law. It leads to massive, what you're seeing, corruption, where people are just doing pay for play and bribes right now that you won't even contend, playing the stock market, a lot of these crypto scammers and shit. So massive amounts of consequences there. And also, every one of these are constitutional rights violations that we care about.
Irrelevant to the consequence cascade.
No. It is relevant. It is law breaking is relevant as a consequence.
Norm breaking is relevant as well, right?
Yeah. Norm breaking is relevant, but I'm gonna prize law violation and abuse of criminal process higher than just norm violation. And you do too, Rob, and Rob, and you do too. And you agree with me on this premise you agree with me. This is your cause. This is what you're saying is one of the worst things that's ever happened.
It's irrelevant to what I agree with. The question is why, given the
no,
logic.
It's relevant what you believe.
What matters is what you believe. You have given the rationale that is absurd on its face. As soon as the mirror is shown to you, you immediately start going through the premise. You're like, let me finish. You're like, of course there'd be a severe consequence cascade. It'll cause the Democrats and other people to do this and they'll weaponize. But when it comes to packing the court, you're like, trust me, bro, it won't lead to a cascade of consequences.
Yeah, one is true and one is not. I don't know what to tell you. But I'm done with the FISA stuff. I'm done with the FISA stuff. So we can schedule we can schedule a debate. We can schedule a debate on FISA.
It's not a syllogism I agree with. Why would I schedule it? It's a mirror to show the absurdity.
What's absurd? Wait. So it's
your
premises.
Your syllogism.
These are different premises. I almost said a bad word. Rob. You're not gonna get me to say it. These are different premises. You fucking idiot.
It's literally 2 words changed. The subject is changed. Other than that, it is literally the exact premises. And when we're talking, the mirror is. Let me finish.
If I change Gandhi and Hitler, I'm only changing one little word. Are you fucking stupid?
The word's just an utterance, right? The actual definition's unimportant anyways. And the point is that when you look at these individual premises, what it does is it shows you, because you argue in bad faith. You know that there will be a cascade of Would you please be quiet and let me finish?
Stupid bad faith.
Would you please be quiet and let me finish?
Stupid.
So what happens is you know that these premises are absurd when it comes to your premises. And as soon as someone mirrors it in the other way that would be negative,
premises,
please
you fucking
stop.
idiot.
Please stop. As soon as someone mirrors, for example, would these actions lead to severe consequence cascade? You're just like, trust me, bro. Obviously, if one side does this, then the other side be more likely. But not court packing. Why? Well, because I know they wouldn't. I know that wouldn't occur. I know they'd be deterred. Where's your evidence?
That's not what I said.
Trust me, bro. Trust me at some point in the future. Trust me at some point in the future.
You're so bad faith. You're incapable of even repeating back what I'm saying. You're just like, oh, trust me, bro, as though that's what I said. I'm not. I'm done with FISA. Avi is dead. We can come back to this at a future date.
When you say
you got totally crushed
and
owned.
Can you explain to me again how it leads to deterrence? Go ahead. The court packing. Go ahead.
In my defense, it is 3 a.m. over here.
It's 3 a.m.
Okay.
It's 3 a.m. I don't want to subject Avi anymore to this.
Oh!
Are you sure?
I'll stay as long as you guys want. As long as you guys.
You'll stay till 6 a.m. All right. If you want to.
If you guys are going to debate till 6 a.m., I'll stay.
I'm good to keep going. I don't know if it'll be 6, but sure. Okay. So explain to me
so
the mouth deterrence. How's it work again?
Deterrence. So deterrence. We both share a concept of deterrence, which is sensitive to not just consider short-term inducements. You and I both share a concept which is sensitive enough to include, a long-term systemic deterrence as a result of letting the other side understand that we're going to operate by the same rules. And so I don't think there should be a misunderstanding there. You share that concept.
I disagree for key reasons. That concept only makes sense in the idea that the action that you're talking about is occurring in the here and now. It occurring 2 times in 150 years. And by the way, saying that it occurred being super generous, claiming that the Garland thing is in itself court packing is laughable. The idea of adding seats for partisan reasons, which is exactly what you're suggesting doing, hasn't occurred since the 1800s. And yet you're saying we need to deter it because, one, you're positive that Republicans will do it. And second, you're positive that this will somehow deter them. So you're deterring an action that's not occurring by providing an immediate incentive for that action to occur.
Okay, so understand, first of all, that the argument is premised on healing an injury that was done. So the whole purpose of doing this is to repair an injury. Okay. Now
it's
on the
irrelevant to this
it,
premise.
But like this entire argument isn't premised around or centered around the notion of long-term deterrence. We're trying to do both. We're trying to heal. No. We're trying to heal while while not going way far beyond normal deterrence. So you get the message with the two-person court pack, all right? You get the message with the two additional on the 2 already, and that is going to show the Republicans that we mean business. And the same logic that you use and apply when it comes to what you're advocating for in this corrupt as fuck Trump administration.
There are key differences. There are key differences. Let me give 3 arguments. 1, the rationale for the rest of your syllogism is irrelevant. You've conceded early that if one plank of your syllogism falls out, then we should reject it. So you saying, oh, but it's to repair an injury, does nothing to solve premise 4, which is the proposed reciprocal. It's not reciprocal, it's beyond. Abuse does not overshoot, you've already admitted it was disproportional, beyond mild deterrence. It's not deterrence. It's incentivizing. So that's number 1. It's to repair something injurious has nothing to do with premise 5. Or premise 4 at all. So it doesn't matter, even if everyone out there is like, yeah, but it's to repair an injury. Irrelevant to destroying premise 4. And if premise 4 is destroyed, the entire thing goes.
But premise 4 is not destroyed, all right? Premise 4 is not destroyed.
Okay, but the argument that I'm making the argument, I don't know. So when you say, but it's about injurious behavior over here, all I'm saying is that's irrelevant to destroying premise 4. If premise 4 is destroyed, that's an irrelevant argument.
But you're making it sound as though that like this is the same argument that you presented on where like the whole rationale is just on long-term deterrence. But I'm great that we agree. Yes, premise 4 needs to be true, and it is true.
Number 2, when you say I adapt the same rationale as you, that's different for 2 reasons. 1, no, I'm adapting the rationale for reciprocation, and that reciprocation could have an effect of deterrence. And second, you're not. You're going disproportional above reciprocation. Number 2, you've admitted it.
Wait, no, you do too. Wait, Rob, you do too because you countenance more. But this administration, you agree is doing more political investigations than anything that you would consider under previous administrations, correct?
What's that?
Obviously.
I didn't
this
hear.
administration. Yeah, this administration, on your view, is doing more political investigations and charges than what you consider the Democrats to have done before, correct?
No, I think that there's a standard that has been set and that we're embracing that standard. That's different than doing things like
More
escalating
times,
individual.
more times, right?
More times is
More
irrelevant.
times.
A standard being set is one thing. It's
Wait, it's
not.
disproportionate, right? Is it disproportionate?
That's not true. How many people? Largest task force in history going after
Comey,
January 6 people.
I'm
sorry?
Oh, you're saying
Thousands?
wait.
How many left wing
wait,
insurrectionists have been investigated?
Wait a second. So you take all the Jan 6 prosecutions to be political?
I say that it's an insurrection, just like all of the attacks we see
No,
on
that's
ICE
not
are
what we're
insurrections. How
saying.
many
No,
are being prosecuted?
Do
Yes,
you
they are
take the
political. Yes.
All the Jan 6 prosecutions are
I am
political.
saying they're in the nature of political investigations that are occurring
Oh
for
my
political
God.
reasons. Nonetheless, now we get to the point, right? So it is reciprocal that we're talking about. And the other thing I'm talking about are actions that are occurring in the here and now. What you're suggesting, packing the court, has not happened since the 1800s. You're deterring something that has not happened since the 1800s by doing it and providing the immediate incentive for the other side to do it again. It would be like this. It would be like this if I said the following. If I said, you know what we need to do? We need to immediately bomb Morocco because we need to stop, or wherever, Barbary pirate type people. So let's bomb them to deter Barbary pirates. And you'd be like, what the fuck, Rob? We haven't seen like Barbary pirates type shit since 200 years ago. And I'd say, yes, but it could happen. And we need to deter it. And you'd be like, but if you attack these people, there's more likely for them to attack us now.
So let me respond. Rob, let me respond. So you've offered two things. The first is that this kind of rationale only applies to ongoing harms, right? Doesn't apply to things that aren't ongoing. Correct?
Yes, you don't deter things that
wait. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that I'm responding. Okay. So one is your rationale isn't on all fours with mine because it only applies to ongoing. And the second thing is you only consider equal, right? And you don't go beyond equal. Fair? Those are the two rationales you did.
Yes, that sounds about right.
So you've said, okay. So I think there's a delay. So let me do the equal one first. Would it be justified for the Trump administration to go after 5,000 Democratic people associated with the what you're calling the insurrections of the different various?
It would be just
5,000, 6,000.
There's a different question of the increase in the escalation of force being used. There is a standard that's been broken, right? And then utilizing that standard in every case that it matters. And second, there is adding individual justices and courts, which is clearly disproportional. You could utilize the thing, right? It's completely different. It's completely different. So, for example, if we go, because there is a concept, it has to do with also a legal concept, right? Don't you think that we should have equal application of the law?
In general, yes, in general.
Okay, so if we decide, you acknowledge that well before Trump, there were probably thousands of people in this country committing FAR violations?
No, I'm not sure about that.
Well, it's true. And nonetheless, we almost never prosecute him. Now we went after Paul Manafort because he's connected to Trump. My argument is,
can we
let me finish.
Can we address what I just said?
I'm trying to address the point you're interrupting. My argument is, very well, if we are going to go after people for FAR violations now, fine. Then go after all the people, even those connected to Democrats. If there are 1,000 Democrats doing FAR violations, it's not an escalation to use the standard they set forth because we're only pushing for equal application of the law.
Wait, no. So we're conceding that they're political prosecutions, right? So you're conceding that
I don't concede at all.
Wait a second. So why would the Jan 6 prosecutions be political, but not like hypothetical, insurrection-related investigations, charges of these ICE people?
I'm saying that it's political in the sense that there is people that act in political ways that we've targeted for investigation. Right, that we hyper say this because of this group and the political affiliation they have, that we hyper target them. And there's other groups that we don't as much. I don't consider those to be political in the sense that they're somehow egregious and like there weren't crimes potentially, but that's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting when it comes to, I'm just saying, if we have a standard that we accept the Democrat version of this is dangerous, riotous behavior that rises to the level of insurrection. In fact, it's so much so that Trump engaged with it and should be kept off the ballot. That standard should be employed against every Democrat that uses that.
This is what I'm trying to capture.
If it's 100 Democrats, Rob, that's not an escalation.
Rob, this is what I'm trying to capture. Okay, you saying that there's something inherently like political about some set of prosecutions that occurred in previous era, correct? It was wrong. It's political and it's wrong. Okay.
Correct.
So what I'm trying to say is the Trump administration one-to-one justified in doing that thing back to the Democrats?
The Trump administration, when it has been said that this is the legal standard, it's not illegal, they should be able to use the same thing, the same tools that were utilized against them. Yes.
Okay, so
Not more.
The ones that you would wait a second. So if there were, let's say, in the set that existed under the Jan 6 and whatever you're calling the illegitimate or political or whatever you want to say, bad prosecutions were, you think that the Trump administration would only be justified to do as many of those as were done?
No, the number of it is irrelevant. Okay. The idea is there are all these laws. For example, let's say hypothetically that Trump decides to prosecute someone for the Logan Act. If then a President Buttigieg wins and says, we're going to prosecute 4 Republicans for violations of the Logan Act, that's not an escalation. That's just them taking the standard.
Rob.
That's just them taking
Special
a law.
pleading.
Let me finish. That's just them taking a law that has been on the books that technically probably people violate, but it's never enforced and saying, fine, if we're going to start enforcing it, we enforce it across the law. If they're breaking the law or things like that in their attempts, that's a different question.
Wait a second. So we're doing like for like. So the example is assuming
Correct.
that it's whatever the category of bad thing is in the first, it's also in the second. So why do the numbers matter for the court packing, but not for the bad set of prosecutions?
Because having an equal standard to the law is a merit that you would stand by on its own, right? On its face.
Wait. No, but we're
yes or no?
Hypothetical. Yeah, yes, but the hypothetical is assuming bad conduct.
Right.
So the hypothetical
I'm not
doesn't
suggesting
assume
Trump's team
equal
investigate or
application
arrest
of the law.
people. I'm not suggesting Trump's team arrest or do anything illegal and go. The bar for starting an investigation is very low, right, Pisco?
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about.
And no one's above the law. Wait. And no one's above the law,
yes,
right?
no one is above the law. Yes.
Okay, then what's the problem?
Wait, Avi, can you help? Because we're trying to deal with a set. We're trying to deal with a set of something that you acknowledge to be misconduct, right? We're comparing like for like, in other words. In other words, whatever it is that we're comparing from the Trump administration, that was gone after Trump allies or Trump himself, it's misconduct, right? So you can't just get out of it by saying it's just equal, fair, even-handedness, right? We're doing a like for like, and it's misconduct on one side and misconduct on the other side.
We're not saying it's misconduct. We're saying that the Democrats have successfully argued. Let me finish. My argument is that I didn't like that it occurred. Your argument was it's good. It's not misconduct. I say fine. If that's the argument that won out. Legally, the FBI did this. Legally, the Democrats did it. And everyone agrees it was not misconduct. It was legal. It was within bounds.
No, we're taking your view, Rob.
Then Trump's team should be allowed to reciprocate and say, I too am doing what is legal. I don't think that it was a good idea to aggressively prosecute for crimes that they made up and never prosecuted anyone else before, to go after a sitting president or a former president that was going to be the lead opposition. I thought that was bad. But if we have a society where that's going to occur, then the concept that needs to win out is equal application of the law. So that same standard should be employed. I don't want Trump making shit up. I don't want that. But I do not mind if they target people that are political now. If there is a reason to start an investigation, and if they broke the law, they should be charged. What is the problem with that? How is that an escalation?
So no, I'll tell you why. Right? Like, so you're basically saying that even though you thought this was misconduct before, you're fine to say.
I didn't say misconduct. Where did I ever say that?
I thought
there are certain things like the FISA abuse.
No,
of course.
Okay. So would you justify abuse of FISA warrant process now?
No.
Okay,
it's against the law.
So,
in fact,
so
I would like to get back to my syllogism for just 1 second.
We're so close. You're running. You're
not running. I'll get back to it in a minute. No problem. Go ahead.
So what we're trying to do is we're on proportionality, right? We're trying to see whether or not you and I share a notion of proportionality that isn't just captured by things being exactly the same and that long-term vision of proportionality and deterrence, right? That's what we're trying to get to. And
no two things are ever exactly the same. What we're talking about is a concept of equal application, of tit for tat. It is objectively not tit for tat to say there hasn't been a court seat added since 1850 or whatever it was, and you want to add 4 as a way to deter Republicans theoretically adding seats. That's nonsense. It is on its face laughable.
You're stepping out of the argument. So we were in the argument.
You
were getting cooked. Yeah. So let's
get
back. Yes, you are. Let's get back to it. So you had given two rationales to distinguish why it's okay in the context, why this notion of proportionality, where you're going and exceeding equality in terms of application, why that's okay in one and not the other. And the two rationales you gave is the deterrence principle that you're understanding only maps on to ongoing harms, and the other was that it relates to it has to be exactly the same, right? It has to be the exact same thing that is being done. I'm trying to show that second part of the exact same, that you don't actually hold to that in fact, you'd be willing to countenance the Republicans and Trump going beyond the amount of corruption or the amount of bad conduct that occurred under Biden, on your view, and do more of that in Trump's office.
It's like this. Do we accept that a norm has been broken with Biden pardoning his family and all these people at the end?
A norm wasn't broken, but I still think it was corrupt and impeachable.
Okay, but it wasn't against the law.
No. But I just want to say it's not a norm because the presidents have abused the pardon power.
Okay,
for years.
So then I would say
but I think it was bad and it was corrupt.
So I would say, fine. Now that precedent's been set, fine. I think it's no problem for Trump to do the same. If your argument is, but Rob, Trump pardoned one more person, therefore it's an escalation. I don't feel so. I feel the spirit of it is, in this case, we're just talking about an equal application of norms. What's different with the Supreme Court is it is intended, what it would do is entrench power in a way that adding those numbers matter. And again, there's two things. The equal application of the law, it's like saying this. Like, so you would say, well, it's escalating, for example, if a certain group of people are arrested more than another group of people. That's more, therefore it's not equal. No, the concept of equality, just because, for example, men commit 80 something or 90% of murders, we don't say, oh, that's disproportional. It's not equal that men are being arrested. We have an equal application of the law. That is the equality. The concept of adding justices is completely different.
Wait. So hang on a second. Why is it the case that the numbers of the amount of instances of the action or whatever it is you're talking about doesn't matter when it comes to investigations, arrests, to the extent that they're misconduct? But why can't I just say, well, the norm was doing any fuckery with the Supreme Court, and therefore the numbers don't matter when it comes to the Supreme Court, because we just define whatever the thing is that's bad in a way that doesn't include numerosity. Do you understand me?
Because
that's what you're doing.
No, one is saying this is the law, and therefore we're allowed to arrest anyone that breaks the law or infest anyone that legally we have a reason. Formerly, we didn't do that. We didn't target people that were in politics and stuff, but the bar for investigation is very low. And no one's above the law. So now we do that. And the Democrat, let me finish.
Stop. No.
Would you please let me answer in the way that I would like? You have a tendency to tell me how I'm allowed to answer to you, and I just don't accept it. I'll answer in the way that I feel necessary.
You're trying to dodge the problem by defining your way around it.
I'm not trying to dodge the problem. So now what we say, if it's like, okay, we're going to go after FARA people, if Trump arrests 50 people for FARA and they all legitimately broke the law, that's not an escalation.
But that's
do you think that's an escalation?
That's not what we're Rob, that's not what we're talking about.
Is that an
right?
escalation?
Yes, to the extent it's misconduct. Yes, to the extent that it's misconduct.
It's not misconduct.
Yes, to the extent that it's misconduct. Yes. No.
So Manafort, it was
you think it's misconduct. You think it's misconduct.
No, that's not true. So Manafort being charged for FARA was misconduct?
No, you think it is. You think it is.
I think the initial investigation was misconduct. I think it was something that we should have avoided. You and all the Democrats won the argument. The standard is now, no, that's not misconduct.
Please,
we don't say, because I thought it was misconduct before, but now you guys have successfully won that it wasn't.
Rob, whatever it is,
we're not allowed to do it.
Rob, this is the move I don't want you to make, and I hope Avi can appreciate this. This is a move I don't want you to make. I don't want you to have on one side of the comparison something that isn't even misconduct. All right. What we're comparing are things that you think are either wrong or norm wise or misconduct. And so whenever we're comparing that, I don't want you to the comparison to the numerosity of how many judges you're adding to compare something that isn't even problematic on your view. Do you appreciate that?
Is gerrymandering misconduct?
Oh my God. Can you respond to me?
I'm responding by proving the point. Is gerrymandering misconduct?
Yeah, so partisan gerrymandering, all else equal, right? All else equal, from a tabula rasa state, I think would be misconduct and bad.
Okay, if Republicans do that misconduct, are you cheering for misconduct for Democrats to reciprocate by gerrymandering?
So yes, yes and no, right? So like the act itself, right? The act itself is justified in self-defense, right? But the action is on the same level. You know, the nature of the action is the same, and so we're allowed to compare the relative numbers, right? And we're allowed to compare those.
It's not just that, right? You would say that once gerrymandering's on the table, then gerrymander, right? And even
And
that's
court,
different
wait,
because
but you wouldn't grant that for the So and you wouldn't grant that for the court. You wouldn't say, well, once the court expansion is on the table, then it's on the table, no matter the number, right?
no, it's clearly different, right? And let me explain
Why? In virtue of what?
because even with the gerrymandering incident, what you see is these are direct numbers that impact like sort of votes and things like that, as is the case on the court. Equal application of the law. If it's not, I once thought it was misconduct or unfair. It's now been accepted that this is the way it goes. It should be
No, but that's
applied.
the problem. I don't want you to do that.
Finish.
I don't want you to do that.
Let me finish. Therefore, that it applies if we say it's not a number of people arrested or the number of people investigated. And I refuse to, it's clear to understand this premise. We understand this analysis. We wouldn't say that it is grotesquely disproportional in a bad way that more men are arrested than women. You would say the men are committing more crimes. And so if it is not now based on what the standard is of the Democrats, it's perfectly fine to do this stuff. Okay, I accept it. It's not misconduct. Therefore, Republicans should do it as well. The amount of people that get investigated are irrelevant.
It sounds like the numbers.
As long as it's legal.
Yeah. So what I'm proposing with the court is legal. Okay. So understand that it's legal. So no one's disputing the legality
What I'm
right?
proposing is legal that we're talking about.
I actually don't agree with some of the examples, but let's assume whatever it is. Whatever it is we're doing, I want Avi to repeat the problem. Avi, do you understand what's happening in this exchange, or do I need to repeat it to you?
My understanding is you think something is not it's being compared like with like, and or at least you're not sure why. It seems like what's being said is, on one side, what's being said is, well, it's not an issue. It's okay if the numerosity is different because it's subsumed under an equal application of law. Once you say that this law is the case like this, then even if we're gonna just bluster on a whole bunch of more people in, it's the same because I'm just applying the law equally. Now, what you want to say to that is, okay, well, wait a minute. I can do that. I mean, we can do equal application under the law with the Supreme Court. That's also an application under the law of packing the court. That's legal. So what would be the symmetry breaker between those two? It's not equal application under law. In virtue of what are those things different?
Right. Well, they're different because equal application under the law isn't the same as saying it's legal. I'm not saying it's legal to arrest people for fire abuses, and therefore if 4 people are arrested as opposed to 1, that is the same that's symmetrical with, so we could add 4 justices because in 1850 Republicans added a justice. I think that those things are completely different for various reasons. Before we get to the fact that this isn't occurring and hasn't occurred since the 1800s, so it's not like for like, unlike what we're suggesting with me, it is different applications because one is we have this idea that we don't count how many people are arrested or investigated. We just say there is a norm of if we do this or if we don't. And once we accept the new norm is, yes, we can go after former presidents. Yes, we can go after their lawyers. Yes, we can go after politicians. Then as finish. As long as the law is not being broken, I advocate applying that law equally to Republicans, Democrats, etc. With the court, it is a different question. It's not a question of whether or not you could legally do it. It's a question of, is it disproportional in the sense that each justice that you add has an effect on crafting law. So it has nothing to do with an equal application. Otherwise, if I say I justify Bork as court packing, now Republicans are justified to add 500 seats.
That's a different thing.
Why?
That's a different thing.
No. So why? Same thing.
No.
Republicans should add 500 because of the court packing against Bork.
I don't want to conflate this issue of proportionality with the issue of whether Bork itself is a legitimate initial court pack on my vision. We're just dealing with the proportionality of that. I would hope that we could stick to it so we can concentrate on it and get common ground, right? So you're saying that that the amount of justices matter in terms of the magnitude of the proportionality discrepancy for potential court packing reciprocity, but the magnitude of the amount of people that you're investigating wrongfully, charging wrongfully, going after wrongfully, issuing subpoenas to wrongfully, initiating investigations wrongfully, that magnitude doesn't matter.
I didn't say wrongfully. I don't think any of them are wrongfully.
You do though.
I do not.
You complain about it.
No, I don't. I said that it was bad to create, like, for example, like if with the glass ceiling was like, we pardoned Nixon because you don't criminally go after former presidents. And then we broke that ceiling and said, yes, we do. No one's above the law. The bar for starting investigations is very low. It's now no longer wrongful. The new standard has been set. The precedent has been set. That's it.
At any amount, at any level, right?
As long as it is, no, as long as it is warranted investigations. If you're doing it illegally, that's no good. I reject it.
No, but
I reject it. I even go beyond you. I don't even say tit for tat because the Democrats used illegal FISA warrants to spy on the Trump administration and campaign, and I say no. That doesn't justify the Trump administration using illegal FISA warrants. So I actually go less. You, on the other hand, just so we could get a proportionality of what we're looking at, you look at a seat being added in 1850 and Merrick Garland not having a hearing. So two incidents, which isn't like for like anyways to what you're going to suggest. You look at two incidents in a 150-year period, right? And you say that justifies adding 4 seats.
Yeah, so we're on proportionality right now, and we're trying to find a symmetry breaker for the comparison and why we care about the numbers when it comes to Supreme Court justice, and we don't care about the numbers when it comes to other sorts of wrongs, okay? Other sorts of wrongs that you've asked for reciprocity on, okay? So you've asked for reciprocity on a number of things against Democrats, and that includes criminal stuff, that includes application of election law, that includes application of investigations, that includes application of things related to oh my god, what's the fucking racketeering, the RICO stuff, whether it's state RICO or federal RICO. So you've going after people for their political opinions or going after people who are doing protests and stuff. So you've advocated a great deal of reciprocal action against Democrats. And for you, the numbers don't matter there, but they do matter.
I don't like,
on
first
court.
off, you're fundamentally wrong that far more people in
wrong?
Trump and his orbit were investigated and targeted. That's number one.
No, that's not what we're talking about right now. We're not
Of course
talking
it's
about
what
the
we're
fact of
talking
the matter.
about.
No.
Of course it's what we're talking about. Yes. Far more were targeted under Trump's administration.
No, but you
Yes.
you would be okay.
Number two.
The question is,
I'm telling you, I don't know how many times.
There's a mistake. There's a
So
mistake.
I'm gonna get my point out.
Dude,
One,
you're so
notice how I
bad.
let you interrogate me is the opposite. I don't want to talk about this.
I've let you interrogate
I don't
me.
want to talk
I've
about the
let you
FISA
interrogate.
thing. Are you gonna go back to the FISA thing after this?
No, hang on a second.
Are you gonna go back to the FISA thing after this?
So I've let
Are
you
you gonna go
interrogate
back to the
position.
FISA? Yes or no? Are you gonna go? Yes or no, Pisco?
I've
Yes or
let.
no?
So
Are you gonna go back to
we're only in the
FISA thing
FISA
after
stuff.
this?
Are
you gonna go back to the FISA thing after this?
We're only doing this. We're only doing this.
Are you gonna go back to the FISA thing after this?
I want to keep it to the arguments that
Are
we're
you
here
gonna
to
go
have.
back to the FISA thing after this? Are you gonna go back to the FISA
that it's relevant to
after
the
this?
So it's
Are you
only
gonna go back to the FISA
only to the extent that it's
syllogism
relevant.
after this?
Only to the extent that it's relevant to one of the premises.
Of course
here.
it's relevant. So
Only
you
to the
agree
extent
that you
it's
will.
relevant. No, it's not.
Oh, see,
No,
now
only
you're
if it's
rejecting.
relevant.
You won't go back. Okay, I don't think your line of
Only
question
if
is
it's relevant. If it's
I choose to say your line of question isn't relevant. Okay, I
Dude,
guess we're
you're
done
a
with this line of
child.
question.
You're-
I'm not a child. That's
You're a
exactly.
child.
I
No,
politely
you
let
don't
you
wanna deal with
take me. I politely let you do these interrogations that are clearly off base that you
Dude.
want to spend hours on. When I start doing the same,
You're
you're like,
saying
I
the
don't want to
numbers
talk
only
about
matter.
it. It's not
You're saying the
relevant.
numbers
I
only
don't want
matter.
to talk about it.
You're saying the numbers only matter for the Supreme Court aspect and not any other aspect of reciprocal
No, that's
conduct
not
that you
true.
support.
For example, adding states or something like that, it would matter. Possibly gerrymandering, things like that, it would matter. All sorts of things that have to do with the procedural way that votes are counted to give more power to one party or another, those would matter. Equal application of the law, once we say, here is a new, for example, if a new law is passed, and the law says anyone that's in Congress, right, that ever had stock, that has stocks more than $1,000 should be charged, right? I would say, ooh, that's a bad law, but I guess it's the law now. So if Trump passes that law and charges Nancy Pelosi for it, and that's it, and then the Democrats say, okay, now we've charged 40 Republicans.
let's take an
Let me
example.
finish. Then we've charged 40 Republicans when they come in. I'd say, hey, that's fair. That's not an escalation. They're applying the law in an equal way. Simple.
Wait. No, so let's take an example that you said wouldn't be categorized by this kind of insensitivity to numbers, and that's partisan gerrymandering.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the Republicans have been able to secure through what's gone on a relative advantage on partisan gerrymandering through neutral analyses. And
Give me the analysis.
That is true. So if you were to do the traditional views of compactness, of continuity, these other kind of neutral criteria.
Who did the analysis?
yeah. As
Like
I
the
sit here,
people
I don't
that
have
say
access
New
to-
England's
Yeah,
not gerrymandered, where there's not one Republican.
No, I'm not saying that.
seat?
No, I'm not saying that. And we can do. Listen, I didn't come prepared for a gerrymandering debate. So as I sit here, I don't exactly recall the analysis.
You ready?
I have,
You ready?
I do
Listen to
remember-
this, Pisco. You ready?
I do.
Republicans
wait.
should only
No, can
gerrymander
we-
up to the point where it's equal the same with Democrats. There, that's my
Wait,
belief.
is that your?
Yes.
Is that your actual view?
Yes.
Okay, so are you in favor then, if on your view that the numbers bear out that Republicans have scored a net advantage, that they should undo their court packs, or sorry, their gerrymanders?
Well, no, because it comes to this is a question of seats, correct?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay, so then we should also factor in the census and how much it favored the Democrats, correct?
I'm not sure why.
Because it has
Isn't
to
that
do
not
with
like for
the
like?
amount of seats.
So
that
now you're-
why would we not do that? We're talking about
Well,
things
so-
that we consider unethical or bad that unfairly gave one party more seats than the other,
Well,
and
I'm-
that should be equal.
But you resisted that move when it came to the court expansion arguments.
No, that's not true at all.
And you were like,
I
"Well,
said
it's
that
different.
there's a
Expansion
possibility.
is different than
I
Merrick Garland."
actually said the exact same thing. No, that's completely different because there are other remedies, and actually adding seats is materially different in many ways
So
than
you condemn
holding
what
your
Mitch
place.
McConnell did. What Mitch McConnell did was bad, on
Correct.
your view.
Yes,
Okay.
there's a remedy.
So Democrats are justified to do-
Reciprocation.
What's the remedy?
The remedy is the next time
no,
Democrats
but
get a
that-
chance to do the
but
same
that's not
thing,
a-
they do it.
No, but you know that's not effective because.
What do you mean that's not effective?
No, because you know that that's very unlikely. That tactic is just wait for that situation to occur.
It's not
very
unlikely at all.
to
There's a
actu-
good chance that literally happens in the next 2 years. Let me ask you this question. Let's say it happens. Let me finish. Let's say Republicans
Yeah.
lose the midterms, Democrats win, Clarence Thomas retires, Democrats employ this strategy. Will you now say tit for tat, it's done? Now Democrats shouldn't
No,
back
no.
the court?
So it would affect. So it would affect how I view the ultimate calculation. So I would be. You're not justified to court pack. So that would be the margin would be reduced in terms of whatever. You pay
Why?
for court
Why
pack, which I'm
wouldn't
not gonna
equality
put
be
that
what
in
you
the
seek? Why should it need to be more
Because-
for
because-
Democrats?
Because that's already explained and that's encompassed in the argument.
Because
You know
of
the
deterrence.
Yeah, you know that.
It's absurd. It incentivizes. So again, what you can see is,
so would
by the way,
so would doing like for like, right? So
No.
would doing what we did.
Again,
you don't think so, Rob? You don't
no,
think so?
Again, the difference is this. You don't deter something that's not occurring. What you're talking about, if we take your flimsy fucking definition that court packing means what happened to Merrick Garland, you're talking about it happening twice in a 150-year period. It is not happening
Are
now
Democrats
when
doing political
Republicans have
investigations
power.
right now?
It's not-
Are Democrats
let me
doing political
finish.
investigations right now?
Let me finish. You're talking about that occurring. That's literally, this happened 11 years ago. Republicans have had the chance to court pack over and over again
Are the
since
deal-
in both Trump. Let me finish. In both Trump administrations, they have it. Something that occurred twice in 2 years, as opposed to completely shattering a norm and starting the investigations. You want to hear all the people that were investigated under Trump that they're promising as soon as we win, we're going to investigate? You don't believe that's happening?
Oh, wait. So I totally believe that we ought to investigate the.
Why?
corruption
Isn't that
occurring here.
corrupt? That's
100%.
misconduct.
No, I don't believe that.
Wait. Why
investigating
isn't that
corruption is corrupt.
misconduct? You think when Trump's investigating them, it's misconduct?
Oh yeah, because Trump is blatant about how corrupt and by the way, courts even under Republican judges have found that. But let's just deal. Let's just wait.
Oh,
Let's
you're
just.
running.
I'm
You're
not running.
from-
I'm
you're
not
running
running.
from
I'm
the
not
point.
running.
Yes, of course
Yeah.
you are. Of course you are.
Not all investigations.
course,
Not
of
all
course you are.
investigations are corrupt.
Right.
Not all
So
investigations are
wait,
corrupt.
right.
No, but this is the move that we shouldn't do, right? Because we're trying to compare proportionality with respect to assumed norm violations. You understand that? Assumed or misconduct or wrongful actions, right? Doing the move of just saying, well, sometimes what's going on with did you guys hear that?
Yeah, I heard a little something.
Yeah, I think that,
Did you?
it was just part. Well, I have a quick. So, Pisco, are you saying just
Yeah.
real quick? Are you saying that if the Democrats did the same move, that so they block whoever the Republicans, the Clarence,
Yeah.
they block whoever it is. You would
You
say
can add
that-
a seat or two.
So you say you still want to add even
A
with
seat or
that.
two, yeah.
So there,
Yeah. I'd be okay with that, yeah.
Now, my point is, the reason that that's so important is Pisco is lying when he says this is about justice and neutrality. It is clearly
It is.
about, now listen, Now, it's not. If it was about justice and eye for an eye, then you would want an equal application. He says he wants to let me finish it. He says he wants to go beyond because of this idea of deterrence, which is laughable in its face. But think about this. It's not just this, that he still wants to add seats more. He also wants to end the filibuster so Democrats could do it. He also wants to give legislative control.
Yeah,
he also wants to add states. He also, all of this stuff. He wants to do all of this.
That's just
and he's like, trust me, it's all
derail.
about, it's not a derail.
Yeah, let's focus on the
Avi,
question.
in your heart of hearts, does it sound like
just...
he's trying to make things equal, or does it sound like it's going beyond equality?
Well, it's trivially he wants to go beyond it because he wants to go beyond it because
admittedly,
even if the same degree of reciprocity occurred, he would still want to add a seat or two. So he does want to go beyond that.
So it's not neutrality. He wants to go beyond neutrality. He wants to go beyond justice.
He wants to go beyond.
That's big. That's trivial.
It's not trivial.
Yes, it is true.
It's you want to go beyond
maybe you're
it
not
because you're
appreciating
like,
what I mean there.
my side's good and your side's bad, so we should be allowed to do it because we think that'll disincentivize you. If Republicans said the same thing, our side's good and your side's bad, so we should go beyond.
The argument, Rob. I'm not hiding anything. It's in the argument. It's trivial.
It's hidden in the fact that we've been talking for 6.5 hours and we get into these mundane facts, and it's important that people see exactly what you're advocating for. It's important that people see that. Now, I want to go back to this. I want to go back to the your objection. Let me finish.
No, stop. When you would make those kinds of attacks on my character, I think that we should respond to it. I'm not hiding anything. It's right there baked into the premise that you're allowed to do not just things that are proportional, but also things that exceed it. That's there. I'm not hiding anything about that. Now, you can disagree with that, and you have, and we were going back and forth on it. But you can't say that I'm hiding it. It's open, and I think you have to acknowledge that. It's right there.
What happened to Clarence Thomas injurious? Was it a violation of norms?
Do you want to go back to injurious?
I'm just asking Clarence Thomas. Clarence, let me finish.
Why are we doing this, Rob? You can't. Sorry, you can't do this. You can't say we need to move on from injury. We need to move on, and now you want to go back to it. Why are you doing that?
No, because here's what I'm doing. We didn't talk about Clarence Thomas. I'm expecting. If you were in good faith, this is how it go. Pisco, do you think what happened? Let me finish. Do you think what happened to Clarence Thomas was injurious? Of course I do. Okay, well I think we should be allowed to go beyond the proportionality in order to deter in the future.
Rob, it doesn't.
Why is that argument not
work this? Wait, Rob, it doesn't work.
Clarence Thomas injurious?
Rob, it doesn't work this way. You're throwing a tantrum right now, and we're on proportionality. No, yes, we're on proportionality. You were the one who complained we were spending so much time on injurious, and you wanted to move on and go to all these other premises, and now you want to go back there.
No, it's because you continue as you elucidate what you're really saying. Now you're saying, yes, of course, I'm beyond. I don't think it's just about justice or neutrality. It's beyond that. I'm like, okay, then you can see how the same concept. Let me finish. Just answer the question. Why do you keep doing this meta? This is what we're allowed to talk about, and this is what we're not. I let you control the direction of the conversation far more.
No. It's not true. It's not true.
Absolutely true.
So I want to respond directly to what you just said, right? And why I consider it to be out of bounds. Okay. So we are addressing your argument that somehow I'm hiding the ball. You made an accusation of my character that I'm like hiding the notion that this is not perfectly proportional, exceeds. But what I responded to that is trivial, that it's not just going up to the seats that were at stake. That in the argument itself that I presented that's public, it says directly that you're allowed to overshoot. So how can you attack my character on hiding that when it's baked into the premise?
Just having it say there and spending no time on it and focusing on minutia is what I'm saying, sort of trying to obfuscate from that. Nonetheless, what's the point? I gave an opinion, that's fine. I gave an opinion, that's fine.
No, you don't get to run away from it, bitch. Bitch, you don't get to run away from that, bitch.
You just attacked my character. Now answer for calling me a bitch.
So bitch, you just tried to run away from it. You just tried to run away from it. You attacked you attacked me. You said I'm hiding this. I'm hiding the fact that it's not
stinky cologne, Pisco.
So you tried to say that I'm hiding it. I didn't hide it, right? Yes or no?
Yes, I think that you're intentionally obfuscating. That's what you believe.
No, but it's in the argument,
in fact,
right?
How do I know?
It's written there.
How do I know what that really means, seeing as how it's just an utterance that you don't use the definition?
Hey, it's right there in the argument, isn't it?
What? How do I know?
To overshoot.
I see that. How do I know what that means?
It's right there.
What does mild deterrence mean?
You can see it right there.
What does mild deterrence mean? How do I know what mild deterrence means? Can you show me? No, wait. can you
Who
show
did
me
that
where I
fucking
could
sound?
Excuse me. Can you show me? You're saying it's right there because I say it doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. So you should have known that that meant not proportional. Where could I have found your definition of that was, quote, as used in the argument is the concept of inducing in the mind of set of actors and knowledge
No.
that, let me finish.
No,
that would
the
tend
notion
to,
of
let me finish,
overshooting.
please, that would tend to be a reasonable person, lower the tendency of partake in a given action, or at least put them on notice of giving consequence. It is entirely possible to say, seeing as how you're saying that, you even started off saying, court packing, I mean something different. We'll call it court schmacking. It's entirely reasonable given these are just utterances. These aren't definitions that other people know. They're my proprietary. To think that you would make the argument, when I say doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence, I say that that's proportional. That's what I mean by not overshooting by mild deterrence.
So no, I think that on some words, on some terminologies, you could say that some terminology is opaque. But I think that there's never been a confusion on overshooting, that people understand.
How
what
would
is meant
I
by
know
overshooting
that?
in that context? No. Come on. It's you understood, right? That and I've been open about that fact in my various debates that I'm not opposed to a 4-person court pack, and obviously I acknowledge that the Merrick Garland situation, I think, implicates 2 seats, and so there's no hiding here, right? And so you could say, some terms are specialized. Some terms are specialized. Wait, let me finish. Some terms are specialized language.
You're meta again. I understand the importance of getting into the meta because
you
know that you can't win the actual subject. Was Clarence Thomas an injury, a partisan injury?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna entertain.
Was Clarence Thomas a partisan injury?
Let's finish proportionality when we go to Clarence Thomas.
So audience,
right?
there you go. He knows.
Wait,
he knows that he's lost. That's why he's unwilling to cover. I generously let him go down line of questioning for hours and hours and hours. And as soon as I get to a couple of line of questions, I refuse to answer. I'm not.
So Rob,
that's Pisco. I want to talk about the meta. I want to call you a bitch, but I don't actually want to talk about it.
You are a bitch. You are a bitch. So just to be clear, you are a bitch. So with respect to premise 2,
not doing good, Mr. Lawyer.
With respect to premise 2, that's the one that you started on. You started on premise 2, and we did it, and you got so
Clarence
anxious.
Thomas injurious?
Wait. So you got so anxious. You got so anxious that we were spending as much time as we were on it. Okay, and now we're on proportionality. I would like to finish proportionality, and then we can go to Clarence Thomas and injury. I'm not hiding away from. Yeah, so we're gonna finish proportionality, and then we can go to Clarence Thomas. We're gonna finish.
The reason that we're doing this is because given how you're now explaining proportionality, it makes a difference as when we can point to other injurious behaviors that we are allowed to effectively go beyond proportionality.
We're gonna finish proportionality, and then we can go back to Clarence Thomas.
I've finished proportionality. Go ahead, say your final thoughts.
No, we're not finished on proportionality.
I have. Say your final thoughts.
No, we're not done. You're the one who raised it, and you're the one raised.
What further point do you want? I've illustrated the point of procedural votes and things like that are different. You are specifically calling for something beyond proportionality for something that's happened 2 times in 150 years to deter something that you're acknowledging will incentivize it happening more. What else can we say?
You have an unjustified division here, where you're not justifying your sensitivity to numerosity in the context of court expansion, but your insensitivity to numerosity in the amount of numbers and the magnitude when it comes to other sorts of reciprocal conduct against Democrats. That's what hasn't been explained yet.
I disagree. I think I've explained it in the same way that you've explained how this will be deterrence, in the same way that every time we talked about why Bork was a norm violation that you didn't explain it, in the same way why we talked about partisan injurious, how you didn't explain it. I think that you failed to explain things over and over and over again, yet we moved on. I explained the argument that when it comes to the actual amount of people with the procedural power of votes, that's different than having equal application of the law. We don't say that it's disproportional that more men. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is it disproportional? Do you say that it's somehow disproportional in a negative way that more men are arrested than women?
No. There's no misconduct there. It's a category error, Rob.
I'm not advocating for misconduct. I'm not advocating for misconduct. Define misconduct.
You don't think it's something that you don't approve of, right? So you don't approve of partisan gerrymandering and all those people, right?
Misconduct is just something you don't approve of. That's your definition of misconduct.
You don't approve in this context, yes, right? That's what I understand.
Wait a minute. Let's look that up. Let's look up the definition of misconduct.
Stop.
Your definition of misconduct, quote, something you don't approve of. That's your definition of misconduct.
That's why what else would it mean?
Behavior not conforming to prevailing standards or laws. Impropriety. The actor. That's misconduct.
Yeah, bad things.
No, there's all sorts of things that are bad that don't fall in that. Things that I don't like.
Wait, no, but
I don't like the Pirates trading their pitcher. Is that misconduct?
No, relative to some sort of normative standard. I mean, we're going to get back into this objective. It's not. I'm not referring to like objective I don't even know what that means, right? These objective standards. I really want to help me out here, Avi. Help me out. How do I convey that what I'm trying to say here is that by misconduct, it's indexed to your vision of what's appropriate or legitimate in the political system.
What I'm saying is that when the norms are changed, when everyone says, like, what you're trying to hold me to is this: if Democrats say it's perfectly fine for us to target political opponents, and I say that's a bad idea, and then I say, okay, now that that's the standard, I guess that our side should be like, you're like, no, you can't do that, Rob. You can't. We don't think it's misconduct, so we're allowed to do it. You do think it's misconduct, so you're not allowed to do it. No, I'm saying the norm has changed, therefore it's not misconduct now.
Why doesn't that standard apply to court fuckery?
It does when it comes to individual tit for tat. So if that,
no,
for example,
listen, you're not for everything else.
If the Republicans right now add 2 seats, I would say yes. When Democrats take over, they could add 2 seats. If the Republicans in 150 years have done 2 things that you don't like, and you say I have to disproportionately go above it to deter this thing that's not happening, I say that's bad. Simple.
So you're not responding, right? Like the question
that is
isn't
a direct
whether or not,
response.
So it's not. So it's not whether or not Democrats would be justified to do 2 in response to 2. The question is, why is the numbers even relevant in terms of the nature of the proportionality in the context of justices, but it's not relevant in the context of other kinds of reciprocal action, which you take to be at the very minimum initially not legitimate in the whatever sphere. But you can use whatever word you want to use there. The bad stuff that you think.
7th time I've answered with the same thing. Now if you like, I could record this and I could keep repeating. The amount of people that you're putting in positions of power to sway political power is different than having an equal application of the law. It is not something, if we say this law is created, therefore it should now be enforced. If one side arrests 10 people with it and the other side arrests 20, we don't say that that's disproportional because that law was lawfully applied to the people that were breaking it. However,
the question is why. The question is why. The question is why. The question is why.
Wait, the question is why. I just said because equal application of the law is something that we should strive for, and therefore it is not. We don't view it as a bad disproportional thing to have that equal application. It is different when we're talking about. I'm just going to repeat the answer over and over. You're not understanding. You're not answering. You're not understanding. Avi, can you explain? He's not answering. Why aren't you answering? You don't understand. You don't understand what I'm saying. You're not answering. Now, by the way, can you explain? What if I did this, Avi? Can you explain to me like his deterrence thing? Can you explain that? Can you explain how that ultimately leads to deterrence? Where did he point out what that happened, other than just saying, I hope it... Avi, can you explain to me how he articulated that Republicans will pack the court? Can you explain how he did that? You see how lame that gets? I'm giving you the answer. Everyone out there, just ask yourself. We acknowledged at the beginning of the debate that we're actually talking to the actual people that might vote. Ask yourself this. Do you think it's one thing to say, oh, now we're arresting people for FARA? We should arrest everyone who violated FARA. Versus saying, oh, 11 years ago and 150 years ago.
So if we're doing political prosecutions, you don't think it matters how many people have thrown in jail?
I don't think it's political prosecution anymore. Political prosecution is something that's next. Now, what I'm talking about, again,
so it's legitimate, right?
Finish.
It's not political prosecution anymore?
Let me finish. Right? I'm saying once the standards change and we're said that it's legal and it's now the new norm.
The standard has changed and now it's a norm
not a violation
to fuck
of the
with
norms,
the courts.
therefore not misconduct.
So now it's a norm to fuck with the courts and it doesn't really matter. That's the new norm. Is fucking with the courts is okay. It doesn't really matter. So we don't care about the numbers.
That's not true. That's not. Where's the norm?
Why? Well,
so fucking with the courts is okay. So Republicans have packed the court.
No, that's your view. That's your view.
That's not true. I'm not saying that there's a norm of fucking with the courts.
That's you. That's entailed that approach that you take for the other kind of reciprocal action, where you're just facetiously saying, okay, I guess it's okay now. That approach would lead you to the same thing on the court packing front.
That's not true. I'm giving distinctive differences why that would be the case. Right? And if you don't believe that, then why is it, if Clarence Thomas was injured, which you would have to admit, everyone would acknowledge.
All right, we go to Clarence Thomas' point.
Why weren't Republicans...
You've exhausted me. Let's go to Clarence Thomas.
Why wouldn't Republicans be justified in disproportionately advancing beyond that to what happened to Merrick Garland?
Yeah, so Clarence Thomas, what's the norm violation there?
The whole thing. Can you think of a time that it wasn't that they went like pubes on a can and made up all this shit?
You don't think it's relevant, personal impropriety, potential crime, potential personal immorality that hasn't been considered before when it comes to Supreme Court justices? What's the norm violation? I'll ask again, what's the norm violation?
The way that it occurred, the collectiveness of intentionally smearing this guy with unhinged, unsubstantiating, on their face laughable, just like the norm violation against Kavanaugh. Was that a norm violation? What happened with Kavanaugh?
Yeah, so I don't take it to be a norm violation at all. What is it? What's the norm violation?
So accusing someone of gang rape with no proof whatsoever, that's not a norm violation either.
No, considerations of nominees' personal integrity absolutely is not a norm violation. The Senate is supposed to do that.
No, the way in which you
That's
go
what
about
they're
it,
there for.
the way in which you go about it, and the way they did it with Clarence Thomas and the rest. Just to be clear, then it wouldn't be a norm violation, for example, if the Democrats announced someone and Republicans decided to have hearing after hearing with the most
You just got
unsubstantiated
fucked on that
rumors
point,
whatsoever.
Rob.
Why?
You just got fucked up.
You keep saying that, and constantly you
Yeah,
prove
I'll
yourself to be an
explain why.
imbecile.
I'll explain why. If the hearings are to do anything, right, it's to assess and air out the potential personal moral failings of a nominee.
So just to be clear,
Cooked.
No,
Cooked.
I'm not cooked.
Fucking cooked.
I'm not
Yeah.
cooked. Although that might be the case. Like, for example, you're supposed to give advice and consent. Then any advice and consent would be not a norm violation, correct? No matter what.
Not wait. And any usage of no, I wouldn't say that any.
So
advice and
you're saying
consent,
that even if it
is
is something that's theoretically within the purview, it could be taken actions with go beyond that purview and norm.
it's possible, but as applied isn't what happened.
So, like Kavanaugh being accused of being a gang rapist and all of that
Yeah,
shit.
no, that's all
Clearly.
within that's all
Show
within
me
scope,
any
Rob.
analogous-
Obviously,
show
it
me,
is.
show me any analogous situation where that's ever
No,
happened. with the
it's
Supreme
the
Court
type
justice.
of the category of personal immorality, including things like improprieties, personal moral failings. That absolutely is a thing that the Senate
Show me-
has considered before.
That's again,
is.
you already acknowledged on the advice and
Personal
consent part, just
yeah,
because
personal
you would
violations.
say there are times that giving advice and consent could still go beyond norms. It could still violate norms. And now you
rape
go to
be
the
a
exact
crime?
opposite.
Would,
I'm giving you
would
a
rape, if
specific
true,
situation with what happened
would
to
rape,
Kavanaugh.
would rape, if true, be a crime?
Yes.
Would it be relevant to consider whether a justice has raped someone?
Yes.
So what's bad? What's the norm violation in considering whether a justice has raped?
Because it wasn't just that they considered it, it was the shady way in which they coordinated with the witnesses, held them to the last minute, knew that it was unsubstantiated, continued to smear this, continued to bring in over and over and over, and with allies in the media to smear it this way. All of this shit was a norm violation. It never happened to anyone before, with the exception of Clarence Thomas, which was again a norm violation.
It's all very general stuff that you're the witnesses. I guess they did something in a very shitty way. I just think it's very unclear, unspecific bullshit.
Just to be clear, there have been times in the past where they've refused to give advice and consent, like with Merrick Garland, correct?
They have refused to even give hearings. That's a norm violation.
Yeah, they've done that in the past, right?
They've not approved a nominee. Yes.
Oh, so there, no norm violation.
Well, no. That's not the. Sorry, the assessment of whether or not a justice has committed a crime, that is within the purview of the Senate, and the Senate actually engages in fact finding and has hearings to determine the truth or falsity or the relative weight of those. That's not what happened with Merrick Garland, you fucking liar.
So then you're telling me that's never happened in the past, that they've never tabled and refused to have a hearing.
Well, no, at a bare minimum that it was an established norm at the time of the Merrick Garland hearing.
Oh, wait, so now when you say you fucking liar, you retract it and you acknowledge that I'm
No.
Let me finish, please,
Oh my God.
As you're wanting to use profanity and all of this stuff, like, you do acknowledge, yes or no, that this has happened in the past.
You whinging, crying baby.
I mean, again, you acknowledge it in the past, this is something that's happened.
That they've...
Yes or no?
In the
refused to have a
1800s, just
hearing.
like they did expansions of the court. In the 1800s, just like the expansion of the court.
Oh, okay. So then I think that they needed to deter it with Merrick Garland.
Yeah, no. So I'm not citing that. You keep doing this, right? Like the thing that needs to be deterred isn't Ulysses S. Grant's expansion. The thing that needs to be deterred is what the relative Republican Party did with Merrick Garland and what they're likely to do in the future. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, what I'm saying is you have no proof that they're likely to do it in the future, as is evidenced by the fact they're not doing it now, right? Second,
What's
Biden...
your proof that Democrats will do political prosecutions in the future?
They're calling for it right now. Republicans aren't calling for packing the court.
They're not calling for political prosecution, except for, I will say, there are some unhinged people who argued with Hutch, who said that they would support political prosecutions. I'm against that. But in general,
you don't think Democrats
are
calling for the investigation into Pam Bondi and Marco Rubio
not
and Pete
political
Hegseth?
prosecutions. Yeah, no,
But
I don't
again,
think those would be political prosecutions.
that's your proprietary definition of political prosecution.
No.
I don't think Trump's calling for political prosecutions now.
You don't think Comey's was a political prosecution?
No.
That's,
Do you think Trump was a political prosecution?
Because you're crazy. That you don't even think Comey. 8647. He supports it. He supports 8647 prosecution.
Letitia James going after Trump, was that a political prosecution?
No.
Alvin Bragg going after Trump, was that a political prosecution?
Obviously not.
Fannie Willis going after Trump, was that a political prosecution?
You just said that, right? Or
Letitia James, I thought I said.
Okay, yeah, maybe Fannie Willis. No, none of those are.
Were there any political prosecutions against Trump?
Criminal?
Any?
There have been civil actions against him that I think are bullshit and political. Yes.
Okay, but Bragg, Letitia James, do you think he's Jean Carroll that case?
I don't think that was political.
So just to be clear, when you say political prosecution, these are that were targeted because of their political position. That's political prosecution.
When I say political prosecution, I'm talking about criminal actions by the government on the basis of politics.
Wait. Define a criminal action based on the government.
So a criminal action is one where there is a charging criminal like a charging criminal document, a criminal case, which is defined by statute, and where the penalty can be things as imprisonment.
Okay, so I don't understand what you're saying. So what has Trump done that's a
you understand what criminal actions are? Wait, you understand what criminal actions mean?
No,
you understand that?
I understand what a criminal action is. Yes, an action that violates a crime. What does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
You asked me what I meant by political prosecution.
If Trump, for example, specifically targets Comey, did he commit a crime?
If he specifically targets him where one of the bases is political, it's a political prosecution.
Yeah, wait, no, he didn't commit a crime. Trump didn't commit a crime.
You agree. Whether he committed a crime doesn't mean that it's not a political prosecution.
You just said political prosection means that you committed a crime in targeting someone.
No, stop.
Then define what a political prosecution is.
A criminal action motivated by politics. A criminal action. When I say criminal action here, I just mean an indictment, a criminal complaint, some kind of criminal, a substantial step in a criminal litigation where the motivation is political.
So you don't think that Fannie Willis was motivated by politics, or Alvin Bragg, or E. Jean Carroll? I mean, that's delusional.
No.
You're delusional.
Well, E. Jean Carroll wouldn't be... okay, you're delusional thinking James Comey isn't motivated by political considerations.
I think that what we see is that the norm says that that's okay.
No. So is it political or not? Is it political or not?
I think that what the norm says
you is lying fucking piece of shit. Come on,
what are you
it's
talking
political.
about?
You know it's political.
What I'm saying
86-47.
What I'm saying is here that the norm is now that it is not misconduct, and the term political prosecution is one that has a tinge of misconduct.
This is your little dance, Rob. It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Let me finish, right? So the idea that you all have said, oh, no, political prosecutions aren't allowed, but trust us, all the targeting of Trump, they would have done that if he was president or not. You need
to apply the same standard in assessing political prosecution before and after.
I'm applying the same
standard.
No, that's not true. Because the norm has changed for what we consider a political prosecution. Now that the norm's changed, I accept that that's okay to do this.
No, under your pre-existing definition of political prosecution, would the James Comey prosecution be a political prosecution?
Yes, but it's now not.
Okay, so that's
it's just to be clear, it is now not a political prosecution in a negative way because the norm has been changed. Because now we can specifically target people for their station and say it's not a political prosecution and it's okay. Now, again, this is the difference between me and Pisco, by the way. I'll be honest and answer stuff. Pisco will take to the grave that he legitimately is trying to tell you that, was it Fannie Willis that did the mortgage case?
No.
That was Letitia then.
The civil one? Civil fraud?
Yes. Which you said was not political prosecution. Pisco wants you to believe the argument he's making. If Donald Trump was not Republican candidate, if he was not the Republican president, they would have done the exact same thing to Trump. That's what he wants you to believe. That Trump being president had nothing to do with it. That's laughable. And so the difference is, I'll be honest and Pisco won't. And because he hides behind that veil of, trust me, politics had nothing to do with it. See? And you'll be honest. All I'm saying is, once we accepted that you fuckers could say that, no, politics had nothing to do.
You tried to hide. You were like, James. You said the James Comey prosecution wasn't political, and then you had to backtrack. I guess it's political because you know you were a hack and you know you looked really bad.
Again, I don't know what else to say. Nonetheless, all of this is a red herring, right? We can see that the idea that he's advocating for going above and beyond for disproportional. There's no reason that the Republicans wouldn't be allowed to do that with the same things that happened.
We were on Clarence Thomas.
Right,
wait. Why are you back?
Thomas.
So you went to Clarence Thomas, and now you want to go back to proportionality? I thought we were talking about Clarence Thomas and the injury and the norm violation.
That's literally what I was just talking about as you interrupted me.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I said so. There's no reason that it wouldn't apply to the injurious behavior that happened to Clarence Thomas that we wouldn't be allowed to go disproportionately further.
No, but we're arguing about whether the Clarence Thomas thing is even a norm violation.
Of course.
If the Senate is going to do anything, it's going to assess, actually substantively assess, allegations of crimes against the justices who are nominated or the who are want to be justices. That's of course not a norm to not do that.
We rehashed the credibility or the argument again. He already acknowledged. He already acknowledged that there are things in the purview that you would say, in general, they're allowed to look into, but there are ways to violate norms into doing that.
So here's the question for you, Rob. Should the Senate have considered the accusations against Brett Kavanaugh? Yes or no?
No, not in any way remotely like what they did. It should have been almost open and shut. Do you have some sort of proof? You don't. Goodbye. No.
But so should they have listened? Should they have brought in Christine Blasey Ford to testify?
No.
Directly.
No.
Why not?
Because it should have been the job of the investigators to look in to verify that. It has never occurred like that, except with Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh, which shows that it's against norms. The normal course of this would be that there would be investigations by the FBI and other law enforcement if there are accusations of illegality like that. It wouldn't be that you bring witnesses.
The Senate has a self.
The Senate has
the Senate has a self-standing duty, right, to advise and consent. They just can't ship.
What else does it happen?
Branch who nominated the justice? Well, no, I'll tell you.
Kavanaugh and Clarence Thomas, where's it happen?
Wait. Let me respond. Let me respond. Right. So the Senate has its own job, its own responsibility to check the veracity and to do fact finding on their own. They can't just outsource it to the FBI, which is under the purview of the President of the United States. They have their own responsibility. So of course it makes total sense for them to assess the credibility of witnesses who might be able to testify as to the bona fides of a given candidate, or indeed whether there's a crime alleged. Why would that be a norm violation? It's totally in keeping with the responsibility of the Senate to consider allegations of malfeasance against the nominees.
So you're saying that normally the FBI doesn't look into it and advise the Senate? That's normally not what happens.
No. I'm not saying that. I was very clear.
That's normally what happens.
No. I'm saying the Senate has a self-standing obligation to make its own fact-finding as to nominees. It can't just outsource it. It can't just outsource it to the executive branch.
That might be true, but the norm, the way that it's normally done is they have fact-finding that's done by law enforcement like the FBI. Then they communicate with the FBI. They don't have public hearings when they bring people in that are making unsubstantiated claims calling the nominee a gang rapist. They don't hold on to that accusation. Let me finish. They don't hold on to. Then show me, other than Kavanaugh or Thomas, where that's ever happened.
Wait, no. Sorry, no. It's direct evidence, right? Someone's
show me other than Kavanaugh and Thomas where that's ever happened.
What are you saying has ever happened?
Show me where we've brought in witnesses to make these sort of allegations in front of the Senate.
Yeah, whether or not the specific, I think there probably has been, and if you give me the time, if you give me the time, we can look into it for sure. But if they're gonna consider evidence, why would we not consider live testimony subject to cross-examination, right?
Again, because it's not a norm.
Wait, Rob, I will look.
It's not a norm. Is that the way it's normally done?
To have hearings and have people.
Is that the way? Is it the way it's normally done that these witnesses come in? Is that the way it's normally done?
Yeah, so there are witnesses that regularly testify in favor
of criminality and shit like that.
It happened with Clarence Thomas, and it happened before that too with I think Abe Fortas. But we can look into that specifically. But that was Lyndon B. Johnson in 1960s.
Okay, so you could think of three times. And by the way, they brought in a person that accused him of rape.
I'm not. So see, this is the special pleading. You always do this, Rob, right? So unless, so you're gonna keep doing this and be like, well, this category of thing, it needs to be the exact same kind of allegation. It needs to be live testimony.
Okay, a serious
and if
felony.
There isn't one example of it. Wait, stop. This is so bullshit. Wait, I want to bring in Avi. Is that okay? Can we bring in Avi to reflect what I'm saying to you? Okay, because you're not hearing me. It's not necessary for me to show you.
I hear you. Let me still in your argument. Rob, it doesn't have to just be rape. It could be murder. It could be embezzlement. It could be kidnapping.
Yeah.
Okay? So give me the examples of those things happening.
Okay. So we can go. I can go and see if there's live testimony.
How many would it need to be before you said what's in a norm violation?
I don't. You do the Sortis paradox thing, right? Why would I need to show that? The exact number of times. Wait, the exact number of times that we've had live testimony as to specific criminal allegations of Supreme Court justices. You agree that the Senate ought to consider that, right? They ought to consider evidence.
Yes,
you agree with that.
And there's a norm in a way that they do that. You agree with that, right?
I'm not sure that there. So you're saying, and the norm is not to have live testimony?
Correct.
So now that's your claim. You've claimed that the norm is not to have live testimony.
That's why we know Thomas and Kavanaugh were so different. All the shit that went on with that circus was clearly a violation of norms. It was different.
In virtue of
That's
what?
why we know that, because it's like, holy fuck, we've never seen anything like that. That's why it stands
yeah,
out.
so that's not. So if I'm able to, what would it take for me to show that there isn't this norm against live testimony?
It's not live testimony. It's the way that the
Okay.
live testimony occurred. Of course, there's been live testimony, people coming in and saying, I didn't think the way that he advocated for this case was good, or things like that.
Would it be better or worse if she just submitted an affidavit to the Senate
It'd be better.
and not subject to cross-examination?
Yes, that's why they rely on law enforcement investigators that actually are able to make determinations as to whether or not that criminality likely happened. Because because what happens is you smear someone. Now Kavanaugh's still called a rapist because it's against the norms. They always handled this shit in-house. They never smeared someone.
Yeah.
That's why it's a norm violation. Show me who else it's happened to other than Kavanaugh or Clarence Thomas. Just give me an example.
I take that to be almost by itself a reductio. You're suggesting that it's preferable to just have someone submit an affidavit and not subject themselves to cross-examination in front of the fact-finding body.
That is correct.
There's a reason we don't do this. There's a reason we don't There's a reason we don't do this in criminal trials, right? That we have to have live testimony. There's a reason we do this.
In criminal trials, does the jury or the judge investigate the crime, or do we allow police to do it?
So the jury makes factual determinations.
Okay, but do we allow the police to investigate the evidence?
Yeah,
and then decide whether or not to bring charges?
100%, yeah.
We don't just allow randoms to do that? Like the jury? The jury's not doing the investigation? Does the jury get to ask the defendant questions? Do they get to ask the witnesses questions?
The Senate has two roles there, right? The Senate has the role. So the Senate has two roles. The Senate has to determine the propriety of taking certain actions with respect to investigative steps, and they also have to make factual determinations. And they're not just allowed to outsource it, or I should say, it's not good for them to outsource it to the executive branch. Okay, so the Senate needs to make its own determinations, and the Senate, I think, counter to your notion, I think there's an interest in vindicating, publicly, some sort of cross-examination, to having the evidence be tested, and I don't think that that's like a wrong thing to do.
I completely disagree. I think that it's clear in the same reference that you just gave analogy, we don't have the jurist cross-examine the witness.
No, but
the judge doesn't cross-examine the witness.
The Senate has a dual role here. So the analogy breaks down.
They're like jury and judge.
So in a sense, they're both like prosecution, right? In the sense that they do investigatory steps. They also set rules, kind of like a judge. And yes, they make fact-finding determinations. The Senate does, yeah. That's their job, right? That's if advice and consent is going to mean anything, it would mean investigating those claims as the nominees. What else? How is that improper? They have to do that.
No, it's clear that this has never occurred, and that's not the normal process they do. So then you're saying every time they didn't do that and they relied on FBI background checks, every time that was improper?
No. I'm not saying that it's improper to take into consideration what the FBI is doing, but they have a self-standing obligation to make their own factual determinations.
Other than Thomas and Kavanaugh, I'd like to give you, I would like you to give me one instance where there have been people that testified live in front of the Senate about crimes. Just one.
About impropriety or crimes?
Crimes.
Yeah. But like, why would that be? You agree that it would be okay for that to happen, right? For there to be live testimony?
No, I agree that it's a norm violation, particularly when it's salacious, bullshit, partisan stuff that's laughable on its face, like with Thomas and.
Stop.
Okay, then show me one example. Can you give me one example other than Thomas and?
Yeah. So give me. So it's okay for me to take some time now and to go produce the thing that you're asking me to produce. What I ask you is, if it has occurred before, will you agree that it's not a norm violation?
As long as you agree, if we've tabled nominees before, that it's not a norm violation.
Wait. So hang on a second. So, okay, I see what your point is. In the relevant time frame, whatever you want to say for that.
Well, it's not in the relevant time frame, just like we said, if Democrats did exactly what Republicans did to Merrick Garland, you may say that that's a norm violation as well, right? The point that I'm trying to make is the way that this happened with Thomas and with Kavanaugh is outside the scope of how it's done in almost every single nominee for Supreme Court or elsewise. That's why these incidents stick in our head. And by the way, the parsing out of it, everybody knows. Everybody that watched that Kavanaugh knows that's fucking abnormal. What happened there is, again, just so we know, you're aware of what happened. That we actually had Dianne Feinstein sat on that allegation for weeks instead of giving it to the FBI to look into it. Then, when Christine Blasey Ford said, I don't want this brought forward, she said on like the last day of the confirmation, and you know what the intent was. They were trying to draw out the clock. They were trying to say, oh, now we need to wait. We need to investigate. That's a norm violation. And the fact that you're refusing
so now
to
you're changing the norm. Now you're
I'm not
changing
changing the norm. I said
You
the
are
situation
changing the
in
norm.
itself was a norm violation in the way that it was handled. There are parts of it that are abnormal as well, like having people testify to potential crimes, witnesses in front of the Senate. That's very abnormal and against norms. But the collective nature of what happened to Kavanaugh and Thomas was a norm violation, as was Bork.
So I think you're changing the nature of the norm violation. I'm doing the research that you asked me to do. I think on the one hand, so either you're saying the norm violation is like the sandbagging of Dianne Feinstein or other people,
I'm saying
or the norm
it's a
violation is
totality.
that they brought it's a totality of both.
It's
the fact
sort
that
of, yes, the norm violation is bringing in the witnesses like Christine Blasey Ford. That is a norm violation, but it's enhanced by the fact of what Feinstein and Elso did, which is even more egregious of a norm violation. It's also enhanced by the fact that this was talked about ad nauseum, like with the people in the Senate that were going to the press talking about this. All of this dirty laundry was aired publicly, which severely diminished Brett Kavanaugh. Norm violation. There's other norm violations we can talk. What about the norm violation of releasing the Dobbs decision for it? That's norm violation, therefore justified in packing the court. To stop court fuckery, right? In general.
No, that is not what the argument entails. The argument
It
doesn't
is,
entail
because when you're saying that it's not like to like, where it's our side gets to go disproportionately further for some hypothetical reason because we think we're good people and your side will only listen to this fucking shit, it's clear that you're making sort of, and then you're giving all these sort of proprietary definitions of things like what's justified because of deterrence. And by the way, deterrence means something to me that it doesn't mean to anyone else. You can see the problem.
Scrambling.
I'm not scrambling. I'm articulating exactly what you're doing. Why is it taking you so long if it's not a norm violation to find this stuff? Seems abnormal.
Wait. So you're asking for a hyper-specific, as though that would be necessary to show.
What are you looking into? Are you Googling? What are you looking?
So I'm Googling.
Are you
other
using AI?
Of I'm not using AI.
Okay.
No,
I don't care if you are. I'm just asking.
I know you're just asking. But while we're having this conversation, you want me to engage in a specific inquiry as to the tendency of the Senate to have live testimony as to misconduct of potential nominees. Now, I guess I'll ask you, is this specific to hearings regarding justices, or would hearings regarding anyone subject to advice and consent, you would agree, wouldn't you, that in the context of, I guess I'll ask you that. Is this just for Supreme Court justice or any time they're using advice and consent?
I'd say that we're talking about the court.
Okay. And live testimony specifically as to criminal allegations is what you want.
Yeah.
Evidence of. Okay.
Scholars and commentators on both sides have described it as further eroding Senate norms of civility, confidentiality, and good faith advice and consent.
I don't know what you're reading from. It's important to cite what you're talking about.
Looking for the link.
Looking for the link?
Yes.
Why isn't the link immediately obvious based on what you're looking at? You AI motherfucker. You doing a little AI?
Well, you
doing a little you doing a little
What are you
grokky?
doing? What are you using? Google?
I'm Googling. I'm Googling.
Oh, what have you found?
I'm looking. I'm still looking. Is that okay? By the way, just a question. There's a rationale and explanation that the reason that you would have live testimony in this context, or maybe if it's true, and again, I don't know, I have to look into how they would have addressed misconduct in the context of live testimony, one versus the other. I mean, there could just be a rationale, which is, the available evidence or the best evidence is that which is the live testimony, and maybe it's a situation in which evidence of impropriety in the past related to financial situations that doesn't require live testimony, but this is like an allegation of sexual misconduct. What other thing than direct testimony are you going to find there?
I mean, I don't know what to say other than, like, here's something. The Washington Post, I'm just reading this now. Here's the headline. Oh, where did it go? Shit, I had it. Unfathomable. More than 2,400 law professors signing letter opposing Kavanaugh's confirmation. The reason was that his temperament while being accused was not fit for the court.
What does that have to do with anything?
The idea of the clear and blatant norm violation. A man is accused of rape. He cries because he's being accused of gang rape in front of his wife and children. He cries, and then all of a sudden a bunch of legal scholars, 2,400, are like, that temperament's not correct.
Yeah, but are you identifying that as a norm violation, or are you just
yes,
like
I'm saying that clearly it was a norm violation. I'm saying that clearly the fact that this was publicized by the Democrats and the way they did was a norm violation. Now, again, at the end of the day, this is just your preference. I ask you to the audience. I ask you at the audience, do you think what happened with Kavanaugh was a norm violation? Yes. Do you think what happened with Bork was a norm violation? Yes.
No.
Now, if you would like, you could look that up and send it to me later if you like.
I will.
The last thing that I'll say, which premise are we on? Premise 3 and 5, I'd like to hit both of them. I guess we could try 3 quick. I'm sure it won't be. There's no effective way to reverse it without without court packing, right?
Yeah.
That's premise 3. There's no effective reverse it without court packing, right? That's not true. If I could find one other effective way, so define effective.
I think that effective is indexed to some notion of feasibility.
Okay, so it has to be something that's reasonably can happen.
Yeah, reasonably feasible.
Do you think it's reasonable that Democrats could win the House and Senate and presidency and nominate as many as 3 justices?
When?
In 2028.
So in 2028, they could get unified control, and it's possible.
Is it feasible?
That they could get 3.
That was your argument. Feasible.
I guess I don't understand. I guess I don't understand that.
Just ask. I'm asking a question.
No, stop. Only if such vacancies occur, then it's feasible.
Is it feasible? Whether or not those vacancies occur is in the realm of feasibility. Correct. So is it feasible?
I'm having trouble. So I'm having trouble with feasibility as applied in the context of the vacancies occurring. Like, is it feasible that a vacancy will occur? I guess I don't understand what you mean by that.
Define the term feasible.
What I understand feasible to mean plausible to occur if an active effort is made to that end. Right?
Okay,
so like it's
I don't. I disagree with that definition.
What do you mean by that? You disagree with it?
Because there could be things that are feasible that has nothing to do with you taking an action to that end. For example, it's feasible that we get 12 inches of rain in my state next month. That's feasible, correct? Does that have anything to do with actions I'm taking to be necessary to be feasible?
Okay, I'm just telling you what I mean by effectiveness is linked to an action that someone takes. That's what
you said. You said effective way. I said define effective. You said feasible. Fair enough. So now we could rewrite the syllogism as there's no feasible way to reverse it without court packing. It is entirely feasible that there will be justices up. It's going to happen.
That the means are feasible, right? So
the mean is feasible.
Yeah.
Democrats winning an election, is that feasible?
I think the winning is, but if by feasible here you mean plausibly reasonable, right?
That's what you mean by feasible, correct?
No, my notion is indexed to a means. That is to say, an action actually taken.
Okay, the actions taken of Democrats campaigning, can that feasibly lead to them winning?
Yeah.
Okay, is it feasible that there will be that people will be resigning or die, or there'll be vacancies to fill? Is that feasible?
If by feasible you mean, reasonable to, some reasonable amount of likelihood, yeah, I think that is.
Okay, syllogism disproven. It is feasible. There is an effective way. Democrats win the election and fill slots.
So let me show you how absurd this argument is. Let's say that someone stole $100,000 from you as an individual, and then you're like, well, I guess I could just go to my job and then make $100,000 in a year, and that's a feasible way to effectuate the remedy. You'd be like, no, that doesn't. That just means I did it through the normal process and I got $100,000, but it doesn't repair the injury of the person who stole $100,000 from me. Clearly, that's something that isn't repairing the actual injury.
But we're talking about two separate things. And that injury, you're talking about injury to specific people. In the same sense, I could say no matter what ever happens, the injury to Bork, the injury to Clarence Thomas, the injury to Kavanaugh can never fully be done. You acknowledge this as well, because the injury to Carter Page or the Trump administration from having illegal FISA warrants, you say, well, look, the best we could do to cure that is change the FISA laws and to hold people accountable. But does that solve their injury? You would say, well, no, but in the grand scheme of things, that's the best we could do. Similarly here, the injury you're talking to as a group to the Democrats, the partisan injury is they have less seats on the court. That is solved by getting more seats on the court. There are ways to do that beyond court packing, such as winning elections. That's just one. There are others. Therefore, we don't need to court pack.
No. So the answer is that isn't repairing the injury. The injury was done, and just getting an advantage through the normal processes, right? The normal processes of regular vacancies occurring isn't repairing the injury. I think.
What's the injury? Define the injury specifically.
The injuries with respect to the partisan harm done, right? The partisan harm done, and what in other words, what should have happened, right? So you're just like you're repaired. So I'll give you the example of the money damage, right? Let's say that a group, let's not just say it's an individual, so you can't squirm out of that one. Let's say that the DNC or the RNC are embezzled by $100,000, and then they decide to do a fundraising tour and put in extra effort to make another $100,000. You would say, yeah, they made $100,000, but they haven't repaired their injury. Agreed? Yes or no?
That's correct. No? That's correct. Okay. But there's no way to ever repair that injury, ever. Why would packing the court repair that injury?
Yeah, because
that injury's over and done with. It'll never be solved. The fact that Garland wasn't there and Gorsuch was, that injury will never be solved. It's impossible to solve it.
I don't agree with that, no.
How does that solve the injury by packing the court now?
Yeah, it reverses the improper gain from the Republicans and the improper loss from the Democrats and restores it to at least more reasonable status quo. Again, putting proportionality aside.
If there are vacancies, then that would be solved itself. For example, Gorsuch himself, if he becomes a vacancy, then it would be solved by a Democrat replacing it, correct?
You're not understanding.
Let me ask you this. No. If that's the case, if that's your argument, let's say hypothetically, right? Let's say some tragedy occurs. Democrats win House, Senate presidency, but then some terrorist attacks the Supreme Court and it takes out all the justices. Now the Democrats appoint 9 justices. Would your argument be there is still injury to be repaired because having all 9 justices aren't enough?
Let me think about that one. If all 9 justices die and the Democrats are in charge,
yeah, they get all 9 appointments. They control the House, the Senate. They get everyone they want. Is there still injury to be repaired?
Let me think about that. They're all on the same plane, right? It falls out of the sky.
Yeah, whatever. But one of those fucking from the river to the seas guys gets them.
Robnoerr with a good hypothetical.
That's a good hypothetical.
That's a good hypothetical.
Yeah. I think the answer is yes, that there still is an injury, and let me explain why.
I suspect that would be the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And the reason is the injury was done over the course of time that occurred up to the point of the accident. And so yes, the answer I think is yes.
Okay, so how would we ever repair that injury at that point?
Well, what do you mean? So you're going to get time, right? So it's about percentages and time spent, and the injury is like what you would expect in a given interval reasonably. But I don't think that I would say, well, look at all the shit. You should have had someone else making the decisions at that point in time, and index to the reasonable lifespan of a justice at the time to what you would expect given those circumstances. And the injury has transpired over a given time. The longer it goes on, the more the injury is.
So there's no way to fix the injury.
I just want to ask, Avi, is that what you thought that I would answer? It is a really good question, Rob, and that one stopped me for a second. But as I thought about it, I think that's the right answer.
Is what you're saying analogous to? Okay, look, whatever the injury is, it's the injurious thing that's being reversed. Nothing that would have happened otherwise. Nothing that would have happened in its natural sort of state if everything was being done, up and up.
I think so, and I would analogize it to that $100,000 should be gaining interest, right, at some rate. And all this time that I'm spent, the opportunity cost that I'm not like investing it in,
Sure,
in the
that
money
we can
context.
so like
yeah,
so if you stole $100 from me, and then the next
Yeah.
day I won the lottery, and then I
Yeah.
became a multi-million
Yeah.
$100 or whatever,
Yeah.
I would still have a reasonable case say like, okay, listen, you owe me that $100 back plus interest on whatever.
Correct. Yeah. I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that would be our moral
But
intuition.
then, but forget about the example you're giving there. Based on what you explained, that means that even if we end up with 9 Democrat Supreme Court justices because they lost that time previously where Garland should have been there, that injury is still not solved. In other words, it is impossible to solve that injury.
No. You just need to calculate it and respond in kind. I think you.
So how
made
would
it in
you
the money
solve
example,
it? You
Rob.
already have 9 justices.
Wait. So let's respond, right? Like on the money example, you understand it.
Yeah,
right?
the
$1
money
million
example.
lottery one.
But the money's different. It's not directly analogous, right? Because what we're saying here is that there are certain, like for example, it's impossible to solve injuries of a certain kind, right? Like not just money. Let's say that
I think there is a notion of
for example,
irreparable.
I get my arm cut off maliciously by someone. No money will ever solve that injury. We all agree with that, right?
Yeah,
You can try your
there's a
best
notion
to
of
put a
irreparable
figure,
injury.
but the same thing here. If you're saying that even if the Democrats have all 9 justices, that's not enough to solve the injury, what would you do? What would the remedy be at that point?
No. But don't be sneaky there, because the 9 justices is a result of an act of God, right? Or
So what?
an act of nature, right? So
Okay.
so and the injury exists regardless of that occurring, right? The injury occurred at the time that the thing took place,
Yes,
and there needs
any
to be
injury-
some consideration outside of random acts of God.
Any
and random
injury,
circumstance.
any injury, right? Particularly of this nature, if you're talking about someone that should have been on the court that wasn't, like Bork, right? That injury will never be able to one-to-one solve. For example, we could say Oberfell would have never passed had Bork been there. Therefore, that injury persists to this day.
Bork died in 2012, but
Nonetheless, the Ober.
where you can here. Wait. I just want to say there's a back to that, which is Kennedy was the majority vote on the decisions leading up to Obergefell, and that provided a lot of the legal foundations to.
Nonetheless, because that decision persists today and we lost all those good years of originalist Bork, then we still suffer those consequences today. And even if we packed 4 seats ourselves as Republicans, it wouldn't solve the injury. You agree?
Yeah, but the response there is on whether or not there's a partisan injury. We already went through that, and also on the norm violation front and on the other front.
Partisan doesn't have to be part of it. As you said, it would probably work even if it wasn't partisan, right? You admitted that.
What I'm telling you is I gave you specific. Wait. I just want to say those responses in my mind are still responses. I gave you the responses of not being a norm violation, of not being a partisan injury because of the whole.
I understand
rigmarole
what
down,
you did,
and then proportionality. So yeah.
I understand what you did. It was an injury to Bork. It resulted in things that were wrong. I consider it a norm violation. Anyone that thinks that Bork would have been on there and because of something that was a norm violation, which it was, all of a sudden we lost those decisions, would be justified using your syllogism of packing the court. And that it would still, even if they packed 4 times as many or 4 seats, that still wouldn't solve the injury of Bork.
Yeah, so no, I don't agree that that the other components to the Bork example go through. That is to say, the other conditions.
Why?
And
why don't they?
Because that we already talked about this. Whether we disagree on the norm violation, we disagree on whether it's a partisan injury, and we disagree about whether it would be proportional.
You disagree on premise 2 and therefore premise 6, that it wasn't an injurious partisan Supreme Court packing, right? I disagree because it all hinged on the idea of was it a harm and was it norm? Right, but if it was those, my point now that I'm making is, if it was those, if it meets premise 2 and therefore 6, then you have to acknowledge that yes, it was justified what was going on with Merrick Garland. Because at that point, it was to the extent it went beyond was just mild deterrence, right? And what I'm saying now is, if we look at it through this scope again of, even if there's 9 justices now that are Democrat, it still doesn't cure the injury. That's elucidating, because what it shows is that there never will be a possible cure for that injury, ever. And so it allows the justification, even if you have all 9 courts saying, we need more. 9's not enough. We have every justice, but it's still not enough because we still have an injury that we need cured. That to me shows. I think that what we would accept.
Yeah,
and let me finish.
Wait. There's no contradiction. You haven't identified
let me explain. The
Contradiction,
reason
have
I
you?
think this is important is because when we're talking about ways of reversing the injury from court packing, I think the better way to look at it is the harms that occurred to the Democratic Party vis-a-vis their composition of the court. And so if we end up with Democrats finding another way to get a bunch of people on the court, and they end up with a majority say, we don't say, oh no, that will never be enough because it doesn't directly cure this injury. That would be the equivalent of saying there can't be a direct cure of an injury unless it's literally you cut my arm, I cut yours. We would say no. There are things we could have as reasonable facilities to cure that injury.
Wait, so let me respond to that. So the first is to note that you haven't found a contradiction. That's one thing to know, is there's no contradiction on the view. And number two, just reverse it the other way around. Let's say that the act of God that kills all the nominees happens now under Trump, right? And then all the justices are now Trump appointees. He appoints all 9, and they all in short order, get appointed. Does your intuition change about that? Assuming that you agree with the other aspects of the argument, all right, that's important for this hypothetical. Assuming that you do, I think you would agree that there's still an injury, right?
No, it's not even a question. The injury may have existed. The question is how to cure the injury or what to best do about the injury. Right. Let's just say it happened with Trump. I would say at that point, even if we didn't like what Merrick Garland did, now it's worthless because the person that was not appointed and now the person that was appointed as said Gorsuch is dead. So had it been Garland, he would be dead. And so the point I would make at that point is just like we look back 100 years ago and we say, fuck, man, we can't worry about curing that court packing back then because it's so out of bounds. Those people are all gone. Same would be true here. And so what I'm suggesting is one of the ways to remedy court packing, is just win and get those seats. One of the things Democrats could have done was win. Listen, real quick. One of the remedies at the time could have been Dems could have won the election where Gorsuch ended up being appointed. That was a remedy. That would have solved it.
Well, I think that if Democrats won, there would have been a norm violation, but there wouldn't have been
injury.
I don't think that there would have been, potentially you could say that time period is partisan injury, but you certainly wouldn't have proportionality to go after Republicans after the 10 months to change a whole seat. So as I'm thinking about it, give me some time with that one, but I don't think that you would be justified if Democrats won the election. I wouldn't be in favor of them adding a seat or whatever.
Thank you. Then that's sort of it.
Wait. No, but I don't think that changed anything here. So let me respond. So because I think that you would grant. I think that because then it would fail on proportionality, in my view. I think that you would grant that if Democrats did a legislative court pack, Republicans should do it in response. Correct?
Yes, equal.
Okay. So
I define court pack different than you. All
right. So let's just say expansion, right? So court expansion. So legislative court expansion. Democrats do it, and you would say Republicans are justified to do it in response. Correct?
Either I would give 2 potential remedies. Either one, do it in response, or second, find a legal way to eliminate the ones that were packed.
Remove them or something, right?
Yeah. So if they add John Smith and Jim Smith, remove John Smith and Jim Smith.
Okay. All right. So now let's approach it from the perspective of this act of God. Let's say the Democrats had for 20 years been able to get the benefit of a court pack of 10 seats. Let's say the Democrats get into power in 2028, and for 10 years they get this court expansion of an additional 10 seats, and all the while they're making a hash of the conservative rulings, and they're doing all this shit. And then all of a sudden there's an act of God, and the plane goes down. It kills every single one of those Democratic justices, and then the Democrats nominate all those seats again, and they get all the now 19 seats. Would you be like, Republicans are now unjustified to do a reciprocal court pack?
No, I would think in that case it would be okay for them to add 2 seats. That's fine, right? But that's different.
In the hypothetical.
And whatever the exact reciprocal amount was that was packed by the Democrats. If it was 2, if it was 10, whatever.
Right. So the plane doesn't affect it. I think we agree on that.
Well, no, the plane in that case, but that was because the plane was during Democrats and Democrats reappointed. We're talking about the situation that's the opposite. That all of a sudden Republicans win, plane wreck happens. Now Republicans appoint 19.
We did both.
Fair enough. But in that situation, I would say, of course, they don't have the right to pack more. However, I think you've given the game away because you've conceded. You said, look, okay, if Democrats would have had that election that ended up going away from Merrick Garland to Gorsuch, at that point I would say that wouldn't justify court packing. What I'm saying is, as you see, that was a remedy. And if that remedy would have worked, let me finish. If that remedy would have worked then, why wouldn't it work now if they win an election and get to appoint seats? Same justification. The exact same.
I'm not saying it's a remedy. I'm saying that there was still a norm violation. It did affect the composition of the court for however many months it was, right? I just think that it's going to fail on proportionality to do a full court, like an expansion of the court. So I think where it fails there so this would be like for the 9-month period. Let's say that shit's going fucked or whatever. I think you just fail on proportionality. I think that all the other ones probably go through.
If
does that make sense?
I disagree. I think that the fact I disagree with that because I think I've made my point clear. The fact that you say, yes, if they would have won, that right there was a remedy. So there was a remedy, and winning now would be a remedy to replace those. You said it has to be feasible. It's entirely feasible they could win. It's entirely feasible that they'll get to a point 2 or 3. And if they win for 8 years, it's entirely feasible they get to a point 5. So now, I'm saying it's not a remedy. In other words, it is
the only thing that's preventing Democrats.
It solves the injury.
I'm telling you, I don't view. I'm telling you that I don't view that as a full remedy of that period of time.
It solves the injury as best you can. It solves it as well as your solution. Your solution is when it comes to the outcome. The actual best thing. It solves it because your solution also doesn't solve the injury, does it?
So I'll explain. So the really best way to do it would be to like appoint an extra Democratic justice for 9 months and then remove the seat or something, or
right. And yet you want to do 4 seats forever.
No. But what I'm trying to say though is these appointments for the justices are like life term and they last for decades, right? So in the ordinary course of nominations, these justices last for very long periods of time, for decades and decades and decades. That's what makes it different. The expectation
you just said that the
kind of like actuarial thing.
You just said that the actual remedy would be to appoint a justice for 9 months and then remove him. That's what you just said. You go so far above and beyond. You appoint 4 justices. Now, there's one point I want to make.
I added above the.
Real quick, I want to.
You selective hearing here.
Real quick, I want to get to this, right? If the Republicans thought that what they were doing with Merrick Garland, even if you don't think it was justified, if their rationale for it was, we think this is deterrence.
We both agree it wasn't justified.
Right. But if their rationale was, we think it was deterrence, right?
That's not entailed by the argument.
If that was their rationale, okay, I'm not saying it's entailed, but I'm saying hypothetically, if that was the case, if that's what they're saying, right? And Democrats said, we don't care that your rationale was for deterrence. That was injurious to us, right? Does that change the fact that you think that Democrats should be allowed to pack the court?
Sorry, so say that again. So they do the
if
Merrick
Republicans
Garland
said our reason for Merrick Garland was deterrence, and Democrats said we don't give a shit what your intent was, it was injurious to us. Does that change the rationale for Democrats in your mind being allowed to pack the court?
It doesn't turn on the subjective feelings of the Republican.
Well, let's say it actually, forget subjective. Let's say it's to your sufficiency that you are proven that, yes, this actually, the Republicans did this for deterrence. So now it's not subjective. You believe that's the case. Does that change your rationale as to whether or not Democrats were injured and should be allowed to pack the court?
And they did, everything else is the same?
Yes.
I think the answer is still that, no, it doesn't affect it. It's still, I think everything else goes through. I don't think that anything changes.
So given that,
why would it? Why would it?
I totally agree. It wouldn't. Given that, if the Democrats enact your plan in 2028, and then 2032 comes around, and Republicans win, and Republicans say, look, we don't give a shit that Democrats' rationale was deterrence. They intentionally went disproportional to cause us injury, right? And so now we are going to pack the court. Would you say that that's justified?
No.
Why?
Because they don't. It wouldn't be justified self-defense.
Why? It was intentionally beyond proportion.
Yeah, no, but that's justified.
It's not justified.
You're not justified to do reciprocal action against an action that's justified.
First off, with the notion of reciprocal, you're going beyond reciprocity. You admit that?
No. Sorry. The notion of proportionality is not just a 1-to-1 proportional. You can go a little bit further. Yes.
Well, this isn't a little bit further. This is double. That's not a little bit. How is that not double? That's clearly double. At the best case circumstance we give that it was 2 net Republicans, now it's 4.
Wait, stop. I I agree it's double, but I'm not saying that it's not that it fails proportionality on that view of proportionality in the argument.
What would be too much then?
I don't have to define the exact point in time. The
Just
Shorty's
give me
paradox.
an idea of what too much would be.
Yeah, I think anything. I haven't thought about anything significantly above 4, but in general, I don't want them to stray much further than 4. I probably, to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't support something greater than 4.
Okay, let's say hypothetically you could see into the future. Right, you get a crystal ball. Our friend Avi here finds a magic lamp, and after he enriches himself and finds the most beautiful wife in the world, he has a third wish, and he says, I want my friend Pisco to be able to see into the future, right? And so you see into the future. Your plan is enacted, and guess what? Unfortunately, for the next 200 years, no deterrence from it whatsoever. Turns out it wasn't a deterrence, it was an incentive. In that world, that it turns out the deterrence failed, are Republicans justified in repacking the court when they get power?
So... Well, I don't think that would turn on that would maybe affect the Democrats' justification, right?
No, because your argument is even though what's happening to the Republicans is disproportional and will cause injury to them, that's okay because there is this value of deterrence. But if that deterrence doesn't occur, do the Republicans get to say, look, the reason you gave for injuring us beyond proportionality failed. It's not right. Therefore, we get to pack the court because we've been injured.
Oh, you're saying if the Democrats had a good reason to know that it went beyond mild deterrence?
I'm saying if the mild deterrence didn't work.
Because they can see in the future. Yeah, yes. Because they can see into the future in the way that we described.
Or Republicans.
Yeah, I think they would be,
the seeing in the future is not that it went beyond mild deterrence. It's that there was no deterrent effect at all.
Right.
Right. So and they can see that. Oh, wait. So let me think. I think to be consistent, I have to say it's still justified.
Yes, you would on your argument anyway, logically.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Explain.
Because the mild deterrence isn't indexed to the actual result.
Not in any of the premises, actually. It's not. It's not in any of the premises that you have to. That the motivating reason or the thing that's pulling weight for the justification, hitting it by the mild deterrent effect.
No, but in order for it to be not overshot beyond mild deterrence, we would have to prove that it's mild deterrence. Otherwise, it's an overshoot.
Yeah, if it's an overshoot, then he wouldn't be justified.
Right, and if it's not mild deterrence, then it's an overshoot.
If it's not, no, it could be no deterrence. It could not. You could not have an overshoot of mild deterrence by just not deterring at all.
No, that's still an overshoot because the nature of overshoot in this extent is like we could go this far in a justification scale and we could go over proportionality because there's more justification because there's another net good, deterrence. If that deterrence doesn't happen, then you've overshot. And if it's an incentive and it actually incentivizes, then you've overshot even more. So it is an overshoot. It's not,
wait.
My brain is scrambled.
No. So look, let's say I if someone has a deterrent effect of like whatever amount of units, like -1,
okay,
like we call that a mild deterrent.
Sure.
An overshoot would be like, oh my God, we're never gonna do this. You could mean two things by it. You can mean like, oh my God, we're never gonna do this again. It's like -100, or like, oh my God, we have to like do it in reverse. It's like, but there's another third option. There's a third option where it's like, okay, well, you actually just had no real effect at all.
On it.
You did 0. You didn't overshoot the -1. You just did nothing.
No. I disagree because we would use it in the context of like integers. 0 is further than -1. +1 is further than -1. That's clearly
implies a direction. So.
Right. It is implying a direction because the concept, the premise, and I mean, it's difficult because the sort of proprietary definition, right? But the concept, if we expect the spirit of this is this. Yes, there is tit for tat, eye for eye, right? And that would be at best 2 seats, even though I would quibble with that. But okay, let's say we accept that. That would be at best 2 seats. But we get to go beyond that. But it's okay that we go beyond that because going beyond that is a deterrent. It's to prevent this stuff from happening before or in the future. However, if it does,
that's the thing. He didn't say it. That's not in his argument.
But that's clearly the implication, right? And like when you say he didn't say that, that's because he's using proprietary definitions of words. He didn't say a lot of stuff that he's saying because
it doesn't appear in the argument on any of his notions of the terms. So he
Okay,
would have to
then-
accept his own argument even if it didn't do that.
Okay, well then I'll say premise floor is logically flawed anyways, because there is no
What's the
reason
contradiction?
there is no reason that we should accept something at value of overshoot beyond mild returns. It overshoots beyond proportionality, period. So therefore there's a reason to reject this premise.
You reject it because
It'd be no
you
different than if you
don't-
said the proposed reciprocal packing doesn't overshoot beyond 4 justices. And then when I said, but it overshoots, it's not eye for eye, you'd say, yeah, but my premise says it doesn't overshoot beyond 4 justices. Yes, but you have to articulate why it's okay to overshoot. You're saying the reason it's okay to overshoot is because it's a deterrence. I'm saying
That's
no,
P1.
if I win, it's not a deterrence, then that rejects the premises. Do you disagree with that, Avi?
Yeah, I think it's P1 where you would fight on that.
No, I think that I could add, okay,
It sounds like
nonetheless.
what Rob is doing is he's saying like, okay, well, I previously thought that what P4 was saying is that there was some sort of built-in notion of like, okay, well, this is a good thing because it's contributing to some deterrence, and we don't want to go beyond mild deterrence, but mild deterrence is a good thing. So it's like, and that's why it's contributing into P1, because it's like, okay, we're baking that in. If it also does this good thing, which is mild deterrence, then this follows, and then we're just putting into the proportionality.
Yeah, but it's not.
But now that he's saying that we clarified that that's not what's in the premise. That's not being spoken about. Then he just says, okay, well, I would just reject the premise. Then it's like I would say I'm not convinced the premise is true.
Well, like I don't even know. Again, I don't know the
Or it would be P1. Then it might, yeah. But you're right.
Fine, we'll accept
P1.
we'll accept that it's a criticism of P1. I don't know the formal linguistic way to say this. What I'm saying is this. And the best way I could put it is to give a counterexample, right?
Mm-hmm.
Avi, let's just say, I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but let's say you're sort of leaning towards my side. And it says this: if a jury is part of some Supreme Court packing and there's no effective way to reverse it without court packing, and the proposed reciprocal packing doesn't overshoot beyond 500 justices, and there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade, and the injured party is
You would just
justified in
reject that
reciprocal
premise,
expense,
yeah.
you would say, what is the correct way of saying the sort of addendum that you've put there is on its face laughable and ought be outright rejected, because there's no positive value to that whatsoever.
You reject that. What the difference would be, like you would say, okay, well, previously I thought what was in the antecedents was something good, which was like a deterrent effect. Now that it's not in there, I reject P1.
Okay, well, I reject P1 because I see, just like I would think that there's no value in allowing to overshoot because it doesn't overshoot beyond 500 justices, there's no value in not overshooting beyond mild deterrence. If I win, that it's not mild deterrence.
Yeah, no, I think that I should. What I'm trying to capture with the mild deterrent aspect, that whole concept, is that in general, in notions of self-defense and injury, that there's usually an assumed norm or an assumed. I think there is something assumedly on our intuitions that we're allowed to extract some additional price to dissuade people from coming at you again. I think that's what it's trying to capture. So,
yeah, but it doesn't. If the argument is if it doesn't dissuade.
Wait, no, I understand it. So I think that Rob is accurate in that. I think that's the work that part is doing, like intuitively for me.
Right, but that's not what the work's doing in the actual argument.
Yeah, so maybe that just requires us to tune up the notion of deterrence to properly capture that. Because that's the one that I kind of
answer that question that Rob asked you. Like, okay, so let's say you did have that crystal ball. Rob, again with the good hypothetical. Yeah. What's going? Okay.
Yeah, good hypo.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
My intuition. So my intuition would be if you knew that that the deterrent aspect of it was of no effect, that they would be justified in retaliating if you knew at the time.
Correct.
In other words, you couldn't go beyond 2.
Correct.
So wait, just so you're saying that you would just have to,
if you had a crystal ball.
Yeah.
And you know.
No deterrent effect.
Yeah.
Well, then I think.
Yeah,
I think it goes beyond the crystal ball, though. I think because this is your affirmative, the impetus is on you to prove that that's likely the case. You have to prove it. Because if we had a crystal ball and it doesn't occur, that means if that deterrence doesn't occur, that we have to reject the premise. And so now you have to prove that it's most likely that does occur.
So Pisco, but you realize that your answer to this question that it's 2. Like your answer to the question is going to 2. Like that is not compatible with you'd be rejecting one of the premises of your argument now.
Correct.
Wait, hang on a second. So if it's indexed to specific reciprocal court packing, like for justices, and we have the crystal ball, right, that we know in the future that this isn't going to have the deterrent effect. I'm trying to tune the notion of deterrence to get to that, to follow that intuitive outcome.
I'm just pointing out that if you give the answer,
what's the logic? What's the contradiction?
Yeah, because if you agree with all the premises of the argument, you think they're all true, and yet the conclusion you say is false now.
No, because beyond mild deterrence, it didn't in fact have a mild deterrent effect, and it's not likely to, right? Because we know it won't.
But it didn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence.
Of course it did, right?
If it had no deterrence, then surely the proposed reciprocal packing didn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence.
Well, let me think about it. So, if you are at
no
4, so you're not deterring them at all.
Yeah, then it's true. Then P4 is still true that the proposed reciprocal packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence because it has no.
Okay, so help me out, Avi. What I'm trying to capture here is the situation in which the minor deterrence thing, it's trying to cap some amount of deterrent that you're allowed to do.
Yeah,
it's not trying to.
Yeah, I understand, but if you're giving the answer, I know but I'm just saying, as this argument is written, if you give the answer to that hypothetical in that situation, that the answer is no, you're not allowed to do 4 anymore, and you believe 4 would also not overshoot beyond mild deterrence.
Because it would wait.
So you already said that 4 would not overshoot beyond mild deterrence.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're saying
that's my view.
Situation where 4 doesn't result in any deterrence.
With epistemic
doesn't result in any deterrence.
Wait, but here's the difference, Avi, and you tell me what you think about it. My answer on the question regarding proportionality for 4, the only reason I accept that is based on my knowledge with uncertainty, right? So the only reason I say that 4 is proportional is given I wouldn't say 4 is proportional with the
true or false. It's a proposition.
Yeah. So 4, I would say 4 is false. I would have reason to say that 4 is false if I knew X, Y, Z, the crystal ball situation. Why doesn't that resolve it?
Well, not
right.
Well,
I would have a reason to reject premise 4 if I knew that.
Okay, let me ask you this. No, let me ask you. It's very easy to solve. Let's say you have a crystal ball. The crystal ball tells you that if that 4 doesn't result in any deterrence, then because then it also is true that
I would reject 4. I would reject.
But that's
so I would say that 4 is false.
B4 is true then.
Yeah.
The proposed reciprocal packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. It had 0 deterrence.
No, he rejects it because he's viewing deterrence in the way I was, that it's like an integer.
Yeah.
So an overshoot would be if there's no deterrence or if there's incentive, that's an overshoot.
Wait. Then maybe you're hold on.
Which really fucks him.
I take an overshoot.
No, I don't.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I take overshoot to be like, okay, look, we're familiar with like reprisals when civilians act out and with the government. Okay, so that causes a deterrent effect. Presumably, we agree on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, let's say they did severe reprisals. Maybe that. Okay, I take that to be like, okay, you're overshooting the deterrence. It's more than you needed. Like, yeah, there's a deterrence, but it's like, okay, it's beyond the deterrence than what the situation called for. Like, that's the overshoot. If your reprisals had 0 deterrence, it's not an overshoot of deterrence.
The problem is, if I can, I think in either way,
you'd add a. Wait, I think what you would add is like a likelihood modifier to that. What's likely to have a mild deterrent effect or something?
Yeah, that's not. It's definitely likely to not overshoot deterrence if it had 0 deterrence.
The problem is,
then I would. Then I'm saying I would.
P4 is true.
The problem is that in either way we look at this, it's going to be terrible for the syllogism. Here's why.
No.
I'll be right back.
have to add
I want to resolve the
argument.
I want to resolve the logical issue. I want to resolve the logical issue. All right.
Yeah. So look. If you're saying in a situation where there is no the proposal does not result in any deterrence, then it's not overshooting beyond mild deterrence. It's not getting past mild deterrence to overshoot.
It's just it's just overshooting without justification.
Overshooting implies a direction. Oh. When we overshoot, we say, okay, we shot for here, we went past it, right? Overshooting implies there's a directionality to it. There's a directionality and a magnitude. We're in a direction.
Okay, yeah.
And it went past it. So what we're saying, overshooting beyond mild deterrence, is that we got more than mild deterrence. So we got extreme deterrence. That would be an example of an overshoot. If we didn't overshoot past mild deterrence, then P4 is true.
Oh, okay. So I'm trying to calibrate for
that includes 0.
So I'm trying to capture with P4. Both don't go over, but also if there's no basis to do like above what's proportional, that is to say, there's no, it's not likely to have any kind of deterrent effect whatsoever. Don't overshoot at all.
Okay, then you have to add that into the premise.
Okay.
Well, this is the way I'm looking at it.
No. If that's an issue, I'm happy to add to the premise. And don't overshoot.
Because you're adding another condition, and so
which means the syllogism fails.
Because you would have to add and or some other or add it into the premise, separate premise. Say like that other thing that gets you. What was the wording you?
Yeah, to account for the situation. So don't overshoot at all if it's not likely to have any kind of deterrent effect in the foreseeable future or something like that.
In order for the
beyond mild deterrence or doesn't result in no deterrence.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, but then you have to.
Add I'm happy to adjust. I'll add that. No, that's a good.
And then you have to defend that. Okay, you'd be willing.
Correct.
There is some deterrence.
Yeah, and I think I could on the same intuitions that Rob allows for. Yeah.
If I may,
that's a good adjustment.
Then if I could have a little one, if things need to be added to the syllogism for it to be true, that proves that.
Bias against Pisco?
Yes, in no sense. I'll save it though. If things have to be added to the syllogism in order to prove it true, that proves that the syllogism as presented is insufficient. Correct?
Yeah. I think it proves that the syllogism is insufficient. And we should add a condition to it, but it doesn't prove. It doesn't. Wait, but it doesn't prove.
May I continue?
That the conclusion isn't true.
I'd like that stuff for a lot. Secondly, given the first portion of the debate, which was the focus of the debate should be on the specific plan offered, and that should be what the debate should be about. Wouldn't you acknowledge then that that's what we should be doing here?
Wait, say it one more time.
Your argument with your upset about Ryan was he should have to argue your specific plan, not hypothetical other court packing plans. Correct? Your specific.
No. So
that was
the
your
debate
argument.
is about. No. The debate has to do. The first proposition that was whether Ryan did a bad job. That's different than what we're talking about here. And the one of the things that we were arguing about whether Ryan did bad was whether or not he was addressing the proposition. Okay, and adjusting an argument.
We said that addressing the proposition was there's a million plans that could address the proposition. Correct? You could say your specific syllogism. Someone else could say
on the affirmative, conceivably.
Yes. And so therefore it is Ryan's burden to argue against the plan that's being proffered. For example, hear me out. Let's say instead of debating you, he's debating Josiah. And Josiah stands up and he says, okay, are the Democrats justified in adding seats to the court? I say, yes, they should add 4. Ryan's perfectly within grounds to say, no, they shouldn't, correct? Because the focus of the debate is on the specific plan offered, correct?
I'm not tracking. So if the debate is about 4, Ryan should be allowed to respond to 4, yes.
In other words, the debate's about the specific plan that's being offered in the way that the affirmative is interpreted it, correct?
So the debate is about the proposition.
The proposition in the way the plan that's presented for, right? Because again, I know this
I'm not tracking, Rob.
Okay. Your problem was the proposition and the way Ryan was reading it, his arguments fits within the proposition. But you say they're non-responsive. No. Yes, they do. We already agreed.
It's not responsive.
You say they're non-responsive because you're offering a specific narrowly tailored plan, and that should be what Ryan's debating, not a hypothetical other version of court packing.
So here's the problem, Rob. Here's the problem, Rob. I wanted to propose a 2-person court pack, and all the issues with respect to any kind of overshoot go away with a 2-person court pack, right? So the answer still is, right, Ryan did a bad job in the debate. The proposition is about court expansion, and I didn't argue. So the argument isn't indexed to a 4-person court pack, so it's not responsive still.
Okay, I'm just going to try my best to intuit what I think your argument would be if you're not being so difficult, which would be this. Yes, I expect him to argue the specific plan that I have, that I've offered in this debate. Not things I've said elsewhere, not things that other people have said, but what I'm specifically offering if it meets the proposition. Is that unfair?
So you're saying if I offer something in the debate, should he be able to respond to it, right?
I'm saying that if there is a big topic that a bunch of different plans could be involved, right? And you say, here's my plan specifically. And you're like, I have a problem because instead of addressing my specific plan, which should have been the focus because that plan meets the criteria of the topic, Ryan went off on this tangent and talked about things I've said in the past or things Ro Khanna said. That's not germane.
All of that's still not germane, yeah.
Okay, then my argument is, if we're saying that the good faith interpretation of the debate is to focus on the plan and the position you've offered, and you are acknowledging that the plan that you have offered here in the form of your syllogism is insufficient,
that's
lose.
That's different. So
you
lose.
So first of all, your syllogism is not true.
So first of all, the arguments are either sound or they're not, right? So the question is about soundness. But putting that aside, so putting aside, the plan offered isn't my syllogism or isn't my argument. The plan offered are any array of democratic plans to expand the court. You understand that, right?
Literally, you conceded in the debate at the beginning. Let me finish. You conceded in the debate in the framework. Yes, Rob, if you take out any one of my premises, that means I lose the argument. That's what you acknowledge. Now, what Avi has shown you and you've agreed to was that you need to add to this syllogism to make it true. In other words, what you have presented has failed.
To make it sound.
So to make it sound.
It's not sound.
Wait. To make it sound, I think that we need to add a condition for the situation in which the overshoot is
it's not
less
sound
than,
without that condition. Therefore, you lose.
Yeah.
The proposal does not result in no deterrence. To add that into
right. So yes, but that doesn't. But adding that qualifier there isn't relevant to, or sorry, doesn't disprove the conclusion or result in the proposition.
It proves that your reasoning is not sound. That you've presented.
Let me respond. Let me respond. Right. So it doesn't show that a 2-person court pack that I was trying to propose wouldn't be justified. It would be justified on that argument, or at least, sorry, I should say, that doesn't raise the same issue of proportionality as a 4-person court pack, and adjusting it for that situation, which I did not consider. I didn't consider the situation, which the crystal ball situation. I think it's a good hypothetical, but I don't think it says that Ryan did a good job in the debate or didn't do a bad job in the debate. And certainly, adjusting it is not an issue. It's not an issue for the 2-person court pack, and we don't actually have a crystal ball. But I'm happy to adjust it to.
I'm not interested in whether or not Ryan did good or bad for the sake of this argument. I'm merely illustrating that the arguments that you made there showed that the focus should be put on your syllogism. You've acknowledged throughout this debate at the beginning. You're right, Rob.
That's what I wanted.
If you take out any of these premises, that proves that I sort of lose this debate because the syllogism should be the focus of the debate. That's what you've now acknowledged. You've now acknowledged that the argument you've presented is not sound.
Wait, so I think it needs to be adjusted in order to be sound. I think it needs to be adjusted to include. Yes, in order to be adjusted to become sound, it needs to include this proviso about or the condition regarding. Repeat it again, Avi.
The plan does not result in no deterrence.
Correct.
Okay, if I present a plan,
but
if I say here's my plan, we're arguing my plan, and at the end of the day, Avi says, listen, this plan is not sound because you need to add to it. You need to add to the syllogism. I lose. You lost.
So the plan is the democratic court expansions. Those are the plans. Do you understand that?
You said we don't argue the Democrat court. We argue your position, not Ro Khanna's, not someone else's.
Stop.
That's
you're
your
not
argument.
Understanding it. So you're not understanding, right? So like the proposition of the debate relates to court expansion generally, right? And so when you say the argument is unsound or the argument needs to be adjusted, that's not disproving or showing that the plans aren't justified. It's just saying that we need to tune up the argument and add another condition.
No, this is what it says. Your argument against Ryan was as follows. We're not here to talk about other Democrats' plans. We're not here to talk about the practical plans Democrats are offering. We're not even here to talk about the plans that I have defended and said. We're only here to talk about specifically what I say, so long as it meets the criteria for the topic, which it does, right? Here is the syllogism. You concede this, and you sort of have a hubris. You admit, even early in the debate when I'm setting the framework, Pisco, you acknowledge if I take out one of the premises that shows that you lose the rationale. Yes, you
It's
say.
unsound.
So yes, now
The
that we know,
argument is unsound.
now that we know that it's unsound, and you go, we shouldn't be focusing on my syllogism. We should. And
No, I'm not
quoting.
saying
Let
that.
me
Wait,
finish.
right.
Let me.
Rob,
please,
this is bad faith.
Please,
I'm being
please,
good
let me
faith. You're
finish.
being bad faith.
Please, my goodness, you said we shouldn't focus on this. Instead, the words you just said was we should be focused on the Democrat plans. to pack
No,
the
you're
court.
not. Wait,
That's
wait,
what you just said.
Let me communicate to Avi. Avi, you communicate to him. I'm saying that it's important to focus 100% on the argument. I'm 100% okay with that. I'm saying that showing that there's a defect in the argument, and I do think I would add that condition to account for those different edge cases. And I think that's a good. And I'm saying that in good faith, that like it should be adjusted to include those off chances. That doesn't prove that the plans are unjustified. Do you understand that?
And
No,
by
but
plans,
they're
you mean
not-
the conclusion of the argument.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah,
Do you understand
the
that?
argument is not sound doesn't mean the conclusion is false.
Yes, but and how would you? The conclusion, if you need to add stuff for it, if it's not sound, how will we determine whether or not the conclusion's true or false? The conclusion's just the
we just
Democrats.
premises.
It's a fine move to show an argument is not sound. I'm not saying like
Yeah.
be doing that.
Well,
And-
listen, if
And
I
that's
can,
how-
Avi, I have a
this is how
specific
arguments are
question.
strengthened, is we
I have a
strengthen
specific
arguments
question
by-
for you. The conclusion is, quote, the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. If the argument he uses to come to that conclusion is not sound, why would I accept the conclusion?
Well,
You wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
So we don't
No,
accept the conclusion
but-
because your argument
but-
is not
but as-
sound.
No, but
You wouldn't,
you,
you wouldn't at least on the basis of that argument.
Correct.
But you
Right,
haven't
right, but
shown that you still haven't shown that you just don't accept
Conclusion
it.
is
You
false.
don't know this conclusion is false.
yeah,
You
but
make it
but also
That would
and
require-
also now that we've adjusted it to include this condition of having no mild deterrent effect, which is a good condition to add, and I'm glad. I think it strengthens the argument, and now the argument is
All
sound.
right, so now I'll argue against this. I actually disagree with what
Yeah.
Avi's saying here. I think that you're in what we would call in debate a double bind, and let me explain why. If
Why?
we do as if Avi said and said, look, it's not it's not beyond mild deterrence if there's no deterrence. You acknowledge, and Avi, correct me if I'm wrong, this is what you were saying. You acknowledge because Pisco admitted if he had that crystal ball, then 4 justices would be unjustified. Correct?
Yeah, I think it is.
Your
Yeah,
argument
yeah.
is that shows that there's something wrong with one of the premises then. We're not, I don't know which one you're saying, but something must be wrong. Because if it doesn't go beyond mild deterrence, it's not premise 4 that there's a problem, and yet Pisco's conceding that that would not be justified. So there is a problem somewhere in this syllogism as yet to be defined at what premise. Agreed, Avi? That's your argument?
There's an issue.
It would either mean
there's
there's an issue in one of the premises, or Pisco is just not accepting, not being rational, because he accepts all the premises as true, and he
And doesn't accept the conclusion.
form, and he doesn't accept the conclusion. So that's another possibility. Pisco was just not being
Well,
rational.
I think that the question, the rationality, should be a reason to question the judgment in the first place. But I think that the real reason of what's going on is because Pisco intuits, which is the best way to look at this, is the idea of overshoot is actually the opposite. That it does overshoot mild deterrence to do 4 instead of 2. That does, because it is an overshoot. We agree with that, right?
No.
Yes, it's an overshoot.
So no, it would be no deterrent effect.
No.
Avi is correct.
Take
there.
a break.
Avi,
Take a break. Is it an overshoot?
wait. No.
So you don't think packing 4 to reciprocate, which reciprocal would be 2 in your knowledge, you don't think that's a, quote, overshoot? Define
Not
overshoot.
Overshoot with respect to overshoot with
deterrence.
respect to the deterrent effect.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
He's not
Wait,
talking.
wait.
It might be an overshoot for other things with respect to other
Yeah.
consequences.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
correct.
he's
packing
saying, but
4
okay, but if it's an, will you acknowledge it's an overshoot for other things?
Yeah, packing 4 might be an
Yeah.
overshoot for other things.
Great. Then
Yeah.
the question is, he acknowledged it does overshoot, but it's not beyond mild deterrence. That's the argument. It clearly does overshoot beyond mild deterrence because you just acknowledge it overshoots
Here's-
on other things.
No, we say no. It's possible for it to overshoot on other.
Avi just said, of course it overshoots on other things.
No,
So it overshoots
could.
beyond mild deterrence.
It may overshoot on other things.
Yes, of course it
May or may
does.
not
Yeah.
overshoot.
Of
on
course.
other things.
How does it
Or-
not?
or it could
But
not.
It didn't overshoot. It didn't overshoot with respect to the targeted
Respect to
degree of deterrence.
deterrence. Correct. Yeah.
I disagree. I think it's because the reason he puts that language is this is why he says that. We know it's an overshoot in the terms of reciprocity. Adding 4 seats instead of the 2 which you think you were injured by overshoots. It is beyond proportionality. That's what the term overshoot means. So Pisco says, I have to justify why I'm allowed to do it disproportionately. So he adds a net positive, says, because that overshoot, that it goes beyond that proportionality, has an independent good. And that independent good is, it's deterrence.
Yeah.
So if that
No, that's
deterrence
correct, yeah.
isn't there, then it does overshoot beyond the scope of what should be accepted.
No, but
The
not
deterrence
indexed
is
to.
key in order to say, because there needs
No.
to be an independent positive to justify the overshoot. If the deterrence
so
doesn't occur,
Rob-
there is no independent positive. Do you understand what I'm saying, Avi?
Rob, you're correct on the rationale about why I do think that this kind of reciprocity is sometimes you're allowed to go a little bit further. You're capturing correctly the spirit of what I'm trying to justify here, 100%, no doubt about that. What Avi is saying is that the terms of the proposition seem to imply that overshooting is with respect to deterrence
With
itself.
respect to deterrence. That's the way he
But
wrote
it's
the proposition.
but my argument is then it's
That's a
the way
mistake
he
on me for
it's the
in
way he
syntax.
phrased it. It's irrelevant. But if you phrased it more, but like artfully, and so it now means it still doesn't solve the problem which I'm isolated. Which is then it is incumbent upon you to prove as the affirmative that this is likely to lead to mild deterrence. If it doesn't, then it overshoots in a bad way. That's your argument. You said yes,
yes.
Rob.
Sure,
You
sure,
are
that-
getting
that
to the
never
thrust.
seemed that way.
So
but the way he wrote the
No, but-
preface is
no, so what Rob said, right, about the reason why that's there is what I tried to write. Okay, I failed at writing it. Okay, but that's what I meant.
But I understood
right?
the meaning, right?
No,
Which is why I
and I'm
said
glad
that
you-
it's not. We should reject it. If you can't prove that it's likely to lead to mild deterrence, it
No.
should be rejected. You agree. You're like, yes, that's why
No,
if
no,
I see.
agree. Wait, no, but I totally I totally agree with that. No, 100, that's why when you gave me the crystal ball in good faith, I responded, I wouldn't be okay with that. If you knew that this like justification for the additional, then you shouldn't just do the additional. You should just repair the injury. That's good faith, Rob. I'm addressing good faith.
But the
And
point-
how I wrote it. Wait, let me just explain how I wrote it.
Notice how you initially immediately was like, wait, but to be consistent, I would have to say
Yes. No. That's why I stopped there, and I'm like, wait a second. So I wrote it incorrectly. Rob, you're correct that the animating spirit. What I meant to get at is, yeah, you got to show that there's some amount of deterrent effect. But what I wrote was overshoot on deterrence to be like extra deterrent. Like we would want to, in a sense, we would want to we want to like deter Republicans from doing a bunch of stuff, and so that wasn't what I was trying to capture.
Now, if we
I wrote it incorrectly.
Okay, if we go back 40 minutes ago, what I said was, this is exactly where I was 40 minutes ago, and I said, okay, now with the crystal ball example, if you say, if it was proven to me that it wouldn't lead to deterrence, then we must reject the premise. We would reject.
Then we would say 4 is unjustified, 2 is justified.
Doesn't matter. We would reject the concept of 4, right? Okay.
We would
But
reject 4
let
on-
me please
on
let me finish my
proportionality.
line of question, right? If that's the case, why would it only be the case if you had a crystal ball? As the affirmative justifying it, isn't the affirmative the burden on you to prove that that's likely the case, that it is likely
Yeah,
to lead to mild
100%.
deterrence?
Yeah, no, I do think that, and we share that notion when it comes to other kinds of reciprocity actions, and making sure that the other
No, we don't.
side. We do share that. You and I share the notion
It's incorrect.
that at least on some issues regarding reciprocal government actions to the other political branch, that the only way to get long-term compliance is to make sure that the other side understands that there's a cost to doing business in that way.
Okay, so just to be clear, right? Pisco has to prove, he has to affirmatively prove that it's likely to lead to mild deterrence. And his only argument is, oh, Rob, we agree. It tells the other side that they have to.
No.
Now, we had this debate, and I already articulated the reasons why it's different. One, he's going beyond reciprocity. Reciprocity would be able to solve this problem without going above and beyond. He has no rationale for why not. Second, there is no abuse occurring now. He could only highlight one time in the last 150 years that he points to
Can we
this,
just
which
pause?
shows that it's not abuse. Third, it is not. There is no evidence whatsoever that this would lead to deterrence. In fact, it's likely to do the opposite and increase the chances of this occurring. Avi admitted it. I know it. I just
no.
also real quick, just pause and ask.
Can I
do you
can I
really
respond?
think this thing that
in the long run, yes. In the long run,
let
yes.
me finish.
In the long run,
the
yes.
idea, and that's if we accept Pisco's definition of court packing. If we don't and say court packing is
that's
actually
a whole different thing.
Let me finish.
No gish
You have
galloping,
your
no gish
chance to
galloping.
respond, please. If we accept the court packing actually means adding seats to the court, right? This hasn't occurred since 1850, and Pisco's trying to deter this behavior by adding 4 seats, which will not only not deter it, it will incentivize it.
No gish galloping. All right, let me respond to that. So absolutely, you're correct that the burden is on me to show the truth of the proposition on mild deterrence. We could just point to different standoffs in history where the party responded in kind. For example, Thomas Jefferson responded to John Adams. What occurred with respect to the Republicans post-Civil War, and other sort of short showdowns like this, and in history where there actually was a stand down after a certain amount of time, specifically on the court, but in other areas too. And this tracks people's intuitions that we're never going to get anywhere on partisan gerrymandering if you just let one side do it all the time, right? You agree with that. If the Democrats just did a bunch of partisan gerrymandering, they have no incentive to ever get to common sense and neutral territory on gerrymandering. This is something that you accept, Rob.
Let's say they did gerrymandering one time, 11 years ago,
yeah,
and no one's done it since. And your argument is, well, we need to deter it for happening in the future, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Do you think then if they did it one time, like to add 1 or 2 seats, we'll say 2, right, in a particular 2 districts in Louisiana, let's say they did, right? Do you think that then by the other side saying, okay, because that happened one time 11 years ago, we now need to gerrymander above and beyond that because that will incentivize, that will be a deterrent? Or do you think what would likely to happen, the Democrats are going to say, as we see what happened, fuck you, we're going to gerrymander even more, which is what happened.
Well, no,
all of the status quo proves that I'm right and you're wrong.
Then why do you agree with Republicans doing reciprocal gerrymandering?
Because I think that the reciprocation's okay.
Going above and beyond what the Democrats are doing. Assuming
I said that it should be equal. No.
Wait. So seat by seat, if you were convinced that the Republicans aren't getting a structural advantage in seats,
talked about this. We rehash.
But you would say that they're not justified to do an additional seat.
What I would say is, to the best of the ability, I don't like the gerrymandering anyways, but if it's going to happen, I hope that both sides do it to a near equal effect. It's not just gerrymandering, though. It's
that's not the question.
Please,
that's not the question.
I'm answering the question. You might not like the answer, but I'm answering it. What I'm saying is the concept is... What's that?
My headphones are dead.
Oh.
All my headphones are done. Oh, wait, I guess this one has charge. Just give me a second. Try now?
All right, can you hear me?
Oh, no.
Check.
Well,
we can end the debate if the headphones aren't working, but I will give a closing statement. I will say that. Check. Look at this. Avi, you know he's faking this, right?
Good.
Oh, you hear?
Yeah.
Just fuck with. What I'm saying is that it should be reciprocal. If 10 seats are gained over here, then the other side should be allowed to gain 10 seats in a way that I might consider scummy. That would be the best case scenario. So if 10 seats were gained by Democrats through 6 seats gerrymandering, 4 seats by the census that was done incorrectly, then there would be, in the concept of fairness, for the Republicans to add 10 seats. The problem with gerrymandering is it's almost impossible to know who started it. It's almost impossible to know exactly a tit for tat, especially when you're adding in other things that affect the seats, like the census. So I don't know. If I could look at it and say, Rob, if I could definitively prove to you that adding this seat in Louisiana goes one beyond what they should, I'd say then I'm against that.
No, but you're okay with Republicans going all the way, and you're not tracking proportionality there.
How did it sound like I said I'm okay with Republicans gerrymandering every single state and eliminating all Democrats above and beyond what? Does it sound like I said that? It sounded like I said the opposite.
No. The fact that you claim to care about the proportionality, but you haven't even begun to think about what that would look like, then it's, I think.
No. That's untrue. What I'm saying is I have begun to think what it looked like, but it's damn near impossible to know what it would look like. But I have thought about the concept, and I want reciprocity. That's what I want. That's what I've suggested. That's what I've been
No, but
suggesting on everything. Again, the point that we're trying to make here is what you're suggesting is something totally different. You're admitting that you're overshooting and going beyond. And you're not only going beyond in the seats, you're going beyond in the tactic as well, with the adding the number of seats versus refusing to give advice and consent.
Yeah.
In both ways, that's beyond.
So I don't grant that, but like let's just test it, right? So for now, removing proportionality, would you be in favor of removing Neil Gorsuch's seat as reciprocity?
No.
Why?
Because just like I wouldn't be in favor of removing Kennedy while he was there because Bork got fucked. What I say is that turnabout's fair game. With what happened with Bork, even though Republicans haven't turned about in the same way, they should have done the same shit with Ginsburg. They should have done the same shit with Ketanji Brown Jackson.
So if Democrats withhold voting if they take control of the Senate on a Supreme Court seat that becomes vacant during that second term, if they win the Senate, you'd say it's not just that they could do it, that Democrats should do it. The Democrats should, correct?
No, let me explain. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they would be justified.
Wait, what does justification? What does justification mean other than in this context, other than they should do it?
Well, justify could mean all sorts of things other than that.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, justified means that morally it would be fair, that it would be a just outcome if they did that. That doesn't mean they should do it, right? There's all kinds of things that I would say it would be if someone sues me, right, and in a egregious lawsuit, I would be justified morally in suing them possibly in an egregious lawsuit. That doesn't mean I should do it. There could be all kinds of reasons why I shouldn't do it, but the question of justification would still be there.
Well, I guess
you disagree with that.
So maybe I'm having I guess I'm having a problem understanding the notion of moral justification. Let me ask you.
I think what he's trying to say is that it would be fair, something along the lines of it would be fair if they did it, although I might not like it for other reasons. And
correct. So an easy way to look at it, you look at the conclusion.
Morals, I still won't like it. Like for example, like if I harm someone, like let's say I harm someone seriously, and they would fairly sue me. Like it would be fair to sue me. Now I might still prefer they don't. I might like, well, if someone asks me, should they, do you think they should sue you? Well, if that's just to ask me, do I have a preference for them to sue me? Then no. But I think
but usually the question is indexed to some kind of moral system that you're applying some sort of like set of principles too. I guess I'm having I understand in the case
that you have a notion of fairness that's not identical to their preferences. Like
for example,
but that is a subjective thing still, and it's on some norms. It's on a subset of norms.
It's entirely reasonable to read the conclusion here, right, Avi, that says Democrats are...
I want to make sure Pisco's getting this, because...
Yeah.
Like, you have a notion of fairness that is not exactly one-to-one with every single subjective norm that you have.
Yeah, but I kind of view that notion of fairness that's grounded out into some kind of preference, too.
You have some sort of... Fine. So the way Rob might be saying it is his notion... On his preferences for fairness, yes, but on his preferences,
but he's not saying that
for other preferences that no. So he might either be saying, well, it's fair, but but for other reasons I prefer they don't do it, or he might be saying, I prefer they do it out of fairness, but I don't like it for other reasons. But
there could be a greater good that comes from not doing that justice. So, for example, it's entirely reasonable to read the following conclusion. The Democrats are justified in expanding the United States Supreme Court and say, yeah, I think they're justified, but they shouldn't do it. Right? And you could have that as a Democrat. You could say, I just don't think it's good. I think it would be better to set the precedent that we don't do those things.
Like he's saying the first then. He sounds like he's saying he's still on net
fairness norms.
Not do it, but just on the fairness norms, they would get it. But on net,
you would grant that the Democrats, it would be according to fairness norms that it's
not should that they would be
justified by fairness norms.
They would be justified.
Fair for them to respond again.
Yes,
okay.
I think reciprocation.
That's just what you mean by justified,
I think reciprocation is fine. I don't think that going beyond that reciprocation is fine. I've been consistent with this everywhere.
Well,
right?
well, not exactly. So I don't think that's true. So like, if you actually felt that going beyond it would achieve a deterrent effect. I think you would say that it's justified to go beyond.
I disagree. No. I do not.
Really?
Yes, I still think that is not just. I don't think that because once you accept that, what happens is then you've now gone beyond the premise of just and neutrality. And now you're saying what is just and what's neutral is superseded by other independent things. So there are independent goods. For example, it might not be just or fair for me to execute some random guy. But if I said, I think by executing him, there's going to be all these positives. Because that's actually, I think that this guy was a gang leader and he led to all that. Doesn't mean that it's just or fair for me to execute him, right?
But let's just apply to gerrymander, right? Let's say that you knew that if you were to gerrymander an extra seat for Republicans, all of a sudden the Democrats would stand down and would
doesn't mean that it's justified. That's an independent good. You might say, look, it's not justified, but the net benefit would be better. Like, for example, I think my example is much better, right? If you could say, here's this dude, forget about taking someone's life. Here's this dude, and if we jailed him, you have this crystal ball again, and by jailing this guy, he's committed no crime, right? It's Minority Report. We see some sort of future shit. Well, don't even say that. Not that he's going to commit a crime, but just you can see in the future. But by jailing this guy, GDP goes up 2%. Is it justified to jail him?
You would say not according to your fairness norms, but yes, according to the results.
No.
Okay.
No, because to me, justice has to do with the concept of fairness. You might say it's not justice, but it still would be net beneficial to do so. So I would do something that's unjust.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the difference.
So you would do something.
Reciprocity is just, is neutrality. You're suggesting something above and beyond that.
So I think it's just in terms we just have different notions of justification that we're using, and you're using some sort of justification that's with respect to some sort of fairness, a set of fairness norms, and I'm using justification with respect to like what one ought do.
Okay, but again, then if that's your term of justification, then you must win that it would be mild deterrence for it to be justified.
Well, no, we just resolve the question on our different notions of justification. I think that's
if you're admitting that it's an overshoot, but the overshoot's okay because it's mild deterrence, and your term of justification is should we do it? It's not a concept of fairness. It's should we do it, right? And you're acknowledging that it's not fair, it's not neutral, but there is an independent benefit. You have to prove that that independent benefit exists.
No. I grant that in any one of these paradigms justification, the burden's going to be on the person, putting forth the argument to provide a basis for that. And for think that proportionality. Wait. Let me finish. All right, I'm just trying to respond. So, but I think if you take a different notion of justification to mean some sort of fairness norms, I think in order to show the argument, it's basically saying you have a different understanding of the proposition of the debate. And it would be correct to run the argument on both of our different notions of justification.
No,
just like if what they meant by justification. So some people will say by justified I mean according to God's nature, right? They have a different view. Justification to them just means according to God's law.
What I would say
is to run the argument.
I'm saying that
I don't think he needs to use justification here to mean probability raising in terms of running an argument. He's just saying that. He's not when someone says are they just in doing this action, are Democrats just in doing this action, he's not saying are they raising the probability of doing this action. No,
but we mean different things, right?
Oh yeah, you do mean different things, but not that's okay. You can.
If I could expound upon this is why my interpretation should be preferred. Because the problem with Pisco's interpretation is it would justify, ironically, we'll use that term, anyone that could come up with a hypothetical net positive beyond the injury of being able to enact that. So, for example, it would be entirely just if I said that we're justified in packing the court beyond injury and overshooting beyond reciprocity because I think that it'll lead to abortion being overturned and abortions killing babies, and I think that that's something that we need to stop, then I would say, therefore, it's justified to pack the court because that's a net benefit.
Yeah,
you may disagree with the net. Now the justification's contingent on an abortion debate. If I win that those are lies, that's a terrible way to evaluate this.
No, wait, hang on. But if the proposition literally were, should the Democrats expand the Supreme Court, that would be relevant. Everything you just said would be incredibly relevant.
My intention is this is exactly what I'm accusing you in a very negative light of doing.
Oh,
and in
please
fact,
stop with this meta.
Listen to me. You haven't even let me finish. That in effect, what you're doing, saying, but we're the good guys. And when we get power, good things will happen. So even if it's beyond reciprocity, that's okay. Even if we pack the court to 4 and we end the filibuster and we do this and we do this and we do that, it's all good because we will have net benefits because Democrats are good. And so therefore we should do. That's exactly my criticism from the beginning. This isn't about neutrality. It's about partisanship and saying, but we're good, so we should be allowed to do this. That's my argument, and you're conceding it.
So
given the justification was in the debate proposition, you two have different notions of justification.
Correct.
And so let me just ask. So, Rob, on your notion of justification, if you found out, would you support like a similar reciprocal action by the Democrats in terms of, do you think, let's ignore the word justification, let's put in your term, or let's put in Pisco's terms, actually. Do you think they should have a preference for the Democrats to block the next Supreme Court nominee, vacancy or whatever? So do you have a preference for them to do that only and just to the same degree that the Republicans did and no more?
No, I don't want them to do that because I'm a partisan hack, but they would be justified.
Okay, so it would be. So you're saying it would be fair, but I think they should not do that on my norms, on my values. Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
That's it. But that's still to the question. That's how we should prefer the idea of justification.
Avi, he's making a further claim, which is like, my notion of justification, what I mean by the term justification, is preferred. He's making some kind of semantic.
Oh, that is a further claim.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason I'm saying that is because Pisco acknowledges that it's basically just, but good things happen when we're in power. So we're justified in going beyond the scope because I think that'll lead to good things. In this case, he's saying mild deterrence, but it might as well be anything. It might as well be because I think the treatment of illegals has been poor, because I think the Voting Rights Act case was bad, and this is likely to reverse that, and that voting rights decision has negative. All of those things might as well stand in for going above and beyond for some good. In effect, what you're saying is you're not arguing for neutrality or for justice and fairness. You're saying we're allowed to go beyond that because we're good, and good things will happen when we go beyond it. But if you guys went beyond it, good things wouldn't happen. This is why you specifically say the only fucking way you'll learn your lesson or the Republicans will learn their lesson. You're differentiating for Democrats to do this, all things equal. It's still preferable than Republicans because Democrats good, Republicans bad.
Yeah, no, I don't think anywhere that's entailed in the argument. You can make that separate claim, but I think you need to demonstrate that claim.
Well, I think that I'm demonstrating that claim by the argument that you've just given, that when you say justification, you don't just mean, is it fair? You mean, is it good for the values that you have? And therefore, it logically entails when you're suggesting going far beyond reciprocity, because you're not just suggesting adding 4 seats.
It doesn't entail that, Rob.
Let me finish. You're not just suggesting adding 4 seats. You're also suggesting ending the filibuster and adding 2 new states and all of this stuff. So there's all these things that are against norms or that are abnormal right now that you're wanting to do at the same time. And your interpretation of what justified means of it is good things will happen if we do it.
So let's just make sure that the proposition that you're offering is clear. You're saying my notion of justification is like more correct about the word justification means. You're making an argument about, yeah. So you're saying the word justification should mean fairness, and I'm asking you, like, why?
I just explained, because the consequences of accepting your action is any side will be able to justify anything that goes beyond reciprocity by saying we're the good guys. And so it would completely justify. If I, in my heart, believe Republicans are the good guys and good things will happen if they win and bad things will happen if Democrats, then it would be justified for me to advocate packing the court by 10.
Yeah, no, but Rob, we have arguments about what should happen all the time. I mean,
but that's different than justification.
No, but like the terminology, if the prompt were just should Democrats pack the court, or Democrats should pack the court, none of this would be. This would all be stupid, right? Like whether they use the term should or justified is any additional,
if
like.
my aunt was a man, she'd be my uncle.
Let me finish. No, but is anything happening in terms of the actual world or people's intuitions by changing whether we use the term justification or use the term should?
No, because should, we could argue no, they shouldn't for all sorts of reasons. They shouldn't because I don't like Democrats and don't want them to win. That would be a valid response to that, whether they should or not. And so people should just decide based on partisan metrics, right? Justification is something different. It speaks to like sort of something beyond the scope of our personal preferences as to whether or not someone's justified. And I just want to backtrack for, please, just a second. I just want to backtrack for a second. It seemed to be you're acknowledging that if we accept your interpretation of justification just means it would be good that they should do it because good things will come, then you'd have to agree
that's just
that
what I think would be good.
Okay, you have to agree. In the example I just gave, if I believe that it would be good for Republicans to win, they should pack the court right now with 4 seats. If I think that's good, for me, it makes sense that they should pack the court, correct?
That's what I understand good to be.
I mean, I don't know what to say. So this
that.
is my entire criticism of your position. And I'm very happy you're
admitting
it.
Avi, I know that you understand what I'm saying here. That like I understand good to be stance dependent. And when Rob, when you say this is good, I just understand that to mean I prefer this. This is according to my values.
I totally agree. I agree. It's subjective, the concept of good. But what I'm saying is if a person believes it's good based on their subjective interpretation, then they would accept the conclusion that
That's just trivially true in my view.
It is not.
Then I have a question. So I agree with everything that was said, but then, and this is why I'm very hesitant to, unless I really delved into like the semantics of moral propositions. Why debate a moral proposition? Because if all you mean by the moral proposition is that you have the preference, does Rob actually disagree that Pisco has the preference?
I do. There's no.
Wait, you think Pisco doesn't have the preference that the Democrats?
Oh, no. What I'm saying is, if that's what we mean by justified, then why have these debates in the first place? Literally, the conclusion to all these debates is as follows. I like my side, and if I subjectively think that anything, no matter what violation of norms, whatever, if I think that it'll have a net benefit, then I think they're justified in doing it. My argument with the moral proposition is morality is more than just personal preferences. That there's something objective that we should.
What else would it be?
That's
the question.
Okay, wait a minute. I don't know if we have time for this. Okay,
no,
wait, Avi, no. We don't have time for it, and we can let you go in a second. I promise we can let you go in a second. But I think we need to get a word in on why the objective morality stuff is.
No. So
it's rocking my brain.
So if there was some notion that there is something objective to be talked about here, then it's a different conversation. But if it's just subjective, if it is just to say that if we're using justified in the sense of it's good, and if all we mean by it's good is that the person advancing the proposition has this preference, that Pisco has the preference that the Democrats pack the court, then it becomes trivial to debate it because, like, okay, well, why would anyone take up the proposition against Pisco that Pisco has?
But here's,
that's exactly my point.
But here's,
so the clear inference is that's not what justified means.
Wait. But then I would just say to avoid strictly talking about those moral propositions like that, there's ways of modifying the proposition to make it a debate. You can instead say, okay, well, it would be on standard
on your view
law, or on your view, on your moral view, on your values, on standard notions of law, on standard notions of justice, on standard notions of this. Those are meaningful propositions that won't trivialize the debate that you could do.
No, I disagree fundamentally. I think you're looking at this in the exact inverse way. I think that actually everything that's been said here is shocking and the most important part of the debate, and actually proves everything that I've been saying. Because if Pisco takes the preference of his conclusion, which is what we're arguing in this debate ultimately, right? Your conclusion. You've interpreted the prompt of should as justified, correct?
Yeah,
that's how you interpret it.
Right, yeah.
So your conclusion of the Democrats are justified in expanding the United States Supreme Court. He is saying what that means to me is it would be good because my personal preferences think good things will happen because of it.
That's just what I understand good. That's just what I understand good to be, Rob.
I'm arguing that that's clearly not what the entailment of the most logical interpretation of what we should be debating or what justified means in this context. Because it does.
When you say should, what do you mean there? When you say should, what do you mean there?
Can I finish a point? Right? So the point that I'm trying to make is when you say, again, what we are debating is this conclusion. The Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. And if your argument is, my personal preference is Democrats should be able to do this. Doesn't matter if it's fair or whatever. I just think it would be good. Then I could just say, okay, I think it would be bad. What's the debate?
Yeah, so the debate is relying on shared moral intuitions, and that's why this is so it's getting people to, at least as presented here, most people, regardless of where they come from normatively, and the reason I presented this as a neutral argument, they share this kind of notion of repairing injuries that are done wrongfully. Okay,
No, that's
so
irrelevant to your position. That's not relevant.
I know you take the view. I know you take the view that like any proposition about moral propositions should be indexed to something objective, right? Is that your view, that it's wrong to have any debate on morality that isn't indexed to something objective? That's your view, right?
Really, I'm not really that sort of religious or Phil Bro type person. I think that we should point to something that's sort of universal or something that connects us in a mutual understanding, as opposed to my morality is whatever makes me feel good is moral. Therefore, I could punch you in the face and say it's moral. I think it needs to be beyond pure subjectivity, But nonetheless, there needs to be some sort of connection tissue.
Usually people share a lot of like intuitive moral notions, not perfectly, not overlapping, that are overlapping, and that regardless of where you're coming from normatively, oftentimes you're able to get like basic agreement on propositions like you should repair wrongful injuries.
Okay, all right. So here's what I'm going to say, right? I accept that, right? What I say is, because what you're suggesting goes beyond that, right? You're basically just having an appeal to democracy at this point, which is hilarious because I knew that, yes, because then what we would say, if you're saying, no, what my conclusion ultimately is, Democrats, I think it'd be good if Democrats expand the court. And you're like, there's all sorts of reasons I think it would be good. One of them is because I think we have a shared understanding of fairness, but you're acknowledging that you go beyond fairness. So I have two arguments. One, most people, I'm willing to bet, would say, no, we don't think that you're allowed to go beyond fairness because because I just subjectively think it would be good. Other good things would happen. I intuitively think that the majority of people would say, no, that's not our shared understanding of justice. Our shared understanding of justice is someone's injured, you make them whole. You have, tit for tat. There's justice.
I don't know.
I think
Rob, can we pause? Let me address that. I want to address that directly. I think most people would say, if someone is coming up and punches you in the face, you're allowed to hit them more than just what they punched you with.
I don't think that they would say you could chop off their arm, right?
No, I agree on that. I agree on that. But most people have indexed to their notions of justice and fairness that there are occasions, sometimes there are greater goods entailed in going a little bit further for self-defense purposes.
I disagree, and I think
you agree with that.
I disagree, and I think the analogy is poor for this reason. It's not directly analogous. A better analogy would be, you punch me in the face, 11 years from now, I come and I break your arm. No, most people would say, dude, no, it wasn't an act of self-defense at that point. You went above and beyond. Or you punch me in the face and it gives me a black eye, and I punch you in the face and it cuts your eye even worse. No, I don't think they would say that. There is a time frame issue.
But you know the reason for that, right? The reason for that is on the specific self-defense point is the state has a monopoly on violence, and we want to. And the reason why we limit self-help to the cases of imminence is because we want to channel those kinds of conflict resolutions and justice through like court systems and stuff like that. But if we were to go to a court system to get reparation for an injury, I think that there are people who have intuitive notions that it could be fair in the context to not just do the damage that you actually caused, though that certainly is included. Sometimes to go even further, right?
I think that, ironically, the first example you get about someone punching, you immediately backtrack and say, actually, you're right, Rob, that would be bad. Because let me finish, because we don't accept that as people. We don't say if someone punches you, you get to days later go and punch them. Instead, we say the state has a monopoly of force, therefore proving that your original claim of the intuition is exactly backwards. The majority of people would not say if someone punches you get to 20 days later go punch them. That's not what the majority... You can try to backtrack. That's the truth. That's what you've done. You said the majority of people say if you punch me, I get to punch you back harder.
Rob, totally bad faith, and let me explain myself.
True.
Let me explain. It's totally bad faith. What I'm telling you is what you're adjusting is the imminence scale, right? The imminence scale, and you're saying 10 years later, come and break your arm. Of course, people are going to reject that. They reject it because we have, in terms of timeliness, we only ever accept for self-defense purposes imminence. You need to have a requirement of imminence before you're allowed to do self-help. However, if someone was punching you, if someone was punching you, Rob, if it were like to like in imminent situations, you would be okay with breaking their arm to stop them, correct? Yes or no?
In a specific act of self, let me finish. Okay, you asked a question, now I'll expand. In a specific act of self-defense, yes. However, what we're seeing here isn't a specific act of imminent self-defense. That's not what you're suggesting. What you're suggesting is something that happened 11 years ago that you just intuit it might happen again. So the correct analogy would be this. You punch me in the face, right? The courts deal with it or whatever, or they don't deal with it, whatever. And then 11 years from now, I see you and I think, oh shit, Pisco may come punch me in the face again. So I'm justified in going and enacting more force on him than the initial punch I got. No, my guess is the majority of people would say, that's fucking insane.
No. So I understand that in the context of physical self-defense, there is this additional burden requirement of imminence that is done as a function of having like a workable democratic society where we channel these conflicts through like court systems. That's so the thing that's being that is the unjustified thing that you're adjusting, right, is the imminence aspect, which is baked into every single self-defense case.
That's not what I'm doing. That's different. Again, you are fundamentally misunderstanding what I'm saying. Bro. The analogy you're saying is like this is it's literally if the imminence thing. What you're saying is that would have to mean that right now they're going to pack the court, and so we have to do this to stop them. That would be it. That's not what you're suggesting or what anyone's suggesting. The analogy doesn't make sense, right? Because without the imminence, just like this current situation doesn't have imminence, what we see is no, it's not justified to use force above and beyond because you think that something bad may happen in the future. To the extent it is, it's justified for both parties. Rob, the mere fact you're suggesting it would justify us packing the court.
Rob, let's just be very, very just slow about this, okay? An additional principle at stake in physical self-defense, which I don't think is at stake in these kinds of political back and forths, is imminence specifically. That's not an issue in these cases that we're talking about with respect to the political back and forth.
In other words, it's a bad analogy. Make it different.
No. What is on point about it though is in the context in which it does apply. That is to say, where self-defense is at issue. That is to say, in imminent situations, you're allowed to respond more than what you're getting. That's the moral intuition.
That's not self-defense. That's no longer self-defense if it's not imminent.
No, you grant it is, right? Like, so, no. In the cases in which, so self-defense only applies, right, in the imminent situations.
Your argument is, right? You're arguing for self-defense.
No, for physical self-defense. You understand that?
Yes,
physical self-defense.
Your case is, what you're arguing is, your plan is,
not physical self-defense.
Self-defense.
It's a type of political self-defense. You're equivocating now, Rob.
No, I'm not.
Alvin, you must see that.
Okay, no. But, he's not talking about self-defense as governed by the rules of assault versus protection from murder. Within the physical realm, he's talking about something more like akin to when you defame someone. If you did it with like a certain degree of malice, you might get rewarded extra or something like that.
That's correct. The idea, like that there is possible when you have personally been aggrieved in a criminal sense or a civil sense, that there is punitive damages is not analogous to what we're talking about here. Most people's sense of fairness, I think, and you're appealing to the common sense of what people think is just. Most people would not think it's just to have what happened to Merrick Garland justify packing the court with 4 people. Right? They would not. And if we would take that, you can see everybody knows what happened with Merrick Garland, and the polling is overwhelming that people are against packing the court, let alone packing it up to 4 people. This intuitively applies. Let me finish. This intuitively applies, seeing as how people are aware of these situations, that no, you're wrong, that collectively their concept of justified would be more akin to yours, which is justified just means doing something good. I fundamentally disagree, or else that would be a popular position. It's not.
Yeah, no. No, I'm not saying that the specific proposal is popular. What I'm saying is the general moral intuition that in cases of wrongful injury, that there are justifications, not always, but in many examples that we can find, to go beyond just the damage that was done. I think that you need to grant that. I mean, that follows most people's moral intuitions on many and not just in physical self-defense, not just in legal cases. There are definitely situations where, reprisals to wrongful injuries, people are okay with it going a little bit further.
Sometimes that could be the case. However, there's a tradition of, would you also acknowledge that one of the most fundamental concepts of what people evaluate as fairness goes back to Hammurabi's code as eye for an eye?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, so we're in the same position. Now that we've talked about the abstract, we talk about the specifics. No, I don't think that the majority of people in the following two things would agree. That justified, whether or not someone's justified, is purely a calculus of whether or not you think it's good. I think people would say no. Justify has to do with the concept of fairness, so they would reject if we're appealing to the masses. And secondly, just to the concept of whether or not it would be good itself, I think in this specific plan, overwhelmingly, people would say, no, it is not good to pack the court. That's what they say. The polling is clear. Therefore, you lose.
No, I'm not making the argument that the plan itself is popular. I'm not making that argument.
Your argument, correct me if I'm wrong, when you said, yes, I acknowledge that my conclusion is just the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court because that just means it would be good if they did it. And there could be as long as I think it's good based on my subjective interpretation of good, that's my conclusion. That's just what
I understand, Rob. That's just what I understand.
Okay, great. Right? So then,
wait. Can we pause? Anytime a debate is it good to do X? Is it good to do Y? Is it good to do Z? I just understand that as, is that something that aligns with a particular stance, like person's values, right? So when we're assessing
that's not the debate.
That's just
Where's
how I
the
understand
topic
the question.
say, is it good to do this? Where's it say that? Where's the conclusion say, is it good to do this? I don't read that anywhere. Where is that?
No. So I am telling you that what I understand justification to mean is moral justification, and what I understand moral justification to mean, at least in
my preference
is what is good. Yeah. Well, do you have another notion of good?
No, I don't think that justified means good.
No, I know that you don't mean justified means good, but if indexed to good on debates about what is good, what is bad, whether something is good or bad, do you share my intuition about goodness and badness?
I have a different interpretation that I think that my sense of good comes from a higher power and a sense of morality. And so there's at least, even if I subjectively misinterpret what God believes, my sense of morality comes from what I think is an objective source. So no, it's not just my preferences. So I fundamentally disagree on what is good and what is morality. But it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Do you have a preference to follow God's laws?
No, it has nothing to do with my preference. It's what I think the truth is. I think there is a truth that was created by a creator, and that is truth. My preference many times would be to not follow that. In fact, I sin all the time. Just because it's my preference, for example, to maybe overindulge in alcohol, which I don't do much anymore, that still doesn't mean it's not a sin. It doesn't mean, now it's morally virtuous to do so. My preference has allowed me to do something that I would have to acknowledge isn't morally virtuous. Again, neither here nor there when it comes to this specific topic, because the conclusion that you're operating with is that Democrats are justified in expanding the court. Now, if you don't interrupt me this time, I'll take it a step further. One, you've acknowledged that just means you think it's good based on your subjective preferences. But you say it's not as bad as it sounds there because you intuit that the majority of people will say, when we say, is it good, they will evaluate things in a similar way with you in regards to the idea of injury and things like that.
Yeah, I think that the argument will be able to successfully convince certain people who share some sort of like certain base principles, if that makes sense, right? Like, so even though the given result is unintuitive, when people like accept those base principles and they're like, yeah, I kind of agree with that, they're able to see that an entailment, given those initial, moral insights, that it actually does follow an otherwise unintuitive result does follow given the preference.
So if, let's say hypothetically, everyone disagreed with you, right? And
on
so
what?
they said
on the result?
Said, on your interpretation of what you're saying about good there, that they would think that this is good, your suggestion, right?
Wait, I'm not tracking. So on whether or not the court expansion
your
plan
argument
is good,
was, I think the majority of people would have some concept of good that includes the idea of trying to correct some sort of injurious behavior.
Oh, yeah. So you're saying
let's say hypothetically,
Wait, Rob. Let me respond. Okay. So you're saying the good principle there is the kind of base level principle that I'm describing.
Correct. And you're saying
that
because to me it sounds like this is what happened. I point out like, holy shit, this is completely subjective. You're just saying, I like Democrats. I think they should pack the court because they're good and they should win. Right? That's it. And you're like, yeah, that is what I'm saying. But in order to buttress against how bad that sounds, you're like, well, but wait. There is some sort of collective notion of what good is, right? And so I think other people would agree with certain segments of what I think is good. That's basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I think that there's some like shared normative intuitions that can get people to get on board with an otherwise unintuitive result.
Okay, so if we could see in that crystal ball again, and it turns out everyone disagreed with your interpretation of what they thought this was good, should we reject the premise? Should we reject the conclusion?
It wouldn't be a basis, like strictly speaking, to reject the premise, because that is indexed
The
to a
conclusion.
stance.
To
And
reject the conclusion.
yeah. So it wouldn't be a basis to reject the conclusion. No.
Why?
Right, because the argument is indexed to.
They don't think it's
My
good,
stances.
therefore it's not justified, so they should reject it.
Yeah. For no. Yeah. They should reject it. Yeah.
And doesn't it prove then in that world that it's purely just your subjective preference as to what's good? And there's not this collective. There's not this collective intuition.
Rob, we're just going to keep running into this. I just take good to be indexed to preferences and stances.
Correct. But what I'm saying is you seem to buttress that as we just got through. You're like, because you understand it's bad. And it's really bad to just hear that basically it's bad for you to have to admit, like, I think Democrats should pack the court because fuck Republicans and I like Democrats and it would be good. That's bad. That's a bad look.
No. What I'm responding to, all my moral, I just want you to know, I'm an anti-realist. I'm not a realist. So what I'm trying to respond to is the kind of Avi critique, which is like, why even debate moral propositions at all if it's all just trivial, right? And I think the response to that is, you're trying to convince people to get to unintuitive results based on like some initial building blocks that they're going to sign on to, right? And you probably.
It's very frustrating. You're very frustrating. You're very frustrating. Let me see.
Why is it frustrating?
I'll just have to, instead of trying to set up arguments, what I say is like, we set up an argument, like, yeah, I agree with that. And you say, yeah, I agree with that. And like, therefore the conclusion. Like, I'm like, premise. You're like, no, I won't do the premise. I refuse to talk about the premise.
No, you made it.
That's what you concept. So I'm just going to say what I was getting. I'm just going to say, if you give me 2 minutes, I'll say what I was getting to here. And then you can have your time to say, I disagree with that. So let me explain what I was getting to.
Rob, I don't want to do that. All right, I don't want to do that. I want to finish this point, and then you can give your 2 minutes. Can we finish this, and then you can?
This is the point that I'm trying to do.
Fair?
That's what the 2 minutes is.
No. I want you to respond to what I just said, right? So what I just said is no. I'm not trying to say that it looks bad to have moral arguments that are built out on subjective views, because that's all I take moral arguments often, or at least usually, unless they're meta-ethical debates specifically, to be. The reason why I'm saying that it's premised on this like shared building blocks of intuitive moral notions is to address the triviality concern raised by Avi, that there's still a usefulness in setting forth these arguments if there's some reason to believe that the building blocks we're using are going to be accepted by some people who otherwise wouldn't arrive to the unintuitive result. That's what I'm trying to say there. Not what you're saying.
Put that in the debate proposition.
I disagree with you, and I'll explain why. Because I think even if we accept that framing, which I don't, but that it would still fall into the triviality if the majority or a healthy portion of people ended up not agreeing with you. And so the idea, and I can't believe I got this concession, which is you're just like, the Democrats should pack the court because I like Democrats and fuck Republicans. That's what it ultimately comes down to.
No, I didn't, wait. So that's bad faith. I didn't say that.
Okay, isn't that the logical entailment of what you said?
No, it's not.
Okay, let me try to steel man. I think Democrats should pack the court because under my subjective interpretation of good, it would be good for Democrats to pack the court.
It would be good for Democrats to pack the court.
Because I think it would be good under my subjective interpretation.
So I take good to be indexed to values and preferences, and so yeah, it's according with my values that it happens.
Okay, that's it. So according to your subjective values, you think it would be good for Democrats to pack the court.
Wait. I just take good to be indexed to values. So it's redundant.
Okay. The values are subjective, correct?
I'm an anti-realist, Rob. Do you understand that?
I don't quite understand what anti-realist is, nor do I care. The fact that you're equivocating when I said something that you're like, sure, that's true, but it's redundant.
There's no equivocation.
Just because other people, my guess is if we polled 1,000 people that watch this debate and say, can you define anti-realist? The vast majority of them wouldn't be able to give a definition you would be happy with. And so when I say that actually what you're saying is, I think Democrats should pack the court because I think it would be good. And by good, I just mean my subjective belief in what is good based on my subjective values. I think it's fair for me to say that as an understanding for people. Do you agree that that's what you're saying?
No, I didn't. Wait. I just take good to be indexed to values. So it's according with my values that it happens. Okay. I agree that my assessment of good is indexed to my preferences. Yeah.
When it comes to Avi's trivial argument, then what I would say is if most people don't agree with you, then it would still be considered trivial. And so, in effect, if it's all just subjective in your values, then it comes down to what I said about in the beginning, whether or not the majority of people agree. So, if the majority of people agree or disagree, since all of our values, there's no reason that one of our values is better than another's, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't even know what that would mean.
Okay, so then it's all power. All of us just have our preference of what we think's good, and we want our team to win because we think they're good. That's what it comes down to.
Well, I just don't understand a notion of good that isn't indexed to preferences and values. Maybe you have some notion of it.
Well, the reason is, again, I've said that I sort of have an objective metric for what I think's good outside the scope of what you do, but it's not relevant because the proposition I'm arguing, or the conclusion that I'm arguing, is Democrats are justified, which is outside the scope of just my subjective interpretation as to what is good based on my values.
As you understand it, yeah. So you're understanding some notion of fairness norms, and those fairness norms are based in what? God?
No, based on reciprocity, eye for an eye. One side does one thing, the other does the other.
Yeah.
But the idea of why we should prefer fairness.
Why are those things? Wait, why are those things fair, Rob?
Why are they fair? Why do I prefer fairness?
No. Well, I guess both, but like, why are they fair? On your view, why are they fair?
They're fair because in our interpretation of fair, it basically means the sides are even. What happens to one happens to another. Reciprocity. Those are concepts of fairness, right? Why I prefer fairness is a better question. And yes, it comes from my morality. I prefer it because I think that my morality. The point is, right?
Subjective. So subjective.
You may argue. You may argue, and it's no wait. It's not subjective. I believe that my morality comes from an objective source. I might subjectively interpret what that objective source is, but at least as an attempt to objectivity.
Your fairness norms come from God?
Yes. No. The reason that's not the question. Yes, the concept of me appreciating fairness comes from the truth, which comes from God. Yes.
So the reason that you appreciate fairness is because of God.
Because I have a sense of morality that comes from what I think is objective truth that comes from God. I may be mistaken in interpreting it, but that's my intent.
But you also said fairness isn't equal to good. So if fairness comes from God and what God says
fairness
is good,
is not equal to good. It is a different concept. Fairness is good. It is not equal to good.
Wait a second. So things that are fair, by which we mean according to God's view of fairness, aren't necessarily good.
That's true.
So God's vision of fairness can include things that are bad.
No, God by himself would preference things that are good. What God wants would be good. The concept of fairness is something we should normally strive for. Everything could be taken as a virtue or as something that could be overused that then becomes everyone believes God's, that. Again,
so you can follow. So you can follow God's fairness norms, and it could cause you to do bad things.
That's true. And
then I don't understand.
The point is, okay, now I've allowed you. Notice how I always leave you interrogate me, and then when I try to do it to you, it's like pulling teeth.
I let you do it too.
Now,
I'll
get back to my original point. Your tactic here is really just my preferences. There is no reason that if I said, I think Democrats murder children, therefore we should add 100 seats to the court. If people agree abortion's bad, you would agree they should say, yeah, pack the court.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on like which abortions you think are bad, but in general, on their view, I think it would be irrational. I think that would follow, right? Just like I think that would follow, wouldn't it?
All right, so what I'm arguing is that no, there should be something beyond the scope of that. It shouldn't just be purely our preferences of what team we want to win. We should have a concept that goes beyond that of a concept of fairness. That's how we should try to operate. Otherwise, there is literally no limiting principle you could give on why do you even give a shit if norms break? What's the point?
Yeah, because my values are to be consistent with those norms.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why?
That's it. That's why.
But why?
You're asking me
why? Why is your values to be consistent with those norms? Why?
Are you asking me for a factual account for why I have the preferences I do?
That's correct. Where does that preference come from?
I mean, I guess some of my genetics, some of how I was brought up, the country I was born in. It's a little opaque to me why I have the preferences I do, Rob.
So the way you were born, your genetic material makes up your concept of why we should follow norms.
Oh, sorry. You're saying. Are you asking me why I have
You
the norms
said
I do, or why we
I
should
said
follow?
what if norms? The implicit. You tell me if I'm wrong. The reason that you would suggest following
Yeah.
norms is because there are these things that we should have, are the process that we normally go through, and is it a good thing to do that? And if we
Yeah, I think it'll lead
violate
to
that,
good
that's
outcomes.
bad. Why is it okay? So if better outcomes could be made under your subjective values by violating norms, should we do it?
Yeah, I guess it depends on. So by better here, you mean
Your
with respect to
subjective
my values,
preference,
right?
yeah.
Yes, yeah. So if what you're saying is, if violating the norms was my preference, we should violate norms.
Correct.
And I think that's just yeah. And should here
I'm
just means my
asking you.
preferences.
I'm asking
So
you
I
if there.
think
You're
it's-
rephrasing
Rob, I
it.
think
I
it's
want to make
trivial. I
it
think it's
clear. I
trivial.
want to make it clear in what I'm actually
You're-
saying. I want to make it clear what I'm actually saying.
disambiguating it.
You have a value on following norms, but if a higher
Yeah.
calling comes, a higher value comes, right? That violating those norms that leads to a better preference for you. You would say violate the
you're-
norms.
You're asking if my preference was to violate norms, would it be my preference? That's what you're asking. It's
So
that's
the
what I mean.
only the only all of your objectives and norms just comes down to I don't like it.
Wait, hang on. You're just asking a question about my preferences. You're asking if your preference would not follow norms, would that be your preference?
Correct.
That's what you're asking.
So the
Yeah,
only
I mean,
justification we have of following norms is just your argument. I like norms.
What do you mean by justification there?
You say we should follow norms, that it's really bad to not follow norms. Your justification is because I like norms.
No. I just take what it means for something to be bad is to be counter to my values.
Let me repeat the question, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong instead of obfuscating into something else. Your reason for why we should follow norms is because you like norms.
So, I'm sorry.
Can you
say
answer
the
yes
reason
or
for
no and then
following-
expound?
Wait, so I'm repeating the question. The reason for following norms is because you like norms.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's
just
your
because-
argument. Let's rephrase it one more
that's
time.
equivalent to good,
The reason
yeah.
we should follow norms is because I like norms. That's your argument.
Yeah, that's my preference. I
Okay.
like makes it seem makes it seem like a fleeting thing, but it's my subjective values.
I'm
yeah.
trying to address something to a concept. Like, we can have a metaphysical conversation on where truth comes from. But in the concept of what I'm doing, it's shocking to hear that your entire justification for this is literally just what's my preferences. That's it.
Well,
and so if that's what
that's
it's
just-
going to come,
that's just what I understand good to
then what if
be.
it comes down to is just if the majority of people say, yeah, fuck that, court packing's a bad idea, so be it. Because you don't have any.
And by
You don't have.
and by bad there, what do you mean by that?
What's that?
And by bad there, if most people think that court packing is bad, what do you mean by bad there?
Their preferences are, we don't like it for whatever reason.
Is that ironic, or I thought you were
No,
saying
that's
like-
exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I just take what it means for something to be good is relative to a stance. It would be like asking. Here's an example that's often used. Is Michael Jordan tall?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You would say yes, right? And now imagine that someone were to try to tell you like, well, not independent of the average human height, right? He just is tall. I'm like, well, no, there's a lot of taller things. There's the Chrysler building, there's skyscrapers. So in what sense is Michael Jordan tall? I'm looking for like a non-relative notion of tall or taller, right? And I just take the concept of good and bad, at least as I use them, to be relative to some stance or hypothetical set of like norms.
I understand that, and I'm implying to the audience,
yeah.
which is all that matters. This just comes down to force and who could convince the most people. So I'm addressing the audience in an attempt to get that force to say why we should reject your position on this in majority. The same notion that allows you to say it's just my preferences also applies to language, right? The definition of words are, at the end of the day, just your preference, correct?
The meaning of terms?
Correct.
No, I think there's standard usages and or ordinary public meanings, or at least multiple different usages of terms. Sometimes
Why
there's
should we
multiple
prefer
synonyms
those?
for terms? Yeah, I think the preference there is preference there is going to be indexed to views and stances.
Right. So then if you choose to have proprietary definitions for terms, it's all constructed anyways, and the meaning's just what you feel the meaning should be, right? Which would be best.
Well, it could be outside the norms of American English or something. You could say that.
I mean, you gave a definition of deterrence that no one has ever heard, and you said that's okay. It's okay. It's subjective. So as you're saying with your preference when it comes to this, you also have a preference for language like that. That's whatever you feel that it means.
So I just don't understand what is meant by like the objective meaning of terms. What would you mean by an objective meaning of a term? Like water. Like, is there an objective meaning to the term water? What would you take that to be?
You guys can continue. I'm going to take a break off
cam.
Okay.
Wait. Before you get off cam, I mean, can you respond to any of this? How is your mind not exploding? I mean, do you buy any of this fucking shit?
Probably because I've been up
for 7 hours,
and it literally is 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, we did make it. Huh?
No, but if we were to, and it's also not the topic of the discussion,
Yeah,
because I've been through this debate many times. You could find meta ethics debates on my channel. You can, so yes, I understand everything you're saying, and this is very standard for, like, I've heard, this is the sort of thing I hear many times.
Yeah, it's boring. It's boring, and it's not right.
All right,
but nonetheless, Avi, you leaving then?
No, I can pop in back. I don't think you guys are going to stop.
Okay,
so I can come back. But
if you are gone, I just wanted to say thank you. Even though I thought that it wasn't quite what I expected, I really appreciate it.
I'll pop in back. I just
I did
take care of.
Okay,
and it's just been it's been almost 10 hours, and I think it's going to keep going. So I'll be back.
All right. So thank you. So to finish this point, I think that most people, I actually find these conversations to be boring for the way I debate, which is sort of a normative way. Yeah. If you want to debate Jay Dyer or someone on metaphysics and get your ass kicked, totally cool. Go do that. My appeal to the audience, if we're just doing preference, why would you interrupt me anyway? It's just my preference is to do whatever. So I'm appealing to the audience that they ought reject your framing of this. Instead, they should try to go to something that has more connectivity and objectivity towards people, even if it's not perfect to be completely objective. And that is, we should look into the concept of fairness and say, are they justified to doing this? And it has something to do with the fairness. If one thing negative happens to you, you are tried to make whole by something positive happening or negative happening to the people that made you negative. In that context, what you're doing as a holistic plan goes far beyond that, right? And it's no longer about fairness, is it? It's more just about your preferences because you think your side's better. And people ought reject that, because if we embrace your mentality in this, words are entirely subjective, values are entirely subjective, and just do whatever you feel is good. If that's the case and we accept that,
I think language
on 81, I think that there's like, it just shows that whoever wins, whoever wins the election wins, might makes right. Or second, so the discussion's irrelevant because it's just might makes right. Or second, what it proves is a reason to reject this mindset and instead try to go through some sort of concept of fairness in order to make this decision, which means we should reject your plan, which on its face goes above and beyond fairness to the point where you're like, I don't care because my preferences say going above and beyond that would be good.
Yeah, so you can't claim that you're like, you don't want to get into meta ethics or something and then invoke them as a kind of own and gotcha, right? Like if you're going to say that there is some notion of like objective fairness or objective morality or some higher, more like unifying sense of right and wrong, then you're inherently, I think, invoking a meta ethical discussion. And so, yeah, I don't think it's really fair for you to say, I limit myself to normative, but then get into meta ethics. What do you think of that?
No, it's because you're bringing up meta ethics and I'm rejecting them. That's what's going on. So it's not that I'm getting into a concept of meta ethics. I debated the entire debate outside the frame of meta ethics for hours until we got reductive to the point where you're like, sure, if it goes beyond the process of reciprocity, which I argue was a good thing, that's okay too, because as long as there's good things based on my subjective preferences, it's still worth doing. And that's when I'm like, wait a minute, it's just completely subjective.
You're misstating the wait, Rob, you're misstating the chronology. What happened was I asked you, should Democrats do it, and you said no, they shouldn't do it, but it would be just
correct.
Your and then I noticed, wait, Rob, let me finish. So the chronology wasn't that I discovered that we're having different notions of justification when you answered a different answer to the justification question as it relates to the should question. That's what happened.
Even if that's the case, nonetheless, what you could see is it was clear that I thought this was more than just my preferences. I thought it was you speaking to some concept of fairness or something of that effect. When you just admit, let me finish. When you just admit it towards the end of this discussion, like, well, no, the fairness has very little to do with it. It's just my preference.
No,
that's it. I know. Justified means I think it's good. That's it.
But oh, so cute. Oh my God! Wait. I'm gonna respond to that, Rob. My notions of fairness, I take also to be subjective. I don't know that there's like an objective notion of fairness. I don't even know what the fuck that would mean.
But what is the point of this conversation? How do you have any remote idea that each word that you're using and each word I'm using have any sort of connectivity to a mutual understanding?
It seems that we're, at least to some extent, operating with mutual intelligibility.
How do you know that?
It seems that you know.
You have no idea what each one of these words mean that I'm saying. You're just interpreting through utterances and sounds coming from my voice that you understand. Maybe I'm sitting here and in my own language I'm saying, what the fuck is this moron doing? Why doesn't he shave his eyebrows a little down? You know, you don't know what I'm hypothetically saying. I could say that I'm bald, so I'm allowed to pick on your hair. I don't...
But I think a good inference, at least given the epistemic context of my reality and what's going on with my senses and the reliability of using language in the past, it just does seem that there's some base level of interoperability and intelligibility between us. It just does seem that you're responding to things,
I
at least
agree.
Sometimes loosely.
Then the intuition is, when it comes to the concept of language, it's not 100% total subjective. There is a requirement for communication of some sort of mutual understanding, even if on the fringes
that's
we might not.
That's intersubjective.
Listen, I don't care what term you use. Even if we might not be able to objectively define the word dog in the same way, we might have nuanced definitions. So you could say there's not one objective. We all have a collective idea of basically what we mean when we say the word dog. The same would be true when we're talking about whether someone should be justified in doing something. We have a mutual understanding of what justified would mean, which has to do with the concept of fairness, or else we ought to have that. And when it comes to fairness, we have a mutual understanding of basically what that ought to be. To say that terms like justified and fairness are completely subjective, and it's just if I think it's good based on my subjective values, goes outside the scope. Just again, if I said all of these words are totally arbitrary now.
Yeah. So I just don't understand what you would mean by fairness, other than some kind of intersubjective, by which I mean like multiple people share a subjective a set of principles relating to fairness, although I will notice that they don't always overlap completely between societies and cultures, and that different cultures have different notions of fairness and right and wrong and that kind of stuff. So, but in general, like, I don't know if you're referring to some kind of like stance independent notion of fairness. I don't know what you're referring to, and you need to like elaborate what you mean by fairness, other than some kind of stance dependent notion of fairness.
Your term intersubjectivity, which is one that I've never heard, I will intuit it to mean sort of at least what I'm trying to talk about here, would show that although it's impossible to have direct definitions of objectivity, as a culture and the people involved in these communications, for example, we're mutual understanding of what we think is the English language, we have this sort of mutual understanding of, in general, 90% what the word means. You have exhibited in this debate that you reject that notion. For example, when it comes to the idea of deterrence, you've given a definition that is completely unique to you. That goes, not only are you subjective when it comes to language, you then go further to say you're subjective on entirely what you think would be a notion of fairness, entirely what you think would be on a notion of justice, entirely what you think would be on the notion of whether or not we should do something, that it's all just based on your subjective preferences. I'm saying that we ought to seek to do something more and go back to this intersubjectivity, that we ought to try to have some mutual concept of these concepts like fairness, that we operate as a society trying to operate within that. We might have slight disagreements on what we think the concept of fairness is, but it has to mean it has to mean more than just if it benefits me, then it's fair. It has to mean more than that.
No. But when we say, what is the English language other than like a mutual agreement, I guess, among multiple different people about what to label certain utterances? Like these are just conventions. They're social conventions.
I'm agreeing with you. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So like if there's this book, there's this wonderful.
There's a mutual understanding. That's what you said. Of course. Yes.
Yeah. So but at the end of the day, it's still subjective, right? It still is subjective. The notion of language, it's subjective, and you agree with that, right? You just granted that.
But you use subjective in the sense that it's completely random. It's not. You could say,
I'm not saying it's random.
Listen. Right? Subjective in the sense that it's all up to individual preference clearly isn't true. Because if that was the case, everything would be just utterances that were unintelligible. Instead, you give away the game. When it comes to the English language, there's some sort of mutual understanding that we have. Yes, that's what I'm advocating for. You are correct.
Is that what you mean by objective?
Let me finish. So when it comes to objective, I don't know What do you mean when I mean by objective? I've said it several times now. I agree it's almost impossible to come up with a, quote, objective definition of a term. So, for example, if I use the word chair or use the word dog or use the word phone, you don't think exactly what I'm thinking, conjuring in your head of the image, but we have a general understanding, like an 85 to 90% agreement of what those terms mean. That shows that it's not just randomly subjective, as if you're suggesting.
I'm not saying random. I'm not saying random.
There is a mutual understanding. I'm saying that we should apply that throughout the course of the debate in the terms we're using, and we should apply it when it comes to the terms of justify and fairness and things like that. It should not just be random preference.
Let's simmer down. Let's just slow down. Let's do this nice and slow. So terminology you grant and the language is subjective, correct?
I am saying that it is subjective, but it goes beyond subjective into a portion of like subjective with mutual understanding. So not subjective in the sense that it just means that each of us can make up whatever definition we want, else it loses utility. So we've all learned to, it's not just my preference, it is a mutual understanding that we've had of these terms. If you're using the term subjective here to mean it is not objective, i.e. you, the subject, are the one who ultimately determines this, that is true. But there is incentive for us to have a mutual understanding of those, and we all operate within that.
So I just mean stance dependent when I say it's subjective.
Okay, sure.
That's all I mean. And that's by the way true also if there's some like mutual understanding of fairness. That's just like also subjective and stance dependent.
The problem is the way you're saying that, you're like, if it's stance dependent, that means it could be totally random. So my concept of fairness just means whatever my preferences are. And there's no mutual understanding of the concept of fairness that we try to shoot for. My understanding, let me finish. My understanding of the word deterrence is just whatever my preference is. And there's no mutual understanding of what that is. My understanding of the word courtback is just my preferences, and there's no mutual understanding. What I'm articulating to you is, although it may be it might be reliant on stance, right? There's still more to it than just that. There is also some pressure that comes from outside us as the subject that helps intuit what these things mean. The same way that that's true of language, that should be true of the values that we're seeking to push. We shouldn't just say, I get to kill you because it makes me feel good. We should say, no, you still ought not do that beyond more of the fact that it's just bad for me.
In virtue of what? In virtue of what? So if someone says, I want to just kill everyone I see, you'd be like, you're wrong, and when you say you're wrong, what do you mean?
I mean, when I'm talking of concepts of right and wrong, that it comes from an objective source of God, that killing is bad in that sense, because it would be murder. However, beyond that, we could say that there's a mutual understanding of what we as society should feel based on a betterment of society and a collective understanding of what those terms mean. Under your interpretation, why is killing wrong? Just because you feel it is, correct?
When you're asking me whether I think something is wrong, I just take that to be with respect to some sort of system or a substance dependent system. That's what I understand the question. If you're asking something else,
you continue to try to use terms like that. Let's make it real simple so people understand. According to you, the reason killing's wrong is because you feel it's wrong.
No, I just understand wrongness to mean stance dependent.
Why don't you just say, yeah, that's clearly you're trying to make it sound smarter than what it is, so people that don't understand that don't understand the lunacy of what you're suggesting. So just say, let me ask the question again, right? Is the reason that you think killing's wrong is because you feel it's wrong? Is that it? Is that the justification?
I just view those statements as equivalent.
Okay, then say yes. If it's equivalent, why are you obfuscating by saying something else? Just say yeah. That's sort of annoying, right?
It would be a reason. It would be like saying, do you think, A is A because it's A? That's the reason it's A? It's like, well, it's just defined to be A.
Yeah.
The point is, when you're saying you find those things equivocating,
the definition is,
or you find those things
not equivocating. I'm saying that it's correct by definition. It's correct by definition. It's like asking, what do you mean? Yes.
Yes, that's the point. So you could say, yeah, that is what I believe. Definitionally, that's correct. That's what I want people to understand, that there's no attempt to point to some sort of mutual understanding of what's right and wrong. It's literally just, this is my preference.
Well, I'm just like, you're asking on my notion of morality, what that is, and I'm just telling you what I take when someone asks me the question of whether something is good or bad. I take that as a default matter to me, like, do I approve of it or disapprove of it? Now maybe there's something else to it, and maybe there's some other notion of good that you want to ask the question with respect to, and I'm happy to entertain what you mean by good as well, but you just need to make sure that I understand what you mean when you ask the question, is something good?
All right. I think it was quite clear with what I was suggesting, and the fact that you said it was equivalent to showed that the rationale that I was giving would be something that you would answer in the affirmative. You said, well, yes, but here's why, and it's actually just because A is A. Fine, you could have said that. Now, the point I'm trying to make is I'm attempting to reach some mutual understanding of these concepts, to say that there is some sort of mutual values that we should have in those, and that's what we strive for. Sometimes those mutual values won't benefit me in situations, right? However, I still think in concepts of like justice, we should reach that, right? You're arguing, no, we shouldn't make that attempt. It should just be your individual preference.
I don't understand what you're asking. You're saying don't
Is
make
it
an attempt to
true
do what?
To have a mutual understanding of what we mean by
No,
these,
I-
of how we should
I
view
think we
like
should.
morality in these, and how we should define
No,
terms.
I think we should try to get to mutual understanding, by which I mean it's my preference that we do.
Okay. What does that look like?
To try to agree with other
What's
human
fairness?
beings about what ought to
What's
occur.
justify?
I
What's the
take-
word justify mean?
I think you know what I mean by justify.
It's that you think it's good.
Yeah, I take it to be what's good.
I disagree. I think justify means something more, and that we should have try to attempt to have a mutual understanding of what that term means. That it means something more than just someone's personal preference on what they think is good.
Words can have multiple different definitions.
That's true. And yet we see that there is a collective agreement that's necessary on what the thrust of the definition is in the term of what we're using. It can't just be randomly subjective, because words can have infinite definitions, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And yet we strive to say, to have intelligible conversation, we have to have a mutual understanding of what we think those words mean. Same is true of our sets of values.
If you hold to the norm of understanding the opponent, and I do hold to that norm, and I think that I don't always think that you hold to that norm, but at least you, in some cases, you try to hold to that norm, Rob. But we share a norm of trying to understand each other, and so we're going to go by certain conventions to try to convey our meanings in consistent ways.
All right. So I guess, I'll just summarize this point on this. I don't think that because Pisco just feels, without being able to even attempt to approve it, that something good will come beyond going to the scope of reciprocity, that we ought to do it. I reject. And I think the majority of people will reject as well. That we should say that it should be more for, if you pact, we get to pact. If you refuse to advice and consent, then we should get to refuse advice and consent. Not if you refused advice and consent 10 years ago, then we should be allowed to pact the
Meta-ethics
court.
are for nerds like Avi. Meta-ethics
Agree.
are for fucking nerds like Avi. Like, I wouldn't
Yes.
ever, and my argument isn't done in terms of meta-ethics, or at least it's not trying to. I can understand, and then Avi has a point. Like, you can try to bake in the some smarter way to make it maybe less trivial or whatever, but I'm relying on the reason I push this argument is because I have some intuition that people will share the building block moral assumption of repairing injury. That's why it's presented that way. That's
But
all I'm
it's
saying.
beyond.
But
I
not
don't
asking people
disagree.
to
It's
accept my
beyond repairing injury.
ethical view.
That's the entire issue. That's how we got on this.
No,
You're going
no,
beyond repairing injury.
I know, but then we're fighting about what the norm actually entails in people's minds. Okay, and you take the view that it doesn't entail overshooting with respect to the fundamental recovery, but it's more than
So
the
let's
actual
just-
injury
just
taken.
real quick,
I
we
think
can start
sometimes
to
it
wrap-
does include that.
We can start to wrap up here, right? Like, so if someone were to believe that overshooting is not fairness or justified, they ought reject your syllogism, correct?
Wait, if someone takes, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
If someone
It's late,
takes that
or it's
overshooting,
early.
if someone takes that overshooting is not fair, they ought reject your syllogism.
Yeah, if they categorically view that overshooting is never acceptable, I think that they would reject the argument.
If someone comes to the conclusion that what happened to Bork or what happened to Clarence Thomas or anyone around that time was, quote, injurious partisan Supreme Court schmacking or whatever words you want to make, then they ought reject your premise.
Then they would, yeah.
Okay. If someone comes to the conclusion that reciprocal that this sort of court we already did that one, I guess. Premise 4, if someone comes to the conclusion,
Yeah,
we
all
didn't
the
get into this.
premises.
If
Why are
someone
you
comes to
doing
the-
this
Listen,
ridiculous
because
routine?
I'm making it clear to everyone. If someone comes to the conclusion that there would be severe consequences, i.e., it would lead to court packing for Republicans, ought they reject?
They would reject it. Yeah,
If you came to the conclusion that this would directly result in Republicans packing the court, ought you reject it?
not necessarily, no.
Why not? You just said others should, but not you.
Wait. Are you asking index to me or index to who?
Index to you. You said if it was someone else, I assume indexed on what you say your values. If those people were adhering to your values and were others, that they ought reject this premise if they thought Republicans would pack. You say though, if it was you.
Let me just make it easy. If you reject any one of the premises, you reject the argument, or at least the argument is no longer sound.
But that's sort of getting away from the specific argument that I just made. You made the argument that there is a fundamental difference that if, say, Avi believes that this would lead to Republicans packing the court, he ought reject that premise and syllogism. But if you believe that it would be Republicans packing the court, you ought not reject. Why? What's the difference?
It would just be on the notion of justification and which stance that you're looking at. So with respect to Avi's preferences, the argument would be unsound. I think that's understandable. Do you understand that?
No, I don't understand. We're saying that for example, you answered to all the other premises. So is the argument that if everyone else found that these premises were wrong, they should reject, but even if these premises are wrong, you won't reject? Is that your argument you're making?
No, I'm saying that some of these arguments depend on your stances, right? Your preferences. These are moral arguments about, as I understand them, preferences. Even if it's a preference for fairness, right? If you don't accept fairness as a norm, you're not going to accept any version of this argument, right? Even the fairness that I've explained or the one that you're going to explain.
So just to be clear, what we're talking about here, and it's important to define this, is you're saying premise 5. If Avi says, I do expect there will be severe consequence cascade, and he thinks that Republicans packing the port are severe consequence. You would say, yes, you ought to reject that, right?
Index to his preferences.
How do you know his preferences?
No, he would be elaborating them. He would be saying that I don't want that to happen.
So if Avi says I reject the premise, he rejects the premise?
Well,
regardless of my premises, we don't have to get into my preferences. If I think a premise is false, then I would reject the soundness of the argument.
The point is, there is no reason that he's given. If I say Republicans are going to pack the court, would that be a reason for Avi to reject under premise 5, which is there won't be severe consequences? You said yes, correct?
Yeah, if he thinks that there's going to be a severe consequence cascade.
If you also think the exact same thing would occur, should you reject?
Only if I view the thing as being a severe consequence cascade.
So how do you know that Avi would view that as a severe consequence, Republicans packing the court?
Presumably he would say so.
But you don't know that. You said he ought reject without knowing what he would say. It sounded to me like you were saying based on your
Am I crazy? I feel like I'm in a fucking loop right now. Avi, if Avi says, if he has a reason to reject a premise, he's going to say the argument's unsound on his view.
People can
disagree, Rob.
We gave an example. We said Republicans pack the court. Would that be a reason for Avi to say severe consequence cafe, therefore reject? You said yes. The logical intuition. Let me finish.
Stop. Don't lie to what I said.
Don't interrupt me.
Rob,
don't interrupt. Why are you interrupting me?
Mischaracterize.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
I said contingent.
The logical intuition
on
of
the
that.
severe consequence.
No, you didn't. You didn't say that. The logical.
Yes, I did. No, I did say that.
That's not what you said. The logical intuition is you yourself, under your values, think that Republicans packing the court would be a severe consequence cascade. That's why you intuitively said, without knowing whether or not Avi thinks that is, you were giving in each of these. That's what you were doing. If you thought that someone else
Rob, let me respond to you. You're wrong. So Rob, you're wrong. I said if Avi viewed a Republican court packing as a consequence cascade, then he should reject it, contingent on that. But the truth is, and I'm going to be honest with you, Avi might prefer a Republican-controlled court, as you're seeing. He's not just a fucking lib Democratic voter. Okay, you were told. No, what I'm saying is, whether he views that as a consequence cascade is going to turn on a bunch of things, including his views on what the court should be and fairness and all that. That's going to be contingent on his views.
If the Republicans were,
by the way, someone could reject P5 by thinking and also think the consequences are severe and good. They were severely good consequences, and they could still think P5 is false.
theoretically, right? But all right, so then the point I'll get, and then the last thing I'll say, when we get into the specifics of this, court packing, just your subjective interpretation, norms, your subjective interpretation, partisan injury, your subjective interpretation, right? What else do we have? Reciprocity, your partisan interpretation, or your subjective interpretation, reciprocal, your subjective interpretation. All of these things are going to be debatable what they mean, right? And you're just like, no, I reject them all because my subjective interpretation happens to go with my preferences, which is that Democrats are good and it leads to the more. Do you think that your bias of thinking that Democrats are good could influence how you define those terms?
When you say could, are you saying that's logically possible?
Yes. Is it likely?
Is it likely that Democratic bias influenced why I believe this?
Influences the terms the way you're defining them.
The definition of the terms, no.
I disagree. Why wouldn't that be the case?
Okay.
That logically entails.
It's not logically entailed that my labeling of terms is influenced by Democratic bias.
It seems likely that your beliefs and what you think is
Based
good
on
or
what?
bad is going to have, because it seems like that would be likely to have some influence because you're going to subconsciously want to push that. And so when we say like, was Bork?
Well, if it's subconscious, Rob, if it's subconscious, I don't have awareness of it. Okay.
Well, that might be, but that's why I'm asking you to pontificate whether or not it's likely. And I would argue that it is. So I think when you,
you're biased.
I think then when you define court packing in a way that almost no one does, and it just so happens to be advantageous to, and that justifies us.
It's not advantageous.
Of course it is. If it's not court packing, it makes it less likely that people come to the conclusion that the Democrats should court pack.
You mean because when they hear because then they're I think the intuition is almost reverse, right? The fact that we're even I almost think that it might have been a mistake to use the term court packing there just because we get hung up on this like bullshit objective definitions talk, which is the same. You grant that all this vocabulary is subjective at the end, so it's a kind of I almost now wait, and I want to finish. I almost now would have preferred to have just used proprietary terminology from the very start, although I will note that some of the language that I'm borrowing from is from the academy and is from literature.
How do we know what a norm is?
That's an epistemic question, I think.
Right, but the reason that I asked specifically about that question is because there's something unique about that term norm, right? Which is our collective understanding of how things happened.
So I understand a norm to be like a standard that you can be in accord or out of accord with.
Right. And so how will we determine what that standard is? Like, I think it would be entirely possible to say that if all words are...
So let me give you some examples. I'll give you some examples, right?
Okay.
So like for the rules of chess, you could like read a chess manual on how to play chess.
I don't think that's a norm. I don't think that's a norm. You
don't think there's norms for chess?
No.
Then you might be operating under different understandings of what a norm is. If you're on the notion of a norm where a norm is a standard by which one can be in or out of accord with, the rules of chess are a type of norm.
I disagree.
It's a norm. Well, it's a set of. It is a standard with which
that you could be in accord or out of accord with.
I don't think it's a standard you could be in accord or out of accord in, nor do I think that's the definition of a norm.
Well, you might have a different definition of a norm, but surely you would agree that whether you're following the rules of chess, like there's a fact of the matter about whether you're in or out of accord in terms of following the rules of chess.
There's no objectivity. How could you say there's a fact of the matter?
Well, no, there's objectivity once it's agreed upon what the rules are. Like there's certain things that we all agree on what these rules are. Once it's agreed, there's a fact of the matter whether you're in or out of accord with those rules.
We don't all agree. If I gave my kid a chessboard, he wouldn't agree.
So chess is commonly used as an example of. We don't have to use the example of chess, but it's one of those examples of things where it's like a hypothetical norm where it's like, okay, given that we agree that subjectively there's this set of rules, once that's agreed upon, there is a fact of the matter about whether someone is in or out of accord with those rules.
But let's say I don't agree. What's the utility of me agreeing?
Even if we all don't agree, there's a fact of the matter about a certain set of rules, whatever they are, whether we're in or out of accord with them. So
I disagree.
Really?
All of these terms are subjective that you're using anyway, so it's hard to know exactly what you mean.
Right.
The reason that I'm being difficult about this is this same thing would apply to other things such as norms, such as definition of terms like court packing. We sort of have an implicit understanding. It might not be as one-to-one as white moves first, then black, this is how the pieces move, but there's still this set of rules that follow and entail logically therefrom.
White moves first, it's a hypothetical, it's a norm. It's a hypothetical norm that one can be in or out of accord with. Like, if white doesn't move first, if black moves first, they're out of accord with the norm that white moves first.
Okay, the point that I'm making is the same could be true of other things, such as terms like the norm of what we understand words to mean, what we understand court packing to be. That would be a form of norm. The norm, right, which Pisco says no, chooses deter. That's the point that I'm trying to make. And so when we talk about court norms, right, like it's sort of unique because it's getting to the heart of this issue, which is, well, the way most people normally agree that things should be done. That's basically what we mean by norms. And so if most people agree the way things should be done wasn't done with Bork, or wasn't done with Clarence Thomas, or wasn't done with Kavanaugh, why wouldn't that be a violation of norms?
So that's an equivocation. So we just explained to, or at least I explained to you.
I disagree with your term equivocation. I don't think we have the same definition of that.
Oh, when I say equivocation, I just mean using two different meanings for one term.
I don't think that's what it means, nor do I think the word term means what you think it means there.
That's what he means by it.
Is that real?
Right.
That's what I'm...
Right. So I guess there's something lost in the communication because we don't have an agreement on what these terms mean.
Well, I just think that we clearly do have some understanding.
I don't agree with the terms you just used there, but the fact you're responding to me in sort of an affirmative tone means that you do agree with mine. That would intuit to me that my terms should be preferred over yours because you're agreeing with them implicitly.
I don't know what it means to agree with I think it's just like you. So I don't know I actually don't know what it means to agree.
I'm dumbstruck.
Definition. Yeah, I don't know. Agree.
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
It might mean like you prefer that it be used, or you think it has more utility to be used, or there's some other reason to use it. But it's not
the
like
entire
definitions to be.
The entire conversation that I'm having here proves the idea that sort of mere subjectivity as a qualifier for what language or values are is something to be rejected because it leads to nonsensical shit. It leads to nonsensical shit. As you can see, that me saying, I don't understand this term, I don't understand, it means that you could go nowhere and have no mutually beneficial conversation to be able to solve the details of this.
No, but you would at least to some basic norms of English language, and so do I.
That's correct, and we should adhere to such. So what is the norm? The norm is just a collective mutual understanding of how it ought to be normally, correct?
Yeah, and you and I, and even as ridiculous as this conversation has been at certain points, we've largely kept in with at least some basic framework of the norms of the English language.
Again, what I'll say, that's true. And what I'm saying then is when we take court norms, it ought to be similar to the norms of language. And so people would say, is it basically what most people expect is the normal procedure therein? It clearly wasn't the case with Bork. Clearly wasn't the case with Clarence Thomas. Clearly wasn't the case with Kavanaugh.
I don't understand what that intuition is like. The norms of courts should be like the norms for words. I just don't. Why?
What does the term norm mean to you?
I just told you. It's a standard that you can be in accord or out of accord with.
Okay. I think that there's a standard that you could be in accord or out of accord with that was violated by Clarence Thompson. Could you be out of accord with what happened there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could have a hypothetical norm. Yeah, so yeah, but they're just a subset of norms that I'm referring to when I talk about irregularity.
So just to be clear, you acknowledge based on that definition of norm, which you acknowledge is the definition of norm, what happened to Bork was a norm violation.
I mean, you could define, with respect to the norm of not doing what you do to Bork, then yes, you could be in accord or out of accord with that, just like anything, right? Like, so
it's a norm violation.
Define a norm. Yeah, with respect to that norm, that is to say, the norm of not borking Bork.
Okay, your definition was If it was affecting the composition, you concede it did, and it was a norm violation, which you're conceding it was irregular, and it was active, you agree it was, and now we just have to say whether it was partisanly injurious. You acknowledge that it probably didn't have to be partisan, and now all we get to is injurious. If it violated norms, it was injurious.
Yeah, so then there's an equivocation going on there, Rob.
What's the equivocation?
That just because there's a conceivable norm that would be in violation with respect to what happened to Clarence Thomas or Bork or whatever, that there's a norm violation under my notion of norm as used in the argument.
So now you have to redefine what you mean. It's not just any norm, it's a specific norm that need be violated.
Yeah. I think the term in irregularity, from what I'm borrowing, is a constitutional norm violation.
Okay, so now you're changing you had every chance when I asked you to define irregular, and you said norm. You did not say constitutional norm violation. You just said norm.
Yeah, I did. I mean, we'll go back and I'll show you when I said constitutional norm violation. In fact, I cited writers that use constitutional norm violation. But even if I didn't, Rob, I'll be honest with you. Even if I just said norm violation, the norms I'm referring to relate to the powers and usages of those powers with respect to the various different government actors that have an effect on the partisan skew of the court.
So what's a constitutional norm violation? Can you explain what that would be?
Yeah, so in or out of accord with the standards relating to the conduct of the political branches, the government branches that effectuate results on the court and the composition of the court. That's what I mean.
I don't understand. Could you re-explain that? I don't understand what you said there. I don't.
Yeah. The standards of conduct relating to the government branches.
Okay, so can I just do step by step standard of conduct? How you act, basically, to the government branches, legislative, judicial, executive. Okay, got you. How you act in government. Okay.
Yeah, these mutual agreements of like decorum and understanding of what ought to occur, both within a branch and interbranch, as relates their conduct in assessing the composition of the court through the use of their powers.
Well, wait a minute. Norms would surely be beyond just court. Right. And so if we're asking a definition of it, you said your definition was constitutional norm. You said that would be how you act in government and how you should act. What's that have to do with the Constitution? I'm failing to see that. It sounds like what you're saying is norm is just the agreed upon set of rules on how to act in a situation. And it's a constitutional norm. What makes that unique? That's the question I'm asking.
So the constitutional norm, the reason it's constitutional norm and not a constitutional violation is they relate to constitutional authorities, authorities granted by the Constitution to the various different branches of government. That's what the constitutional norm is trying to get at.
So would it be a constitutional
advice and consent, nomination process, impeachment? That so they relate to how to use. It relates to how to use constitutionally delegated authorities.
Would it be a violation of the norm you're talking about? We agree that there is a rule for decorum. Like you shouldn't be cursing and swearing or physically yelling at people, shit like that, right? You would agree that's a norm. Is that a constitutional norm?
I would agree it's a norm on the standards of decency and decorum. I don't know that it would be a constitutional norm.
Okay, so when I asked you constitutional norm and you use the term decorum as one of the examples, now is decorum constitutional norm or not?
No, decorum with respect to the like swears and insults. That's one thing. But I just mean like standards that relate to the use of powers granted by the Constitution and how to use those powers. And so decorum in the sense of like comedy between and in the branches and with the use of their powers specifically.
Well, no, I think decorum means something specific other than that.
I'm just telling you what I mean, Rob. I'm just telling you what I mean by those terms.
Okay, so you have a proprietary definition of decorum.
No, oh my God.
So the point I'm trying to make is, how are we to decide what those things were? How would we attempt using your litmus test to decide something was one of those or not? For example, if I make up a rape allegation against someone and I'm a senator and I come up and I spread that, right? Have I violated decorum? Or have I violated a constitutional norm?
If you're using your whatever platform, right, to what power would be invoked there?
I am Cory Booker, and I say I talked to a woman I just heard yesterday that said that Brett Kavanaugh raped her, right? And I
Yeah,
didn't.
so
It's a lie. Did I violate a constitutional norm?
you need to tell me what the power is that was being invoked.
The power of him giving advice and consent in an attempt to reject Kavanaugh.
So in him levying an argument in the hearings that he knows to be bad faith,
Correct.
right? Yeah. I mean, I think it's possible that one person levying a claim that they know to be false, in the conduct of their, in their speeches, right?
What if they heavily suspect it to be
a-
false?
Yeah, I'm not sure where the line is there.
It could, in fact, be if they heavily suspect it to be false, and they bring this up.
Yeah. So like using knowing bullshit to fuck around with powers, right?
We saw that it wasn't just Christine Blasey Ford. They brought up Julia Swetnick. They brought up that other, and it was laughable on its face. Everybody knew it was bullshit.
Well,
and they brought it up in the hearing.
That's the conclusion you're trying to prove, that they knew things were false or whatever. They're
Well,
assessing the
of course
falsity
they did.
of it.
There was no proof of it. Her accusation was laughable. Like if she would have said, he raped me. Like for example, in the Epstein files.
Do you doubt Democrats believe that? By the way, do you doubt the Democrats believe that?
Let me finish. I'll give you a chance to respond. Like in the Epstein files, one of the things that one of the person said was, "Yeah, Donald Trump did this bad shit with these other people and assaulted children, blah blah blah." And then they cut my legs off with a magical scimitar, and that scimitar was so magic that they had reattached my legs and it didn't leave.
Can we have a point of agreement on this?
Let me finish. And then he said, "Oh, and by the way, the Clintons did the Oklahoma City bombing." Now, if I say, "Hey, I'm just repeating an accusation in Congress," wouldn't you say, "Yeah, but you know that's bullshit. That's a violation of norms."
So I really do think it depends, Rob, because I do think that a lot of these Democrats are fucking insane when it comes to the Epstein files. Not just them, too. Republicans as well, and they overstep. For example, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie have been irresponsible regarding some of these claims. And by the way, not just them, you too, motherfucker. You too, motherfucker, for the longest time. But we'll put that aside.
On
because
what?
they're a little... On Epstein files, you're like, we know it's bullshit. We know it's bullshit what they're saying. You were making all sorts of claims that the facts that you had couldn't cash. And that's related to the...
What are you talking about? Give me an example.
About the Epstein. Yeah,
me just saying, quote, you know it's bullshit.
Yeah. So you claimed, right, that there was a massive cover up of a known pedophile situation with respect to multiple that stretched across multiple different elites and multiple different people. That was all absolutely true. You said that this was one of your big issues, the Epstein files, and you said we know that the official story is bullshit.
I do agree the official story is bullshit. I think it sounds like I said it over and over. The idea that Epstein killed himself while 2 cameras malfunctioned, while 2 guards fell asleep is bullshit. Yeah. That doesn't say there's a massive pedophile conspiracy. I don't think that entails from what I said there. Maybe I did say that at some point. I don't recall that.
Yeah. I'll go back to your previous comments or whatever, but if you want to wait. Let's just put it aside. On the Epstein file stuff, I think that a lot of people genuinely believe this, a lot of the maximalist claims, and they're delusional. And a lot of these relate to other kind of delusions that they try to tie in Israel into some of the allegations, or they try to tie in things that like just have not been shown or that there's no reason to believe. And so a lot of these, I think, are like genuinely just people with bad epistemic norms, which of course, when I say bad epistemic norms, I mean, subject to my preferences.
Do you think all of them do, or it's just a handful of them?
I think that there are some knowingly bad faith actors. I don't think that. I think a lot of these politicians are just are rubes. Like I think Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna on. I'm just you're gonna have to do the specific ones. Like
I'm saying is if you're like, yeah, man, if someone went on and spread something that they believed but was obvious bullshit, well, that's not a norm violation, and because they didn't know it was obvious bullshit. But my argument would be, yeah, but Dianne Feinstein's not that. And she would have known and didn't step up and say, hey, man, that's obvious bullshit. She didn't say that, even though she knew it was. Hence, norm violation.
So first of all, it depends on what you're referring to as a norm. If the norm is saying reckless shit on the House floor or the Senate floor, I'm sorry to tell you this, Rob, there is no such norm. I mean, people say insane shit and have for years and years and years, and including baseless accusations. And in fact, the Constitution specifically protects them with the immunity clauses and whatever they're going to say on the floor. So
that's different. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean it can't be.
I understand that. I understand that.
I mean, I don't know what to say.
I know. I know. I'm responding to that. I know
You know
that
what?
doesn't
Well,
mean
okay, tell me what I'm going to say. Go ahead. If you're wrong, then admit that you're wrong.
Just because. I will admit that I'm wrong if this is not what you're planning to say. Just because the Constitution protects them from liability with respect to what they say on the floor doesn't mean that there isn't a norm with respect to what they say on the floor, correct?
Well, it's not just that. It goes beyond that, right? You could say...
So I was right.
Tangentially correct, but it goes beyond that. If you say people have said crazy shit, so someone stands up and says, I saw that president molest a child 5 minutes ago in the bathroom, you're like, no norm violation. People say crazy shit.
No, I'm not committed that every single statement made on the Congress floor is necessarily not in violation of a constitutional norm. I don't think I'd go that far to say that. But
I don't understand your answer there. Your answer seemed sort of... I can't decide if you are agreeing with me or disagreeing with me.
Yeah, no. So I'm not. I'm not convinced. I'm agnostic as to the.
Is that situation against the constitutional norm? What I said was just said. Can you answer that, and that'll give me an intuition of what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So the answer to that is I'm not sure.
You're not sure, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what the standards of conduct are for the House floor. Have you seen the House floor and the Senate floor and what they say? It's insane, Rob, and it has been for years and years and years.
What I'm trying to do is because you're using a proprietary definition. It is your definition of what constitutional norm is, and of what norm is, and of what all these things are. And so I'm like,
what else would norm be, Rob? What else would norm be?
Please, let me finish.
What's the norm on your
Please, let me finish. So what I'm trying to do is the best way I could try to get to what you actually mean by these things. Say, here's an example. Does that meet your definition? Here's an example. And increasingly on all of these terms, you're like, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. So how is it that I can try to make a determination as to whether we should follow these premises and syllogisms?
Yeah, there are easy cases on my view, and there are hard cases. And if you don't think that like a norm is a standard that you can be in accord or out of accord with, what's your notion of norm?
Well, I accept it, and so I say what happened to Bork was a norm violation. You agreed.
No. Okay, no. So you say
what happened to Clarence Thomas was norm. Have no norm violation.
Okay, that's according to the hypothetical norm of not.
You acknowledge. You said yes. It was a norm violation based on being in or out of accordance with. You said yes.
There's an equivocation here, Rob.
What's the equivocation? You said that was a norm violation.
So you can create like an infinite number of hypothetical norms that just mean like never talk shit about Republicans, never say anything bad about Clarence Thomas on Tuesdays, never like on that.
I'm not talking hypothetical. I'm talking a specific situation that occurred. Did it violate norms? Your answer is yes.
No, not a hypothetical situation. I'm saying a hypothetical norm. Do you understand that?
Yes, I'm. No, I don't understand what you're saying.
Avi, maybe you can explain it better than me.
All right, what are you trying to explain to him?
He doesn't know either.
I'm trying to explain.
Let me explain your own position better. Let me try.
No, wait, you don't understand it.
I do understand your position. This is what you're trying to say. Yes, I did concede that that's a norm violation. However, what I'm saying is a norm violation is not enough to trigger what I'm saying. It has to be a constitutional norm violation, right? That's what you're trying to say?
So that the argument is indexed to specific kinds of norm violations. It's not the norms of chess. It's not the norms of checkers. It's not the norms of volleyball. It's not the norms of never doing anything bad to Brett Kavanaugh. All of those are hypothetical norms, okay? But they're not the norms that are indexed in the argument. You understand that? That's the equivocation.
What I'm saying is you haven't given an adequate definition of what the norms are that are indexed in the argument. And when I ask you, the whole point of this is when I'm trying to figure out what is the difference between norms and the specific norms you're saying that must be avoided to be broken that are indexed in the argument, because you can't give me a clear definition of that. I'm like, let's give some examples and see whether those would be
sure.
And let me finish. And you're like, let me finish. And you're like, I don't know. And what I'm saying is, see where it gets difficult when you have these proprietary definitions, and I'm trying my best to understand, and over you're like, I don't know.
Rob, so first of all, there are some answers where I've said objectively that's a norm violation. But also, so and to be clear, surely you had some notion of what the kinds of norms were that we were talking about when you asserted that Bork was a norm violation. You made that the assertion that Bork was a norm violation. What did you mean by that?
I thought that norms were like the process that we have in businesses, government, etc., that are the way things usually go. That's the commonly accepted generalities of the way things normally go. That's what I meant by norm.
Yeah. The standards and the way things are typically done in this context of the nomination process and justices with respect to those powers, with respect to how the government uses
you
those
add the
powers.
part to the respect of the power. So I would say if the norm, for example, is that we always have the FBI do these investigations and don't bring people, witnesses in front to air out in front of TV these things, that would be a norm violation. You're like, no, that's not a norm violation.
So, in my view, right, it relates to how the branches use their actual authorities, right? So, now it could be that there's a norm for Congress just to defer always to the findings of the FBI. I mean, that is totally possible. That is, in fact, the norm. I just don't think that is. I don't think that you've provided justification that is.
Okay, and again, what I'm saying is I don't think it's just in however you would define how they exercise the authority. I think there are particular ways that you could do that says that the way that they normally would go about the exercising of their authority still have rules of decorum, etc., that a violation of those norms would be bad, right? Like, for example, the first gerrymander, would that have been a violation of constitutional norms?
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
For partisan reasons. I think by definition, if the standards, So if the standards of districting, right? If the standards of districting were such that partisan motivation was not considered, right, as part of the rationale for doing districting, I think that you would be out of accord with the standards of the usage of that authority of districting.
So just to be clear, what makes
right?
gerrymandering?
Do we agree? Wait, can you say? Don't look at me! Don't look at me like I just said like the most fucking absurd thing in the world. You agree with that, don't you?
No, I'm just about to say I don't understand. So I'm going to ask if this is what you're saying. Is what you just said that because gerrymandering draws districts, quote, partisanly, that's a violation of norms?
You were saying the initial one, right? The initial one. That's what you asked.
Well, in general, it's because it's partisan?
Yeah, and the first one, right? You're asking the first one.
Okay, because there was something done outside the scope of how it was...
Is that what you're asking, Rob?
I'm asking you. So it's what you're saying, because the initial one was done outside the scope of how it was normally done, and it was done so for partisan reasons, that means it's a violation of constitutional norms.
Yeah, to the extent that it didn't comply with like the whatever the standards were of districting, that didn't rely on like again, assuming that was ever established as a norm, right? So that the norm was to just focus on things like continuity, things like compactness, things like maintaining municipal lines, that these more neutral criteria were the ones that were on offer. Avi, are you about to leave us?
Yes, I am.
I have one more thing to say, and then I could wrap up.
No, you don't have to wrap up. You guys aren't wrapping up, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'll be done in 15 minutes.
But so it is 7. I have to go, so I'm gonna.
Well, thank you for being here.
Any closing thoughts?
Next time, let's start earlier.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Avi. I
right.
appreciate
it.
Bye-bye. No, again, what I'm saying is it seems to be suggesting that, and I'll just say this, right? By the same definition, if it was outside the scope of how it's normally done, and it was done so for partisan reasons, Kavanaugh, Clarence Thomas, and Bork. I read specifically from law journals that said that people like Lawrence Tribe are like, yes, we need to do things outside the scope of how we normally do it. Once in a while in the past, we have intuited judicial philosophy somewhat, but normally that's not how we do it, and we need to do it this way this time. Joe Biden himself and other senators said, yes, of course, that's not what we do. We shouldn't be evaluating judicial philosophy, just fitness for the bench. And then they changed that and determined they would use judicial philosophy because they had a concerted plan to think that Bork was the biggest danger to them. And so for partisan reasons, they decided
Rob,
to change the way they did things.
We already reviewed this, right? And I gave you counter examples from LBJ and Nixon. Yes, I did. Why do you say objectively false things, you fucking idiot?
No, you didn't.
We had the conversation.
No, you didn't.
I was here.
Before you spurg out and yell, let me say, no, you didn't sufficiently prove your case for multiple reasons. One, you didn't.
You just said Joe Biden.
Please, you didn't prove your case for 2 reasons, right? For the multiple reasons. Number one, because you have acknowledged that just because something's been done rare times in the past doesn't mean that it's not violation of norms. You've conceded that the normal way in which we did this was, in fact, not to use judicial philosophy, which is why you're only able to come up with like 1 or 2 people in the span of 100 years.
No.
3, you argue. 3,
No,
your
I never said
examples.
that. I
Your
never. Wait, Rob,
examples.
all right.
You did
All
not
right, this
prove.
is
You did
far
not
enough.
prove your.
But
You did not prove your case. You did not prove your case that it was.
So Rob,
I'm going to finish my thought. Hey, I'm going to finish my thought. You're going to let me. 3, you did not prove.
No.
I'm going to finish my thought. I'm going to finish
We're
my thought.
done.
I'm going to finish my thought. I'm going to
We're
finish
done.
my.
We're done.
I am going to. I'm going
You're
to
alive.
finish. I'm going. Hey guys, rage quit, everyone. So I will give my final statement, which I was going to give, my closing statements, which he didn't give me a chance to do. What I was saying there is he did not prove that it was exclusively or predominantly that they used his judicial philosophy as a reason to reject those 1 or 2 people that he said in the past. He was unable to prove that. What I was talking about, what the evidence shows that Bork stood out, which is why it's a verb, which is why I showed you the chart to show how partisan things got afterwards, because it was something that was unique and a violation of norms. It certainly was. Now, my thoughts on the end of the debate. I think that I proved sufficiently exactly what I set out to do. I will again, it's not going to be verbatim, but read the opening statement that I had originally. That opening statement was, Pisco is someone who just wants partisan attempts for power to lock opponent out because he doesn't like their ideas and thinks that they're bad. He wants to do all sorts of things above and beyond the scope of just this to entrench power, such as end the filibuster, vote blue no matter who, even for people that are Nazis. Legislation rules over the court. So that what they're suggesting is like the Congress should be allowed to punish court people for things like lying if the legislative thinks. He wants statehood for places like DC and Puerto Rico. He is ignorant or ignoring, I should say, insurrections that by his definition would meet, which he barely talks about now. He wants to keep his opponents off the ballots and things of that nature, right? All of these things in tandem is what he really wants. And I said, the reason he wants that is purely for partisan power because he thinks he's good and the rest of the parties, Trump people, are bad or evil, etc. And so he starts under the assumption, I want what's good, and then makes post hoc justifications of, but will appeal to a veneer of justice or fairness or neutrality. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He'll say that it relies on, he'll try to obfuscate by going step by step in the minutia to get you to ignore that he wants to do all of these radical things for partisan reasons. And so he'll argue every little step of the way, as you saw that it happened in this 10-hour debate. Every little thing. He can't just say, yes, he's got to say, I'll say like, so you're saying that it's good because your preferences are it's good. I think that the self-stance of it would be something that would do it, blah, blah, blah. And after 5 times asking questions, like, yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying, but it's just an equivalent way of saying this. That's what he was going to do. I said he will change words in this step-by-step because he's trying to make it seem like it's benign. So he'll go focus on this minutia, slightly change the definitions of words the whole time in order to make this radical positions that he pushes for seem more benign. He made the argument that it's actually extreme not to pack the court, which is an absurdity. I said it's like a thief announcing, hey, I'm going to steal your car, but then saying, well, wait a minute, don't you accept this premise that I should be allowed to stand within 5 feet of your car? And don't you accept the premise that I should be allowed to put my hand on the handle? He did every one of those things. And he did so in such a way that I find, I don't even think this debate was remotely close. I really don't. I think if there is a complaint to be made about me, it's that I let him go down those rabbit holes too much. Part of it was, unfortunately, and it obviously seems like a very nice guy, and I understand his preference for sort of like being a Phil bro and like sort of being very interested in the terms of philosophy and stuff like that. And I understand. But it's regrettable because the very nature of that led to oftentimes Avi interjecting, which takes us further down that rabbit hole. I was happy to oblige, and I think I did an amazing job with it. But that's how I see it. I said if any premise fails, the debate's over. Pisco acknowledged that would be the case. That was one of the first questions I asked. I was able to prove that not only did premises fail by the vast majority of what people would believe and give good reasons for it, but even he had to concede that, quote, his premise was not sound. It was not sound. He literally concedes it. he concedes that, yes, it is not a sound premise or a syllogism. Therefore, if the syllogism is not sound, why should we accept his conclusion that Democrats are justified in expanding the court? Now, this is particularly galling and hilarious because his entire argument against Ryan was Ryan shouldn't argue about what he thinks my actual plan that I've advocated in the past is, and he shouldn't argue what the actual Democrats' plan that they've announced is. Instead, he should focus on what I'm presenting here. My plan, my syllogism. And so we focus on the syllogism, and he admits that the syllogism he presents is not sound. If the focus of the debate is on the specific plan that he portrayed, he has offered a plan that is not sound, which means that you should reject the conclusion. If it's no, we should talk about like whether or not the plans that we would actually advocate for, et cetera, should be justified, then he has no reason to complain about Ryan not just focusing on his syllogism. We went through the specifics. The problem with premise one, which we got to late, was I think that it does overshoot beyond mild deterrence. Therefore, it should be rejected. He has no argument as to why. He's just like, well, maybe not two, but it certainly does. When it comes to the concept of deterrence, he just asserts, I know that Republicans will pack the court. I know that this will inevitably lead to the deterrence of them not doing it. He doesn't provide evidence. He just says, I know that'll be the case. I rebut this by saying they have the House, Senate, and presidency right now. Why aren't they packing the court? He says, because it's already conservative. I said, yes, but Trump's signature legislation was rejected. They would have incentive to pack the court. He says, nah, because Republicans won't go along with it. So Republicans won't pack the court. But trust me, bro, they will. If Democrats take over, they'll try to pack the court. One of the first things he does is, arguing that we should focus on his plan, is the same syllogism that he proudly put out displaying, trust me, bro, I'm actually showing you all what my argument is, and that should be the focus. He actually changes the syllogism immediately upon entering the debate. Premise two is, there was injurious partisan Supreme Court packing. He says, forget that. I won't say packing. Let's just change that to a new word like Supreme Court schmacking. Let's do that. Because he knows my argument will be there was injurious Supreme Court packing. Either one, there wasn't because that definition's bullshit. Or second, based on the definition, if we accept a Pisco, then the first packing that we would be in recent time was Bork. If Bork was first, this proves that the Republicans were the injured party. Back to premise one, why should we be allowed to overshoot for mild deterrence anyways? Reciprocity, which he concedes the whole time would mean tit for tat, you do to me what I do to you. He goes beyond reciprocity. Remember, his syllogism specifically says, and the proposed reciprocal packing does not overshoot. By definition, which he concedes not reciprocal, because it does overshoot. He just says that overshoot is good, as we'll get to in a minute. He says, there's no way to reverse without court packing. I gave arguments as to how you could reverse it. Win elections. They could have won elections at the time. He admits, had they won at the time, then there would have been no injury. So there were ways to reverse it without court packing himself. He says the proposed reciprocal shooting doesn't go beyond mild deterrence. Totally disagree. One, there's nothing to deter. Second, it does go beyond that. It takes a step that is far beyond the strategic step of just not giving advice and consent. At least with that, there was a chance that Republicans could have lost and Democrats would have got to a point where they wanted. He decides to do something completely. Wait until we're there, and then one, add Supreme Court justices, literal court packing, which is a step beyond refusing to give advice and consent. And second, he suggests 4 of them. This proves that his concept's not about neutrality, as I said from the beginning. He gets jaded, calls me a bitch or something to that effect, and says, well, I was never really trying to hide that. I was always open with it. Okay, then he meets exactly what I said in my opening statement, which is this isn't about neutrality. That's about him saying my side's good, him being a partisan, and then trying to post hoc shoe in a concept of neutrality or justice in order to say, see, it's benign. Luckily, he admits by the end of the debate, all words are subjective, all values are subjective, all morality is subjective. And so the real reason that I think the Democrats are justified in expanding the court is because I like Democrats and think they're good, and it would be good if Democrats did that. The same reason he would give for why they should end the filibuster, why they should add states, because Democrats are good, and I think it would be good to give them more power. He says there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. This is laughable. A couple things that's laughable on this and premise 4 before it. One, he acts like it wouldn't be a severe consequence cascade for Republicans to pack the court. Second, he acts like that somehow it is beyond proportionality for Bork to go to refusing advice consent for Garland, and somehow it's less going beyond proportionality from Garland not getting advice and consent to putting 4 justices on the court. He argues it's an escalation, but it's like this. Here's Bork, and here's Merrick Garland. What happened to him? Way over here. Now here's Merrick Garland, and here's adding 4 seats. See, pretty close proportionality. It's a joke. And the fact that he's trying to argue that is laughable. Again, how could a person in good faith argue that, yeah, adding 4 seats because we think we got screwed out of one guy, yep, that sounds pretty close to proportional, only a little bit beyond proportional. No one in good faith accepts that at all. But he's going to equivocate and go all this stuff, which makes it even more laughable at the end of the day when it ultimately boils down to, that's just my preference. He comes up with a proprietary definition of the term deterrence. Again, his definition of deterrence, I shit you not, and I'll see if I could. Here, I'll see if I can copy and paste. I'm not kidding. This is his honest to goodness definition of the term deterrence. I kid you not. This is it. Hopefully you can see this. Oh, where'd it go? Can you not see that? Here, wait, let me try something. There we go. His definition of the word deterrence is as follows. Deterrence, as used in the argument, is the concept of inducing in the mind of a set of actors knowledge that would tend in a reasonable person to lower the tendency to partake in a given action, or at least put them on notice of a given consequence. Are you fucking kidding me? That's his definition of deterrence? That's it? It's laughable. He said I was appealing to the dictionary. It is word salad. And it's specifically tailored to say, I need this to mean something to justify my partisan beliefs, so I'll manipulate the definition to say exactly that. And what you know, that exact definition means when it benefits Democrats in any situation I bring up, we should do that. And if it benefits Republicans, nah, my definition is tailored in such a way that it wouldn't benefit them. He concedes the syllogism that if it would be a net positive to if his argument about deterrence, right? Well, packing the court leads to deterrence. I said, is that something that we should try to do? Yes. Okay, so if we should try to have deterrence against court packing, you agree that's something we ought to do? Yeah. And if Republicans packing the court leads to deterrence, yeah, I agree it does. Then doesn't that mean that we ought to have Republicans pack the court? He struggles. He's like, well, maybe there's other things. There's other things. I said, give me an example. He couldn't give an example. He's just like, it's not sound. No, it's not valid. It's not. But he can't give an example. Avi, help me. He says, Avi, please. Why isn't this sound? Why isn't it valid? Can you tell me? But ultimately, the coup de grace is the very end. The idea to get so reductive that it's like, Everything's subjective. Everything is my preferences. Then why should you prefer everything he says? My preferences are the opposite. Now what? The majority of people are against court packing. I guess their preferences are the opposite of your preferences. Okay? If that's all it is. Now, what Pisco doesn't realize is I said at the very outset what my goal was in this debate. Does anyone remember? I said I have two goals for this debate. One, to show people just how radical the Democrats are and how far they'll go with partisanship in order to entrench themselves in power because they feel morally virtuous, and how we need to go against that authoritarian tyranny based on their sort of preferences by their partisanship. Did I do that? Do you think it helps me achieve that goal that Pisco says, I think we should pack the court because I subjectively, based on my values, just think it's good? Secondly, to convince Democrats that they ought reject this even if they won't vote for Republicans. Do you think it'll help me convince them? Be like, dude, the dude that's trying to convince you to do this is literally just like, all words are subjective. I have unique definitions for everything. And oh, by the way, I think we should pack the court. Why? Because I think it's good. And what do I mean by good? Well, my subjective values. This whole debate was 10 hours of Pisco saying, I think we should pack the court because it's my preference. Tell me I'm wrong. He admitted it. Tell me I'm wrong. That's his argument. I think we should pack the court because it's my preference. That's it. Really? Something that'll have predictable consequences of Republicans saying, well, fuck you, we're going to do that, which will predictably lead to all of this shit. It's not going to lead to deterrence. It'll be the opposite. That's the clip I'm going to want blacked out. I mean, there's a lot to clip there, but that's what I want clipped. That's it. He's admitting it's just my preference to pack the court. And then what will he do when people are like, holy fuck, he'll say, but isn't everything you want just your preference? It's all just preferences. I'm willing to believe that the average person's going to be like, fuck that gobbledygook bullshit. Nope. Now, I'll put a poll up as I suggested. I ask you to the best of your ability to try to be as objective as you can. I'm biased. I fully admit that. I don't think it was particularly close. I really don't. I don't even think it was close on the first topic of did Ryan do bad? I don't think it was close there. I mean, it's sad that it comes to that. Well, you know, what is truth? Everything's subjective. There is no objective truth. Everything's just our preferences. My preference is pack the court. Could have saved a lot of time if you just said that. He did rage quit at the end. Yeah, I forgot to put the moderator. Also, I don't think that I'm wrong. I actually think Avi seems like a very likable guy. But I don't think I'm wrong that it was beyond my expectation for him to sort of interject as often as he did. At some point, I figured I might as well make an appeal to him because the interjections, which I thought were favorable to Pisco for the first half of that debate quite frequently, it felt like 2-on-1 for a huge portion of that debate. Not saying that was Avi's intent, but that's how it felt. That's why my preference is to let the debaters debate as opposed to the moderator. One thing that Avi said that I think's really interesting, it's like, and I don't understand, like he was saying this as if it was like an argument against me. He's like, well, if we're just debating on what is good and it's subjective, why do the debates? Yes, that's my argument. There ought be an attempt to appeal to some sort of collective general idea of concepts like fairness. There ought be that. He's like, no, it's just preferences. What is the point of doing those debates then? What's the appeal? And now that what he keeps saying, he's an anti-realist. That's what he said. He's an anti-realist. Whatever the fuck that means. Right? If that means that that's the style of debate, it makes sense. All the shit that I've debated in the past. Like when he said about Jabal Bowman, I think when Jabal Bowman's told the police, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, what he really meant was, I did intend for the alarm to go off. Now it makes sense. All words are subjective, and all that matters is my preferences, so it benefits my preferences to say, I don't think that Jabal Bowman lied. You even see it in something so insofar as he is trying to tell you with a straight face that none of the investigations against Trump that we were listed, the Alvin Bragg, the Letitia James, Fannie Willis, E. John Carroll, none of them had anything to do with Trump's political position. None of them. None. It's just... All right, well, I ought to read super chats. I'm going to do in reverse on Rumble. Dirty Sippy... I'm going to try to do these fast. Dirty Sippy Cup. Oh, let's see. I guess I could put up now. How much did we do? Hey, look at that. That's a pretty good amount. You guys are fucking awesome. Dirty Sippy Cup, $2 says, Rob's debating now for quite some time, actually. Thank you. Beakster, $20 says, the norm has changed. Thank you. And Mangozi, $10 says, Pisco not only gaslight, he's obvious about it. Yeah. I hope I didn't miss any on Rumble. It may cut off after some time, and if so, I am so sorry. Over here on YouTube, Blasterbot, $5 says, I think Rob's going to end up on second notice after this. He did put me on notice. It's going to be terrible, probably unbearable after the first notice. Who can handle two? Yeah? Chop, $20. Thank you, my man. Jerez Bear, $10 says, Robert Norrington, the fourth. How are you, sir? I'm very good. By the way, I think we're doing good with the donos at $1,000, but I feel we can at least get to 1,500 for the fucking 11-hour shellacking that I just put on Pisco there. Try to grift a little. James Lindsay's hands, thanks for the $5. Lord Lost, $5 as well. I think I heard enough to know Rob won this topic, and I already know packing the court is bad, so I'm out, guys. Have fun. Darian Munshaw, 10, 20, 30 memberships. Unbelievable. Thank you, man. Blasterbot, $100 is Rob. Rob, yes or no, Rob? Rob, Do you agree? Rob? Yes or no? I suspect Rob. Stop talking over me. Rob, yes or no? Rob, agree? Yes or no? Rob, stop interrupting. Rob, let me speak, Rob. So fucking frustrating. Darian Munshaw, 10 memberships. Thank you so much. That's 40 total. And then gives $50 and says, get those likes up, mofos. Thank you so much. Then gives another 10 memberships. This guy's killing it. Thank you, my man. Truth Revolt TV, $10 says, I know this is going to happen. Pisco would only want to talk about Ryan's performance and not want to talk about court packing. Well, we did get to 7 hours. Regardless, Rob, you're dog walking him on this meta debate on debate. Thank you. Blasterpop, $5 says, let's have a 4-hour meta debate about the meta of a different debate so Pisco can cope about losing for the 3rd time by judges to Ryan. Yup. Darian Munshaw, another 50 says, anyone listen to Hank Williams Sr., Precious Lord? Take my hand. I'm a big Hank fan. To Gooch, $50 says, let's go, Rob. 2v1 and destroying them. Not one step back. Thank you. Blasterpot, $10 says, if Rob earns more than Pisco, not only does Arsenal lose, but so does Pisco. Imagine Pisco crying and coping as a brokey. Give Rob money for jerky and gazebo. Thank you. To Gooch, $20 says, let's show Rob some love for this extreme patience dealing with these losers. Send some supers. I tried. I know I got a little animated at some point, but I was really trying to maintain. Blasterpot, $5 says, damn, Chair. Beat the so bad they had to cope 5 seconds. Chair's brutal. Of course. FDNY, $2 says, Rob, you really need a crying Pisco emote like Ryan. To Gooch, $10 says, bravo. Thank you. Darian Munshaw, $20 says, Rob wrecked this child straight in the point, showing Rob's 100% accuracy. Sniped this child early on. Huh? Alan's Alps, a little tired. $10 says, if you're trying to pack the courts, then you're more loyal to your ideology than our system. It's fundamentally destabilizing and purposely playing stupid for ulterior motives. Yep. Darian Munshaw, another 50 says, Rob's been shitting on this child for how long now? I've been streaming at 11 hours and 13 minutes. To Gooch, $20 says, let's fucking go. See that smug face, Rob. Big W, thank you. Darian Munshaw, $20 says, Pisco's a beach. Weak arguments, nothing that can't be defeated, which Rob has found and dismantled in so many ways. What the fuck's this child talking about? Yeah. Thank you. And then another 20 says, Rob just put this fool on the point of breaking Pisco. Has nothing but lashes on his back. Thank you. And another 10. Jeez, thank you, Darian. Says, Pisco's a failure. He's a fudge job. Copycat, $2. Thank you. Rickon Luba, thanks for being a member. Tugger Nuts, $5 says, what I've learned about Pisco from the last 2 debates I've watched is Pisco's world more than the one we're living in. It's Pisco's world, we're just living in it. And disagreeing is so meta. Yeah. Thank you. Blasterbot, $100 says, for Black Elk, he's going to have a lot of material to work through with all of Pisco's backtracks and showing him saying X and then says he didn't say X and then saying he always meant X and then saying X is just irrelevant utterance and the concept is clearly being communicated. Thank you so much, Blasterbot. Incredibly generous, man. Thank you. Kokomo, $10 says, that's invalid, Rob. Thank you. John Rock, $2 says, support Rob. Protect Rob. He's our very best. Thank you. John Rock, $5 says, well, the left is evil, so we will say Rob is okay. Then just heavenly support him. High Rob's power level. He's not the best while he destroys evil. Thank you. Gavin Freenan, $5 says, nobody who stutters as much as this guy should be telling anyone how to speak. Prometheus, I'm not MAGA or Republican, but the Democratic Party is fractured. You're not winning another election. I hope you're right. John Rock, $2 says, I would pay Rob to join my lawyer if I ever needed. Thank you. Chop Chop, $10 says, for Rob for the dinosaurs. Thank you. Gully 46 gives 46. Thank you. Says, I'm 4 hours behind. I can't believe this is still going. Yeah. Truth Revolt TV, Pisco, trying to use Rob's hypothetical against him and Rob shutting it down. This debate is a masterclass that needs to be studied. Thanks for the $5, man. Chop Chop, thank you so much. Really appreciate the membership. Mechanical Mike, $10. Thank you so much, man. CXQ, $5 says, wasn't the Ryan debate just a foot in the door for the arguments Pisco wanted to make, making the debate itself kind of theater? Yeah. Now, do you understand Ryan's strategy of just being like, fuck you, Pisco, you're radical? Do you see what the alternative is? What we did tonight? Do you see that? All of the shitty tactics that you saw, they're just utterances. All words are subjective. I have my own definitions for shit. Defining shit's just appealing to a dictionary and all of this shit. I have a syllogism that actually is not sound, so I need to add parts to the syllogism. And I admit it's disproportional, but it's for deterrence, even though I admit that it will increase and incentivize court packing, but I hypothetically think some point in the future it will lower it. All of this bullshit. You understand why Ryan was just like starting to make sense? Torch Flare, $50 says, go Rob. Blasterbot gives 20 Normal America memberships. Thank you so much, man. Kyle Swam the Now, $5 says, sweet, sweet victory. Ah, yes. World Radio, $5 says, his rage quit was a norm. Yep. Truth Revolt TV, $5 says, flawless victory. The great Jim Hayes, former chat of the month, says, flawless victory. Awesome work, Rob. Thank you, Jim. John Rupp, $2 says, his norms and building blocks are fringe evil and lies. Yep. Blasterbot, current chat of the month, $5 says, I'll great Rob it out. He can choose to delay my whip songs till tonight's stream so he can go to bed. W. Rob, L. Piscopers. Yeah, I think I owe 3, and I will play those tonight. Dirk Diggler, $20 says, it's tough going almost 12 hours with someone who doesn't know what they're doing. I would know. Kudos to everything you do. Oh, Dirk. I get the reference. Thanks, man. Bobby Brash, $22 says, $2 per hour for having to put up with Pisco's annoying debate style. Thank you so much. Chop Chop, $5 says, made some picks to cheer you up in Discord. Oh, shit. To check it. It's good. It's very good. Thank you. Kokomo, $20. Thank you, my friend. Matt Flynn at $10 says, never go Phil bro. Big W, Rob. I got wore out just watching. Yeah, the Phil bro shit, I don't do that for a reason. I don't know. How do you guys think I did with the Phil bro shit? I suppose if there's one perceptual thing you could say, given that Avi was perceptually like steering things towards Pisco's size and the jargonistic effects of all that shit, I was fully admitting like I don't know this. It might make it seem like they have more of an understanding of professionalism. But I think it's refreshing for someone to just be honest and like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about here, but I'm able to articulate why your side and position is so bad on this. So I don't know. I hope you all appreciating it. Wandering Construct, $40 says, is this dono justified? Absolutely. Thank you so much. And Searsight, $5 says, good morning, Rob. Good morning. Oh, it is a Disney something. 4 plus a day. I'll believe you because I don't have the strength to argue at this point. How did we do with the poll? All right. Well, it's not a surprise. It is my honest, but 88% of the people thought I won, and 12% thought Pisco won. Yay! Nangozi, $20 on Rumble says, good morning, Rob. I was watching a pit bull tear into a new toy. Cough. I'll be watching parts. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Shit was long. Kyle swam a mile. Says, go to bed, kid. I will. We're almost at $1,100. We can get another 5. So I don't know. My final thoughts on it. I hope it comes across at just how frustrating it is, given all the shit that Pisco does. I hope that it comes across that I exactly pegged what he was going to do. And at the end of the day, I think that it will help our side of the argument to be like, dude, ultimately it just comes down to we should pack the court because it's my preference is to pack the court. It's not because we get to do to you to what you did to us. It's we get to do more. And I have subjective interpretations of why the shit we did to you wasn't to justify any retaliations, but the shit you did to us was to justify retaliation, and we're allowed to go even further. Because that's my preferences. That's it. Oh, shit. 7:30. If I sleep 5 hours, 12. I think I'm doing the extravaganza tonight. So, $5 more. We'll get to 1,100 and I'll leave. Mangozi, $5 says I'll put 5 on it. Shh. It was supposed to be YouTube. Thank you, man. Yeah, I thought it was embarrassing as well. By the way, the one thing I saw was funny that people in my chat, when Avi kept interrupting what I thought was on his behalf, I was like, how about next debate we do Andrew Wilson? The point I was trying to make is it cool if I get a Phil bro that's just fucking jumping in on my side the whole time? Is that cool? No? And again, I want to stress now, I appreciate Avi for sticking it out. That's fucking trooper, right? And he seems like a very likable guy. I just was like, what the fuck is happening here? Rage Quit was nice, wasn't it? Oh, there it is. All right, man. Oh, Lord Lost, $2 says, next time just fart at Pisco. Yeah. All right. Oh, Ronnie Me Sauce, $5 says, we're proud of your nerves of steel in the face of Pisco's personal attacks too. Yeah, I didn't mind. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Go for it. Who am I debating next? No prep debate tonight. Who knows? I don't know. All right. Well, that's going to be it. I'm not going to bother to raid anyone. I probably should. Let's see who I can raid. I don't know if anyone's on, but we'll check real quick. Oh my goodness, my friend Sarah Kane. You guys are gonna like Sarah, Crusader Gal, very Christian woman arguing for conservative values. I think she's very good. Look, I want to thank all of you for being here. I actually do thank Pisco. He did stick it out a lot, which you got to give him credit. I thank him for the rage quit and the poor performance and the admission that it's just all about his partisan preferences, why he thinks we should pack the court. That's certainly a comment that I'll be using many, many times. And that everything he says isn't trying to hold to some sort of objective standard or attempt to reach objective standard of what people believe. It's all just what he thinks benefits his preferences at the time. Good to know for every debate we ever have or may have going through into the future. Right? So that's good to know. So thank him. Thank Avi. Even though I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of how things went there, from the bottom of my heart, seemed like a very likable guy, and I can't give enough credit to sticking it out for like 10 hours in a shit show like that. Right? Can't give enough credit for that. Right? Thank you so much to everyone who donated. You guys are the best. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to all of my wonderful mods. Yeah, Whip Songs tomorrow. Also, thank you so much to everyone who liked, watched, chatted, or any of that. You guys are the best. Your donations really help me, and I really appreciate it. I really do. More than you'll ever know. So, all right, we're going to raid over to Sarah Kane. Thank you guys so much. Take a moment to say a prayer for Charlie Kirk and all the other people that are victims of left-wing violence. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.